another borderline.
A very good morning, a very good evening, a very good afternoon, wherever in the world you are watching from. You join us live here at Silverstone. Not Silverstone, sorry. I'm very excited. Can you tell? You join us live here at Lassie and Williams Formula One team for the final round of the Formula Student Sim Racing Series 2025-2026. I'm Giles Cosgrove. She's Jess Ball. Somewhere in this amazing facility, we've also got James Monty Montgomery, and we have got an absolutely cracking full day of sim racing coverage for you as we look to crown our champions for this season. 4 heats and 2 finals are all that stand in the way, not to mention, of course, an engineering challenge between one of these teams and simulated glory. It's going to be absolutely brilliant. We're very, very excited, aren't we, Jess?
Yes, we've got a lot of teams that are dying to get the trophy. Of course, we've got quite a few teams here today, including a few from Queen Mary and Vigo, who couldn't make it last year. They absolutely tried their best to come in last year. They are here this year, and it's great to have them. There's quite a few other teams that we're seeing for the first time before even we get to FS. We've got the champions from the actual FS UK last year, Bizkaya here, and we got the runner-up for Million. What more could you ask for?
Absolutely. There are plenty of teams out there, and it's a fantastic facility. I think we can throw to Monty, who's going to show us around the facility we're broadcasting to you from. I think we can do that. Potentially. Here we
Well, good morning, everyone. Nice to see you all out there. And Giles, well done on yet more legendary geography skills. I thought it was Europe and the world, but apparently you can't even tell the difference between Oxfordshire and Northamptonshire. We'll get you sorted, mate. Don't worry. So, welcome to Atlassian Williams Racing's Centre, guys. This is a fantastic place to be. You can see the trophies, you can see the helmets behind me, and right beside us here, we have a whole suite of rigs. We're going to be going into the live racing sim room in a second, where the drivers are currently practicing, just so we can see them in action. But somewhere a bit quiet first. Let's just have a look at one of these in more detail, shall we? Fanatec wheels, we've got direct drive, we have hydraulic loaded pedals as well. These are the real McCoy, as they say, guys. These are going to be an absolute treat for our students to sample, especially those who have only ever been using cheap equipment so far this year. You've seen in some of the VTs from earlier on, some people are doing this on a table in their bedroom, in their dorms. So to come to an F1 facility where they get to use these fantastic pieces of kit worth well over 15 grand a piece, yeah, it's going to be such an experience for them, and we can't wait to get their thoughts on it after practice to see what they thought of this high-end equipment. So if you come along with me, guys, let's kind of show you around what we've got here. So this is going to be the kind of main area. You can see Giles and Jess right behind me there. Beautiful. So they're going to be based there for the whole day. We're going to have students in this area. We've got a few just chilling here just now. Morning, guys. But yeah, they're going to be chilling there throughout the day, having a look around at everything. We've got trophies. We've got old Williams memorabilia in there as well. Absolute nerd's dream, this place, I tell you. But if we come along through here, so hopefully we're going to move to one of the fixed cameras in just a second, and you're going to see this beautiful large room where we have all the students at the moment. Here they are, doing their practice. Hello, everyone. How are we doing? Hello, 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 hello. So, this is the practice room, guys. This is where the students are going to be coming to doing... This is where they're going to be coming to do all of their racing throughout the day. We are so privileged. We've had 33 of the 73 universities who have signed up this year who have been physically able to come to Williams today. Now, a good chunk of them, of course, are the British universities, but it's not exclusively British. We've got 5 of the Spanish universities here. Vermilion have made it from Denmark, and IUT, yes, our Bangladeshi competitors. They've been able to get their visas, and they are with us live today. So a huge shout out to IUT in particular for making the travel here. Hopefully we'll catch up with them later. But yeah, let's just have a scope at all of this, Mike, and just look at the drivers getting their last laps in, getting the practice in, familiarising themselves with these foreign controls, which they've never used before. They've been using it for the last 2 hours, getting up to speed. And when they've not been in here, they've been downstairs in the Williams Museum. 50 years of F1 cars to go and geek out on there. This really is a spectacular sight, and we cannot thank Atlassian Williams Racing enough for entrusting us to turn up with 120 students and run a mock for the day. This really is fantastic. Giles, Jess, I'm going to hand it back over to you to let our audience know what today looks like, and then we're going to chat about the championship standings in a few minutes' time. So back over to you guys. What are the audience going to be finding out today?
Cheers, Monty. We've got a real who's who of tracks and car combinations to race with today. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. So to kick off very soon, we were going to have Heat 1, which is the Hungaroring, and rather interestingly, because this is Formula Student Sim Racing, and, well, quite frankly, what other sim racing series is going to do this? We've got Renault Twingos around the Hungaroring, which is going to be great fun. Later on, we'll have the classic 1974 Mustangs, a favourite here on the FS Sim Racing series, around Thruxton. We'll then head off to the Hockenheim Ring for the Porsche Caymans. And then the final heat of the day will be the Mercedes 190E Evos around the Norris Ring. Now, you are very familiar with this track. That's going to be fantastic, isn't it?
Yeah, a few years ago, it was my first ever time commentating for Formula Student Sim Racing Series finals here at Williams, and turn one, let's just say, chaos.
Cataclysmic.
Yes.
So after all of those heats, we will then proceed into the finals. The lower teams will compete in finals B, Long Beach, and that will be in the F4 cars. Great track, great cars. The top teams out of that will then scrape their way to the back of the grid for the final, the A final, and that final will determine the winners of the Formula Student Sim Racing Series 2025-2026, unless a certain team wins the engineering challenge. We're going to have to talk about that just a little bit later on, because that's going to be all important. The comments are coming in very, very quickly. Very big shout out to McScottish, a big friend of the Sim Racing Series, saying, "Good morning, Giles and Jess. So sad I can't be there this year, but watching when I can. Good luck to the Aberdeen boys who are there." Big up to Aberdeen. Big up to all the teams who've made the trek here to the Williams, Atlassian Williams Formula One Team HQ. People coming from around the world to be here. Vermilion have come all the way from Denmark. We've got teams over from Spain. Of course, we've got, as Monty was saying, IUT have come over from Bangladesh. So big up to them for making the effort and making the journey. It hasn't gone unnoticed, and it is massively, massively appreciated. Meanwhile, we're sat here in a very, very nice space, and there are plenty of seats. So if you're downstairs watching this here live at Atlassian Williams, and you fancy coming up and being amongst it, reacting live to the racing as we did last year, then there are plenty of seats to get into, and this camera swivels around, so you can get on camera. It'd be great.
Yeah, we see quite a few people doing waving and showing their flags off last year as well. So if you have a team maybe that you want to show off potentially as well, it was a good atmosphere, in particular for the finals, where we were hearing oohs, and it was just great. It was just great to watch. It was loads of teams supporting different people, of course, because there were people that were not racing, and there were just people that were just there to have some fun. And we got so many students here today, even the ones that are not racing, that are working behind the scenes to work with their sim racing teams, because it's not just the drivers.
No, there's
quite a few people that make their sim racing team happen, including the one that do the engineering challenges, ones who do their social medias, team principal as well. We've been speaking to a few whilst we were milling around as well. So it's not just people that are racing. There are loads of other people that are there as well.
So the comments are coming through very quickly. Spooky Tofu says, Long Beach, the circuit is bumpy as hell. Alexis Motorsport says, may the best team win. Spy Rope, or I think that's Spy Rop, says, what up, Jess? How are you? You good?
Yeah, I am doing good. I know you. I know you.
L says, big up social media people. Yes, indeed. Big up social media people. Also, a big up to High-Vis Media, who are in the gallery right now, making sure all of this looks as good as it does. And I think we can go to the current standings in the Sim Racing Championship. So this is how things stand ahead of the racing today and the announcement of that all-important final engineering challenge. So let's have a look at that. So at the moment, topping the standings is the University of Southampton with 702 points. Coming in very close behind them with 689.2 is Queen Mary, University of London. In third, even closer behind them with only 3.2 points in it between third and second. It's the University of Vigo. Meanwhile, NCME, University of Greater Manchester, you may know them as, they're in fourth with 589. Glasgow's A team, never one's out of contention. They are in there with 561 points in fifth. University of York's A team there with 558. Leicester are there with 546 in seventh. University of Surrey oddly enough, could actually still be in contention, even though they're down in 8th.
And I could explain why.
Exactly. And then in 9th, it's the University of Exeter, and rounding out the top 10 is the University of Hertfordshire. Now, Jess, as we were just saying, out of that top 8, 6 of those...
Let's talk the live timing.
Let's talk you through who is actually in contention and what needs to happen in order for them to win, because I think this kind of sets the stalls out for the rest of the day. So, Surrey, Glasgow and NCME, those 3 are in with a shout of winning, but in order to win, it requires them to win this round today. So all the racing that goes on, they need to come out on top overall. They also need to win the final engineering challenge, and every team above them needs to essentially not score. So I think we're going to go to a graphic now, which should show you a bit more articulately what we're talking about here, rather
and
than
we
these
will
notes.
possibly have a Mr. Monty as well that could describe it for us as well.
I think we're going to get Monty in. Shall we get the big boss in?
Yes, because he will know more than we do. So
Monty, hello.
Okay, now you can have me. Hello, guys. Yeah, so I'm not on camera just yet. I'll be coming to join you guys later. But yes, you are correct. We have we have 6 championship protagonists in the standings who can, mathematically speaking, win it today. We're going to go through them in a bit more detail throughout today's broadcast with a bit more detail. But on your screen now, you can see basically we have the top 8. First things first that you need to note, as Giles was just talking about, York and Leicester. Now, whilst they're 6th and 7th position in the championship, they actually cannot win this anymore. The reason for this, guys, is because in our rules, we do a drop score. So it's the best 6 of 7 results which count towards your final standing. So, sorry guys, we're going to have to do a little bit of maths here, but run with me and it will hopefully make a little bit of sense. Look at the breakdown of all of their scores. So use Leicester, for example. We can see from there that their lowest score so far this year has been 42 points. Now, for a win, there's 120 points. So what we're basically saying is 120 minus 42, they can only score 78 points as a maximum today. And as you can see there, they're more than 78 points behind Southampton. So it's impossible for them to be able to win the championship. Exactly the same with York as well. Once you take off their weakest score, they cannot earn enough points today because of that drop score. When we look at Surrey, however, the reason why they're still in this, even though they're in 8th, is because they had 0 points in one of the rounds. So that means they're eligible for scoring a full 120 points today, and if they also score the extra 60 points for winning the final engineering challenge, that's 180 points that they could score, and that would be enough for them to still win this championship. As I say, there's a bit of maths to this, but hopefully that makes sense. So well done, Surrey, for forgetting where your toilet is, because that's actually allowed you to come into this round and still be able to win the championship, potentially. But having said that, they need a lot of luck, don't they, guys?
Do. So Surrey, Glasgow and NCME all need to win this round. They need to win the final engineering challenge, and every team above them can't score anything. They've got to go out in a massive crash or something, which seems
highly unlikely.
Yes, exactly, Jess. A little unlikely. Meanwhile, Southampton, and this is where it gets very, very, very interesting, they are in contention for the win in a big way, and we're going to talk about them very, very soon. So keep an eye on Southampton, Vigo and Queen Mary. Those are teams to watch, as are, of course, NCME. On screen there is University of Greater Manchester, University of Glasgow and University of Surrey. It could all happen, just some more likely than others, but those are the 6 teams to watch in this final event of the Formula Student Sim Racing Series 2025-2026. There's Monty. There he is. We've got plenty of people actually here watching as well, which is nice. I don't know, could we rotate the camera? Can we rotate the camera to see everybody watching? I don't know whether that's feasible. They've got their hands up. Give us a wave, everybody. You're on camera. Give us a wave, or, polite hand gestures, please. But there they all are.
We can see the bucket hats from
Leicester.
Leicester.
The bucket hat brigade of Leicester are out in force. I want to turn around and say minions tonight we steal the moon, but I'll wait for the more people to be there.
Yeah, do it for finals A.
Do it at Silverstone. And this is it, of course. Bear in mind, not only are we rounding out another fantastic year of Formula Student Sim Racing, but in a few days' time, we're heading off to Silverstone itself for the main event as teams from around the world come to compete at the hallowed tarmac, where the very first Formula One Grand Prix took place back in 1950. Yes, we're going to be at Silverstone. And I'm so looking forward to it this year because there are so many teams to get excited about. And if you wouldn't mind just indulging me for a second before we get back onto the sim racing series, Edith Cohen are coming back. Bizkaya are coming back. Modena are coming back. Not to mention Vermilion are going to be there. Oxford Brookes, Staffordshire. It's going to be a who's who of real front runners, and it's going to be an incredibly intense competition on Saturday and Sunday. You can watch it right here on the IMechE Formula Student YouTube channel. You can get tickets as well if you want to come and spectate, and they are ridiculously cheap. 10% of the cost of going to the British Grand Prix. You get full paddock access. It's a great weekend, and make sure you're there for it. We are really, really excited. Meanwhile, your comments are coming in and they're great. Miss Maya Pumpkin says, loving the video quality.
So are we.
And we really are as well. So huge thank you to High-Vis Media, particularly Georgia, who's in our ears in the gallery. Big up, Georgia. We love you. Meanwhile, Spooky Tofu says, need caution hat cones. Yes, I could go for caution hat cone hats. I rate that because it's the same colour as those bugger hats that Leicester have got on.
And there's still the award this year for most furthest
travelled cone,
Yeah,
yes.
so I want to see who one wins that. And if anybody is in the live chat that is travelling to Silverstone, please let us know, because this is your entertainment, because there's plenty of teams that are not taking part in the sim racing that will be travelling to Silverstone in the campsite as well. Our social the guy who's in charge of the social media, Chris, is on his way to Silverstone as well. So if you do see him around, please say hi to him, because we won't get involved in social media. He's amazing. So if you are travelling to Silverstone, let us know, and share the stream as well to other people travelling to Silverstone as well. Of course, we'll be travelling to near Silverstone area later on ahead of the festivities, which is going to be exciting. It's and we're going to be doing some tours to some younger students on Friday, which is going to be a lot of fun all around the UK this time.
We'll get Monty on for that later. There's a group coming over from Jersey, and there's the people of Jersey are really excited for this. The opportunity to take some young people over from Jersey,
young females in particular.
Great, thanks, Jess. But over to Silverstone, and obviously being Jersey, it's a small island, it's quite isolated. There's not always the most opportunities there to get involved in motorsport. So to get over to the to Silverstone, which is the home of British motorsport, so to speak, it's really very exciting. Monty knows more about that. We'll get him on in a bit to talk about that later on. Meanwhile, the aviating Butler says,
that's
finally...
for me to Karen.
Hey, Kian Butler, brilliant. He says, finally watching in a time zone that isn't in the AMs. Yes, it's great to have you in the correct time zone, Kian.
And see you at Silverstone.
Precisely, and potentially on the podium, no doubt. Meanwhile, Aaron681 says, speak with team members. Does any team member want to talk to us? We asked, they didn't. There you go. I can't force them.
Well, we will have some interviews with Monty later on if the winner is here as well, and we'll be speaking to quite a few teams remotely if they win races as well. So we will be speaking to them, but after the races.
Practice is underway for the first heat of today's coverage. We're going to the Hungaroring with the Renault Twingos. Jess, you've got the live timings there. Who's looking good so far?
No one, because they just started.
Right. Bit premature on that one. Whoops, Daisy. There we are. But nonetheless, we are very, very excited about everything that we've got coming up today. Meanwhile... thank you very much, Blaster. I mean, I don't want to get to heaven just yet, but eventually it would be nice. He's just commented there, Jesus loves you all. I hope to see you in heaven. Give it about 60 or 70 years, please. But, eventually would be a nice place to end up. Meanwhile, where are you right now? Are you in heaven, or where are you watching from? Do you please let us know? We'd love to hear from you.
Are you on a bus or in the car?
Are you on a bus? Are you in a van? Are you in a car? Are you watching?
Or are you working?
Yes. Are you packing up over in your team's paddocks? Do you please let us know? Jess, I'm just going to pass to you for a moment. I'm going to pop off the camera. I'll be right back, but I'm just going to throw to you for a second as we look. We've got to talk about the Renault Twingos.
Yes, with the Renault Twingos is something very special, because they were going to run the 24 hours of Nürburgring one year, but unfortunately their car wasn't ready for it. But the universities actually get to race it around this track, which is the home of the Iron Curtain. Of course, very hard to overtake in single-seaters. In these type of cars, I think it's going to be a lot more fun. And as you can see the teams all starting to practice, and of course we have Heat A and Heat B, which allows all of our universities to take part. So of course, we have about 36 teams taking part today. We're not going to fit all of them in one heat. So that's why we got Heat A and Heat B. So that if you don't see your team taking part in this race, they'll be taking part in the next race, and it will still be in the Hungaroring. So do not worry. Spooky Tofu says, I wonder if we're going to see some Twingos flip over. I wonder.
Probably.
Yeah.
I wouldn't doubt it. It's
And Reldon saying I put a $5 on it. Very nice. We don't have long until the first race. They're just warming up, making sure their rigs are set up ready for Heat 1, of course. And we got a few of the volunteers. Of course, we couldn't have done and do it without the volunteers who give up their time.
Yeah, big up the volunteers.
Who give up their time to take part. And of course, we got people from Emperor Server as well that put the servers on, because without that we wouldn't be able to go racing either. And of course we've got the people at Hyvis, and of course Atlassian Williams. Thanks to them for allowing us to go for was it a fourth time?
This will be the fourth time here, I believe. Yes.
Yeah, it'll be the fourth time. And they've been so good so far. Making sure that we're hydrated. They're going to give us some brilliant food later on as well. And of course, as Monty was saying earlier, a few students have been to the museum as well, and there's still more people to come to go to the museum later on.
That museum is brilliant. Absolutely love that place.
I've been like three times. I just can't get enough of it. And in the shop, there is a Lego car of Nigel Mansell.
Nigel Mansell's 1992 Formula 1 World Championship winning Red 5 in Lego, courtesy of the Lego store in London. That's been brought over here. So it looks absolutely first rate.
It is amazing.
It is really stunning. Meanwhile, Daniel says, I'm in the muds. Where? I mean, where is the muds?
I have no idea.
It's the UK. There's a lot of mud. You'd be surprised. Whereabouts are you, Daniel? Do you need a tow?
I hope you're not beach somewhere. But there we go.
It wouldn't be the first time a Formula student team has ended up in a ditch. Just ask Cardiff a few years ago abroad. Yes, but we're not looking at you, Ben. Anyway, rather than regaling you with the various and wild history of Cardiff racing, we're going to look to Bizkaya is over there. Speak with them. Bizkaya, do you want to have a talk with us? Because someone on the stream wants to hear it. George Sanchez says Bizkaya is over there. Speak with them. Does someone from Bizkaya want to jump on the mic before we go to the first race? You got to be very quick. How are you feeling, in a word, going into this final round of the sim racing?
I mean, it's going to be fun. We came all the drivers that we have been driving for the whole season, so we will have fun, and each driver is going to run one race, so we'll have fun.
Fun seems to be the prerogative word there from Bizkaya. Very much looking forward to that one.
It'll be their first time in these rigs as well, because literally they were the ones that race on their desk and still have a lot of fun. And they still perform very well throughout the season as well. I think one of the highest rookie teams this season is Bizkaya as well. It shows that you don't have to have these fancy setups to do well, and it's great to have them there as well. I expect them to do well in the actual real-life Formula Student.
Defending champions of Formula Student here at Silverstone.
They've got a lot to live up to, because of course we've got really strong teams this year as well. A few teams going EV for the first time as well, so that's going to be exciting. And of course, there's some teams that do like bi-yearly, so they don't take part in 1 year, and they develop their car in 2 year cycles. Pretty much
2 year design cycle, which I can get behind that. I can get behind that.
And that's what Australia
makes sense.
Australia have had their car arrived, I think, a couple of weeks ago, because of course it takes a while to go from Australia to Silverstone with your parts and everything like that. And Hertfordshire actually was hosting them over the last few weeks as well, which is quite good. So massive shout out to Hertfordshire for hosting Edith Cowan as well.
Absolute demon of a car there from ECU. Looking forward to seeing that out on track. And we're going to head to the Hungaroring now. Those Renault Twingos are getting ready to go. It'll be the first race of the day, race 1 for Heat 1 of the Formula Student Sim Racing Series 2025-2026, the grand finale. I'm Giles Cosgrove, she's Jess Ball, and we are getting ready to go very, very soon. Cannot wait to get underway with what is going to be a rather unique combination of car and track, and you can expect all the drama that you would imagine with student drivers. Will we get some rolls? I hope so. I hope so.
I hope not, because don't forget they're direct drive wheels, and if they don't grip it hard enough, and if they lose control of the wheel, we don't want any injuries.
Put it this way: if they throw to us on the comms cam and there's a paramedic coming past, someone's damaged their wrists.
We do not know. Luckily, though, in this heat wave, we're surrounded by aircon.
We've got this. Why do you think I'm wearing this jacket? The aircon is on, and it's really cool in here.
It is cool, because in our rooms last night it was very hot.
So in response to Vortex, who says, "How are my favourite commentators doing?" We're cool. We are quite literally cool. The first time in my life if I can actually say that categorically, I am cool. We're just waiting to get underway for that first race. We'll be able to bring you live footage of that very, very soon. Do please comment where you're watching from and who you are supporting. We would love to know where in the world you are, what you're up to whilst you're watching this, and who you're supporting. Do please let us know.
And who do you think is going to win the championship?
That would also be very interesting to hear. Spooky Tofu says, feel like we're going to see quite a bit of door-to-door action. Yes, I imagine we're going to get a lot of body paint swapping and body panels dented, virtually speaking. And here we go then. And we are underway for the first race of the Formula Student Sim Racing Grand Finale 25-26, headed towards turn 1. They're 3 abreast, and it looks to me to be UCD, York B, and UCLM. It is indeed, and that is York B in the lead, but UCLM have overtaken by a nose, and they sweep through to the right-hander. And that is going well wide. That's York B and UCLM both off. And that has allowed Vigo to take full advantage of that. One of the championship protagonists.
College Dublin's had a moment in towards the middle of turn 1 as they head towards turn 2 now. And they keep making contact with each other, which is not ideal. That sent them to the back of the grid. But we got Vigo that's currently leading right now. Of course, your championship contenders against Southampton. York B just got past their MCME Racing up into 3rd place. There's a lot of action happening right now.
It really is. It's all go. 0.3 seconds separating those two championship protagonists, Vigo and Southampton. And Vigo have gone off. Vigo have gone off into the gravel trap, and that is going to be incredibly awkward for their championship hopes here today. And that puts them down in 11th. They're trying to recover, but the car is going sideways, and that's been helped on the way by Strathclyde. They go through the barrier, and that is Vigo almost running in dead last. Southampton going away with it with a 1.2 second gap on York B. NCME bringing up the rear, 0.6 seconds behind in 3rd. And that is Southampton well off into the lead. Is this a hint of what we're going to see throughout the day, Jess?
We'll have to wait and see. Don't forget, the heat grids are random. So just because you're starting near the front in this heat, that doesn't mean you're going to be starting it in the other heat. There's plenty of chance for all teams to start near the front, the middle, and the back. So Southampton will have to have the experience of going through the back as well, just like they've done in a few races this season, which they've done very well, as we're seeing more moves being made from Surrey, who has got through into their other position as well. Exeter 18, we've got past MTU up into 10th spot right now as well. This is a very tight set of corners, a bit of understeer with these cars to contend with as they pass the pit lane entry now. Of course, they don't need to stop with these cars with how short the race is at the moment. But 1.3 second gap between Southampton and York B right now. There's a lot of concentrated faces happening right now, but you can see Bolton is trying to close it in on Surrey. Of course, both blue and yellow cars, which is going to be confusing for us as commentators, but we saw that with Hull earlier on as well. Imagine if all 3 of them are going to be in final lane later. Oh, it's going to be a send into turn 1.
It's a send into the right-hander of turn 1 for Hertfordshire, who make a position, and they are side by side, body panel swapping between Hertfordshire's A-team and NCME. NCME managed to close off the challenge from the Hertfordshire side. They put themselves ahead once more. The brakes are smoking like a barbecue here, and the track limits do seem to be optional. The understeer making things incredibly difficult. Southampton still leading. We're on board with Hertfordshire as they try and make a move once more on NCME. Can they get through on the inside? It's going to be a very brave move through here, but NCME have got the line, but no, they are through and well off. They are well wide there, and that's that's not what NCME would have wanted. A little tap on the wing, and that sent them well into the gravel trap, and that could well be the end of NCME's hopes for a podium here. 11.5 minutes on the clock. Southampton leading. York A aggressively defending their position from the aggressively driving through on NCME. They were swapping positions around there, and York came out on top, but I've got a funny feeling there may be some harsh words between NCME and York, and the good news is they can actually have them in person because we're here. Okay, so rounding out the top three, then you've got Surrey in second, followed by Hertfordshire's A team in third, as Hertfordshire's B team were duking it out with York's A team earlier on, and they've got a lot of ground to make up for the next 11 minutes. You can see there York's A team, bit of pressure being built up now from UCLM behind them. Leading, though, is Southampton with a gap of just shy of 2 seconds. And credits to Robert for another fantastic set of liveries.
Agreed. It looks fantastic.
He's been doing it all season. The checkered motif across the roof and on the front end of the cars there. Great stuff. These Renault Twingos, as you can see, very difficult to handle because track limits just don't seem to be following. Yes, Spooky Tofu sums up the
what's going on out on circuit, and don't forget they're trying to adapt. Most teams are trying to adapt to these rigs as well. Of course, there's some teams that thrive on this environment, maybe don't do as well in remotely, but here in Williams they do very well. So we may see some upsets from some teams as well. But we could see Southampton in P1. Surrey, of course, has done very well this season, and but we got the likes of Hertfordshire A closing in on Surrey, so that's going to be interesting. UCLM up in 5th place, one of the teams that we weren't expected to be up there in the top 5, doing very well. As York B is trying to control the car very well. I don't think I would have done it well. I probably would have gone into a wall there through that corner towards, I think, turn 3, I think it was, as MTU just got past Hertfordshire's B team up into 10th spot. But yes, Southampton are running away with it at the moment. 1.7 second gap.
It is indeed opening right up for Southampton. This is exactly the start they will have wanted to this final round of the Sim Racing Series here at Lassie and Williams Formula 1 HQ. Do bear in mind, though, Southampton haven't made the journey here to the HQ of one of the Formula 1 teams from the UK.
Whereas the others have.
Exactly. They stayed there in Southampton. As a result, do they have a home advantage is the question. There are teams that have come here from far further than Southampton, for instance, Bangladesh. So one does have to wonder whether Southampton have made a strategic call not to be here in order to have the home advantage of their rig rather than getting used to the ones here at Williams. We'll leave that for you to decide. You can see there, that's York A. They have indeed been overtaken by UCLM. So they've lost out there. Meanwhile, I've got Monty here who's going to... No, hang on. Sorry. Hang on. It's something to do with my cabling.
Sorting out your wires, mate. Don't worry, Karen speaking.
Thank you. So here we go then. That is Hertfordshire's B team. They are down there in 12th position. And they are trying to go through on Vigo, who have also got their hands full themselves, trying to get through on MTUB. So it's all systems go here in the Renault Twingos.
Yeah, there is drama, but lots of great action with 8 minutes to go, and we still got another race of these still to go. So, like we were saying earlier, if you're not seeing your favourite team there now, we will see them later. Majority of them are, of course, your championship contenders. Heading in towards turn 2 now is York A and UCLM. Of course, York A could try and maybe go for some there. As UCLM has gone a bit wide in towards turn 2, and York A capitalised that brilliantly, and they're through up into 4th place, and they timed that really, really well. They were just like, you know what, if you go too wide, I could just go dive it up around the outside and go for the move, and that's exactly what they did. But UCLM are not going to give up. They could capitalise on a mistake on York A at the moment as they head towards turn 5. If they go on the curbs too much around it, that they could be sent into a spin.
Yes, indeed. York A almost balletic through in on UCLM. UCLM recovering very, very quickly and mounting a recharge back on York A, just hoping that York A make a mistake. And all teams being a little liberal with track limits as far as I see. But then again, these Twingos do understeer quite significantly. Meanwhile, Zavortex shouting out Queen Mary, saying 14th to 6th is massive. Savaquera says, go, 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 UCLM. Meanwhile, plenty of action right here, right now, as the brakes smoke yet again on the York A car, holding off a charging UCLM. UCLM looking to the inside of the right-hander. They can't get up there, though. Outbraked by York. Both teams going wide. York A going well wide there. All of a sudden, we're back down with Strathclyde. But here we are back once more with York and UCLM. York just managing to defend against UCLM, who are inches away from their rear bumper. This is absolutely fantastic defensive driving from York A. UCLM, though, having none of it and staying right with them as they sweep on through the final corner in towards another lap now. 6 minutes left on the clock. 1.6 seconds between Surrey and your race leaders, Southampton. Also currently your championship leaders. They'll be very, very pleased with this. It just does need a run-up for UCLM to try and pass York, but they just don't seem to have the speed. And maybe they do. Maybe they do. Are they going to touch? I think they just managed to avoid it, but this is incredibly tenacious between York A and UCLM. It's not even for the podium. Hertfordshire's A team sweeping out of shot there. They round out the podium position. So this is just for the love of the racing and for the points, and it will make a difference. It really will.
Yes, I think with Hertfordshire A's team, they're probably glad with York A and UCLM battling, because the more they keep fighting, the more Hertfordshire A is going to gain some time on them, which is going to be valuable points if they want to get into Finals A, because these are not the points you get for winning the whole thing. You need to get the points in these heats in order to accumulate enough for the finals, of course. Their average positions, that's how they figure it out. But Queen Mary's also having a ding-dong with MCME 2 championship contenders, of course. Queen Mary, you're defending champions. They want to win this one. Of course, they're the ones close enough to Southampton in the championship. Meanwhile, UCLM trying to go for the move this time on York A, and this time it was successful, but they're going to try and go deep. Is York A? This is nail-biting stuff. Brilliant space has been left between the both of them. Great respect between the two as well, and capitalising on everyone's mistakes. But UCLM is not letting their mistake phase them. They got to think about the future of the race, which is exactly what they're doing. They're not letting their mistakes phase them, which is really, really great. York A could try and go for a move towards penultimate corner, trying to go for the centre drees, trying to clip the curb, but UCLM shuts the door on York A, and UCLM is keeping York A at bay right now. If these two keep fighting like that, look at MCME. They're right by this. They're also Queen Mary, York B in this as well. We could see a 5-car trade for the battle for 4th place, and points mean everything in these heats as we've got 4 minutes to go. Southampton is leading, but Surrey, look at that, 7/10 of a second between Surrey and Southampton. They just set the fastest lap of this race.
Surrey closing right up then on your race leader Southampton with 3 minutes 45 on the clock to go. And that is Surrey with a gap of 0.8 seconds. That is halved in the last few moments. I do also think that those speed boards are a little bit optimistic. I wouldn't imagine you're pulling 100 miles an hour in a Renault Twingo. But
that'll be an F1 car.
Well, precisely. What do I know? More to the point, Surrey closing in then on Southampton. Bear in mind, if Surrey do win everything today, they will take it, but that does require them to win everything, and they are trying their damnedest as they go through, and that's a mistake there from Southampton, unsettled on the curb, losing valuable tenths of a second and allowing Surrey to reel them back in, locking up there again. Have Southampton pushed too hard and cooked their tyres with 3 minutes left as the gap closes to the closest it's been between Surrey and Southampton now through the chicane? Southampton looking now in their rearview mirrors and realising there may be a challenge for the lead in the final throws of this race. The gap down to 0.45 seconds. Surrey on the charge. Southampton defending. We really did think they'd gone away with it, had Southampton, but no, it looks like Surrey may have something to say about it as they cling to the apex, and they seem to get just a bit of a better line than Southampton do. 0.47 seconds between the two now. Southampton pulling away, the gap opening up to 0.6. Breaking late are Surrey, closing it back to 0.3. A bold move there from Surrey, potentially in desperation as they try to close down the team with the home advantage in the final throws of this race. 2 minutes to go now. I think they're going to definitely get one more lap in. It may well be even two before the clock runs out.
Well, I think it's really one more lap because it's a 2 minute and 8 laps. So
well,
this will be the final lap of this race, and this is going to be crunch time between these two teams, Southampton of course and Surrey. Surrey are going to try and do all they can. Are they going to be taking risks at this point because of the first heat, or will they be taking more risks later on when we go to tracks like Thruxton, Hockenheim and the Norris Ring with tracks that may be more difficult than this? Maybe you want to take more risks here, as both of them weren't going a bit deep there as we enter past turn 1, heading towards turn 2 now. The cars look similar in livery, which makes things confusing with blue cars. Who's going to come out on top? We got MCME that's past York A for 5th place. So the battling that we see between UCLM, well, MCME are capitalised on York A and they're trying to go for it. We'll keep an eye on the gap between Southampton and Surrey, as I think Southampton may have this covered, but this is even more exciting now. Throw it in up the hill in towards turn 4. Oh no, we had a slice on Surrey. I think that's game over for that one.
That's a really bold effort there from Surrey, and fair play to them for mounting such a fantastic charge, but that will be Southampton to the checkered flag in the lead there. Meanwhile, NCME passing through on both York A and UCLM. An absolutely spellbinding set of moves there from the University of Greater Manchester as they hold off a train of cars behind them. Incredibly exciting stuff. The final throws of the race. Through the chicane they go. Can NCME make a seamless final few corners, because UCLM are right there with them, egging them on to make a mistake. There is mere millimetres between the front of UCLM and the back of NCME. They have got to be absolutely perfect, do NCME, to hold off not only UCLM but Queen Mary and York A as well. The pressure truly is on the team from Greater Manchester as they head through the final corners now. 10 seconds left on the clock. Locking up the brakes, smoking in the rear there. The tyres must be flat spotted no end for Southampton as they come through the final corner. 1 second between themselves and Surrey. They've done remarkably well to hold on here. Surrey was on the charge. They overcooked it ever so slightly, and that was enough for Southampton to take the inaugural victory of this grand finale of the Formula Student Sim Racing Series. They crossed the line in first, Surrey in second. It will be Hertfordshire's A-team in third, and fourth will be NCME, a stonking drive for them. UCLM over in fifth, York A in sixth, Queen Mary in seventh. In eighth, it's York's B team. Exeter's A team coming over in ninth. And that, Jess, is how we do that. What a way to kick off proceedings here today.
I enjoyed that. In particular, the battle for the lead and the battle between UCLM, MCME and York A, and Queen Mary in there as well. I hope we're going to see the same for Heat B, Heat 1B, should I say, with all other universities. But there you go. 10th spot. I think that the downside was them having a bit of an off in lap 1, which cost them a little bit. They're nearer to Southampton in the championship. They don't want to be losing points, because if you're in finals B, chances of Vigo winning the championship will be slim to none unless they could do a win in finals B, which is not impossible for Vigo. But as we are seeing, I think College Dublin going there, but. Yeah, brilliant stuff. I really enjoyed it. I hope we can see the same for the next group of universities that will go on track in a second.
Yes, indeed. There's the reaction from the teams as they talk with one another after those results. And Struth, the drama, Jess, it's already hotting up. Vigo, one of the championship protagonists, knocked out mid-race and down to the back end of the pack. They will be gutted with that because, as you were saying, every point will make the difference between them and the win for Southampton. So all to play for as we head into the next race, and that's going to be the same track and the same cars, but of course different teams. So we've seen the combination, we've seen the drama it can cause. We didn't quite get the rollovers, but suffice to say, we will be able to experience even more enjoyable racing. Right now, though, we've got a meet the team. Shall we roll that VT?
Yes, roll VT.
I'm Ben Robertson. I'm the team lead for Team Certes, and we're here in the corner of our design centre where we do all of our sim racing. We have this rig here that was probably bought due to a slight misallocation of budget a few years ago, way before we joined. We've got a basic track racer rig. We've got some load cell Fanatec pedals. I can't remember the name of them. I think it's a DD1. And then it's using an old former student rim, which is quite cool, but it does get a bit awkward in some of the faster machinery that you might be driving. It's operating off a big Samsung TV, which is actually quite all right, surprisingly. And that's our sim rig, and that's what we run most of our testing and stuff off. Some people race at home, some people use this. It's just open choice. Hi, I'm now here with Alex, who you may see on the broadcast as 29D. How did you make your start in sim racing, and how did you get here?
Yeah, so I've always had a strong interest in the F1 games growing up. I was quite a big fan of, the game for me was F1 2013. I played that a lot, but that was more of a casual hobby. And then when it got to around sort of 2019, I started dipping into league racing a little bit. So I raced in leagues such as WR, did a bit of PSGL, and then in 2021 I nearly qualified for the eSports Challenger Series, but I was too young at the time. I was originally AB Broken, and then I joined WR, so I was known for quite a while as WR Broken.
What has your favourite moment of this season been?
Favorite moment this season for me is probably Assen, qualified P2. Bit unfortunate at the start, sort of got a lot of aero damage, tumbled down the grid, and then had to make a recovery drive back up to, I believe, P2, and that managed to seal a joint victory for the round for us.
What are your hopes for Williams in the future of Team 30 sim racing?
I mean, obviously we want to win it, so hopefully it go at least a top 3 finish would be good for us, and hopefully next year we can sort of carry the momentum.
We're here with Lewis, who you may better know as 29E. What is your history with sim racing, and like how did you get into that hobby and stuff?
I started out sim racing playing more for fun with video games like Gran Turismo. More recently, I've kind of taken it a bit more seriously, and so I've been doing obviously Assetto Corsa with the sim racing league, and also some real life karting as well in the British University Karting Championship.
What do you think was your best moment this season?
Probably qualifying pole for the Goodwood round in the Mustang, vintage Mustang. That was I'm definitely proud of that lap. The race didn't go quite as to plan as the qualifying session did, but yeah, that was a lot of fun. And having visited the circuit in real life as well, I think that was made it that bit better as well. So yeah, that was a lot of fun for me this year.
What are your hopes for Williams? What are you trying to do? What do you think you're going to be able to pull off?
I think certainly on the sim, I've been quite happy with my driving style, really suiting sort of road cars or lower downforce stuff. So I think first few heats, I think we'll see what we can do, challenging for potentially win or top 3. And then yeah, we'll see where we go from there. Good opportunity for us to have some fun at Williams, and yeah, really looking forward to seeing what we can do.
Well, thank you very much to Surrey for that one, and big up to their editor. By the looks of things, they had their work cut out for them with that one. So thank you very much to Surrey. More of those Meet the Teams coming up throughout the day as we get to know some of the big protagonists in this grand finale of the Formula Student Sim Racing Series 2025-2026. If you've just joined us, I'm Giles, she's Jess. Over there behind us, or behind you, is Monty. And we will be bringing you another race live from a virtual Hungaroring with the Renault Twingos as we are live for you from the Atlassian Williams Formula 1 HQ. Here is a Monty. Are you going to borrow my microphone?
Yes, very quickly, just to say it's not a Twingo, it's called a Twin Goat. It's got a supercharger in it. Twin Goat.
So it's a Twingo, not
Goat.
goat,
It's
not a
Twin Goat.
Twingo.
Twin Goat. It's got a supercharger. Does anybody want me to explain forced induction, or is that is that a step too far?
It's a family show.
Forced induction. It's perfectly family friendly. It just might send your family to sleep. If you've got a baby, you need a bedtime story. I'm happy to explain forced induction. Anyway, behind us over there is the Bucket Hat Brigade of Leicester. Give us a wave, Leicester. There they are. Brilliant. Excellent stuff. More from them and more from plenty of other teams later on. We've just seen Southampton take victory in the first race of the day. That's going to pay off big time for them as they head towards the grand final. They need all the points they can get. They're on their way to potentially taking a second Formula Student Sim Racing Championship. They took the inaugural one 5 years ago. They haven't quite managed to do it since. Could this be the year they finally get it over the line? Do stick with us. Meanwhile, Miss Mayor Pumpkin, just the way we like it. Monty muted. Bit harsh.
It was hard to put this mic to
Yeah, just a
his
little bit. I
face.
do apologise.
Yeah.
I'm a close friend of Monty, but I don't want to get that close to him. Meanwhile, Spooky Tofu says Supercharger, new monster drink flavour. Hey, there you go. There you go. Problem solved. You could also have Turbocharger as well. If the marketing team from Monster would like to write to me, I'm happy to sort out permissions and contracts and payment. Meanwhile, Jess, how do you think the racing is going to go in this next heat? Because this next race of the first heat, because we've got Twingos, or Twin Goats, I should say, at the Hungaroring. We've just seen some pretty spicy, exciting driving, even though it's not particularly fast.
No, but they're going to have an advantage because they would have seen downstairs a lot of the action that happened, so they would have known the trouble points, the action zones as we go into turn 1, for example. Turn 4 up the hill is going to be chaotic. The curves are so close. Any slight mishaps in the curves and it just bites you and goes into ascent. So hopefully the drivers that are racing in this was watching the last one because they would have had a rough idea on the experiences of that. And of course there'll be some teams that are hoping not to be involved in the carnage, but we did see Queen Mary make their way up, MCME made their way up, so it's still
it's possible. Absolutely.
But they're gonna have to do it all throughout the proceedings because a lot of the teams pretty much everyone will have to start at the back at some point. They can't start at the front in every race. It is random, and you will see the teams are taking part. Obviously, we have whole A. I see whole A taking part.
Hull's there, Yui's there.
Vizcaya.
The IUT from Bangladesh are here in this heat, in this race. It's going to be very, very exciting. I'm very much looking forward to going racing again. You can see the teams just getting to grips with it. I think Leicester were having a few problems trying to get the car parked up in the pits. Which is easier said than done in these simulators. The simulations really are there for on-track action. They're not always great for when you want to park up. So it's all coming up. We've got 5 minutes to go then until race 2 of Heat 1 at the Hungaroring. Those Renault Twin Goats around one of the most iconic circuits that we do. We do love pairing random cars with really exciting tracks because it just makes it more interesting and more exciting. I mean, what other sim racing series are you going to get where you've got Formula 4 cars around Long Beach and Hungarorings with Renault Twingos? I mean, come on.
Yeah, that's the beauty of a Assetto Corsa, isn't it? Because with a Assetto Corsa, you can have any mod and pair it with any track you want. It's insane. I really enjoyed Goodwood.
Oh, Goodwood's great.
Goodwood was a lot of fun, and of course, we were speaking to Surrey just then that did quite well in Goodwood. They got pole in one of the races as well, so Goodwood was a highlight for me. The F4s around Brazil, of course, you've got to love those.
Absolutely.
The endurance race last time out was a lot of fun.
Oh, yes.
I think, was it the Maseratis around Topang?
Yeah.
That was great. The first race, I would have to say, a lot better than the second race, but still, we had quite a bit of action. Let us know in the comments, by the way, what your favourite race in the Sim Racing Series this season. Of course, we were been celebrating the past 5 years of Formula Student in one season, taking the best combos and the best tracks. And we had the MX-5s again, which was
we've had a jolly good time with it. We've had a jolly good time. You might hear us talking about the engineering challenge, which is going to make all the difference to this championship. And in fact, if Southampton win that, keep an eye. The engineering challenge is what separates this from your regular sim racing series, in the sense that we're trying to ask teams to apply their engineering knowledge. A lot of them will be engineers. It's all associated with Formula Student. It's all in the exact same competition as Formula Student itself, which takes place at Silverstone this weekend. And the teams will be asked to take each car and track combination and do something different, whether it's shave X amount of time off, or get the fastest lap, or get X amount of speed through a corner. And they'll be asked to achieve this with a budget and with a time frame, and provide a short report explaining how they've done this. And then this is judged by a set of industry professionals who volunteer their time to the IMECI and Formula Student. We're very grateful for that. And they're then judged on the quality of their engineering, their reportage, their thought process, and what they've achieved. This then results in 60 points, which is huge and is equal to a race win. And there's 7 of these challenges across the season, so it can make all the difference. And
this is our unique selling point in the series.
This, in fact, will make the difference to the championship results. We'll get you the results of the final engineering challenge at lunchtime, so make sure you're there for that.
We don't even know. We purposely didn't know because we want to be as spiced up as you are about this. And of course, we've got a special VT happening later, but I want to give you a tease. There was one driver in particular that basically got the placement that he's about to start with because of the engineering challenges of how involved that he was. He was able to use the engineering challenges in his interview, and he stood out across all other applicants. He's actually starting this week, which is why he's not here. He's remotely, which is understandable, of course. Dan, who helped won the championship with Queen Mary last year. She's saying he's not here, but of course his placement goes first. We wish the best of luck, and we will get to hear from him later in a special VT. So I can't wait for that.
Plenty more from that is scheduled here on the live stream at 1 o'clock. So if you want to find out more about what we've just been talking about, what the engineering challenges are, what they're doing, and what the results could be, the impact that they've had both career-wise and on the results of this championship, make sure you're here at 1 o'clock, and then at 1:30 we will review the results at 1:30. Meanwhile, I think we've got Monty joining us here to talk to you about everything going on at the moment, because every year Monty pulls out all the stops to put on a real party, and he's going to have to use my microphone apparently. But Monty, how are you doing? Are you enjoying yourself?
I'm having a lot of fun, Giles. As always, it's always a pleasure to be back at Williams, so thank you so much to them for that. I know we're about to go racing in a second, but I just want to give you guys a heads up. Glasgow was supposed to be in that last race. They didn't turn up, so we don't know where one of our championship protagonists are just now. They're competing online, but they did not connect for their race. So I will try and bring you guys more info, want to know more myself.
And they were there in the driver's brief because we saw them on Discord. So that is huge for them because, of course, they won the last engineering challenge last year. They were the engineering challenge champions.
Nev, if you're watching this, you might want to get hold of your old team. They seem to have gone walkabout, mate. Big up to Nev Cohen there. Here we are then. Are we racing? We're racing. We're underway. We are underway again then for the University Formula Student Sim Racing Series, and the University of Leicester are in the lead, taking it away from Exeter's B team with Yui coming up beside them. Can Yui get through on Exeter? They've got the line. They swap body panels, but there's your race leaders, and that is Exeter just about holding off the Bristolians of Yui. The team from Devon holding on to second on 3 wheels through the right-hander as away go Leicester. The Bucket Hat Brigade behind us will be thrilled with that as they take nearly a second's gap between themselves and the second place car. The second place car got far more to worry about behind them because right there with them are Yui. Meanwhile, we're on board with BAL. Ahead of them is Aberdeen and then Yui. Aberdeen trying to sneak through on the inside of Yui, and that's Vermilion sideways across the track. Is a big accident there, and that was spelt disaster for not only Bizkaya but Hull's A-team as well, and Vermilion, and it's all gone wrong for some big names in the Sim Racing Series. BAL getting very, very sideways. Can they hold it? Just about. I mean, talk about drifting. I mean, hey, you can't get past them if you're taking up the entire track, can you? Aberdeen trying to get through on Yui. Yui having to abort their attack on Exeter to defend against the Scots. They're getting very, very close through here, and they are almost side by side, but Aberdeen just don't have the poke to get through. Meanwhile, closing down on the University of Leicester are Exeter's B team with a gap now of 0.5 seconds. Here, meanwhile, BAL overtaken by York A. York A going through as well do Strathclyde, and BAL's a different team entirely. BAL not having a great time of it. Not having a great time of it either are Sussex, who are right down in 13th after an off there. A lot to recover from. Meanwhile, though, and that is Exeter into the lead. Exeter take the lead at the end of the first lap, and they are now 0.4 seconds almost ahead of Leicester. Fantastic driving for the team from Devon.
Of course, Leicester, we've seen them do well in the Sim Racing Series. I think one of the new winners we had this season, which was incredible. Of course, quite a few people are new to the Sim Racing. As we can see, a move as Exeter's gone a bit wide through turn 1. This could be a good opportunity for Leicester. They're back in paint in towards turn 2. Yui could have something to say about those if those two make contact as we go wheel to wheel as Exeter's gone round and Leicester somehow avoided that. Fair play to Leicester there, but that's allowed Yui to go up into second place. But Leicester take a bow. That's very important in sim racing. You've got to be aware of not just what's directly ahead of you. You've got to think, I think, 2 steps ahead of you. So if you're near an apex, think about that apex, don't think about what's directly ahead of you. That's what Leicester did, and that's why they're in a position of not being in the wall. But Yuri is up in second. We got someone going wide again. That's the danger.
BAL shooting off like Elton John's song Rocket Man. Meanwhile, 2 seconds ahead are Leicester, taking full advantage of that off from, of course, Exeter. Meanwhile, KCL, they are right there pushing on BAL, and BAL not having a great time of it, I can't lie. They are struggling, suffice to say. You on board, meanwhile, with Vermilion, who go through on KCL. They take advantage of the hold-up, with BAL holding up both teams, and KCL will be very pleased that they managed to get the switch back on Vermilion, and they were caught napping as they were busy contending with a slower car. Vermilion going through once more on KCL, the two teams but juking it out as they're held up by the slow yellow car of BAL. Both of them will want to get through, but that's Vermilion taking full advantage of the traffic. Excellent driving there for the team from Denmark, but BAL finally out of the way. Probably not by choice, but just by an off, but they are struggling with these heavily understeer cars. Are these Renault twin goats, I should say, because they've got the superchargers.
I would have spun if I had a go at those, as King's College London is you got to steer quite a lot to get the car pointing in the right direction, and that is exactly what they're doing. So Vermilion right now up into 7th. We've got Strathclyde that's a little bit further ahead of them, 3 seconds, but it gets to a point at the very end of a stint, there will be some teams that could struggle. That's what we saw with Southampton towards the end of their stint, but they hardly made any mistakes and they were able to keep consistent, which allowed them to pretty much go away with it right now. So yes, Leicester's leading, but will they be able to hold on to that advantage? They can't afford to push it every lap. They got to keep consistency. Consistency is key. Lap times are well, making sure you manage your tyre is probably even more better than all right pace, because if you're in the lead, you're probably in a much better position right now. I'm just seeing what other battles we got. We've got Hull A and Biscaya quite close as well, with Sussex in 12th place.
This is very interesting. Here we go then.
York B.
Strathclyde trying to close down on York A. York A.
No, that's York Alumni.
York Alumni, thank you. Very well. York Alumni then really struggling, and that's allowed Strathclyde to go through. But meanwhile, Aberdeen getting caught up in it. The two Scottish teams going wheel to wheel through the chicane. Aberdeen managing to come out on top of this, but Strathclyde are right there with them. They've made the trip down from Scotland to be here, trying to hold on as Strathclyde go through, as Aberdeen look very, very skittish through that second chicane there. Onto the left-hander, looking to the wide line. Are Strathclyde on Aberdeen. Aberdeen defending very, very well, positioning the car in all the right places, but that makes life very difficult, and there's a panel swap there, body paint swap there, side by side. Who's going to break last? Into the right-hander here. Surely it's going to be Aberdeen. Oh no, they go wide to Aberdeen, and that's Strathclyde through. Strathclyde are up into 5th position, and Aberdeen are going to have to settle for 2nd. And meanwhile, up ahead, through all the tyre smoke, 2.5 seconds now between Leicester and Uwe. Leicester have very much gone away with it. Meanwhile, Exeter struggling with a 1.4 second gap that doesn't seem to be shifting between themselves and Uwe. They made a mistake as they were trying to take University of Leicester, and they've ended up coming off the worst for it. They will be kicking themselves for that. Meanwhile, here is Strathclyde with their fresh 5th position that they've just battled their way through past Aberdeen to get. Up next for them is York's Alumni, and Aberdeen braking later in order to try and close up, and they are doing rather well on that one, holding the track position while still braking later. So don't count Aberdeen out in all this would be my recommendation. 0.5 seconds between the two Scottish teams here. As you can see there, Strathclyde may want to start putting their foot down and being a bit braver with their braking, because that's exactly what Aberdeen are doing, and they're closing them down. Biscaya, meanwhile, have been overtaken by Sussex. Sussex having an off earlier on, and they will be determined to make up for lost time. Biscaya, your Formula Student 2025 champions over at Silverstone, and they were talking to me earlier about their car. Very excited to talk more about that later on. Meanwhile, the two Scottish teams wheel to wheel once more. On the inside are Strathclyde. As I said, don't count out Aberdeen. They are right back in the mix. And on the approach is Vermilion in the wings. You can see the red of Vermilion there waiting. Aberdeen taken to the inside and two wheels up, and they're off, and there's the roll, and that's Aberdeen gone. We did expect there to be a roll, and it's all gone wrong for Aberdeen. they were very brave through the chicane. They took the inside line. They were up onto 2 wheels and it overbalanced, and it's all gone wrong for a very brave Aberdeen, who I must say aren't in a virtual pit lane. Are they going to be out, or will they be allowed to re-enter? I don't know, but it's a disaster.
They're out of the pit lane, Giles. They're out of the pit lane, so they had to be brave at some point. Someone said in the chat, are we going to get a roll or flip? We got a Twingo flip, ladies and gentlemen, and it has happened at the expense of Aberdeen, unfortunately. Biscaya is managing to get past whole A team now, so those two are having a ding-dong fight. Vermilion, by the way, are doing very well in 6th spot at the moment. One of the teams that are really adapted to these rigs very, very well, and we'll have a replay of what just happened to see how the flip has come into fruition, so we could see Aberdeen
and the apex.
They clip too much of the curb, the double chicane with any car. If you clip too much of that curb, it sends you flying. And that's what Aberdeen have done. They've got a lot to happen. People will think, oh, I'm last, I may as well retire. Yeah, average position still counts, because it's better being 16th than a DNF, because a DNF can cost you in these type of races. So it's better just to keep going and learning, because the more experience you gain from these rigs, the better. So the more you're on the track, the better. As we've got Kaya fighting with Sussex and Hawaii at the moment on the track, as Vermilion's got another place up to 5th.
Vermilion doing very, very well indeed, quietly getting on with the job. Meanwhile, Sussex recovering as best they can. Ahead of them, Vermilion and Hull's A-team duking it out. If I was Sussex, I'd just ease off a little bit and wait for them to come a cropper, as no doubt they will do, because Vermilion are really doing rather well here. On board with KCL, they've gone through on Strathclyde as well. Here's where it all went wrong for Aberdeen. You can see there, those 2 apexes really unsettling the cars, and the best way through there is to be aggressive with your line, but it does run the risk of exactly what happened to Aberdeen. On board then with Exeter now, as Exeter are trying to close down on Uwe and make up for their disaster earlier on. They overcooked it, and both Leicester and Uwe doing very well to avoid it. Uwe capitalising it on as a result, and now finally, the team from Devon are closing in on the team from Somerset. Yes, I do declare that Bristol is from Somerset. I don't care. Meanwhile, Exeter then closing in 0.3 seconds, and they try to go around the outside. They're not quite close enough, but if I was Uwe, I'd be feeling a little bit sweaty right now. And that's not because it's hot, it's because Exeter are right there with them with 4 minutes, 10 seconds to go. I think Exeter are in with a chance, if they can keep it clean, to make a charge on second.
They got to pass soon though, because otherwise it's going to hurt their tyres and they're going to be sliding everywhere. So Exeter right on the bumper of Uwe, at the battle of the West Country teams as they make their way towards turn number 1. Uwe shuts the door, but can Exeter do what they do best and go around the outside? As we could see Uwe going a bit deep, and that's allowed Exeter to say thank you very much, that's our position. But it's not going to be over yet for these two teams. They're going to keep going and going for the next 2 laps. We've got 2 laps to go of this race for them, and Uwe going to try and fight back around the outside. These 2 teams are not giving up without a fight. We saw Exeter having a moment at the start of the race, and they're still fighting for P2. That's going to be valuable points for the Exeter's B team at the moment. IET take the fast lap of the race so far, in the back, but these two are going to be fighting for the podium. Leicester are just in a class of their own. The difference between the race 1 and race 2, the leaders was dominating up until the last few laps where we saw Surrey charging. Leicester seems to be just having a relevant time from the word go, really, and their pretty much awareness is definitely what helped them get to where they are. They seem to be, last year they coped with these sims very well here there as well, I remember.
Leicester are incredibly talented drivers. I've actually raced with them at one of Monty's Raising Awareness karting events, or Racing Awareness karting events. University of Leicester managed, I was just saying how great of a driver they were, and hey, I mean, look, they managed to save it, so I wouldn't call it quite the curse. I certainly wouldn't have saved that one. Getting a bit tail happy there was the Renault Twingo of Leicester. They produce absolutely excellent drivers. Have raced with them myself. I've held them up myself. I've been overtaken by them a lot.
You've been lapped.
Absolutely, precisely. But there we are. We just know that these guys are great behind the wheel, as around the wide, that's a very deep line. There are track limits there, Strathclyde. Do consider them potentially. Vermilion, though, holding their own in 5th. The tyres squeaking wheeling like a piggy through the left-hander there. But there's 3.7 seconds between Leicester and, in fact, no, it's down to, what is the gap? The gap was there, it's now gone, hang on. The fastest lap from Exeter, gap down to 2 seconds between Exeter and University of Leicester. Well, is that correct, Jess?
The timings are getting there. Exeter has closed up on Leicester due to that mistake around. It's not. I think it's just got the delta. I can't see the gap. The gap 4 seconds. Yeah, the gap 4 seconds between Leicester and Exeter at the moment. 4.5. So
Timing ball was having a moment.
As you were.
As we were. 4.3 seconds between Exeter and Leicester. This really is a masterclass in getting away from the pack, having no part in any drama and getting on with the job. Leicester doing incredibly well. Fair play to Exeter, recovering from an off and managed to hold their own and get back past Uwe lagging behind, and I don't think that Uwe are close enough to make a challenge.
You never know, strange things have happened.
You never know, true. 50 seconds on the clock then. This will be the last lap, and it just means that Exeter have got to keep things clean. Through the Aberdeen chicane they go. Nice and cleanly for the team from Devon.
Look at that from Miss Kaya. That was a good send and a half from the team.
Brilliant driving
from the Basque Country.
Absolutely spectacular. And they go through on one of our consistent protagonists, Hull, and they take with them that's 9th position. Meanwhile, here is Leicester. They've led from the word go. They saw off a challenge from Exeter with no part in it whatsoever, just coaxed Exeter into overcooking it and said thank you and good night, and they put the foot down. There's a gap of 5 seconds between themselves and the second place car. Through the final corners they go, and this is exactly what Leicester will have needed to do just to make sure that, hey, they may not be challenging for the championship overall, but we know who they are. As Vermilion go through on Strathclyde. Strathclyde must have got through on them briefly, but Vermilion taking this place back. This could be a race to the line then for those two. Leicester coming up to the line, crossing the line to take victory in the second race of this heat. The Bucket Hat Brigade will be thrilled with that. Exeter cross the line in second, Uwe in third. York's alumni will come over in fourth. You can see from the driving they're very, very pleased with that. Meanwhile, over the line, just holding off Strathclyde are Vermilion.
That was close.
Excellent stuff there. KCL in 7th. They will be BAL struggling, but managing to hold a top 10 in 8th. Bizkaya will come over in 9th. In 10th, it will be Hull's A team. Do bear in mind, Aberdeen would have been somewhere up here were it not for that roll. So imagine what that could have done for the team from Scotland. As over the line go Hull, Sussex come over in 11th. IUT, our team from Bangladesh, they will cross the line in 12th, with MTU coming over in 13th shortly, I suspect. There they are on our screens. I believe that's Munster Technical University.
Yeah, that is right. Yeah.
Meanwhile, in 14th, I believe that's Cambridge, is it not, Jess?
Yeah, that is Cambridge in 14th position. Nice to have them there as well in the full blue racing livery, which looks absolutely beautiful. Again, massive shout out to Rob, who have made all of the skins that you're going to be seeing today, which even some of the skins throughout the season of the track, which looks fabulous. But comes Cambridge in 14th place, and we're just waiting for Holby and Aberdeen to cross the line, and that'll be it for the Hungaroring for today. I really enjoy myself, Giles.
I absolutely did. There's your race winner at the bottom of your screen there, the gentleman from Leicester.
He looks calm, doesn't he?
He doesn't look like he's just run a race. Try saying that 5 times fast.
It doesn't look like he's won a race.
At the Formula Student Sim Racing Series, here live from Elassian Williams Formula 1 team. What an absolutely spectacular drive. And we thought it would happen. We thought it would happen. Spooky Tofu called it, in fairness, and it did happen. There was a roll there, and it happened to Aberdeen. Now, Scottish has said it would have been nice if Strathclyde rolled as well, out of fairness. You're going to have to take that up with Strathclyde. I can't see them being game for that, to be honest with you. But I got to admire the bravery there from Aberdeen, because you saw them take an incredibly aggressive line trying to make up a place through the chicane. They clipped the curb, it unsettled the car, and because it was a chicane, straight onto the other side, and the car just went over. And you could see it there. The replay told us the story. Giles, can you continue the tradition of wishing Rob, the livery maker, a happy 3rd birthday? And that comes from a Muck Scottish. So, Rob, happy 3rd birthday.
Happy third birthday, Rob.
Meanwhile, give us a wave. Everybody coming past on the cams, please. There we go.
Hey.
Big up Sussex. Why has everyone got more hair than me? It's ridiculous. It's like they're rubbing it in. Meanwhile, then, we're going to head off very soon to Thruxton. I love these cars. The Mustangs from 1974. They go great in a straight line, and trying to wrestle them round a corner is like wrestling with a bear. Excellent. I cannot wait for that. Chicane is probably the worst place to attempt an overtake, says Spooky Tofu. I mean, hey, if you no longer go for a gap that is there...
You're no longer a racing driver.
It's almost like we are Formula 1 fans. Big up to all the teams. Heat 2, race 3 will be coming up very, very soon. Someone's looking a bit nervous about that. How are you feeling about the Mustang? You going to be all right? Bad. You don't like it. He's nervous. He's a very nervous man. So yeah, I really love the Mustangs, Jess. We've used them before when we've gone classic touring car racing around Goodwood, and that always brings out the drama. Yes. Whilst we're waiting for the next race,
we have new merch to show.
As ever, I end up being roped into modelling the merch on the live streams for you, and this year they've really topped themselves, have the IMEC, right, because we've got a brand new T-shirt, and it says Dan Says. Now, Dan Jones, Chief Judge at Formula Student, and then
I guess
Dan Jones, Dan Says, and then
read the wolves.
I'm not quite sure I've got Dan Jones's role right there, and after 5 years of doing Formula Student, you'd think I'd know by now. But if you're watching, I'm sorry, I've got my head up my arse.
And don't forget, Dan was commentating on the first ever season of Formula Student. He was the one, along with Monty, that helped bring this series to life. Without Dan Jones, we wouldn't have had a sim racing series. No,
very massive. In fact, really, and we'll talk about this later, there's a documentary coming up for you later on, which has been very well prepared by Monty. And it turns Dan Jones was the originator of all of this. So, Dan, you're brilliant. And you can get this T-shirt. This isn't just exclusive to us as a joke. You can purchase this T-shirt.
Which I'm going to do at lunchtime. After seeing Giles in that, I'm going to see it and get it before it sells out, because it's going to sell out quickly now you showed it on broadcast.
Miss Mayor Pumpkins just reminded us that Dan Jones is one of the very few people with less hair than me. She's not wrong. She's not wrong. I can't argue with that. So yeah, do make sure you grab your FS merch, other T-shirts, and sticker packs are available as well.
There's a Levers top as well, which has all the teams taking part in Formula Student at the back, like those Levers hoodies.
What do you mean Levers? Some of us never leave. I graduated the first time in 2023. I'm still going.
That's what it's called in the merch shop, Levers or something. That's what it's called.
Someone with less hair than Giles, says Miss Mayor Pumpkin. Meanwhile, saving spins in the Mustang will be hard.
Yeah, will be difficult. And someone, oh my God, I'm just reading what's in the chat. Hair is overrated anyway. Just adds air resistance.
So meanwhile, as we wait for the teams to get to grips with the Mustangs around Thruxton, we're going to go for another Meet the Team. Roll VT.
Hello FCS UK, we are the Ubigo Motorsport team. I am Gabriel, and we have been the team that has been participating in sim racing this year. I have been the team captain for the last 3 years, since the beginning basically, and my duties have been driving and managing the engineering challenges. I'm very proud of the work we accomplished, especially in that last aspect this year, and I believe that's what allowed us to compete for the championship finally.
Hello, I'm Javi. I'm the second driver, and I usually race in the each season race, and in the engineering challenges I help on doing the fastest laps.
Hi, I'm Miker, and I do the engineering challenge.
I am Manuel, and I drive, and I also help in the engineering challenge, doing some stints or whatever they need.
They're still in with a chance, but it would have been made a lot harder by the results of Heat 1. That is Vigo. And thank you very, very much to them for that, VT. I've also had a word from the IMEC, and apparently I was right about Dan Jones and wrong about the stickers. It turns out they're not stickers, they are temporary tattoos. So there is a part of me that has just realised that I've got all of this free space up here. And I'm wondering now about a temporary tattoo on my head. Because I just think it would be quite funny, to be completely honest with you.
Well, you are one of the faces of Formula Student, Giles.
I wouldn't go that far, Jess, but I really appreciate that nonetheless. Do let us know if you want us to test out these temporary tattoos on my forehead. There's free advertising space right up here. So if you've got a brand that you wanted shouted out, then let me know and I might be able to accommodate because I've got nothing else on my head. Meanwhile, we're going to go racing again very soon for the second heat. We've got 2 races around Thruxton in the Mustangs from 1974. And we are big fans of these cars because we've gone racing with them several times here at the Sim Racing Series over the years, as we've been saying, and it always inspires great drama and great car skill because they go very nicely in a straight line, but getting those things to corner is easier said than done. And those teams that do it well often drift, and that's exciting to watch. And yes, it does require them to show off a bit of skill. So definitely keep your eyes peeled on that one. Here, meanwhile, is Callum. Thank you very much for that, Callum. I mean, I can't odds him. He's a dedicated man, is Callum. He's been doing it for years. Hopefully this time we don't miss the race start. I mean, I can't make any promises, but we'll try not to.
2 minutes after practice.
Meanwhile, Miss Mayor Pumpkin says, maybe Giles and Jess get matching tattoos. I wouldn't go that far. Meanwhile, it says, are we going to get a sticker bomb to Giles' head next year? I mean, hey, I'll do anything for a price. I've got a bet going with Cardiff at the moment, which we'll talk about at some point over the course of the week. But suffice to say, if Cardiff move in any of the dynamic events, I've got to wear some funny stuff for the rest of the weekend. But they're making the transition to EV. So
but will they make it through scrutineering? And that's the first question.
With the move to electric power, that is the challenge for them, is to get through scrutineering. If they get through scrutineering and they move any distance in any dynamic event, then I'm going to wear something fun. But we'll explain more on that later. Talking of wearing something fun, behind us you can see Leicester there, who are completely oblivious to the fact that we're talking about them. But this gives you a bit of a taster of the atmosphere that's here at Silverstone. Downstairs, plenty more students watching and also getting tours of the Williams Museum because, I mean, yeah, it's brilliant. Thank you ever so much to Atlassian Williams Formula 1 for hosting us yet again and sponsoring the Sim Racing Series. It's been a real pleasure working with them. They're wonderful people, and it really does make a difference to people's careers, this Sim Racing Series. More on that at 1 o'clock. Miss Mayor Pumpkin has suggested getting teams tattooed.
Teams.
I mean, I get one of those temporary transfer things done which says teams, but I'm afraid to say I won't be getting a tattoo ever in my life because
there should be a sticker saying that.
I'm sure there will be.
I'm sure it would sound like hotcakes.
It would do.
It definitely will, but
unfortunately, I'm scared of needles, so that's all.
I am scared of needles, to be fair, as well. But there are plenty of teams that were in the last race just now that are racing again.
Yes.
Of course, we got different drivers.
Sussex are back, and I think Sussex seems to be
and Leicester as well. Hence why they're still.
The Bucket Hat Brigade are out in full force. There we go. Hey, nice one. Oh, hang on a minute. You can't have 2 of the 3 waving the bucket hats. Get it off. Get it off. There we go. That's the badger. That's what we like to see.
And of course, we got Vigo trying to redeem themselves from the first heat because if they have another bad heat, that's championship over.
I got a funny feeling they may well be out of contention even with just that one poor result, which is really sad. Meanwhile, Snaky Hurdle has suggested an Adam Shamsel tattoo because, after all, if you're a regular watcher of the Formula Student Sim Racing Series, you'll be aware that there is only one Adam Shamsel walking along, singing a song, walking in an Adam Shamsel wonderland. So, yes, trying to explain that one to the IMECE may be easier said than done, but suffice to say, we are aware of some of the running jokes here. I mean, there was very nearly a T-shirt from Monty that said, "Hold my ravioli," and I have heard that Modena are back this year.
I'm excited.
So,
they were fast the last time we were here.
Hold your ravioli because the Italians may be making a return to Silverstone, so we'll get that. I've been to the Isle of Wight. Someone's suggested scared of needles. Never go to the Isle of Wight. I've been to the Isle of Wight several times.
I think when I was a kid, it was brilliant.
I love the festival there. I've got a black toenail after watching the Sex Pistols. It was an hour and a half worth of a mosh pit, and it was one of the best gigs I've ever been to. So big up Frank Carter and the Sex Pistols. Meanwhile, Matty C calling Adam Shamsel the GOAT. Do please keep your comments coming in. We'd love to hear from you. Where are you watching from and who are you supporting? Please do let us know.
And are you travelling to Silverstone?
Yes. When are you travelling? Are you travelling right now? Are you annoying your driver by playing a YouTube live stream out of your phone with tinny audio And as a result, do you maybe want to reimburse your driver with a Mackey's in the drive-through? Because I can imagine that's going to be very annoying.
That could be the last opportunity you do it before people go camping.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I would be irritated by having to hear us two talking nonsense for 8 hours non-stop. But hey, we're good.
I hate hearing my voice in general, but look,
We're
I'm
cheap.
here.
You know, whether we're good or not, we're cheap. Ethan Varley, saying, I'm York baby. Aberdeen supporting York, says Adam Kiernan. How does that work? You've got a Formula Student team in Aberdeen. Why are you supporting York, Adam? Matty's watching downstairs.
Unless he's from the University of York.
Maybe.
And he's from Aberdeen.
Spooky Tofu saying supporting IUT. Meanwhile, Miss Mayor Pumpkin says, I would have bought 12 Hold My Ravioli shirts. I can believe that.
I would have bought about the same. And by the way, we're going to be underway racing in about 2.5 minutes.
Look, Scottish is rather confused as to why Aberdeen is suddenly supporting York. I mean, I will be honest with you, I'm confused by that as well. So some clarification on that wouldn't go amiss.
And guess who's racing for York at the moment?
Oh, who is it?
Dylan Warren.
Is he here?
Well, I don't know if he's here or not, but he is racing.
Oh, I say. Fezzer driver.
I'm excited to see him race. We haven't seen him race for a while, have we?
No, we haven't. It's been very odd because last year he was one of the defining characters of the 24-25 season, and then this year he's just suddenly disappeared. I imagine probably because he's got better things to do driving for Ferrari. I mean, those that can do, I guess. Meanwhile, Spooky Tofu reminding us that IUT had a good run in race 2 of heat 1, but something happened in turn 2. But they did they were then knocked down from P7 to P12, which is a bit of a disaster for them.
That is a shame. Let's hope they can recover in the next heat in these.
Meanwhile, Miss Mayor Pumpkin is watching from Jersey, supporting the event. Will be in Silverstone next month. Hashtag late to the party. Yeah, touch
probably
late
for
there.
the Silverstone Festival, I think. There's so many things.
Oh no, of course I know what she's there for. She's there for Monty's karting event in August.
Yeah. There's still spaces for that actually.
Yes.
We'll get Monty to talk about that later on and do a cheeky plug as well. And we already got a prediction for Tofu. He predicted the flips. He's predicting a lot of spin outs.
Nice stuff.
For the Mitt Mustangs. I think we're going to see at least one.
Ethan Varley saying York is everybody's hero, of course. I mean, speak for yourself there, Ethan. Elsewhere, Matty C saying, shout out to Bob for driving all the heats by himself as a solo driver. Dylan's not here, but he's racing this heat and the finals. And McScottish has added
he's remote then. That explains it then.
McScottish has added to that. I've heard it's the ghost of Dylan Warren.
We've got a minute to go, Giles, until we go racing.
Excellent stuff then. The Mustangs of 1974 around Thruxton. It's giving Bullet. I'm very much looking forward to this. And if you are familiar with the film Bullet, you'll know exactly what I'm on about. I mean, it's so good, they actually cut out the musical score for the car chase and just left it with the sounds of the engines instead. 14 minutes of brilliance. John Dangerfield has arrived. He is among us. Hello, John. How are you? Thank you very much.
Hey, John.
Giving my head a polish there. Meanwhile, Leicester has my heart and my hat, says Miss Mayor Pumpkin. Meanwhile, yes, as you were saying earlier, Jess, Spooky Tofu seems to have a crystal ball, got it right about the rolling in those Renault twin goats, and in much the same way as predicted, we might see a lot of spin-outs of the Mustangs.
Giles.
Here we go. NCME in pole, Hull B in second, Sussex in third, York A in fourth. It's lights out, and away we go for race 3 of the Formula Student Sim Racing Series Grand Final. Sussex makes an absolutely blinding start, passing NCME and Hull B to get up into the lead. A brilliant start there for the team from Sussex. NCME relegated down into second. York A coming through on Hull B, as do Exeter's A team as well. Sussex with a dream start, going wide to all teams across the grass there. You can't do that, can you? Doing Percy the park keeper out of a job there. Goodness gracious me. Sussex in the lead with a rather liberal assessment of the track limits there. York A into second, NCME in third, UCLM in fourth, fifth is Exeter's A team, Vigo in sixth. They're going to need to make up the places on that if they want to keep their championship hopes alive.
And
York's
York
gone.
A as well. They both made contact, which is not ideal. Actually, no, it might not be Sussex, might be someone else, but it looked like Sussex a little bit there.
York has definitely gone, and that's less than ideal for them. And Struth, it's all happening. It really is. Where are they going?
Why are they mowing? They're mowing the lawn. That's the wrong side of the track. You need to be on the track, not doing a Valtteri Bottas. There's contact once more. There's spinning, and Spooky Tofu has predicted it yet again that there's been multiple spins here in this track at Thruxton, which is another example of airfield, another example of an old airfield with Silverstone, which we're going to in the finals. Of course we had to. I think someone is saying there's more lawnmowers than actual Mustangs. We've got Mustangs racing. It's got Vigo that's passed Sussex. Can they keep their car in a straight line? Yes, they can. Vigo, they got to redeem themselves, but they got to keep their car on the road. This is very difficult to handle. I wouldn't be able to do it.
This is just monumental. Here we go then. Hertfordshire's A team suddenly up into second. Vigo now leading. They were in sixth, and they're battling it out for the lead. Fascinating stuff there. And I'm absolutely staggered by how some of the teams ended up so far into the grass. The running order has changed significantly as a result of that. Tom calling the driving standards an absolute joke, to which I say, Tom, you come here and try and do it yourself then. Vigo leading, though, 0.2 seconds ahead of Hertfordshire. MTU in third. Sussex, they were leading. They got an absolutely blinding start off the line, but they're down in fourth. York A are in fifth. York A, in fact, though, going through on Sussex, as do Aberdeen. Sussex must have lost out there for one reason or another. Meanwhile, McScottish saying, and here we have some wild Mustangs galloping in the Thruxton fields. I'm afraid
we are in the West Country, Thruxton.
I'm afraid to say I'm not David Attenborough, but I'm not far off at this moment if we're going to go that far into the grass. Vigo leading, 0.4 seconds. They've opened up on Hertfordshire's A team. All of the teams posting their fastest laps so far, really pushing it. Are the teams now. Vigo will need to capitalise on the gift that's been handed to them after so many teams lost their way and ended up in the grass, but Hertfordshire's A team are making it rather difficult for them, but very well handled through here. These Mustangs are a real handful, rather equivalent to the horse they're named after, as of course these cars really were designed to go in a straight line. They were not designed to corner. And Hertfordshire's A team are almost side by side with Vigo as they try and find a way through.
And I think Hertfordshire's A team
have done. They're through.
They've done it. They're through. They're in the lead, and of course they've done very well in a few races this season. So good to see as MCME trying to get past Leicester, bagging paints once more, and they go through. Nice stuff. I don't think I would have managed it, but they're managing well. Aberdeen trying to redeem themselves in fifth spot. Of course, he raced in the last race where he got flipped over. He's still there at the moment, of course, as Vigo under pressure from MTU, Monster Technological University, in third place. So they're having a much better race this time, of course, as they go through to the apex now, as they're managing it quite nicely through into the double chicane. Of course, that's where the British touring car's going to be. Well, they made contact, Vigo. And
that's a big crash. That's a big crash.
And a huge flip.
That's massive. That's an absolute disaster for MTU, who are getting incredibly aggressive with, of course, the team from Vigo.
UCLM, who did very well in the last race. They had a bit of a spin as well.
Hang on a minute. Can we get a replay on that? I hope we can, because essentially what happened there is Vigo had already been overtaken by Hertfordshire, and then, of course, I think it was Munster who thought, I can do the exact same here, and they attempted to basically rubberneck against the team from Vigo, and it all became an absolute disaster. And basically, it's a police move. That move there is a police move where you come up with your nose on the rear end of another car and then turn into it. But in doing so, it basically created a barrier for the team from Munster, who then cartwheeled over the top. It was just mental.
And, well, if those drivers that are racing in the next race, they're probably going to have a rough idea now how these Mustangs are going to handle, and then hopefully they're going to try and not make the same mistake again for some of these drivers. Exeter's A team climbing their way up there, liking these Mustangs, it looks like, up into fifth spot, 9 seconds up the road between them and the leader. The 2 seconds between Hertfordshire's A team and York A, but we got a move from Leicester. Of course, Leicester, who won the last race, looking to climb their way up in this race, and they've done so with that chicane, which is hardest to do in these cars in the best of time. But Exeter had a bit of a slide, as they lost a bit of ground there, which has allowed Leicester to gain quite a bit of time. They lost 2 seconds, but they're still on the back of them. Here's Exeter not giving up without a fight. The team from Devon in the green colours, of course, around the track, which is about a couple of hours away from, actually it's about an hour and a half away from Exeter right now. So they try to go around the outside of Leicester, and a lot of these teams are here today in Williams, and of course they're at an even playing field. Exeter trying to get the better line through in these next set of corners. It looks like they have the upper hand on this one, but Leicester's going to be like, no, I'm not giving on that on Sunshine. It's almost a bit of a slide from Exeter, but they save it somehow.
Flames spilling out the back of Exeter's car, using up all the tarmac and a little bit more as they go sideways through past Leicester. An absolutely fantastic battle for the final position of the top 5. Exeter pulling away then from Leicester. Leicester just about staying with them. Exeter being a little more exuberant through the corners, which is allowing Leicester to stay with them. Meanwhile, you're on board with our race leaders, Hertfordshire's A team, who are trying to get out of the way, as hunting them down is a force to be reckoned with in the sim racing. It is, of course, Dylan Warren from York's A team, both posting fastest laps, about a second between the two, and that second is closing down as Dylan Warren puts his foot down. Exeter meanwhile doing very well to hold off Leicester, and that's Hertfordshire's A team with a very, very unique attempt into that corner, and it's paid off. It really has. Dylan Warren getting a bit liberal with the track limits again, holding on for dear life through here. These Mustangs not designed for this sort of racing, and that's why it makes it absolutely brilliant to watch.
And fun.
And meanwhile, MTU, obviously the brains behind the Irish space programme, says McScottish. McScottish never changed. I love the one-liners.
We miss you, Scottish, of course.
Yeah, we do.
Of course, he's got...
The gap's opened up, though. Hertfordshire seem to have settled in. The pressure seems to be off. It's now opening up to 1.5 seconds. It was down to 0.9 moments ago. Meanwhile, UCLM going through on IUT, the team from Bangladesh, holding on for a top 10 finish. And can they get back past the team from UCLM? Possibly not. Exeter have gone through on Aberdeen. Aberdeen have had an off. I think they've tried to get through on Exeter and Leicester, and then it all went wrong.
Passed them at one time, which is a shame for Aberdeen, but good for Leicester to capitalise, because they were fighting with Exeter at this very moment. 7 tenths is the gap between York A and Hertfordshire's A team for the lead right now, so a gap is coming down between the pair of them. This could be what we saw in Hungary for race 1.
Yes, indeed. Here we go then. Here is your race leader under pressure from a driver who we've seen time and time again take the top spot in the sim racing series. Hertfordshire, Garibali under pressure from Warren for York A. The gap down to 0.5 seconds between the two teams. Hertfordshire's A team holding on to what could be a race win for them. The flames spurting out the back of the Mustang, and here comes some traffic ahead of them.
Oh
and
no! That's Hertfordshire B team, don't panic.
Crikey,
don't panic.
Moses, you had me worried there, Jess. Meanwhile, Leicester should be worried. They're facing the wrong way. That's not gone well for them. Vigo going through and taking advantage of that. Vigo will be hoping to recover.
Leicester had a bit of a moment
they
again.
Really have.
I would have loved to see a replay of that in the future. But yeah, Leicester now dropped down into 9th place, considering that they won the last race. A bit of a shame there, but that is allowing maybe more teams that did not have a good race 1 to maybe think, you know what, I can still capitalise on this. I can not give up mentality. As we can see, they're starting to get used to these Mustangs, the front two.
You can see Exeter's B team in some of the wider shots of your front runners here. And I've got a suspicion that this is going to play into York's hands, as Hertfordshire's A team are going to be held up by traffic. We don't operate a blue flag system in the sim racing series. It's up to the slower car to choose to get out of the way, or the faster car to overtake, meaning that life is about to get very, very difficult for Hertfordshire's A team. They've got a rear full of York and a bumper ahead of them full of Exeter. This could be really, really difficult then for the team from Hertfordshire in the orange, as York's A team get ever closer. The gap is less than 0.2 seconds. Hertfordshire's A team cannot afford to put a foot wrong here now, and they've got slow traffic ahead of them. They're going to be praying that these slower drivers are kind enough to get out of the way, because when Dylan Warren scents blood, he's like a shark. And right now, the theme from Jaws would be very, very appropriate, as in come York to try and find a way through, but Hertfordshire's A team are positioning the car in exactly the right place, and as are Exeter's B team.
Putting out the way.
Indeed they did, putting the car well out of the way, allowing for this monumental battle for the lead.
Here comes Dylan.
Here indeed does come Dylan Warren trying to go around the outside. Can he get the switch back through the chicane? I do wonder, but that's a fantastic bit of defensive driving from Hertfordshire's A team, who positioned the car in such a way that Dylan Warren cannot find a way past. They hold on to the lead for another lap, going sideways there, the car rolling through the corners. This is excellent stuff then from Hertfordshire's A team. 3 minutes 10 to go, 8 laps complete, 9th in progress. Can they hold on? They are about to swap paint here as round the outside try to go and get on the switchback, but no. Excellent, absolutely brilliant driving there from Hertfordshire's A team as they hold off the challenge of York A. Dylan Warren is at home, so has the home advantage of a setup. He knows Hertfordshire are here, and this just goes to show the talent behind the wheel of Hertfordshire A, who are driving an unfamiliar setup and are holding off one of the most talented drivers in the sim racing series. This is spectacular stuff. The gap has opened up to 0.5 seconds. It was less than 0.2 earlier. It's 0.26 now. This is excellent racing between the pair of them, but Hertfordshire cannot afford to put a foot wrong here. I'm repeating myself because it's just the same every single corner. There's another slower car up ahead. This is Bizkaya, who are again getting well out of the way. Flying on past go the two front runners. Jess, you're familiar with sim racing. You know what it's like to have a car all over your rear end. What's going through the mind of Garibali for Hertfordshire's A team right now?
Of course, they're on the final lap of this race now, and the last lap is going to be probably one of the most nerve-wracking moments of your life, because I was in that situation, but in a championship position. They're not in the championship contention, but they want to win this race for glory. But for some teams, of course, you got to make it to finals A. So some teams are looking on consistency of results rather than outright victories, because that could still get them through into finals A, which is the main goal. We could see these two fighting in finals A a little bit later on, so this could be a taste of what's to come in a few moments' time. But Hertfordshire's A team is doing a formidable job. Dylan Warren, is great to see him back, because every time he races, he puts on a great show for us. As we can see, Aberdeen fighting with, of course, our championship contender Vigo, that are not scoring as much points as we were intending in the sim racing finals so far. They need to be climbing their way up loads positions if they want to challenge the likes of Southampton and Queen Mary. Of course, Southampton and Queen Mary will be racing in the next race around here, and we haven't seen what they could do. So we'll find out how Queen Mary and Southampton could do a little bit later on. It looks like Hertfordshire A team is doing enough to hold on to Dylan Warren at the moment, but for how much longer, with 43 seconds to go?
The gap's coming down between the two front runners, and Aberdeen are right there in the mix with Vigo and UCLM, and this could be really quite interesting because this is a three-way battle for fifth, essentially. Aberdeen right in the mix there, as away go Vigo. They were a lot closer for a moment, were Aberdeen, but they seem to have eased off into the clutches of UCLM. The gap between York A and Hertfordshire down to 0.4 seconds now, so that's closing up. Is Dylan Warren making preparations for one final lunge? I don't quite know. On board with UCLM, looking to challenge for sixth position. Here they are then. Here are your race leaders, Hertfordshire and York A, wheel to wheel, bumper to bumper, 0.175 seconds between the two drivers now, and this is going to be everything or nothing for Hertfordshire. They are going to have to cling on for dear life through these final corners as Dylan Warren looks for a way round, looks to the inside, looks round to the outside now, takes the wider line through this sweeping right-hander, hoping to get the switch back as the course turns left, but Hertfordshire have anticipated that and they've closed him off. And this is getting very close indeed between the two drivers. They haven't quite made contact, but it's not going to take a lot. Here comes the left-hander now. Can Dylan go through on the inside? No, he can't. Hertfordshire getting out of the way of their own team there. The B team pulling out of the way of their A team in the lead. And that's Hertfordshire's A team closing down Dylan Warren yet again. Through the chicane they go. Getting very close and sideways are the two drivers. For a moment they were side by side, but Hertfordshire pulled away. Here comes the checkered flag, and it's victory for Hertfordshire's A team. What a fantastic result. York A only 0.265 behind them. A brilliant result there for Hertfordshire and for York A. They sideways across the track. NCME bringing up the rear for the final podium position. Nicely done there from them. Exeter will be very pleased with a 4th place. Vigo could have been higher, and they may not have it over just yet. I think they will manage to get through ahead of UCLM. UCLM did go through on Aberdeen whilst we were busy dealing with those final moments between York A and Hertfordshire, but that will be Vigo coming over the line in 5th, UCLM in 6th, with Aberdeen in 7th. What a monumental race. That was absolutely huge, and I'm staggered by some of what we saw there. We saw off track in a way I've never seen before. And then, of course, we had that huge flip from MTU as they were battling out with, who was that? I think that was Vigo.
Yes.
Vigo then would have been hoping for a higher finish. That all went wrong for them. And I'm beginning to wonder whether we're seeing the championship slip away from Vigo, who were in contention going into this final here at Atlassian Williams Formula 1 team. Thank you very much to them. Some fighting talk going on between McScottish and, of course, the team from York. Meanwhile, Spook 6mm says excellent stuff. Very close between P1 and P2, says Spooky Tofu. It really, really was an absolutely spellbinding race from start to finish. Oh, I need to catch my breath, Jess.
Yeah, I do as well. And I have to say, shout out to Hertfordshire's A team and York A, because it looked like there were times there were going to be contact, but the respect they gave each other between those two drivers was incredible. And I think they're going to have a lot of great things to say after that. But I think you could tell with Dylan Warney, they were having so much fun. And you could tell Dylan was not taking too many risks. If he couldn't go for the cent, he wasn't going for it, because he knows that the long game is coming, and they still got more races to come for them. So it's about being consistent at this point. And that's why he is where he is at the moment.
I've got to say, though, a big hats off to Hertfordshire's A team, because they're here and they don't know the setup, and they're behind a rig that they're not familiar with, whereas Warren's got that home advantage, and they were giving it as good as they got. It was clean racing, it was aggressive racing, it was exciting racing. So big up, and a well-deserved victory there for Hertfordshire's A team. In 3rd, though, were NCME, and we can meet the team now.
Hello, I'm Mia Rosolo.
My name is Finley Ross.
I'm Harvey Sprake.
Hi, I'm Tom Roberts.
My role is to organise the team, give everyone jobs, make sure they know what they're doing, pick the drivers and decide who's doing what races, teach Motec, make sure they've got their files and they're learning new skills and practising for real world. Well, okay, my main hopes is just that everyone has a good time and we all work together, but we'll still go in with optimism and hope, and especially for the heats, we've got 2 new drivers who haven't had a chance yet, so hopefully they can show their skills and be ready if they want to drive next year. So this year we have a new sim, so hopefully, depending on the applications we get for next year's sim team, we may have 2 teams, which is quite exciting.
For my engineering role, I basically collect data, study it and try and improve the setups before each round. During the races, I'll be watching data for lap times, intervals between cars, deciding the strategy, as well as other documents for between and after the races. Our aspirations at Williams, ideally I'd like to win. I think everyone does.
So as a number 2 engineer, I help with strategy and making setups, mainly helping the race engineer. We then sort the documents out, and then for days like today, I'll help with testing, run plans, and potentially help the drivers. Well, I'm going to be driving for one of the heats for the first time, so I'm hoping for a good result there. Just trying to keep it going till the end. Hopefully that'll give us a good qualifying position and we can have a good result in the race.
Honestly, not as well as I'd hoped. I'm happy that I got a win in round 2, I think it was. But I think I should have won the endurance round in Sepang. I definitely had a terrible race in the radicals, and I'd hoped to win the F4 race, but I got damaged on lap 1. Yeah, of course, looking forward to going to Williams as a whole, but I think I'm just going to have fun in the heat, which the heats are usually quite a fun combination.
Thank you very much to MCME Racing for that brilliant VT. And of course, they took part in the 24 Hours of Spa as well over the weekend, as well as graduating yesterday with a lot of their drivers as well. So massive congratulations. Of course, it's their final event they're going to be taking part in. We have a Monty as well. How's it been going up there?
It has been chaotic, but it's been great fun so far. Jess, we've been able to see a lot of tight racing. I mean, the Twingos, that was great to see, all the rolling going on there. Another fantastic race just before. I can't wait to see the rest of the heats.
Yeah, of course, we got Hockenheim and the Norris Ring coming up as well. And should we go through the standings? Because there was quite a few teams like Vigo that were struggling a little bit, and
yes,
they're going to need a good final few rounds in order to potentially go into Finals 8, because Finals 8, if they don't get into Finals 8, then that's it.
Yes, exactly. So yeah, let's carry on with that top 8 breakdown that we were talking about before, just to see what the other protagonists look like there. So we were talking about Surrey, we were talking about Leicester and York earlier. So just looking at the other ones there, Glasgow and NCME, it pretty much is the same kind of situation as what we were discussing with Surrey. It's quite simple. They need to win this, and they also need to win the Engineering Challenge today, and hope Vigo, Queen Mary and the University of Southampton score really badly, or ideally score no points whatsoever. So yeah, that's what Glasgow needs to do. That's what NCME needs to do. NCME seems to be off to a not bad start. Glasgow, well, they've missed one of the heats. I don't know if were they in that last race?
No, they're not. But they're there in this one.
Okay.
I've seen them on the timing.
Okay, so Glasgow back, so that's good. As hopefully they'll start to get their points in. We may have to see them in the Finals B then and try and get into Finals A that way. They haven't made life easy for themselves. However, let's focus on the top 3. Southampton, Queen Mary University London and the University of Vigo. Look at how tight that is at the top, guys. We've got 16 points between them and 120 points on, well, in theory 120 points on grabs. But again, when we take that drop score into consideration, let's break this down, because with Vigo, they've got 66 points to drop. That's a big chunk. However, not as much as Queen Mary University London. They have
consistent.
Very consistent, but that consistency is now going to punish them. They've got 76 points to drop. So straight away, Vigo have got 12 back there immediately. 10 back. I can do maths. And then University of Southampton also have 72 points to drop. Southampton have been interesting because they haven't actually won a race all year, but that relentless consistency and upping their game in the engineering challenges means they are currently our championship leaders. And in theory, I would say have the most to lose. This is a make or break, though, because from Southampton's point of view, the engineering challenge is the big one. If they can win that, and Queen Mary University and Vigo get less,
or lower?
Yeah, 9th or lower. So basically, not in the top 10, let's say, for argument's sake. If they do not get a top 10 in the engineering challenge and Southampton win it, that's then basically got one hand on the trophy already, and it'll be almost impossible for Queen Mary or for Vigo to get that title unless, of course, something extreme happens in Finals A. So for Vigo and for Queen Mary University London, it's quite simple. Do well in the engineering challenge and then give themselves the best chance, score as much as they can in the finals. Vigo... No, they've just set up the grid, Giles. We're all good. We've got about 2 minutes left. Sorry, we're just looking at another screen here as well, guys. We'll let you know once the broadcast goes. So what does that say? 3 minutes countdown?
Yeah,
3 minutes.
3 minutes and 30. Someone is asking in the chat how many points on offer for the engineering challenge. 60.
Yes,
60 points.
yes. Thank you for asking that. I knew I forgot to give you some important information there, guys. 60 points for the engineering challenge. So that means, as we say, there's potentially 180 points up for grabs tonight, but you have to take into consideration that drop score. So in the case of Southampton, it's 120 for winning the race, minus 72 because that's their drop score. So yeah, basically they can only score approximately 50 points in this. This is going to be close. This is going to be tight, but we'll have a much clearer picture of what the championship standing will look like after lunch and
Yeah.
after we've announced what that engineering challenge final round was. Can Southampton do this? That is the main thing we're looking at here, guys. If Southampton can win the final engineering challenge, that's one hand on the trophy already.
This is it. This is what it all comes down to, and this is what separates the Formula Student Sim Racing Series from any other sim racing series on the planet, is these engineering challenges. It really does make a difference. So make sure you stay tuned, not only for the on-track action, but for all the stuff in between, because you might find out something rather exciting. So do stay with us. Lunchtime on its way fairly soon, I suspect. But we've got another race to come first. We have, of course, got more from Thruxton. More of the Mustangs from 1974 going around there for race 2 of Heat 2, and that is in 2 minutes, near enough exactly.
Yeah, 2 minutes to go, yes.
Very much looking forward to that, so make sure you do stay with us and let us know where you're watching from and who you're supporting, please. We'd love to hear from you. Will we see another fantastic flip in Heat 3? That's the real question, says Spooky Tofu. We don't have the answers. I feel like Tofu might have better answers than we do. The predictions seem to be coming rather true.
He's very mystic in terms of his predictions, and I love that. So I think the answer to that is yes.
I suspect if Spooky Tofu were to suggest that my hair were going to start spontaneously growing back, it would, but some of us can dream. Anyway, do please stay with us. The excitement is building here at Lassie and Williams. If someone could get me a drink, that would be really helpful.
Yes, because in the commentary box we need plenty of hydration breaks as well as the drivers, because it's, even though there's aircon, which we're very grateful for, we need the hydration in this hot weather. But we do have a minute to go roughly of the racing to get started. So hopefully we will see Queen Mary fight back. Of course, Glasgow going to be racing again. We got Southampton, of course, race one, and if they carry on with their consistency, they'll be able to potentially do well here. As we got the water, Monty has delivered. So Giles, get some water down you before we get going. We've got 30 seconds, by the way. Max, can we get a personal shout out for Tom? He needs motivation. Go, yeah, we do need it heading into this afternoon. Come on, you could do it. But we're about to get underway. Who's going to come out on top in the Mustangs? Will we see a fight like we saw with Hertfordshire's A team and York A in that one coming up very soon? But Giles, we're about to get underway.
Surrey on pole, University of Strathclyde B team in second, Southampton in third, BAL in fourth, and in fifth it's MTU, and away goes another race here for the Formula Student Sim Racing Series. The lights are off and the feet are down to the floor as they head into the right-hander of turn 1, and that is University of Surrey pulling away with it. An absolutely spectacular start for that team, doing incredibly well. They are MTUB up into second, third is Southampton, fourth is Strathclyde, and into the wall goes MTU. It was going to be a great start, and it now just isn't. And more across the grass, as we saw earlier. Huge carnage, and there's another roll. There's another flip there in the back of your screens there. I couldn't quite see who that was. It's Yorkshire's B team, I believe, and that's not gone well for them. Punted out of the way then by BAL, who come through. And that is Surrey taking full advantage of the carnage to the rear. A 2.1 second gap, and Southampton are up into second place, battling out with the Danish team of Vermilion. An absolutely spectacular start to the race. Drama from the word go. And here we are on board with Southampton, looking at their rear view as Vermilion try to take the outside line. Not quite going to get through round there. You can see the way that these Mustangs roll so much. They're just not used to hard cornering. And away then go Southampton from Vermilion. They're opening that gap up as they chase down Surrey. Surrey will need to be consistent and impeccable in order to avoid any drama. And no, unfortunately that wasn't impeccable from Surrey, and that's allowed Southampton through. And in fact, it's allowed everybody to have a go at as well. Vermilion and University of Glasgow. Where have Glasgow been? I don't know, but they're here now, and they are right into the mix. But that is your championship leaders leading another race yet again. This is exactly what Southampton would have been hoping to do. Surrey will be gutted, and they make contact with Vermilion. Glasgow are right there in the mix, and they're going through on Vermilion. Can they hold the position though, Jess? Is the question.
It's going to be a tall order, I think, for Glasgow and for Million to close up and with Southampton to hold up. But they can't do what they did in the first race and let the other drivers close in. Yes, they had a lucky escape with people making mistakes, but Southampton have got to keep this consistency up, which they are going to be doing right now with 12 minutes and 30 seconds to go right now. And we know these could be a handful with these amount of minutes still to go in this race. MTU's in the pits of the B team, so I don't think they're going to make it out. Looks like they're out. Looks like they're out of the race.
Ouch, we got our first DNF of the day. Not good news then. Meanwhile, here you're on board with Hull's A team. Now we're back on board with Glasgow. Glasgow hunting down Surrey. Surrey were leading. They made a mistake. Southampton smelt blood, put the foot down, and they've gone well away. 1.8 seconds ahead of Surrey are Southampton. Southampton then in a league of their own. Glasgow, meanwhile, challenging Surrey for second place with Vermilion waiting in the wings. But it does seem to me that Surrey might have managed to find their groove as they open up the gap between themselves and Glasgow, meaning Vermilion are left to try and take on the team from Scotland. A bit of an awkward moment there for York's B team. That's the second awkward moment we've seen for them. They rolled earlier at the start of the race. Vermilion heading into a challenge for third place from Glasgow. Glasgow will have to be checking their rear view mirrors there as they head through that left-hander. You can see the gap's not enough to be sweating just yet, but Glasgow would do well to keep an eye in their rear-view mirrors. Vermilion, meanwhile, heading on towards the team from Scotland. Surrey, meanwhile, 2.1 seconds between themselves and Southampton. They'll be kicking themselves for that mistake. They had it all to play for, and it's just gone away. 10 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock as I have it. And this looks to be another championship race to dream of for Southampton. They are just getting the results they need in order to max out the points, and that's not gone well.
No, you do not want that.
Oh, and now I spoke too soon, Jess. I may have cursed that one.
That was a commentator's curse there, and will that allow Glasgow to go side by side with Surrey? And Glasgow take the lead of this race. They were MIA earlier on, and they're back here racing at the moment. That is crucial for their championship. Yes, they have an outside chance, but they still have a mathematical chance, and Glasgow are taking advantage. They got a bit wide, which will allow Surrey to come back again. That's unfortunate for Southampton. It's the first mistake that they made all race. And College Dublin, by the way, that had a shocker race one, who had a bit of novice up into fourth place. So great to see them having a decent race with Whole A trying to close up as well. Speaking of Whole A, they've been passed by Queen Mary, Giles.
They have indeed. I've got to be honest with you, Jess. I actually don't think that was Surrey's fault. Surrey got caught up by the back marker of BAL, and as a result of that, they managed to get stuck in the chicane, and Surrey thought we'll have a bit of that. There was a bit of body panel swapping, and through go Surrey on Glasgow. Balls to the wall action here at a virtual Thruxton. That was a bold move indeed. I'm not sure quite about the legality of it, but certainly it was exciting to see Surrey throwing the car down the inside of Glasgow in a position you wouldn't expect it to. Glasgow losing the rear end there, and that's allowed Surrey back through as Glasgow initially took the lead back, and that's Vermilion right there with them. It's almost three abreast to the line. Monumentally exciting stuff here as Surrey managed to hold on to the lead. Vermilion duking it out with Glasgow for second place. Glasgow relegated down into third as Vermilion go through. That's not what the Scots will have wanted to see, but I'm not quite sure that Southampton's current seventh place is a result of their own driving.
No, I obviously it's hard for us to tell in the commentary box. There might have been quite a lot of other things that went on, but Southampton, they're in a decent spot in the championship. They can make at least one mistake and have one bad race and still potentially get into finals A. So Southampton, they could just forget about this and focus on the final two races coming up. Whereas the other teams, if they make mistakes, then it's going to be trouble for them. And Queen Mary are down in sixth place at the moment. That is not where they want to be, where they've got the likes of Glasgow in third place, are also fighting for this championship that are not that far behind. So Glasgow if they get a move on. And don't forget, the Scottish always do well in the engineering challenges, so that could play an interesting factor there. 7/10 of a second is the gap now between Surrey and Vermilion for the lead of this race, but we got Glasgow fighting with Vermilion for P2, and that's Glasgow's for the taking, and they're through.
Glasgow are through. There was a bit of an off. Vermilion went wide, hit the grass, and Glasgow put their foot down. That's the result on your screen there. Glasgow up into second and capitalising on it, putting their foot down and chasing down Surrey, who've just posted their fastest lap at 1:25.599. There, meanwhile, is Queen Mary, well off and looking rather slow. And that's a disaster for Surrey. Is that Surrey there? What on earth was that? Who was that?
It was her. I don't think.
Who was that? That might have been. I think that was. Don't panic. It wasn't Surrey, but it was a blue and yellow car, which makes our lives rather difficult.
I think it was Hull. I think it was Hull that had a bit of a flip. But they're in sixth now, so I think they're okay.
Top Hat Tyler hitting the wall and coming a cropper there. We've seen it before here, and we'll probably see it again before the end of this race. 6 minutes 55 seconds to go. As in come Vermilion once more to lunge back at Glasgow. They're not quite close enough here, but they are closing them down. Are the team from Denmark, the Scots, will have to put their foot down. Meanwhile, talking of feet down, plenty of action here. Queen Mary, Southampton and Hull all battling it out for fifth. You're on board with Southampton. They've already got through on Queen Mary. Can they go 2 for 2? Can they get through on Hull? They've got the inside line. They'll be determined to regain those positions they lost. They were held up behind a very, very slow back marker and then punted just a little bit by Surrey. And I've got a funny feeling they're driving now with a vengeance. Are the team from Southampton side by side with one of the more famous drivers of the sim racing series, Top Hat Tyler, who's currently holding it out in fifth, but he lets them through. It feels like he's pulling out of the way. Potentially, but then it's a big crash there, and that Southampton pushed down into seventh. I say Top Hat Tyler let them through. He never does. He was still going wheel to wheel. He was just coaxing them into a position where there was no position, the chicane closing them down, and that allowed Hull and Queen Mary to go through. Southampton yet again struggling with aggressive driving and will be rather frustrated with that, to say the least. Vermilion hunting down Glasgow once again. The gap 0.5 seconds between the two. Surrey taking advantage of this and pulling away. 3 seconds between themselves and Glasgow. Glasgow cannot worry about the team ahead of them because it's behind them. They've got to put all their attention as they try and defend against Vermilion, who just can't seem just to find a groove enough to get through.
Doesn't look like it at the moment with Vermilion, but I wonder if they're not playing too many risks, because of course they're doing so well in these sim racing finals. We've seen teams in the past, like I was saying earlier, just adapt to the rig so well, and we're seeing that with Vermilion. So maybe they just want to keep the consistent results, because they had a 5th place in race 1, don't forget, and on for a 3rd or 2nd place in race 2. So 3rd place would be enough at the moment with the averaging of the positions to get into finals A. So as long as they can keep that up,
we're all here. We're 3 abreast, and that was
a lapped car. That was a lapped car that we saw, and those two handled it brilliantly.
Crikey Moses, it really is all happening here. 2 abreast, side by side, Vermilion and Glasgow. Glasgow have got the advantage. They're up ahead and they close off Vermilion once more. But Vermilion now have the inside line through this right-hander. Who is going to get it? They're onto the curb. Both Vermilion and Glasgow slowing down to try and stay within track limits, and that allows the back marker to momentarily catch them up. I think that's Cambridge. Here come Vermilion now to hold on to that 2nd place. They're through on Glasgow, and they are doing their absolute damnedest to get away, but Glasgow seem to be sticking right there with them.
Of course, the most experienced universities in the sim racing series are going up with the newbies, and they're doing a good job at that. And I know they're going to keep fighting for the rest of this race, like we saw with York and Hertfordshire's A-team earlier on as well. So fair play to them again for doing a great job. But another fight that we're seeing is Top Hat Tyler from Hull A versus College Dublin, and we also got Southampton trying to look their way in as well. So College Dublin, they can't afford to make too many mistakes. Yes, they're not in a title fight, but they can score some crucial points to get into finals A if they can have a good one. So College Dublin, they could be on for 4th here, but we have a Top Hat Tyler chasing him down.
Meanwhile, here we go then. Side by side are University College Dublin and Hull A. Hull A going through on the team from Dublin through the chicane, and that solidifies the advantage to Top Hat Tyler, who goes away. Meanwhile, here's Southampton. They've got a front view of the back end of College Dublin. They go side by side through the sweeping right-hander of turn 1. They're almost right there with them. They just need a couple of tenths of a second ahead, but they just can't quite find it, I don't think. Meanwhile, Vermilion have got a rear end full of Glasgow. Glasgow trying to mount a challenge, but again, the trouble is with these, the overtakes have got to be so precise, otherwise you just end up going off in a big way or causing a crash. They've got to be almost needle precise.
You got to know if the overtake's going to stick, because if you just make one small mistake with the steering, that's going to be a lot of trouble. These drivers have got to be, I think, smooth with the turns, because if there's one slight jolt, that's going to send your car into a spin. And
you got the driver's view there. You can see the concentration on the faces. Here's Glasgow then going onto the grass, going well wide, and that's going to give Vermilion a breather. Not for long though, as the foot engages with the accelerator for Glasgow, pushing right down there. Going to have to brake later if they want to catch up to Vermilion. And through the chicane they go, clipping the apexes. That's really going to unsettle the car, but they've just managed to stay within track limits, turning into the drift on the exit of the chicane and staying right there with them are Glasgow on Vermilion. Meanwhile, 9 laps completed, 10th now in progress, 1 minute 40 on the clock. This will be the last lap, and that is a fantastic lead there for Surrey, 7 seconds ahead. This is Surrey's win, surely, Jess.
They got P2 in the last race, didn't they? So that will be a very good, pretty much first 2 heats for Surrey if they could keep this up. They could cruise it home. They could just play it safe at this point, because if they're struggling with tyres and struggling for the cars to be stable, that is the point of the race. They'll be like, oh, I'm 8 seconds ahead. Someone's had a spin, and that's BAL, and that Queen Mary avoided that, and we've got King's College London side by side with Queen Mary. Queen Mary can't afford to make mistakes when they've got a championship to defend on the line, lads, but I think they keep it steady. Are the team from Queen Mary, of course. They got an uphill battle to climb with Southampton, but they got nothing to lose at this point, because they're fighting for their life here at the moment. We've got 40 seconds to go. Glasgow versus Vermilion. This could be the chance of their life for Glasgow. Flashing their headlights is Glasgow and Vermilion. They're having a very good fight. They're going to try and go into the chicane. Vermilion covers them off. Vermilion got it, but Glasgow's gone a bit deep. This could be a good opportunity for Vermilion with 20 seconds to go on the clock. The final lap of this race for those two. Vermilion have got the upper hand this time, but Glasgow's not going to give up here. Southampton, what happened to Top Hat Tyler? Southampton's through up into 4th.
Southampton mounting a charge, and that's we're keeping it so clean, and just a little poke on the rear end of Vermilion by Glasgow spelt disaster for both teams. Both managing to hold it just enough to get back on track, but doing a bolero through the grass, and Glasgow now have it all to do again. It was a disaster of their own making. Well. They got too close to the rear end of Vermilion, and as a result, I suspect they may not be able to get through again. They've got to really set up another overtaking manoeuvre, and it takes a lot in these cars with this track. Thruxton with the classic Mustangs, 12 seconds now between Surrey and Vermilion. Meanwhile, you can't drive there, mate. It's the grass. I don't know who that is, but that's not that's not where the track is. Even I know that. And Glasgow have closed in. It's a 0.46 second gap. Meanwhile, here is Surrey coming through the final chicane. One absolute masterclass from Surrey. I think Southampton may have something to say about that, but nonetheless, here comes the checkered flag, and they cross the line. They take the win. That is Surrey, a victory for this race in Heat 2 of the sim racing. Here comes Vermilion now with a rear full of Glasgow. All they have to do is get it over the line. Yes, they do. And that is a second place for Vermilion. The final podium position in this race goes to Glasgow. They would have been hoping for more. Southampton would have been hoping for more as well. They crossed the line in 4th, Hull in 5th. What a race, Jess.
What a race. Surrey, I think that they're going to love that they've got another podium, which is going to help them. But we still got fighting, Giles. It's not over. We've got Strathclyde and York B fighting for the last place in the top 10. And Strathclyde, that's not how you take the circuit, lads. As they go through the start-finish straight, who's going to take 10th place? It's going to be York B by a whisker. And York B gets the final place
Yeah.
in the top 10.
You didn't like that.
No,
Strathclyde did not like that.
They did not.
There was incredibly aggressive driving through that chicane. York, I think, were pushing their luck there with York B, and Strathclyde let them know exactly what they thought come the end of that one. Top 10 finish for York B. Oh dear, someone wasn't happy with that, and that was Strathclyde being rather obvious, shall we say. But excellent driving. The reaction here in the studio was rather amusing as well.
We love that the people that are not racing that are in the grand. This is technically a miniature grandstand. Of course, we got Cops Corner on Saturday, Sunday, but this is the grandstand in itself for Williams. That's going to be very good. But we got a bit of a break later on, but we got 2 more heats still to go. So we've still got some great action. I just saw one driver for Vermilion being very happy with what they just did there. That was incredible.
They are very, very pleased. Next up for us is Hockenheim and the Porsche Caymans. I suspect there is lunch on the way first, but we're going to have a look at the standings shortly for you before we head off to our lunch break. Don't go anywhere, though, because we've got a fantastic documentary to show you about 5 years of the Formula Student Sim Racing Series that's coming up during the lunch break and after lunch as well. We'll be talking about that all-important final engineering challenge.
Dun, dun, dun.
Couldn't have put it better myself. It really will make all the difference to the outcome of the Sim Racing Series. YMCA indeed, sir. Thank you very much for that. There we go. But do stay tuned. It's all happening, so don't go anywhere. There may not be any racing immediately, but here is where we are at the end of round 6. So bear in mind, the engineering challenge will make all the difference. Let's fly through them. Southampton in the lead with 702 points. That's going to have been cemented by 2 race wins in the different heats that we've had so far. Queen Mary are in second with 689.2 points. Vigo are in third. They would have been hoping for better results than they've had. That 686 points might seem a lot now, but after those 4 races, those 2 heats that we've had thus far, I suspect they may be on their way down. University of Greater Manchester, otherwise known as NCME, 589 points in 4th. Glasgow's 18, missing in action earlier in the day. They return in spectacular style in that last race. 561 points at the end of round 6 to put them in 5th position. University of York's A in 558 in 6th. Leicester 546 in 7th. University of Surrey, 537 in 8th. Exeter in 9th, 509. 10th goes to University of Hertfordshire's 18, 491. They've been driving really well today. It's been really nice to see. Universidad de Castilla-La Mancha, 480.7 points in 11th. In 12th, it's the University of the Basque Country, current defenders of the Formula Student title overall. Bizkaia, 443 points. Strathclyde's A-team in 13th. In 14th, it's de Montfort. In 15th, Technische University Delft, 393 points. In 16th, it's the University of Aberdeen. It's been nice to see them putting it all out on the line here in the grand final of the Formula Student Sim Racing Series. York's Alumni in 17th, 276. Hull's A-team in 18th, 268. Munster Technological University, MTU, in 19th for 254. And University of Exeter's B-team in 20th, 249.7 points. That rounds out the top 20. That's things as they were before the start of today. That will all change after those 2 heats that we've had. 4 races, 2 heats. It's going to come very, very down to the line for a number of these teams after those results. Southampton have done the best, and it really hinges for them on those engineering challenges. We could be on for a really exciting announcement after lunch, so do not go anywhere. We'll be right back, and when we come back, we'll be announcing the results of that all-important final engineering challenge. Stay with us.
Enjoyed it. And this has been Formula Student 2019.
Wow, what an incredible few days it's been here at Silverstone for Formula Student. It really has been incredible to see just how much effort the teams have gone to be crowned the Formula Student of 2019. We've seen tears of joy, we've seen tears of desperation, but they have poured blood, sweat and tears into the efforts. And shortly this evening, we will find out from the judges who is going to be crowned the champion of Formula Student 2019. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you for watching. We've loved having you involved in this whole entire weekend, and we look forward to seeing you again next year.
In central China, a man has died following an outbreak of an unknown pneumonia-like virus.
The number of cases of COVID-19 outside China has increased 13-fold.
The coronavirus is the biggest threat this country has faced for decades, and that's why we've been asking people to stay at home during this pandemic.
And now confirmation, the Shanghai race due in April is off, postponed indefinitely.
In 2020, the world's changed overnight. Lockdowns hit, garages closed, and the traditional Formula student grid fell silent. The passion for engineering didn't stop. Out of that crisis, an idea was born to take the competition into the digital space. IMechE Chief Judge Dan Jones conceived the original spark.
It was pretty bleak times in the early days of the pandemic. The problem we were trying to solve was, so with the statics, we had the chance for the teams to present their hard work for the design, the business, and for the cost. We were looking to give the teams the chance to drive against each other on track in a competitive environment, but still do that in a fun way that was in the spirit of Formula Student.
Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to day one of the virtual dynamics competitions here for a slightly different Formula Student, but it is Formula Student 2020. My name's Andrew Mather.
So we conceived in the end what was a 2-day event. The first day was heats, where some races you started first or second, some races you started third or fourth, and you just, over the course of the day, you either had to come from the back or you were lucky to start from the front. And then you have an aggregated qualifying position at the end of the day. We then had a finals day. I think we had a D, a C, a B, and an A final. And the top two finishes from each final then managed to go up to the back of the grid for the next final. It gave all of us who were working on it something to focus on whilst we were otherwise furloughed. And it gave the teams, some teams clearly took it really seriously. Some teams just took it for a bit of fun. But it was all in the very spirit of Formula Student, and it was fantastic to do that. And then we rounded it out with a virtual award ceremony for the 2020 winners of Virtual Formula Student after that. So in 2021, we were slowly coming out of the lockdowns and all the restrictions. And we got back to running a live event, but it was a hybrid event where we only had people on site who needed to be. But even after the first virtual event in 2020, there was so much hard work that had gone into them, and they've been so successful that it would be a shame to make all that hard work go to waste. So Monty had come along as a ringer, as a driver for the judges racing against each other during 2020. He whooped my ass on all of the circuits going around, and so not long after 2020, I think we had a WhatsApp call and said, what can we turn it into? Monty came on board as event captain, and then between myself and him for the first year, we mapped out an idea for a virtual series over multiple rounds, drafted a set of rules. The first year, through some mutual contacts, we had a league series running multiple rounds roughly once a month on a range of different circuits and car combinations. And that culminated in a live final that ran at a small sim racing centre that's on the Silverstone Technology Park, so VRRC, which is the virtual racing club. It's fantastic to have, after having the league race over the previous months, to bring everybody together and have that as a live final. So I think that was the first year of that must have been 2022, the first year of doing that all in person after 2020 and 2021. And then it was Southampton won that year, and Michael Preston from Southampton was one of the key drivers. And he won the Autosport award for Young Engineer of the Year, which was related to the work he was doing with Williams eSports. And so through that contact, we were introduced to Williams. And from that point onwards, we've been a partner with Williams And every year we've had our live final at their fantastic facility at the F1 factory Grove in Oxfordshire. And it's grown organically that we now have 70 odd teams from all around the world racing against each other every few weeks, with a fantastic community on Discord, and the banter and the camaraderie between the teams is fantastic.
So, good morning and welcome to the live final of the iMechie Formula Student Sim Racing Series 2023.
I'm standing in for him tonight. I'm Jess Bull.
So you've been the one-man show for Portsmouth EV. You've had to start at the back of the grid for every race. You've won the race every time. You're going to do the same here?
I don't believe so.
Oxford University all of a sudden have come out like a bat out of hell, flashing their lights at Glasgow. Glasgow move over. Oxford barreling down the start-finish straight. Cue the meatloaf.
You're going to go 3 wide into Paul Frere as well. They're keeping it very, very clean. Fair play to... Oh, no, they're not. I spoke too soon. Southampton is going to try and defend like a book right now. Is Surrey going to go around the outside in towards the next corner? No. Surrey stayed in second.
Absolutely cracking Fraser, defending like a book, Jess. Love that. Side by side, Surrey.
Defending like a lion, sorry.
Bolton.
Not a lot of runoff road. There's actually a lake
No.
right to the middle of it with no crash barrier either. So if someone's going to spin off, they're going for a swim tonight, Giles.
There is a real coming together there, and it's sunk!
That's it. That's Strathclyde into the water.
But it depends where they are on track. What's happened to Hong Kong Polytechnic? They're off the circuit, Giles. It's this way, mate. You're on the wrong side of the circuit, love.
And it's go, go, go! And it's a fantastic start from one of the drivers in the middle of the field there.
There's only one Adam Shamsel driving along, singing a song, walking in a Shamsel wonderland.
Message you on Discord later.
It's not over yet, as we're seeing Southampton to Glasgow.
Yes, I don't believe what I'm seeing. Single wide, Hertfordshire, on College Dublin. They've got the racing line, and there seems to be an inevitable collision that we could just see coming a mile off. The Manchester are off. And they can't seem to get started.
Right.
They're trying to don't reverse onto track now. You're going to get into the... Monty, the line between stupidity and bravery is incredibly thin. What side have Trinity St David come down on?
Nice throw. Into the first turn. UWE at the lead, but it's Trinity St David on the inside. UWE very early on the brakes. Oh god, and they've all gone flying off at the first corner. Fantastic! Oh no. Right, down into the hairpin they come, and they're on the grass rear side. Oh jeez! And it's happened again, and every single one of them have gone flying on.
Nothing is separating them, but I think if Glasgow just had one more lap, he could have done it. They could have been a photo finish. Glasgow's got to make the move on at this moment.
He's got it, surely!
Surely not. I think Vigo just got it. Is it going to be enough for Glasgow to take the win?
This is so close, and Vigo take it!
0.037, you
Come on! That was amazing!
Ow!
But it has allowed Sheffield Hallam to join in now, and this two-way battle for 9th has become a 4-way. Beautiful.
You want to watch what you say there, Monty?
Southampton's got the lead.
Southampton have got the lead. Jeremiah's got the steak. Meanwhile, Jeremiah says, I'm literally having a steak dinner in London right now. Forget your steak dinner. This is far more exciting as they go wheel to wheel.
Thought we had a plan perfectly in place until Giles decided to give us a text and Paul was like, no, actually, I want to go and watch Wales beat England first, and then I'll come join you guys a few minutes late if that's okay.
Giles!
Speaking of which, I can hear his voice. You guys can't yet. He's just turned up on Discord. His face has now appeared.
There we go.
And we can now hear a Giles as well.
And that is Strathclyde's B team up into 6th. The Joker really paying off for them. Southampton and Bolton relegated behind them, and they've made contact. They didn't stay clean at all. And that is Southampton going away with it. You want to fight like that, fellas? I'm going to say bye-bye. And Southampton have gone away, leaving Strathclyde behind.
Are you aware of this? Now, what you're seeing here are some very aggressive curb tactics happening. And importantly, you'll note that the game is not flagging it as a cut. It's a huge thank you to the University of Southampton, because from all the different solutions we tried, this was by far the most effective one. To put a giant cone on the apex.
Oh, that is brilliant.
What we quickly recognised was, as well as having a platform for teams to race against each other, we also had the opportunity to give them the chance to demonstrate their engineering prowess. What we do is the races you could recreate with the Sim Racing League, but there are, I think we're unique. There may be some other the Formula Student events who do similar, but in the percentage of world terms, it's you have the racing element, but you also have the engineering rationale and the understanding, but also the assessment and the feedback for people to develop and learn and do better. The Formula Student Live event is fantastic. It's been going for nearly 30 years now. But the Sim Race series, what that gives is it's keeping up with where the world is today, where simulation is a natural adjunct to the whole physical development cycle.
So I'm James Tatham, the Engineering Challenge lead. And the Engineering Challenge we introduced in the second year of the Sim Racing series. And it's really the USP for the series, where it turns gamers into engineers, where it uses the maths, the physics from Assetto Corsa, which actually uses the same parameters you would find in a real racing car. And the students can use the data that comes from the car in the simulator, taking it using Motec software, which is an industry standard software that race engineers will use, to gather all that data, and then they analyze it, they study the data, and they have to combine that into a report that is actually understandable and readable for us as engineers. We judge them on many things in their challenge. It's not just how they present their data or how they analyze the data. It's actually looking at many, many things. So we break it up into 4 main areas, where we have the engineering approach, which is 15 points, which is a look at their data analysis, how they're actually pulling the data, how are they analyzing that, are they looking at it at face value, or are they then taking that to another step further and really understanding what's happening with the dynamics of the car? Are they then relating that to the core principles? And that's where we look at their rationale and the justification, where we're seeing, okay, can they take that back to core principles and link that with reality? Because the simulator isn't real, it's a simulation of maths and physics. And so are there differences there that you would see compared to real life? Then we also have communication, which is obviously incredibly important. When you're presenting your data in an engineering meeting in the real world, it's really important that you can convey that message of the analysis that you've done really well to maybe the chief engineer, maybe in the case of motorsport, be the drivers, and other team personnel. That's really important. We have a great selection of judges that are judging the each round, ranging from mechanical engineers to electronic engineers, and they all have a really good breadth of experience in motorsport, aerospace, and other high-tech sectors. So these engineers really know what they're talking about. And actually, they're not all coming from a motorsport perspective, they're coming from an engineering perspective. So they want to train up young engineers, and we're trying to educate them by giving them this great experience to how to present data in an engineering meeting or a presentation.
You get the chance to accelerate the learning and also give the teams to experiment across a broader environment. You can take more risks when it's in the virtual environment, because if it goes wrong, you just change a few of the ones and zeros and you go again.
And so what are the students actually getting out of this? Well, this is their opportunity to get some real world experience, but they can do it from the comfort of their own room or their student house, or maybe it's their university lab, but they don't have to then go to a racetrack and do this. That costs a lot of money to travel. And then if they're working with a racing team, that's dependent on so many factors that make it very difficult as a student to do.
That spread of skills of how do you write a sensible test plan in the first place? How do you execute the test plan and then respond to things that don't go as expected whilst you're completing the test plan? Then how do you analyse the data afterwards, summarise the results, and present the conclusions and the next steps? And they're all massively valuable, really, really important skills for people as they go out into industry. But for engineering nerds who love looking at the squiggly lines and getting right deep into the data and understanding why did that happen, why did the tire temperature peak on these corners, or why did I let you lose grip consistently over the stint. They're all skills that you're practicing virtually that are completely applicable in the real world.
It also means that there's not really a barrier to entry here. They can do this without the worry of all the travel, the cost involved, and in their own time when suits them best, in between their studies, of course, and also working on their Formula Student project. So it takes the simulator model and they have to analyze the data coming off of that. And the data is vast. It's actually probably more than you would find in real life. They can measure ride heights, tire pressures, steering angles, brake pressures, throttle response, but they can also measure the aerodynamics, they can measure the downforce, they can see how the suspension is compressing, they can do histogram plots of the dampers, and they can also look at so many of the variables in the tyres that would normally cost a lot of money just in buying the sensors in the first place, let alone calibrating them and getting them all set up so they're actually reading correct.
And the beauty in Assetto Corsa that we use is that it will output telemetry that you can read into Motec, which is a data analysis tool commonly used in motorsport. And you could take the same output and feed it into other things that you use, like Atlas or others in motorsport. Although it's virtual signals that are coming out, that's exactly the same squiggly lines in the data that you'll be seeing when you're, as a race engineer or a performance engineer working out there in motorsport. And they are 100% transferable skills to people being race engineers, development engineers, out in industry, either in mainstream automotive or in motorsport. And we have several great examples of alumni from the sim racing series who have gone on and have secured jobs in working for road car companies or for professional motorsport, both off the strength of their degree. They're bright students, but what the sim racing series has given them is a differentiator. They're able to go, here's my portfolio, here's the simulations, here's the MATLAB scripts I did to analyze the data to come up with better setups or a strategy for the race. I can think of at least 4 or 5, if not more, people who have gone on to get jobs in industry, and a big part of that has been them evidencing the work they've done to prepare the reports for the engineering challenge.
So the moment I'm most proud of is winning the engineering challenge trophy back to back, and in doing so we managed to win every single round of the engineering challenges. It was a really good experience, and being able to learn a lot of a lot of different people, and learn about how to set up a vehicle, and most importantly how to write reports and convey information well, because the challenges have to be read by the markers within 5 to 10 minutes. I joined the series a few months before I managed to secure my placement at Red Bull Racing, where I was working with the Red Bull Academy drivers. So back in 23 and 24 I was working with Isaac Hadjar and Arvid Lindblad, and the series, especially the engineering challenges, helped loads in terms of being familiar with how to analyse data. So I was really able to hit the ground running there, and I've just finished my degree now, and I'm going to go back to Red Bull, this time to Red Bull Powertrains as a test and development engineer.
I think my proudest moment is the final win in my 3rd season. It meant that we managed to win a race in every single season we competed in, and it's a sense of pride to represent the university and the team, and always being at the top of the table. Gave me a platform to share my passion with friends and family, and it managed to get me major involvement with the Formula Student team very early on into my time with them, and that has then transitioned to me getting different positions within the team, and then eventually led to me getting a position at Mercedes, as it was a main talking point in my interviews.
The first season for us was definitely a learning curve. If I had to use 3 words to describe it, it would be chaos, fun, and ultimately learning. So the Formula Student Series to me has had a real good professional impact in the fact of training me to become a better engineer as a whole. Even the soft skills down to communication, the telemetry analysis, the fault finding, all those kind of processes that we need to have as a young aspiring engineer. As for what it's done for me now in my actual journey, as you can see, I'm still involved at the University of Greater Manchester. I now work part-time as a lecturer here, and I'm very much enjoying the experience, and ultimately now trying to get the next generation involved in the Formula Student and the Formula Sim series, so what's not to love?
The moment that I'm most proud of would definitely have to be winning the championship in my first year, and doing that whilst being the main contributor to that championship by being our best driver and also doing all of the engineering challenges by myself. So to be able to play a massive part in our win was, yeah, absolutely euphoric for me. The sim racing series has actually turned out to be pretty relevant for me, especially when it came to getting my placement. In both my interviews, the engineering challenges were a big talking point, and I think they're definitely something that made me stand out from all the other candidates that were applying for my role. So I think it definitely has a massive helping hand in me getting my placement and being where I am now.
So he helped to show that pathway that we were really opening at the time, but that the knowledge that he'd got working in the sim and the way that he'd been able to impress other engineers that we had that were real life motorsport engineers that were really just volunteering a bit of their spare time to work with us. How they were so impressed with his understanding and his ability. That's what opened the door for him to get his first trackside, real world engineering job. And we thought if that works for one person, maybe that can be an opportunity that can be open to everybody. We just need a route to find more students, to give them a competitive environment to showcase their skills, their capability, and to develop a little bit of a pathway for them to give them that opportunity to step up. So hence, when the conversation started about the sim series at Formula Student, it just brought those two worlds together perfectly.
But it's an opportunity to, I would say, get involved in motorsport through an alternative channel. One of the biggest barriers I think a lot of people find in motorsport is how do you get in, how do you get your foot through the door. It's always who you know, not necessarily what you know, which gets you in. So to give students an opportunity to show their worth from the comfort of their bedroom and to be able to profile themselves that way, that ticks all the boxes from an inclusion point of view as far as I'm concerned, and it gets more people who know their stuff and should belong within the industry an opportunity to get involved.
I work in professional motorsport, and the standard of the reports is world class. It's a professional motorsport level of both the depth and the clarity of the understanding, but they are really getting into the first principles engineering understanding. There's it's very, very rich data. There's so much to go at, but they're finding the key items and then evidencing and coming up with the conclusions and recommendations. And that's exactly how we conceived it. Is think of it as if you're writing a report with an executive summary for your boss or for your boss's boss to see, so they can understand that yes, you've done a thorough job of what you're doing, but what are the key outcomes, what are the key development directions that we need to go down. And frankly, the best teams, we were blown away by the standard and the effort that went into the reports that were submitted for the engineering challenge. So even in motorsport, so much work is done now virtually in simulation, and so I've been heavily involved in the development of the 2026 power units. Work on that started 2022, 2023. And before you even starting to run hardware on the dyno, you've got a good idea where the product is going to land. And so you can put those parameters into simulations that are just running pure simulation. but you can also start to run with the driver in the dill, so the driver in the loop simulator, and that'll be the first estimates of what you think the car performance is going to be from the tyres, from the aerodynamics, from the power unit performance, and that guides and informs the direction that you go in your development, and also what you lobby for the direction for the rules as they get firmed up. I think overall, I mean, I've volunteered now at Formula Student for 20 plus years, and for me it's always been about giving back. Formula Student has opened doors for me, it's advanced my career, it's genuinely been life-changing. I wouldn't have achieved or done the things both professionally and personally I've done without my involvement with Formula Student. And to see the examples from the Sim Race series where people have gone on to land their jobs at placements or graduate schemes or permanent jobs, and that's been with the strength of, here's my portfolio with what I've done within the Sim Race series, and that's been a big part of how they've taken that first step on what is a very, very competitive ladder. Then I think that's probably the thing I'm proudest of. I've said in answer to one of my other questions, I'm aware of 4 or 5, maybe 6 people, and I'm sure there's plenty more where it's been supportive of people achieving their dreams, and that's priceless.
The lights go out and we are underway for 35 minutes.
5 years, a global community built from scratch. An international championship like this only hits the grid thanks to an incredible community. Our tireless team of volunteer committee members running servers late into the night, and our unwavering partners at Williams Sim Racing. The foundation is laid and the standard has officially been set. The virtual grid is waiting. What do you want to get out of it?
Lights out and away we go. Southampton with an absolutely cracking start. Bath not fast off the line at all.
So I would say that this championship is a little bit different from regular sim racing championships, where there's a lot of focus on engineering. So there's a lot that you can learn, and it's the perfect supplement to your other Formula Student activities to really maximise learning and pursue a career in engineering.
This is fantastic stuff. Wheel to wheel there between Southampton and Glasgow already. It's happened immediately.
The community has given me a massive platform which I can have some incredible experiences with, and I've had some very memorable moments with my team, and I've met some amazing people, done some amazing things, and it's led to me pursuing a career which I've wanted to do my entire life. So for that, I'm forever thankful for the community and all they've done for me.
That together, York A take back the lead from Vigo. Vigo on the inside though, can they go? And that's really bad news for a lot of the teams. That's a huge crash at the back.
Community for me comes in 2 stems. I'll first of all talk about the university ourselves. It's created a real good sort of community atmosphere, a friendly atmosphere of people that you wouldn't necessarily think are together, a multitude of different years or getting involved in one particular project. As for the whole community itself, in terms of the Formula Sim series, I really loved the experience and the passion, the drive of everyone. That reality is we all love the same thing. We all are passionate about sim racing, we're passionate about racing as a whole as well, so able to sort of drive that, but also the competitive drive. The ability to push ourselves to the next level has really helped us to get involved. And ultimately meant that we all want the best thing, which is ultimately to win, but also to create some friends along the way.
Something pretty important to note when joining the series for the first time is to not be too intimidated by the amount of effort that some teams seem to put into the series. You can do very well just by being very pragmatic. I think we're, as a team, Queen Mary Formula Student, are a prime example of this, and if we've won a championship with that sort of approach, there's no reason why other teams can't do the same.
But so those 50 milliseconds, they mean that Southampton are the winner of round 8 and really confirming, they'd already sealed the championship based on their performances through on the previous rounds, and a round 8 here, victory parade. So congratulations, very, very well done.
University of Glasgow are going to take the checkered flag. And there it is! University of Glasgow crossed the line, and I think I really do think that they have got the championship in the bag. Ibrahim Khan, the unstoppable force that he is, meets the immovable object of the championship, and he takes it. Winners of the Formula Student Sim Racing Series 2024 for the second year in a row. It goes to Scotland. Glasgow. How fair play to them. But right now, all eyes are on the black and orange of the team from London. Here comes Queen Mary Formula Student to take the Sim Racing Championship.
Absolutely amazing from Queen Mary in their second season. They must be delighted.
The community of the Sim Racing Series is, yeah, something else. Everyone is so friendly, so helpful. We've all, of course, got the common interest of sim racing, but I think something that definitely sets it apart from the rest of Formula Student is that everyone from other teams only really tend to interact with each other during competition week at Silverstone, whereas the community for the sim racing series sort of gives you the platform to do that all throughout the year. And of course, we don't only talk about Formula Student, we also talk about other fun stuff as well, and it feels a real privilege to be a part of it, and I can't wait to continue being a part of it for the next few years.
What an absolutely great throwback for the past 5 years of the Formula Student Sim Racing Series. And at the moment, there is the Engineering Challenge totals. We'll get to those in just a moment, but it's been 5 years of this, and it's been a real pleasure working with these two for the past few years. And, wow, 5 years. 5 years more, Monty?
We'll see.
We'll see.
However, what I do have for now for you guys to talk about, so yes, we've got the engineering challenges coming up in a moment. However, you may have seen one of those videos right at the end there who Dan was interviewing. That was George Palozzi. Now, he was the other half of Southampton's championship-winning team in our inaugural season. I know we keep on talking about Michael Preston, but George has gone on actually to do his own successful career as well. If you guys go and have a look for him on Instagram, he's doing a journey at the moment of the road to Le Mans. So he wants to be a Le Mans driver by 2030. Right. He's a race driver coach. He's an engineer. He's really done a fantastic job with his career over the last decade. I was gutted that we weren't able to get him on the VT because his schedule wasn't working. However, he has very kindly sent us over a VT this morning because he did want to extend a message because he was absolutely over the moon to see that we're still going on 5 years later. So the video has turned up. So without further ado,
roll VT.
Roll VT.
Happy anniversary to the Formula Student Sim Racing Series. My name is George Palozzi. I'm a racing driver and performance coach, and I have some great memories of my time in the Formula Student Sim Racing Championship in 2021 and 2022. I think it was a super interesting challenge that had not really been seen before, especially in Formula Student. And obviously having to adapt to COVID, I think it was a really interesting addition to all of the other Formula Student offerings. For me, a highlight was definitely the finals at Silverstone. Not just because me and my teammate Michael Preston ended up winning the championship for Southampton, but it was so cool to be racing at the venue with a lot of other teams there. It was just amazing fun and super competitive. I definitely still remember the celebrations at the campsite afterwards, just about. I got loads out of doing the championship, especially from a car setup perspective, which has obviously been super useful in everything I've done since then. So since participating in the championship, I've done a stint at Alpine Formula 1 team as a design engineer. I spent some time at Williams eSports as a data engineer. Gone back to grassroots with a bit of karting, designing and manufacturing simulators with KartSim before starting my own driver performance business. This is all alongside my own racing too. I'm currently a development driver for a British GT team, where I obviously get to do a lot of driving, but also just assisting the team and the drivers with their performance, alongside acting race engineer too. I can't thank James and the team enough for putting on the Formula Student Sim Racing Series back when I was at uni in Southampton, and I can't wait to see all the upcoming action.
What a fantastic VT. What a moron you've got for a commentator here, haven't you?
Yes, well, if anyone ever wants to accuse us of doing lots of pre-rehearsals and staging our jokes, yeah, no rehearsals there. We've got the chemistry of argon gas, I'm afraid. So there we are. Anyway, enough about that. You're all good. You're all good. Right, enough about that. I think it's time we talk about the engineering challenges, isn't it? Because it's time to announce the 5th results. However, before we do that, shall we have a look at the standings and see what the teams have done so far in the first 4 rounds, just so we can see how many points they've amassed so far?
Absolutely.
Brilliant. So, as a quick reminder, everyone, engineering challenges count towards the championship. So the teams need to earn points in the main championship, so that they get their race results, so they get their 120 points there. And as we were discussing about just before, in the engineering challenges, they can earn an extra 60, or up to 60 points, I should say, in each of the rounds. They need those points to get towards the championship, and you could see the difference from those who've been doing well. They will get their own individual result award at the end of the competition as well, because we want to celebrate the engineering prowess as well as the racing. We've just spoken about that in that VT, about how this is our unique selling point. But what I do find interesting here is look at who's leading the standings here. It's not the teams who I guess you would say are typically at the front of the grid every single race, guys, is it? These are the other teams who perhaps may not have the best driving skills, but their engineering talent is more than making up for it. And in the case of Glasgow, even though they haven't won a race this year, because they've done so well in the engineering challenge, they are still in with a shout of the title. And so as we're going into this as the final round and about to announce it, Queen's University Belfast currently have amassed the highest amount. We've got Glasgow in second. Exeter, they've had an absolute stellar. They won one of the challenges early in the year, didn't they? In third. And then Vigo in fourth. Again, another reason which is what's helped them do so well in the championship standings overall. Now look at Southampton. They're down in sixth. So back to that conversation earlier. They need that win to get one hand on the trophy. But even if they do get a win, will it be enough for them to win the engineering challenge points afterwards? It's a very, very good question. But I think that's enough about me talking about the engineering challenges, because well, we've got one resident expert here. We've just been listening to him over the last few minutes in the video during the lunch break, just talking about why these engineering challenges are so important. I'm really pleased that also called James, Mr. Tatham this time, is also here with us to announce the final results. So Giles, Jess, I'm going to hand my mic over to James so he can talk more about this challenge, and then we can find out who has won the final engineering challenge, and of course, be the overall winner of the engineering challenges altogether.
Formula Student Sim Racing Royalty. James, how are you?
I'm very good, thanks, Giles. How are you?
All the better for seeing you. So, you've been judging the Formula Student Sim Racing engineering challenges across the year.
Yes.
So, what's the standard been like?
Honestly, it's been really, really impressive. Every year, the standard always goes up and up and up, but we're getting professionals to judge these challenges, and we're seeing reports that are of high standard in industry. So these reports are incredible, and the engineers should be really proud of the work that they're doing. And as a reminder, this is extracurricular work that they're doing. They're doing engineering in their own time to elevate their skill set and to get themselves up on the leaderboard.
What I think should also be pointed out is that these aren't theses or dissertations that you're asking them to write. It's 1 or 2 pages, as you would find in industry, just something quickly that someone can glance over, understand the decisions made, understand the results and the impact, and just basically justify the choices that were made. That's really difficult to get concise, but also communicate all the technicalities, isn't it?
Exactly, and we even put it in the mark scheme that communication is one of the major points that we're marking them on, because in industry, you might only have 10 minutes to be sat in front of your chief engineer, and to give that quick presentation to show all of that work and analysis you've done, to convert that in a format that is quickly understandable by everyone in the room. Now that's a challenge, right?
So talking of the challenges, do you want to just give us a brief precursory look at the sort of things you've been asking the students to do over the course of the last 12 months?
Yep, so we've been asking them to do some really interesting challenges this year, where we've put them in the hot seat, in the real positions of race engineers, data analysts within race teams. We've got them to convert different things from the driver feedback, what the driver's saying, to actually what does the engineer do with that information. So they've got them to have a graph that converts what the driver's saying into a flow chart to actually work out what do you do with the car. So the driver says understeer. So Giles, what do you look at? The driver says understeer.
You look at the suspension setup.
So that's exactly what the teams are doing. They're looking at the suspension. They're seeing how does it react. Is it too stiff at the rear maybe? And so what they do is they plot that result. They see what change it makes. They then say, okay, I know exactly what we need to change. They change it. And does it always do what they expect?
Nope.
No, it doesn't. And neither does the driver. That's the challenge. So we've put them in the hot seat. We've given them real life experience of what happens in the real world, where the driver says one thing, actually they mean another. Or maybe the car says one thing, but maybe actually it needs a change that's not quite what you expect. But we're getting them to analyse the data, understand what's going on, and they're using their engineering judgment and their knowledge to come up with a solution that proves that it is solving the situation that they have.
If you hadn't got the memo at this point, we're all massive nerds. Not only are you giving them real world engineering experience virtually, which is great because it really does level the playing field, because obviously motorsport is so expensive, and having the opportunity to do it like this really does give opportunities and options to people that wouldn't otherwise have them. Not only are you giving them this, you're giving them points, and points mean prizes. Shall we look at the results for this last engineering challenge?
I think we should. But before we go into it, I just want to say that with this challenge, this was a special challenge, this final one, where we got a partner involved, IER Simulations, and they provided us with a car that has amazing physics models. So normally in Assetto Corsa, they have accurate car models, and they drive similar to the real car, and the changes you make will do very similar changes. However, this is a whole different thing. This is a very advanced physics model. So the changes that you make on this car react exactly the same as the changes on the real car. This is the best way that they can learn. This was such a good opportunity.
Oh, fantastic. Well, thank you to IER.
Exactly. Yeah, a really big thank you to IER Simulation.
Shall we have a look then?
Let's go.
Here we go. So these are the results of Challenge 5.
Oh,
so
interesting.
Challenge 5, we judged internally up until the top 4, and then they were put forward to the final, where we had IER Simulations actually judge the top 4. And so it was incredibly close, and they had a really tough time of judging them, and they were super, super impressed with those top 4 teams.
Wow, that really does set out the stalls for the rest of today's racing and potentially the championship overall. So let's talk you through the top 10. In at 10 with 32 points in Challenge 5 is University of York A. In 9th is Islamic University of Technology with 34 points. 8th was University of Strathclyde's 18 with 36. 39 points went to the University of Greater Manchester, who got 7th. The University of Leicester got 6th with 42 points. Queen Mary University, London, 45 points in 5th. Now we're into those all-important top 4 teams as judged by the big sponsors of this competition. University of Glasgow, 48 points in 4th. In 3rd, 51 points, University of Vigo. In 2nd, it was Queen's University Belfast with 54 points. But topping the results, University of Southampton with 60 points.
Wow.
And what was that? What was the reasoning behind that? Briefly, what was it that Southampton did just that bit better that got them those extra 6 points?
Now, it was close, Giles, right? It was really close. But what they just got, they looked at the whole picture just that bit better. It was that big picture thinking, understanding everything that was happening with the car, that one change can affect various different factors on the car. And so they were analysing everything in a lot of detail, and they just understood the big picture of what one change made affected the rest of the car.
So let's go and see what that does to the overall results of the engineering challenges. Here we go.
I think we'll have a new champion. Queen's University Belfast are your Engineering Challenge champions for 2025-2026.
264 points, only 12 points in it. University of Glasgow in 2nd, always consistent with their engineering challenges. Vigo in 3rd with 237. Southampton 229 in 4th. So not quite the win they needed to get one hand on that overall trophy, but it's certainly going to put them in good stead, especially with the results we've been seeing in the racing today. So all to play for. So what is it that Queen's University Belfast, because they've been consistently there at the top of the last year.
They have been consistent, and that's the main thing. They've been consistently there every time. They've looked at the car in so much detail, but it's not just the engineering analysis, it's how they've communicated that to us. How have they proved the rationale behind their decisions, and have they justified it? And they've just got that every time and time again, to a very, very high standard.
Absolutely fantastic. And James, thank you from all of us for all your hard work with the
Thank
engineering
you.
challenges.
Thank you very much.
With you this year. James and the engineering challenges, they're excellent stuff. And that therefore means Queen's University Belfast have managed to get themselves some silverware, which is always welcome, and makes a difference to the rest of the racing today. It does mean, therefore, that University of Southampton haven't gone away with it yet, but they're on their way.
But we have to say bye-bye to 3 teams that had to win in order to progress to the next part of the championship. So, unfortunately, Surrey, Glasgow and MCME, they had to win the Engineering Challenge to stand a chance of taking the championship. Unfortunately, they didn't win the final round of the championship. So, unfortunately, they're out. So, it's down to the top 3 on who's going to clinch it. Will it be Vigo? Will it be Queen Mary? Or will it be Southampton?
It is all open and it is all to play for. If Southampton had won that challenge, then it was very, very close to being theirs overall, just on the off. But they came 4th. So it does mean that this is a 3-way battle now. Southampton, Vigo and Queen Mary, all in a shout of winning Formula Student Sim Racing 2025-2026. It will come down then to the rest of the heats and those all-important finals. So as we were talking about earlier, Vigo not quite getting the results they would have wanted. Doubly so now because they really are in contention. Southampton, do excuse me, but Southampton were winning 2 of their races today. In fact, have they won twice? They certainly won once.
No, they won once. They didn't won the second one.
They've won once. And
it was Surrey that won the second one.
There it is. That's why. Blue car, yellow livery. Blurs into one after a while. You get used to it. Anyway, Southampton have got themselves a race win today, and that's going to make a huge difference. It's really, really going to make a huge difference. And all to play for then. I know that Queen Mary will also be hoping to get some significant points on the board in order to stay in contention. As Charlie asks, what was the engineering challenge? I had to step away and have my own lunch. In summary, the students are asked to put themselves in the minds of race engineers, write a short report, then they get points for doing so based on the quality of those reports. So they get extra points. Points mean prizes. And the Queen Mary University... was that Queen Mary? It was Queen's University.
Queen's University Belfast are your engineering challenge champions because they were consistent throughout the whole entire season. They won quite a few, and it's our first engineering challenge champion to not come from Scotland. It's going to Ireland this time.
There we are. Anyway, so I'm glad one of us is paying attention. Queen's University Belfast have won then the engineering challenge as a result, but Southampton have done rather well themselves. I mean, also
they won the final round of the engineering challenge. Southampton,
precisely.
Which is crucial.
So they've put themselves in 4th overall for the engineering challenges. That pays dividends. That's an extra 229 points for them. Glasgow came 2nd, but it won't be enough for them to take the championship on this occasion. So all to play for. And in summary, the teams that are in with a shout of winning here today, the overall season, are Vigo, Queen Mary, and Southampton. Now, I don't wish to jinx anything, but we're in the lunch break and we're filling for time, and I'm going to ask the question, Jess, and I'm going to answer it myself for once rather than just asking it. Who do you think is going to win Formula Student Sim Racing 25-26?
Well, I think they've done so well in the final round of the Engineering Challenge. I think Southampton have got one hand on the trophy.
I couldn't agree more. I think the exact same. I think this is Southampton's to lose. I wouldn't write off Vigo and Queen Mary, not in a heartbeat, but equally, this does look like it's going Southampton's way for the first time.
But what a story, because they won the inaugural season.
This is exactly it.
And every other season they finished 2nd and never won it. So for the final for the 5th season, this could be huge for them. And what a milestone, especially when we played that BT earlier.
Precisely. Now, if you're watching at home, then do please let us know where you're watching from and who you're supporting in the comments on the YouTube live stream. Would very much like to hear from you, please. Meanwhile, everybody's just returning from their lunch, so we're going to get back underway very soon. And heat number 3 is at the Hockenheim Ring. It's the Porsche Caymans, followed by heat 4 at the Norris Ring with the Mercedes 190E Evo 2s, and then we've got the 2 finals. Final B will be F4, those Formula 4 cars around Long Beach. I believe it's in California. And then final A will be Silverstone with the IERs. And that is going to be the big one, the final race of the season, which will determine the winner of the championship. Southampton doing doing consistently well today, but York have come through with some spectacular driving themselves. We've also seen some great stuff from Surrey. very much worth watching. It's going to be a great afternoon of sim racing, so make sure you stay there.
And Vermilion as well. Vermilion got 5th in race 1, 2nd or 3rd in race 2.
They're ones to watch at Silverstone. Now, if you're not familiar with Formula Student, this is almost like the warm-up party for the big event at Silverstone, which is going to be fantastic. Teams design and build single-seat race cars. They come from around the world, and we really do have an international field this year, an international field of former winners, in fact, because we've got last year's winners, Bizkaya, returning, as well as ECU, Edith Cowan University, from over in Australia near Perth. They won a couple of years ago. They're coming back. I've heard that Modena are also making a return. And let's not forget, of course, Vermilion have always been right up there. They're back with the
Especially in the statics as well.
Precisely.
Because of the statics, that's why they became runner-up. They won the statics, and that's what helped them get those crucial points. They just got to do better in the dynamics in order to stand a chance of winning this year. I think the dynamics is what's going to help them, I think. The statics, they got nailed.
They're back with a brand new car, which is looking very promising indeed. I had a conversation earlier with the guys from Bizkaya. They've dropped 20 kilograms from their car.
That's huge in the world of motorsport. Let's just say that if you can reduce that weight, that will help.
Maintained their overall mechanical ethos and then worked on the software to improve torque vectoring and that sort of thing. So that should be a really interesting car to watch. Let's not forget, of course, our homegrown talent, Oxford Brookes University, always in the mix of late. And, of course, Staffordshire as well have always looked promising, and their cars looking good. Not to mention some teams that have kept things simpler, but equally are looking still like they could be up there with some big points. Of course, Exeter, Leicester, De Montfort, all teams to watch as well. Meanwhile, the comments are coming in, and Ella is watching and supporting York, whilst Max says, shout out for Jay and Rosabelle, please. What a name, Rosabelle. You don't hear that very often. We like that.
That is a lovely name. And Tofu's looking forward to the next race as well.
Well, Tofu is looking forward to Heat 4, which is the 190E Mercedes race.
That'll be in about 45 minutes time-ish.
An hour. We've got 2 more races to go first. We got Heat 3, Hockenheim with the Porsche Caymans. So do stick around for that one. Although, I mean, earlier on we had the Mustangs, but we may as well have been going lawnmower racing. There were some rather interesting lines being chosen there.
It was fun to watch, though. Good. I really enjoyed it.
Jolly good stuff. Do please let us know where you're watching from and who you're supporting. We'd love to hear from you, especially if you're with your Formula Student team right now, packing up and getting ready to head to Silverstone, or whether you're already en route. Do please drop us a comment.
Are you camping already?
Literally England 1456. Will I be shot if I take a second lunch bag? I don't know.
We're the commentators. We don't call the shot. We call the shots on track.
Hey, don't turn down free food. I tell you what the rule is. If you bring us a snack or something from it, then you won't get shot. How's that? You know where we are. Anyway, please do keep those comments coming in. Also, feel free to feed us. Spooky Tofu says, speaking of weight saving, it's amazing what they would get away with in the past, with Porsche filling nitrogen in the tubes of the 917K so that if it leaks, you know you have structural damage. Now, that's very good. Also, Ella's spot on. Ella's nailed me. It's embarrassing that she's read me this well. She says, he really wants the crisps. You can have the. I thought you were talking about me. He really wants the crisps because I really want the crisps.
Yeah. He wants crisps.
I don't want the fruits. I'm not a vegetarian or a rabbit. Southampton. So I think you can infer the support. Says Charlie. Charlie watching from Southampton. So plenty of action to come. We are expecting to go racing again in approximately half an hour. Meanwhile, I think Monty's somewhere with something. Shall we? Roll Monty.
Yes, let's go.
Really nice. Right, okay. Well, let's go and see what's going on here, guys. Sorry, I'm just geeking out. So what you'll see going on here, let's have a quick nose. So what's going on at the moment is we're having a behind-the-scenes race. Everyone that you see on the rigs just now, these are the guys which make the racing happen. So we have the admins who run the servers throughout the year. We have the Williams team and contractors who also come in to help run the rigs for us to make sure that everyone knows where they need to be during the finals. We've got a very, very tight schedule to stick to with fast turnarounds. They're off. 5 minutes later, the next guys are in, getting logged in. We've also got some special guests here as well. Those who know about Formula Student, we have a Mr. John Dangerfield here as well.
I'm Eki, Formula Student Royalty. Better as an engineer rather than as a driver, looking at what's happening on his rig just now. And of course, we have a Callum as well from Emperor Servers. Hello, sir. I'll leave you to it, as I can see you're very busy with the MX-5s at Brands Hatch. However, we can see on the other side a couple of unsuspecting people. So I think what we're going to do here, let's speak to the main admin team. And let's start off firstly with Mr. James Greenhill Upward. Normally you guys see him reporting in on what's happening in Server 2. Just now, he's having a good little drive here. Hello, sir.
Hello, sir.
Pestering you for a minute.
How are you doing?
How's today going for you?
I'd say today's going quite well. I'd say enjoying the racings. Nice seeing the cars flip, and just having a hey, I enjoy what I enjoy. I'm a simple man. It's very fun to see on the TV cars, and now we're just having our own fun with the. I'm going to try not to flip my car, but that's part of the fun.
Oh well, good luck with that. Oh well, you're crashing instead, so that works. I'll leave you to it then. Thank you so much. It's good for you to join us. So for context, James has driven around from Wales to be here today. So the commitment here is real, guys. They've travelled from all corners of the country here. We've also got right here our race director. It's Mr. Callum Lowry. Hello, sir.
Hello.
You've been here for a while now, haven't you?
Yeah, a little bit.
We were looking at you in the VT earlier during the lunch break where
yes.
I made that famous comment of saying you come from the back of the grids in every race and you've won every race. Are you going to do it again here? And you're like, I don't think so. Have you cheered up a bit since then?
Probably not. Probably not.
Fair enough. Well, for context, guys, Callum, after that year in Formula Student as a competitor for Portsmouth, he has gone on to, well, you've been committed here now for the last 4 years, really, haven't you?
Yep. Yeah.
What's been the highlights for you?
There's a few combos here and there that I created that most people didn't like, but I loved because it was chaos. But yeah, obviously just running the event with everyone, it's been great. We were a great team, and it's been really good to see everyone just really work as great as a team to run this event, and yeah, it's great to be here.
It's been great to have you here, and honestly, thank you for all your help over the last 4 years, because it's just grown year on year. You know, we started with 20 universities in the first season, 73 universities taking part this season. We couldn't do it without you guys, so honestly, thank you, James, thank you, Callum. We need more love like what you guys give up. Of course, we've also got Darren around here. You guys may recognise him. He was actually one of the championship protagonists last year with College Dublin, but now he's here as a volunteer this year. Sir, welcome back.
Hi, Monty. How are you?
All the better for seeing you, sir. How are you finding it being on the other side this year?
It's been a very different experience, but I really, really enjoy it. I really enjoy bringing such a great sim racing event to life with the help of everyone here as well. It's just been excellent. The race is starting, is it? No, it's great to be here. Every day sim racing is a good day. So
it's nice to have you on the other side, and thank you for all your help this season. We could not have done this without you, especially for the engineering challenges. Go and get ready for your race. Right, we're going to go and do a fun race now, guys. So I'm going to hand you back over to the mainstream. As you can see, lots of people behind the scenes. Going to have a race of chaos. Have some fun.
Here we go then. That's great to see. And those are the people that make everything happen. They are vital to the sim racing series. And we're ever so grateful to them because it's entirely voluntary. They don't get paid to do it. There's no perks for it. They're just completely doing it for the love of it. And we're ever so grateful to them, aren't we?
Yes, without them, there'll be no sim racing series. And of course, we've got to also thank Dan Jones for helping to set this up as well at the start of this sim racing. And look, we got the racing live.
Absolutely brilliant. Here we go then. Underway then for some racing that we weren't quite anticipating, but nonetheless, we're going to commentate on anyway. We're at the back, and now we're at the front with Billy behind the wheel there. And that's not gone well for Mr. W eSports. That's Williams eSports. That's not gone well for our hosts, has it? There we are then. Billy in second place with J Blue Mount Tanner.
That's James.
And here we are then.
There was a spinner. If you want to watch that, this is the Indy circuit of Brands Hatch. That's what they're doing a test race on. It looks like the Mazda MX-5.
Yes, that is indeed Mazda MX-5s.
Yeah, as they're going side by side towards turn 1, you can't. This is not Whole Lane. This is not Strathclyde. This is just round this. All of our volunteered in towards turn number 1.
Excellent stuff. It's all a bit mad going on, and we'll be completely honest with you. We don't really know who's who. But sending love to everybody from back here at DMU. Sorry I can't be there to finish off a strong season off at Williams. Have fun, everyone, and see you at Silverstone, says Daniel Letard. We miss you, Dan. We
miss
really
you,
do.
Dan.
Looking forward to seeing you at Silverstone, mate. Meanwhile, on board with Player. We don't know who's who. We wish we did, but just know that these are people who really do know everything about sim racing, and they're having a great deal of fun doing so. And they
I was racing with them this morning, testing the rigs out, and they're very competitive.
I'm sure they are. We're on board with my friend and yours, John Dangerfield, who is having a whale of a time, working his way up into second place now behind what seems to be Hull A according to the timing board, but I'm not quite convinced that actually is Hull A.
It's not Hull A. It's someone different.
I can hear them in the gallery having a right giggle at all of this. Strathclyde is supposedly behind John Dangerfield, but I'm not 100% sure of that. But either way, these names are rather interesting. I appreciate it from Callum and Jack, who've just put their actual names in, as well as Williams eSports, to be honest. But I don't know who Billy is. Jane Blue.
James is the server 2 commentator.
Oh, I know. Is Jay Blue Montano long-haired James?
Yeah, that is
right.
long-haired James.
Brilliant.
Yes.
Love that. James Uphill Greenwood or something along those lines.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I was trying to think of his last name, but there we go. This looks fun. Where's my invite?
You'd be a damn sight better than I would. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, this would be actually quite fun.
On board then with Strathclyde, who are clipping the grass there, as does John Dangerfield. Behind them, James with the long hair, bringing it in. John Dangerfield braking a little bit early there and winding up Strathclyde, supposedly Strathclyde, not quite sure that it is. This feels like something between Monty Python and racing. Hello. Meanwhile, Monty's come to have a word with us. Oh, Williams eSports is John. Well, he's a lap down. That's gone less well. So then, therefore, the question remains: who is player? And this is hardly slick.
If Monty can find out who's who, that'll be lovely.
This is hardly slick, is it?
But this wasn't planned.
No, this is a bit of fun.
Yeah, this is a bit of fun whilst all the other stuff is going on at Williams.
Yes, indeed. So here we are then on board with someone, and someone else is ahead of them, and someone else even further up the track is in the lead.
But remember at Brands Hatch last year where we didn't have any skin?
No, yes, of course.
It was so funny. We're basically getting the same here as someone gets past someone in towards Druids.
Player is up ahead of Strathclyde, and then all of a sudden here comes James. James is in third. We like that from James. Mr. Longhair, Mr. Greenhill Upward or Underhill or something. To be honest with you, I do quite like winding him up with his surname and various mispronunciations of it. He'll watch this back later and then he'll DM me. Meanwhile, you're on board with John Dangerfield. No, John Dangerfield is a lap down still. That's the problem. Strathclyde, then you're on board with, supposedly. Park driving for them. As through go... Oh, this is very tight indeed. You've got Player ahead and James with the three of them on side by side. Going round is... It's difficult to commentate on when you don't know who's who.
Yeah, but this is a good opportunity for these volunteers to race in the race.
All I can say, if anybody's listening to this or watching this with looks of hiring people, we can do a lot better than this in different circumstances.
To be honest, I would have done a lot worse because I race in F1 cars, not these.
No, what I'm on about is our commentary.
Oh,
we can do a lot better when we're given a bit of a heads up and information. So in the middle of your screens there is James, and then behind him is supposedly Strathclyde, but it isn't. And then it's Billy. I think Williams eSports, Mr. John Dangerfield has got going again.
Hey.
Possibly.
Yes, yeah, he's going.
We're on board with the one driver we definitely know. It's long-haired James, who does pop up on the streams now and again. With
someone actually from Silverstone going
Josh
to
Woolley saying hello from Silverstone. Hello, Josh.
We will see you tomorrow.
We will, yes. This is going to be very exciting stuff here. Very much looking forward to the next race. Mental how slow these MX-5s make the Mustangs look. Yeah, it is really quite radical how quick a small car can be with decent handling compared to the tanks that are the Mustangs. But that's what it all comes down to. Straight line speed off the line. I do want, in a drag race, I suspect a Mazda would still win. A Mazda would still win in a drag race between with a Mustang, I suspect. Just because it's that much lighter and the gearing's better. But, you know, let's be real, Mustangs were there for those quarter of miles between traffic lights over in the United States in a straight line. James, look at this. James is really trying to defend very nicely, and it's almost, I think he's got the right line here, and James puts himself back up into second place. Rather nice stuff here. And you might be thinking, well, what on earth is going on? Well, welcome to the lunch break here for the Formula Student Sim Racing Series, the Grand Final 2025-2026 live.
A longer lunch break than intended.
Slightly so, but nonetheless, it's a lunch break regardless. We're live from Lassie and Williams. I'm Giles, she's Jess. And shortly we'll be going racing for Heat 3 at Hockenheim, or a virtual Hockenheim with the Porsche Caymans. Right now, you're seeing the behind-the-scenes team who make all of this possible, having a go on the hang on, what on earth is that? What is that? Is that bugs? I'm looking at, that's very strange.
God.
Oh dear. Anyway, more to the point, what you're looking
Jade is
at,
through. Jade is up to second.
what you're looking at is all of the guys that make this possible behind the scenes, the volunteers. They're having a bit of fun, having an unofficial race on the test rigs.
And we have John Dangerfield as well.
John Dangerfield is right in the mix. Meanwhile, Charlie says a Mustang will probably just locate the nearest crowd. It seems like the Mustangs had Domino's thin crusts for tyres. Yes, I would suggest so. This is looking very tight indeed as Player and USM both go through on James, forcing him out of the way. I'm sure he's thrilled about that, suffice to say. James, an alumni from the Formula Student Sim Racing Series, and now a volunteer with us, and we're ever so grateful to him for his time and his insight into what's going on in Server 2, which he usually pops up from during the live coverage.
And sometimes talks about the weather.
And often, yes, talks about the weather. Meanwhile, then he's going to try and go through on the middle of these two. Quite a bold move there from Mr. Uphill, Underhill, who now, where now. As the two cars ahead of him battle it out. He's going to take full advantage of this, and he gets sent onto the grass, and that was harsh. That was uncalled for, wasn't it? Didn't need to be that mean. He may have long hair, but that's not worth punishing him that much for it. As he heads back out onto the track.
I'm surprised he didn't mow the lawn there with their Mazda MX-5s.
Yes, indeed. And putting the foot down now is James.
He's dropped down to 5th. What's gone on? He's.
Yeah, well, he got forced off, and I think he's going to take a little while to recover from it.
He's had better days.
Yeah, 4 laps to go then, or possibly. I think they're drawing that race to a premature end, perhaps, or they're going for a replay of just.
I think we're going to try and find out how James had a bit of an off, it looks like.
Maybe, don't know. Stay with us.
Oh no, we're good.
So you're on board then with what is purportedly Strathclyde, but just patently isn't. As we sit here waiting for more action at the Formula Student Sim Racing Grand Final 2025-2026. Whoa! That was a bold move, or lack thereof. I would have moved a bit further. Oh, I see. They decided to punt the car off the track. I suspect John Dangerfield has actually climbed out of the sim rig, and they were bored of the car just sitting there. So they decided to punt it out of the way.
I think some other people are on the track as well now.
Interestingly enough, Charlie has Googled it, and the Mazda MX-5s make more power than the 70s Mustangs did from the factory, probably related to the petrol crisis experienced at the time in the United States. Yes, of course, the 1973 oil crisis. That would have something to do with that. Meanwhile, Jess, are you looking forward to more action?
After seeing what happened in the first 2 rounds with Hungarian and Thruxton, Hockenheim, I always enjoy commentating on it because of the amount of great overtaking spots. Yes, it's not going to be the full track, but every time we go racing around Hockenheim, there's always something to watch. It was in the truck last year, Hockenheim, if I remember. It was Hockenheim Short B. We're doing the national track this year. It's going to be a completely different layout, and I'm looking forward to the finals as well. And we're going to Long Beach, and I had to go racing there on Long Beach yesterday, and I had a lot of fun because you can ride those curves in the F4s like no tomorrow. And I kind of wish I was racing, but I'm getting him to send the combo like before next week so I can have a go myself at home. But yeah, I had a lot of fun these rigs yesterday at Long Beach.
Charlie's just popped into the comments, and that is Hull well off, by the way, into the wall. Supposedly Hull, don't think it actually is. Charlie's just popped into the comments, 4.9 litre V8 making 140 brake horsepower. Charlie, can you confirm that that's the power output of the Mustang from the 70s? Because for such a large capacity engine, that doesn't feel like a significant amount of horsepower. I could well be wrong, because I'm used to dealing in kilowatts because it's SI units, but that just doesn't feel like a lot for such a large engine block. Meanwhile, through on Billy goes Strathclyde-ish. It's not really Strathclyde, is it, Jess?
No, it's not. It's one of our volunteers, of course.
You'll notice we're killing time here. We're just waiting to get going and underway once more following the lunch break for Heat 3 and Heat 4 of the Grand Final before the big final races, Finals B and Finals A. These MX-5s do look like a lot of fun. I know someone who actually owns an MX-5, recently purchased one, and I'm looking forward to seeing it in person at Silverstone.
Really?
Yes.
Who?
So Mayuki Panda, you might know her as.
Oh, brilliant. Right, Miyuki, if you're watching, I want to see your MX-5 at Silverstone on Thursday.
I hope she's put the Go Faster stripes back on it. I think it would look better with the stripes. It's in a similar colour in red.
She's going to be our host for the VTs as well. So you'll see her in the VTs this weekend. Like she's been doing. For me and Cheryl, this is our 4th Formula student, and we met at Silverstone. Yeah, people would think we would meet online. The first time I ever met Cheryl was Silverstone, Formula student, and that's when I got introduced to her Twitch channel.
The more you know. The more you know.
Yeah, she's lovely as well. So
it is a small world. Meanwhile, Charlie says those old V8s were just sort of bricks. Apparently, the same motor could make 200 to 250 with a 4-barrel carb. It does strike me that they were just kind of making them to mass and said that'll do. But who knows? American engineering, an entirely different beast.
And we're about to finish this race.
Race feels like a loose term.
And player wins the race.
And player wins and race. There we go.
Woo!
Well, hey, congratulations to all involved, and genuinely thank you to the volunteers. Really do appreciate their time and effort, and everything that they put into this series. It wouldn't be the same without them. Back with us here in the commentary box, it's Giles and Jess, and some of the team members over there. Hello, how are you? Yes, do give us a follow on Instagram, please do. I'd like to try and crack 2,000 by the end of the week if I can get a few hundred followers across the few days that we're broadcasting. Shameless plug, but there we are. We all have personal ambitions. Some of them are little.
And there's also one Instagram we got to plug as well, the FSO Online as well, which is our sponsor for FS News as well.
Yeah, do give them a shout. Formula Student Online, all one word. Now then, shall we go through what we've got to come?
Yes. Hit it, Giles.
Hockenheim, we're off to next with the Porsche Caymans. That will be Heat 3. We'll have 2 races for each heat. So there will be 2 races at Hockenheim in those Porsche Caymans. Different teams swapping in and out. Give a wave to Monty as he goes past. Then following that, we'll head to the Norris Ring for 2 more races. This time with the Mercedes 190E Evo 2s.
And as you can see on your screen, here it is.
Excellent. It's almost like we planned it.
Exactly.
And then Finals B will be held at Long Beach, California, with the Formula 4 cars driven around there, which ought to be very exciting. Jess had a go yesterday and rather enjoyed it. And finally, oddly enough, the grand final. Final A will take place at the hallowed tarmac, virtually on this occasion, of Silverstone, where the cars, we believe, will be IERs. So do stay with us. We've got 6 races to come before the end of our coverage today. So make sure you are sat there with your snacks, with your friends, with your family.
Stay hydrated.
Stay hydrated, wave at Monty, and just generally speaking, have a great time, because there's nothing better on the telly. Wimbledon's over. The World Cup
The World
isn't
Cup's
on
not
until
till tomorrow.
Well, the World Cup's not on until tomorrow for us. No, I think it was yesterday. No, was it tonight? I think.
No, and I think they got both of the semi-finals on the same day.
Are they?
Yeah, tomorrow.
I thought France Spain was today. Anyway, more to the point.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't watch World Cup.
Thanks to the time difference, it doesn't really matter. The football was not on. The Grand Prix was weeks ago. Here on a Tuesday is exactly where you want to be. So go and grab whatever it is that you enjoy snacking. Enjoy yourself because we've got
share the stream as well. To your friends.
do please, friends, family, colleagues, pets. We're just waiting to get the drivers in. You can see if you can spot someone that you know in behind us there. Do comment on the live stream, please. Let us know where you're watching from and who you are supporting. Into shot comes Mr. John Dangerfield, and yeah, we're getting there now. We're beginning to get there. Lunch is settling now, and very shortly we'll be back underway for more virtual wheel-to-wheel action. Our pick here in the commentary box for your champions of Formula Student Sim Racing 2025-2026 is Southampton. That's who both myself and Jess reckon are going to take it. The World Cup semi-final between Spain and France, we're reliably informed, is indeed tonight.
Thank you, Karim. Thank you.
So one of those teams will be in the final. I would suspect it's going to be France. Meanwhile, though, none of that matters. Right now, this is what matters. These are the current standings in the Formula Student Sim Racing Series. And suffice to say, Southampton are in the lead with a rather large gap, I would say, 25 points ahead of their closest rivals.
The drop round.
This excludes the drop round. It excludes all the other stuff. This was at the end of round 6, but it gives you an
the engineering challenge.
Gives you an approximation of who to keep an eye out for. So you've got University of Southampton leading, University of Vigo and Queen Mary. Those are your 3 teams still in contention. Anybody else, unfortunately, can't win. It comes down now, really, to race results. Queen's University Belfast actually came out on top with the best results overall in the engineering challenges, so they've got themselves some silverware already. But it'll be one of these 3 teams at the top here that will take the overall championship. Southampton, Vigo, and Queen Mary, London. Those are the 3 teams in contention now until the end of play today. University of Greater Manchester up there, University of Glasgow, University of York, all the usual protagonists, all worth keeping an eye on because at the end of the day, as much as they may not be in contention for the championship, they will, as a matter of pride, want to take as many points as they possibly can. So keep your ears out and eyes out for them as well. We're keeping our eyes on the live stream and the live group chat, so do please let us know any thoughts that you have. We'd love to hear from you. Feedback is also welcome, just as long as it's not about our appearances. I once did a live stream. I'm not even kidding. I once did a live stream with Greg James in January. Greg James and Callum Leslie.
Yeah.
And the comments that I had were about my teeth and my hairline. Now I can't do much about either of those. So yes, but if you're going to comment, make it funny.
Wow.
Right now, we are moments away from the first race of Heat 3. The teams have just been sent into the rigs and they'll be getting to grips with it. I suspect it will give them another 5 or 10 minutes. So do forgive us for filling, but filling we must and filling we will. What's been your favourite race so far today, Jess?
Oh, I think Thruxton, because of the battle we had between York and Hertfordshire A, and also between Glasgow and Vermilion as well. But I enjoyed the fight between Southampton and Surrey in Hungaroring as well.
It's been spectacular. I must say, it's got to be Thruxton for me as well, simply because the crashes were spectacular.
Lots of flips. There were lots of flips in both races.
But if someone out there, and I know we won't be able to show it because of copyright, but just for my own personal enjoyment, if someone downstairs or watching at home can rewind the stream and just clip up that moment when that MTU's car flew up into the air and then stick over the top Defying Gravity and the run from Defying Gravity, I think that would go very nicely together. So if someone more technically skilled than myself could edit that up, I'd be very grateful.
And they could go viral.
Who knows? I just think it's quite funny. The trouble is we can't play it because otherwise this stream will get copyright claimed. But we will have more VTs from the teams later on. We've been doing some Meet the Team VTs throughout the morning. We'll do those in the afternoon as well. So yes, it's going to get to the point where we're going to end up talking about football in a minute because we've repeated ourselves enough times.
Yeah, exactly.
Regarding what's happening and what's about to happen and who's in contention. If you missed it, the teams to watch out for: Southampton, Vigo, and Queen Mary. Those are the 3 teams that could clinch it and take the Formula Student Sim Racing Series Championship title home with them today for 2025-2026. 5 years of the Sim Racing Series, 5 glorious, fun-filled years, and it really has been. So thank you to Monty and the team for putting it on. I give a wave to the IMECI who've walked in. It's almost like our equivalent of Ofcom are here, just keeping an eye on us and making sure we behave ourselves. Hello, IMECI. Meanwhile, then, the teams are just beginning to get set up for practice around Hockenheim. Jess will be able to keep an eye on who's posting those faster laps around the course. Bear in mind they're driving the Porsche Caymans. Here are the teams just settling in now. You can see Bizkaya, winners of Formula Student UK 2025 at the front of your screens.
We've got Southampton in there.
In the middle of your screens there, you can also see IUT. They come over all the way from Bangladesh. You can see the Bangladeshi flag on their chests as part of their team kit. So plenty of international interest in the goings-on here in Motorsport Valley, and why wouldn't there be? So many teams in Formula One and motorsport as a whole are based here, so you can see why so many teams are determined to make the track over to the UK in order to compete here. And if you're sat there watching from abroad thinking, why isn't my Formula Student team doing Formula Student UK? I have the same question, and I would encourage you to get over here because this is where you can make a difference to your careers. This is where
it's a global event.
It's a global event, and this is where the Formula One teams are hiring from. You can't get into Formula One without having Formula Student on your CVs. About 3.5 minutes away now from racing. Jess, has anybody managed to complete a lap yet, or am I?
They just started. They just started.
They've got about 4 minutes just to get to grips with the track and the car. They will have had practice, of course, but nonetheless, the wheels will feel different for them compared to their home setups. Meanwhile, Spooky Tofu says, all the best, Tarmin from IUT. So good luck there from over in Bangladesh. Do let us know if you want any shout-outs. I think Hull are there in the mix, as are Yui on this occasion. Will be in the field. If you've got any shout-outs you want us to do, let us know and we'll get them done. Meanwhile, Jess, we're just beginning to get to grips. We're being offered chocolate, which is very nice. Very, very nice, because a very, very nice cuddly man called Callum is coming around with chocolate. He's a beautiful human being. Thank you, sir. I really do appreciate that. How are you? He's good. We're reliably informed. Callum is good. If you see a guy on the stream with a brownish-looking hoodie,
that's Callum.
A beard and some hair, then that is indeed Callum, and he is a wonderful guy, and we couldn't do this without him. Genuinely a proper stalwart of Formula Student, been involved for years through significant personal hurdles, and he's still stuck with it. So fair play to that. Meanwhile, then we're back to us. This is. Hey, look, we're not a million miles away from being back out on track. I know that's what you want to see, and we'll be there very, very soon. So do stay with us. Jess, has anyone managed to post an lap?
Yes, and Southampton are on top with a 1:45.233.
Why does that not surprise me?
And then we got MTU in P2.
Okay, but bear in mind this is practice, so you never quite can tell from that how things are going to play out. Not to mention it's a randomised grid for each of these races. These grids are selected at random. Some teams will be at the front, some teams will be at the back.
So if they've been in the front in the first 2 heats, expect them to be in the back.
Yeah,
in
each
the
team
will
have a chance to start near the front and start near the back.
Yeah, it's good.
Or at the back,
It's
or at the
experience of them trying to climb their way through, because not many teams have done that this season.
A lot of teams have done that this year. Daniel Solon from Queen Mary Formula Student is always very good at that.
Yeah, because a lot of, especially in the endurance, he was a one-driver entry, and he still managed to get a very good result. And without that, they wouldn't be in with a shot with the championship.
0 point. Precisely. And the reason Daniel isn't here is because he's starting his year in industry. And apparently...
Because the experience that he got in Engineering Challenge was what landed him that place.
Exactly.
And I believe he's doing the finals later on.
Yes.
After work.
I imagine what he'll be doing is spending the day wishing he was here and then going home in the evening to compete.
He said to me he wishes he was here. He's gutted. But but you need to get experience in industry, and understandably, quite a few other of his teammates are here though, so in spirit.
Exactly.
So yeah, we'll see him racing later, but of course he's got to do real life worky stuff.
real life. I mean, we've been sat here all day. What is real life, Jess? I'm moments away from singing Bohemian Rhapsody. There can't be that long left on the clock because I nearly just tripped into Bo Rap lyrics. Oh, thank goodness for that. I'm going to save you me doing Bohemian Rhapsody. I don't think you want to hear that. But what you do want to hear is the dulcet tones of engine noise. In this case, Porsche Caymans going around Hockenheim. Here are the drivers in Lassie and Williams Formula One HQ getting set up and getting ready to go. The clock running down. We've got approximately 1 minute.
No, 3 minutes and 38 seconds.
3 minutes and 38 seconds, Jess. Oh, the tension's killing me.
Yes, so I've seen a few people making adjustments. Don't forget, in the heats, they're not allowed to change anything. So fixed setups for the entirety of the heats. So every single driver has to run the same setup, the same force feedback settings. They can't change a little bit to suit them. I was running higher force feedback settings than normal, but that's what the drivers have to. They have to. It's an even playing field for the drivers out there on circuit today that are at Williams. But it's open setups for the finals though. So the ones in finals B and finals A, they would have had a setup pretty much sorted for those rounds, and it'll be interesting to see if that makes a difference out there on track. In particular, because obviously it's Formula Student, it's part of is engineering at the end of the day.
In response to Ella asking whether 3 minutes is enough for Bohemian Rhapsody,
it's longer than that.
It isn't. I'm afraid it's 6 minutes 30 is Bohemian Rhapsody, and that's definitely the reason why I'm not singing it, and not because I'm appalling at singing.
And we would get copyright striked.
You implied that would imply being so in tune that the copyright system would be able to detect it. I'm not convinced I can sing like Freddie Mercury well enough to get copyright struck, but I certainly think we will lose anybody watching. So I'm going to avoid singing Bohemian Rhapsody and instead turn our attention back to this race. Race 5, the first race of Heat 3. So this will be our 5th race of the day. The first for Heat 3. Hockenheim, Porsche Caymans. Get your predictions in, please. Who do you think is going to win?
I'm going to look at the time. I'm going to look at the timing sheet and just pick a random.
Yeah, let's have a look, Jess.
Right, so
to the left there, you want to go?
So we've got come on. There we go. So we've got Southampton, Exeter B, Strathclyde, IUT, Munster, MCME, Biscaya, Strathclyde B, UE, Exeter A, Hull B, Hertfordshire B, UCLM, Bow, and Munster B and Vigo. I'm going to go with a shot in the dark. I'm going to go UE.
Fair enough. I'm sure.
Gone someone random, okay?
Yeah, I'm not going to say that just simply because every time I support UE, they get grumpy with me. So
sorry.
I think that's particular to me, Jess. I'm just going to have a look here. Do you know what? Because they're right on the front of your screens and they've done one in the past. I'm going to shout out Biscaya. I think Biscaya could pull off something interesting here. Yeah, they could do with it. I'd say Vigo could do with some points as well, as could Queen Mary, to be completely honest with you.
Queen Mary's in the next race.
Yes.
Not this one.
Certainly Vigo will be hoping to collect some more points compared to what they've got thus far in order to take the challenge to Southampton, who finished 4th overall in the engineering challenge results and have also won a race today.
And they won, and Southampton won the last round of the engineering challenge.
This is it. Southampton are looking incredibly strong, which is why our money's on them. But in order to take the challenge to them, Vigo and Queen Mary need to be doing something, and doing something now would be our suggestion.
We're about to go racing. We're in 20 seconds' time. The drivers are getting settled in to their rigs for the first time since their lunch break, of course. They had a careers talk earlier on too, so they hopefully feel inspired. We're about to go racing.
Here we go. Biscaya on pole. X Racing in 2nd. In 3rd is IUT. Vigo in 4th. Up come the lights. Up come the revs. Lights out and away we go at Hockenheim with the Porsche Caymans. And it's an absolutely blistering start for Biscaya. They go away with it. IUT are right there with them as Exeter seems a little bit sluggish off the line and is left behind by, of course, Biscaya. IUT a second behind the pair of them, though. X Racing managing to get the slipstream and catch right up in there in the tail fin of Biscaya. IUT holding on to 3rd. Vigo climbing up into 4th. There's big drama, big traffic at the back there, and that's a field of cars swapping paintwork. Exeter's B team look to be caught up in that, as do Strathclyde, UCLM, and MTU. Here, meanwhile, is Exeter making a go of it, trying to go on the inside of Bizkaya. They've got side by side between the pair of them, but Bizkaya cover them off. Exeter are right there with them. The gap between second and third is 2.2 seconds, so no team at the front here can afford to make a mistake because the pack behind them is thick and ravenous. Meanwhile then, here is NCME trying to get through on UE. As you said earlier, Jess, UE right up there in the mix.
That was a send.
Here comes Southampton sending it through on IUT. IUT started out in third and unfortunately got swamped, and have also been there's a loss of aggression. I think IUT have been struggling somewhat by being too polite out on track, perhaps, because this isn't the first time we've seen them have a great start and then be biffed out of the way. I think they might want to get their elbows out just a little bit more in order to remain competitive.
Yes, I think so as well, but don't forget, for a lot of these teams, the first time they're actually racing in those rigs, so there's probably some of them are still getting used to it at the moment. 1.3 second gap between Bizkaya and Exeter, and someone's got a damaged front wing, it seems, Giles.
Yeah, hardly ideal, because let's not forget these simulators are a bit more sophisticated than something like Mario Kart, and it does actually simulate the impact of damage on your car. And is it Southampton that's got the front wing damage? I'm trying to tell. I don't think so. You're on board with Southampton. They are all over the back of UCLM, trying to find a way through, trying to get a nose up on the outside and then switch it back on the inside. They burn through on both UE and UCLM, outbreaking the pair of them, slingshotting through. A bold move there from Southampton. Very well played there from our championship leaders. What a move, Jess.
That was absolutely fantastic, and they could have thought, I thought they would play it safe, but no, they're going for absolute send and showing on why they deserve to be leading this championship by making calculated moves like that. And it's nice to watch in these Porsche cars around Hockenheim. It is just something with Porsches and Hockenheim is always exciting, as we've got the Strathclyde A fighting with the likes of Bow and MTU and Strathclyde B as well, but they're in the Strathclyde sandwich, for goodness sake, as we've got 11 minutes and 52 to go in towards the final corner, which is I can't even say the name, so I'm not going to say it. I'm not German.
It's the final corner at Hockenheim. We'll go with that.
I could say this corner, turn one, Nordkirk. There we go.
Here we go then. It's Southampton all over the chuff of NCME. NCME doing their absolute damnedest to stay ahead of a team on the charge. Southampton doing remarkably well to make up the places in such a short space of time. And here we have then UCLM and UE duking it out with Exeter B in the rear. Looking very good are these three teams, evenly matched, not a lot in it, but suffice to say, UE will be desperate to hold on to that number 5 position. They were a lot higher earlier, but here comes UCLM on the inside, and that is how you do that. Bold, clean and effective, like a knife through butter. UCLM claiming 5th position from UE. And that puts them into the top 5, oddly enough. And meanwhile...
Like they were in race 1.
Yes, exactly. 3.3 seconds between Bizkaya and Exeter Racing. NCME 4.87 seconds off the lead. That means they're 1.6 seconds away from Exeter. So Exeter losing out on a challenge for first place, but nonetheless have got a comfortable gap between themselves and the team in third. Meanwhile, here's BAL. Now, they've not been having a great day today. A lot of issues for them. Meanwhile, here's Southampton through on NCME. Surely they've got this. Yes, they do. Can they close them down is the question. They're side by side. A nose ahead are Southampton. NCME coming back at them. They're side by side down the start-finish straight into turn 1. Southampton have the advantage of the inside line. Braking later, not quite touching. NCME conceding the position, and Southampton up into third.
Southampton up into third place, and there's contact. That not anymore. Is that someone at that Strathclyde B? The cars look similar.
Yeah, there's a lot of blue on the field, which makes life just a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, and there's also a bit of orange as well. And sometimes we can confuse that for Leicester because they have a bit of orange on their car as well. Meanwhile, Exeter's B team, who did quite well in the first race, is up into 7th place. They'll be probably happy that their other team is doing quite well in 2nd place right now. As they got to be careful that they don't, because the national straight, they don't do the whole of the parabolica straight. They don't do all of that. The parabolica curve is shorter in this national circuit, and I've been caught by it loads of times when I've been watching it, and I'm sure people get caught by it when they're racing as well. Now in towards the Mobile 1 curve coming up as well, where we saw Sebastian Vettel have a moment in 2019, which pretty much, I think, was the pivotal moment in this championship. But there you go. The Exeter's B team, who is being chased down by Monster 18, who were doing quite well in 8th place. They need a good one to score some points as well. Don't forget that the more good positions they get in these races will help them determine who's going to be in finals A. As you can see, Munster's right on the back of this, same as Jack Clyde. In towards turn 1 they go off Nord curve. Who's going to make it stick? And it looks like it's going to be Munster, who's up into 7th, Giles.
Munster into 7th then. Exeter B team didn't really have a reply on that one, but they're trying to outbrake the team that have just taken the position off them, braking later into that corner. It doesn't really pay off for them because they've got Strathclyde to contend with, who are right there with them, and unfortunately Exeter's attention will have to turn away from retaking the position to defending where they currently are. 3.8 seconds separate Bizkaia from Exeter up front. Meanwhile, here comes Vigo. Now, Vigo really do need to put their foot down if they want to stay within contention, because look at where Southampton are by comparison. Munster are trying to defend from Exeter. Exeter trying to defend from Strathclyde, and Strathclyde trying to defend from Vigo all the time, attacking one another as well. It really is rather intense, to say the least. As here comes the 4 of them in the train. That goes wide, does Exeter.
That's Exeter's A-team, Giles.
Exeter have gone well off there. Not quite sure what happened, but they've certainly lost it and allowed Southampton to make up yet another position. Southampton into 2nd. Vigo, they're all the way down in 10th. One of the only other teams that can challenge Southampton for victory in this sim racing series this year. And it looks like it's going more and more towards the the east coast, the southeast coast. It's on the coast of Southampton.
It's on the south coast. Let's just say that.
Definitely, it's down. It's certainly down south.
It's down. Yeah, we can say it's down south. But we've had the championship go to London last year. The last 2 seasons before that, we went to Glasgow.
Spent a lot of time in Glasgow. Yeah.
Yeah, and then of course the first inaugural season is our championship leader Southampton. As here comes Strathclyde 18 on Vigo. Vigo can't afford to lose positions, otherwise they're going to need a miracle to get through to finals A. Through the parabolica they come, late on the brakes once more for Vigo. Well, they're actually going to be quite early on the brakes now. They don't want to make too many mistakes, especially with not many heat races still to go. Of course, after this, we've got another one of these with different universities. Then we've got the Norris thing later on as well. And we know how that went a few seasons ago. As Munster want to try and get another position off Yui, who is staying out of trouble so far. But are they going to stay out of trouble here? Oh, that was a bit of contact there. As Munster's now up in another position, up to 6th.
Oh, here we go. That you say this, and NCME, I mean, Exeter Racing have got NCME all over them, and they've now got to contend with this. I don't know what went on with Exeter earlier. They ran wide, and Southampton sailed on through. It's not the result. It's not the result that Exeter would have wanted, but yes, indeed, the gap is significant. 8 seconds between the lead and 3rd place. As here comes NCME, slotting in under the rear wing of Exeter. And they go wide. That's a rather exuberant use of track limits there, NCME. They're trying to get side by side now with Exeter into the right-hander. They've surely got this one. Exeter have got to concede. They take a wider line to Exeter. Exeter run wide. They don't take a wider line. They run wide. They don't break enough. And that is an absolute disaster for the team from Devon, who were running in 2nd place, but their cornering is leaving a lot to be desired here, Jess.
Yeah, we thought the timing's had a bit of a moment there, but nope, it's just a set of courser for you as the top 10 still going strong. Bizkaia said it's a consistent lap times consistently in the 1:32. It's only a temp slower than their best lap, so their pace has been very consistent throughout the entirety of this race. Meanwhile, Strathclyde almost got well, they got attacked by Vigo there, but they almost got past Vigo there at the moment. Vigo's doing all they can to try and defend from the Scots. They don't want to lose any more because they've not had the best of days so far, but to be fair, they have been, this is the first time they've been here at Williams for quite a while, so they're still trying to get used to these rigs.
Need to also give a shout out to Literally England from Hertfordshire, who brought us up extra spare food, so thank you very much to him. Meanwhile, as Jess was saying there, Strathclyde trying to get through on Vigo. Vigo, as we've established, need all the points they can get in order to keep their championship hopes alive, but they do seem to be dimming somewhat by comparison when you look at where Southampton are, and that gap is closing, Jess. That gap between Southampton and Biscaya is closing, and through goes Strathclyde, holding on for dear life to the racing line, which is more than can be said for Vigo, who went off there, and that's allowed Strathclyde right up underneath them. In fact, there's a little toe punt there on the bumper of Vigo from Strathclyde. Strathclyde now looking to the inside, trying to get through the Scots on the team from Vigo. I should also point out that gap really is dropping, and it does suggest that the home advantage does have an impact because Southampton are not
we
here.
We saw that in race one.
We saw it earlier, and at one point it was 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds. It's dropped by a second in this lap alone.
And you want to know something? Southampton just set the fastest lap of the race.
Wouldn't surprise me in the slightest, Jess. They really are on a full send as they chase down another race victory. 1.6 seconds between themselves and Biscaya. You're currently on board with Southampton. You can see the gap there and visualize that is a gap of 1.3 seconds. That's all there is between these two cars. We've got 2 minutes 45 on the clock. Southampton will be determined to get another race win. You can see the team they're racing against at the bottom of your screens there in red. That's the driver from Biscaya there. Meanwhile, Exeter have gone through on Uwe, I believe. Uwe trying to get through back again, and yes, they have done. Exeter's B team relegated back once more into 8th position. They're duking it out, are the pair of them. Vigo twitching in the rear there as Strathclyde still trying to hunt them down. Could it be Exeter with the front wing issue, or was that another car? It might well have been Exeter, because Exeter have been dropping. That could have been. We heard someone from the gallery told us there was a front wing issue. We just didn't quite catch which driver it was. That gap, meanwhile, as you can see here, it's absolutely huge in its insignificance. That's a contradiction of terms. Brilliant stuff there from Exeter through on Uwe. Uwe went wide. Exeter took an entirely different line and pulled it off there. Exeter's B team then putting themselves up into 7th. Meanwhile, it's less than a second now between Southampton and Biscaya. 0.6 seconds. It's dropping every moment I speak. If we could get a look at that, that would be fascinating to see. UCLM going through on Exeter's A team. It could well indeed be Exeter's A team with the front wing damage. Can we get a look then at the battle for the lead between Southampton and Biscaya? Here we are then. Here is Southampton closing it right down. 0.3 seconds now between Biscaya and Southampton. Southampton driving an incredible race, making up position after position and closing down on a team that had gone away with it. We thought Biscaya was sailing, but no, they seem to have run aground at Southampton as the gap is only 0.37 seconds. This is going to be the lap to do it in. I suspect they've got 1 minute on the clock, one final lap, 9 laps completed, the 10th in progress. It comes down to this. Can Southampton chalk up another race victory over the course of the next lap? This is what it all comes down to here. Biscaya on the defensive, and Southampton racing from home. They've chosen to take the home advantage, and now the case will be, can they make it pay off? I'm not quite sure.
They're going to send it. They're going to send it into this corner, Giles. Can they make it stick? No. Biscaya is going to do all they can to make sure Southampton do not have a sniff. Biscaya is going to try and defend each way as well, but we know Southampton is good at trying to attack on the final lap. Biscaya hasn't had that much experience fighting near the front, but they've been doing such a good job. They're going to learn so much from being in this experience here at Williams. They've got a few more corners to go. This is great that we're hanging with Battle for the League once again. We saw that in race 1 last time at Thruxton. But Giles, can Bizkaya do it, or will Southampton make it a second victory today?
The clock's run out, the track's running out as well. Only a few corners left for Southampton to make a move on Bizkaya. Bizkaya racing from Atlassian Williams. Southampton racing from home. Equally matched are the pair of them into the final corner as Southampton go round the outside trying to out-drag Bizkaya to the line. It's going to be incredibly close indeed, and I can't tell. I think, yes, Bizkaya took the victory according to the timing board of 0.03. It was unbelievably close.
Look at the relief on Bizkaya's face.
So earned that victory. As we had it here, 0.056 seconds between the two of them, says the timing board. We have had it previously where Assetto Corsa got it wrong, and it turned out that the photo finish went the other way. But as far as we know, here, right now, that victory went to Bizkaya by 0.056 seconds. What a drive!
Remember Imola a few seasons ago?
Yeah, much the same.
It was pretty much the same.
Just absolutely spectacular driving from the pair of them. A well-earned victory from the driver from Bizkaya, who looks like he's wearing oven gloves, I can't lie. But, I mean...
They protect the wheel. I wear them at home, and I would recommend if you have a rig at home to wear gloves.
He can wear what he wants at this point. He's just claimed a massive victory there, holding off until the very, very end. A drag race to the finish over the line in the first race at Hockenheim for the Porsche Caymans. One absolutely spectacular race, Jess. That really is worth coming back from lunch for. Just brilliant.
Yeah, I think the wait was worth it because we got to see this action. And plus we get to do it all over again in a minute with another group of universities, including Queen Mary, who have to have a good race. They have to, because otherwise they're going to be in a bit of trouble.
I begin to wonder, with a race victory there, a second place just now, and Vigo lagging well behind, I mean, I do wonder, I don't know, I'm just guessing here, but I do wonder whether Vigo might be out of contention with Southampton doing so well. Queen Mary really have to pull something out in order to maintain their hopes of
because they're not going to have Dan racing until the finals, I believe.
Well, no, exactly. So they've really got to pull something out in order to retain the championship here, because Southampton have come in with consistency. I mean, they got the win in the final engineering challenge, 4th place overall in the engineering challenges, a race victory and a 2nd place so far today. Amongst other races. So that's very impressive, and it's going to make them very difficult to beat.
Yeah, and I think there's plenty of other teams that can spoil it. Surrey as well, which is a shame they're out of the running, but they're still...
Yeah, Surrey have been great. I mean, the thing with Surrey is that
they've improved so much.
That's it. That is their story this year, is that they were good when they were good last year, but they weren't good consistently. This year, they've come in with far more consistency. They've turned up, and when they've been turning up, they've been getting top 10 finishes, and on some occasions challenging, if not winning, and that's been really great to see.
And obviously, we only see them a few times last season, so it's great to have them they have a good bunch of drivers this year. Yeah. I think a lot of them are going to be there next year as well.
I'm sure they will be.
I'm going to make a prediction. Surrey's going to be championship contenders next season if they show up to every race.
I can believe that. I can believe that. I mean, I'd like Cardiff to be, but that means them putting in a team consistently.
They only race like 2 races.
Yes, exactly. Thank you for signposting my pain, Jess. Anyway, more to the point. We'll be going again very, very soon for the 2nd race of Heat 3 at Hockenheim. Great circuit as well. Perfect circuit. Really
and perfect
nice one.
combo as well. I love the Porsche. It seemed to me that it just stuck. Like
German car, German track, can't go wrong.
Exactly. I was saying that earlier. Porsche at Hockenheim, it is always great. And I watched a few Super Cup races, Carrera Cup Germany races there. Absolutely brilliant.
Spook 6mm says, "Wow, what a race!" Charlie says, "What a finish! Absolutely spectacular." Meanwhile, no shiny Saria Promiti. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maris is waiting for you. I'm assuming Maris is one of the drivers, and someone's looking forward to seeing Maris driving. Well, there you are. But that's a rather funky username.
Yeah. I remember there's a few social medias where they come up with random names sometimes, and I just.
I mean, the trouble is one of my usernames on social media is Quatermaster, and everyone keeps reading it as Quartermaster, which is just not the same thing. Meanwhile, we're moments to. I keep saying meanwhile because I'm just trying to work out where we're at. Right now, we're waiting for the second practice to get underway at Hockenheim. Do please let us know what your thoughts were on that race, who you're supporting, where you're watching from. Will you be watching Formula Student at Silverstone? Have you got a ticket? Let us know.
If you haven't, there's still time.
Exactly, and they are very, very good value. That's 10% of the cost of a ticket to the Formula One.
And you get to go to the paddock that the
Yeah,
F2s and the F3s were a few weeks ago.
Yeah, well, this is it, and you don't need to be Richard Hammond's daughter to get paddock access to Formula Student. You just pay 30 quid and rock and roll.
There you go, boom, and I just received my ticket for Silverstone this afternoon.
There we
so
go.
I am all sorted.
Nice stuff. I mean, Aberdeen have just run past. I mean, there's something going on at Aberdeen, clearly. They're in a rush. That or they really need the loo. Anyway, Spooky Tofu has said a race was relatively clean.
Oh, no, you said that now. There's gonna be flip.
No, he said the race was that last race was clean.
No, but I'm talking about the next one coming up.
Oh, you never know. I mean, the difference is though. Let's think about this. The Renaults and the Mustangs didn't have particularly great aero, and they also had.
Whereas the Porsche have aero.
They've got aero, which will stick them to the ground through the corners, and of course they're a lot lower to the ground. They've got a far lower ride height than the Mustangs and the Twin Goats.
Same with the Mercs, I think.
I suspect, yeah. So it will be the same with the Mercs.
Similar characteristics to the Porsche.
I think we've seen the biggest crashes that we're going to see this afternoon. I think we've already seen the biggest crashes we're going to get. So if you're a big fan of the crashes, I'm afraid you may be out of luck now. But suffice to say, you never know. It's students after all. So I wouldn't, don't. I was going to say, don't sing until the fat lady is over. Didn't quite make that work, did I?
It ain't over till the fat lady sings.
Thank you, Jess. Anyway, do let us know where you're watching from and who you're supporting. If you've just joined us, I'm Giles Cosgrove. She's Jess Ball. Somewhere around there is Monty. He's Callum, and he makes a lot of this happen as well. There's John Dangerfield as well. Give us a wave, John. And you're watching us live from Atlassian Williams Formula One HQ for the grand final of the Formula Student Sim Racing Series 2025-2026, the 5th anniversary event, which is great. Also, as Spooky Tofu has pointed out, we've still got F4 for crashes. Yes, but that is that is one of the finals, so you never know. At Long Beach. Long Beach, I can see it encouraging some crashes, but equally, you'd think it would be a bit cleaner in one of the big finals. C. Mackerel says, that's a bold claim. I'm a bold man, literally. Anyway, more to the point. We've got people looking around, getting ready for the racing. The Bucket Hat Brigade are out in full force from Leicester. Meanwhile, Aberdeen are running back through. So they seem to have got something sorted. Meanwhile, Evan says, hi, we couldn't make it in 2023, but this year is our year. Shout out Team Poost Boost. And there's the Greek flag. Are we back with this Poost Boost stuff again? I can't believe this. It's been a running gag that I've never quite understood. Meanwhile, here's an insight into the drivers getting ready.
That is not a Greek flag, Giles.
Yes. No, it isn't. I thought it was the Greek flag. It's a different flag entirely. We won't get into what flag it is, but there we go.
That's
we'll leave
why
that.
you don't trust Giles with geography.
Oh, good
there
gracious
you
me.
go.
Hey, look, if there's one thing I can relate to when it comes to James May, it's my sense of direction. More to the point, as you can see on your screens, there are the teams getting ready and locked in behind the wheels of their simulators. Sussex are there. We've also got Leicester there. I believe, is that York? York are there. York's A and B team. Surrey's there.
York B and York Alumni's there. All York teams are there.
Lovely. Surrey there. There's that's a magnificent moustache on the gentleman at the rear of that shot there.
That's Vermilion.
That's Vermilion. Excellent. Excellent facial hair there, sir. Ella says, come on, York.
We got College Dublin. We got. Let me go through the teams.
Go
that are
for
going to compete. Hang on. There we go. So we got Hertfordshire's A team. Of course, they had that battle with York A in race 2. They won that one. Hertfordshire. We got Queen Mary. They need a good one. York B. We got Glasgow. We got Sussex. York Alumni. We got Leicester. We got King's College London. We've got Cambridge, we've got Surrey, we've got Vermilion, and we've got College Dublin, and we got Top Hat Tyler racing again for holiday.
Meanwhile, Ella has said, come on, York, all the drivers left me alone out here. Ella, are you okay over there? Do you want to come and say hi on the camera? She doesn't want to come and say hi on the camera, but she is sat there all by herself. Do the guys from Leicester want to go and keep Ella company so she's not sat by herself? She looks a bit alone over there.
Or if any York people are not racing, go and see Ella.
If anybody from York isn't racing, yes, as Jess just said, go and keep Ella company. Or is it just you by yourself over there? Everybody else is driving from York. It's just Ella sat there by herself.
Aww.
Can we get a collective aw for Ella? 1, 2, 3. There we go. There we go. Bless her heart. Ella's all by herself. Anyway, I mean, I did tell the other teams to go and sit with her, but apparently she's okay. We do try and look after our competitors here at Formula Student.
We don't want people to be alone.
No, precisely. I mean, why do you think they paired? I was alone by myself the first year, and then they paired you with me. So there we go. No, it's like Liverpool.
If it wasn't for sim racing, I wouldn't be here because that's where I first started.
What do Formula Student and Liverpool have in common? You'll never walk alone.
Hey!
There we are.
Love it.
Anyway, you can tell we're filling for time once more, but that's just because the teams are just practicing. You can see them on your screens there.
Just finished.
Practice has just finished then. Moments away from some more spectacular racing at Hockenheim with the Porsche Caymans. The
countdown
Darren.
is on.
And how long have we got on the countdown,
3
Jess?
minutes and 50.
Stand by for action. Dylan Warren says, we do love not driving, says Dylan. I'm not quite sure what you mean by that, Dylan, but thank you for popping up anyway. Lovely to hear from you, regardless of the lack of... I don't know whether maybe Ella can make sense of we do love not driving. I mean, there's one of you that's not driving. Everybody else is driving. So, take from that what you will.
The ones that are here, of course.
The ones that are here, yes. I mean, Dylan, where are you?
He's racing remotely today.
Yes, but he could... York's here. He could be here as well.
Very true. Very true. But again, a massive shout out to IUT.
Yeah, IUT came over from Bangladesh. Vermilion came over from Denmark.
Vizcaya came from the Basque Country,
which is a part of Spain, but it's a bit awkward. Anyway,
which their sister team took part in the last few years before they joined as well.
There we are. Meanwhile, Ella has just commented, "Dylan gotta come next year." Shaking my head. Shaking our heads too. Shaking our heads too. I agree with Ella. Ella's right. Ella's also grinning because she can hear me live doing all of this nonsense. So she's quite enjoying it. She's having a giggle over there. I'm glad you're giggling because I'm out here making a fool of myself for you. So at least you're enjoying it. Anyway, also mix of doing this and looking after the granddad, says Dylan. I mean, hey, I can't really blame you for looking after your granddad. I'm not even going to lie. Meanwhile, Javier says, not the luckiest day for us being Vigo.
I'm gutted.
Yeah, it's not come together for Vigo in the way they probably hoped it would because they were in contention going into the event. And even when you take into account the Engineering Challenge results for Engineering Challenge 5...
They still did the best out of the ones we got left.
They were looking quite good, but I just don't think the races today have gone their way, and I think that has put them out of contention. And I'm doing that off the top of my head. I've got no knowledge. I've done no maths. I'm just estimating.
At the end of Heat 4, we will have a rough idea on what the top 3 will need to do in order to win the championship.
Yes. I imagine in some cases fly.
Will Southampton have one hand on the trophy?
I think they already do.
We'll find out very shortly. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go.
If Southampton don't have a hand on the trophy, they have a finger on the trophy.
Very true. And it would be a great milestone, like we were saying earlier, for them to do it.
Once at the very beginning of the series and once at its
once
5-year anniversary.
Yeah.
Halfway to 10 years. Can we make it happen?
We'll have to wait and see, of course. Because...
Meanwhile, I believe we still have a chance on Heat 4, says Xavier. Fair play. Hey, look, I imagine...
love the confidence.
Yeah, I mean, look, they probably downstairs have got spreadsheets going on Excel. They probably run the numbers. They probably know better than we do. So, Vigo, down, but not out. Down, but not out are Vigo. Dylan Warren asking, was the observer of the liftoff. Hello, everybody. So Salvatore, old team captain, proud of my Queen Mary boys.
Hey!
It's been a tough year, but I'm sure they'll give it everything. Yes, I'm in no doubt they will. Lovely to hear from you, Salvatore. And apparently Vigo weren't part of the liftoff. They were the ones observing the liftoff. Yes, they were. It was I think it was MTU who took flight in race 2.
It was MTU as well.
So many song possibilities there. I Believe I Can Fly also comes to mind on that one.
What, 20 seconds?
20 seconds then for the next race of the Formula Student Sim Racing Series Grand Final 2025-2026 live from, of course, none other than the team that is
Atlassian Williams F1 team. We're about to go racing,
Here
Giles.
come the lights, and Sussex start in pole, York A in second, Glasgow racing in third, and away they go. And getting a great start off the line is Hull. Alongside them is, behind them is University of Leicester, but Top Hat Tyler getting an absolutely blistering start, sailing on past Glasgow and 3 abreast into turn 2. Right there alongside York A is Top Hat Tyler. And in through the pair of them, and he takes the lead.
Wow.
Does Top Hat Tyler. A bold move into turn 2. Well held there, groans of excitement from the assembled crowd here next to the commentary box, and that is Top Hat Tyler for Hull A in the lead. York A and Glasgow trying to find a way back through, but that means they've got to settle on who's going to make the move first, and they can't seem to, and that's Glasgow being crowded out by York A. York A trying to get through then on Top Hat Tyler. We have seen a bit of a rivalry over the years between Hull and York, and today is no different, clearly. Lunging through on the inside, but not quite close enough to make a move. York A. Glasgow having to bide their time back down in third, hoping potentially for a coming together between York A and, of course, Hull. Hull leading, 0.5 seconds to York A. Glasgow in third, 0.2 seconds, 0.3 seconds behind them. Sussex, they started in the lead. They got swamped out. They've just gone through on Aberdeen. Now York B go through on Aberdeen as well. Meanwhile, Ella's got some fighting talk for Hull, saying York over Hull, they stole our jerseys. I mean, Hull, if you want to take it up with her, she's here. Meanwhile, Aberdeen have got through, or certainly duking it out with Surrey, and they've got through. They've a bit of elbows out through, but they certainly have got through on Surrey, putting York B in front of them. Meanwhile, very nicely done there. I say nicely done, not necessarily nicely done for Aberdeen, but there's some great places made up for the other teams around them. Here, meanwhile, is Glasgow. Glasgow closing in on York A. I'm trying to keep up with everything going on now. So, we've got Vermilion battling out and duking it out with Hertfordshire's A team and, of course, University of Leicester. You're on board with University of Leicester there. Hertfordshire's A team leading. Leicester sneaking in behind them, grabbing the slipstream as best they can, looking to the inside and going through very nicely indeed. A very clean move, but can they make it stick is the question. Rubbing side by side, body panel swapping paint are Leicester and Hertfordshire. But I think, oh no! Just as I thought Hertfordshire had receded the place to Leicester, Hertfordshire go back through, Jess.
Hertfordshire back through, and they've scored some consistent results in the sim racing finals so far, but they have to climb a few more places than that if they want to cement their places into finals. Leicester, of course, started near the back as well, so we'll see how they climb their way up as well. Aberdeen now down into 13th place. Definitely not ideal for them. Hull A has pulled off a great gap since they made that move earlier on in towards turn 3, and that was Top Hat Tyler leading by 1.4 seconds. As soon as he makes a move for the lead, he always tends to stay there and keep it, which is what we like to see from him. This is the 3rd time he's been at the sim racing finals at Williams, and we absolutely love having him here, as he's got York A in 2nd, but we've got Glasgow's A team in 3rd. We've got Sussex and Surrey fighting for 4th place, and Surrey, who's had a very good sim racing final so far, they're going to try and keep consistent and defend from Sussex. Sussex doing very well to defend from them now heading towards the Parabolica, and Surrey stays through, but with the strong straight line speed of these cars, they're going to try and break into the slipstream. Sussex are going to do all they can to score the points that they need to at the moment, but Surrey, I have to say, been very consistently good so far. They're consistently in the top 5, top 6 every race.
Absolutely. Really impressive stuff then from all of the teams, keeping it relatively clean. Yeah, you'll have a few moments that raise eyebrows, but for the vast majority of these races, you've seen the teams behaving professionally and with the utmost diligence possible with the unique car and track combinations that we're throwing at them. You're on board with Hertfordshire's A team, ahead of them York's B team now. A gap of 0.4 seconds between the pair of them, and I think yes, it does look to me Hertfordshire's A team breaking late to try and make ground up on York's B team. Meanwhile, Top Hat Tyler going away with it, 2.3 seconds, the gap increasing through the corners, and Hull A solidifying their lead on this race. Meanwhile, Aberdeen go through on Leicester. No problems there. It's almost like Leicester trying to get through, back in through the last corner on the inside. And meanwhile, Queen Mary are potentially being troubled just ever so slightly by... In fact, hang on a minute. That's a fantastic move that we somehow missed. Hertfordshire's A-team are through on Queen Mary and York B in one. Lunging through. Queen Mary trying to take it back from Hertfordshire's A-team. York's B-team waiting in the wings thinking, you know what? Don't want to get involved in that. And Queen Mary are side by side with Hertfordshire's A-team. Remember, Queen Mary need to finish as high as possible to keep their championship hopes alive, and they try and do so as in comes York B into the mix, and they punt. They punt into the side of Hertfordshire's A-team. Groans erupt from the crowd, and Hertfordshire's A-team will be less than pleased with that. A rather aggressive attempt from York B to get through on Hertfordshire A. They returned the place, but that nearly cost Hertfordshire a grip on the track and nearly sent them spinning out. Meanwhile then, as long as we aren't committing inter-team crimes, says Ella from York, so as far as I can say, everybody's fair game but York. Seems a bit of a harsh strategy, to be completely honest with you. On board with Aberdeen, behind them Vermilion and University of Leicester.
I think Holey are running away with it at the moment, but we got close fights
Oh,
elsewhere.
look at that.
We got a send. Well, it looks like it was College Dublin.
Yeah,
there.
College Dublin through on Leicester. Leicester just trying to stay with them side by side through the final corner, but they seem to be out-dragged on the straights. But they do have the advantage of the inside line here. So who's it going to be? And it is going to be College Dublin. College Dublin going very, very, very wide, though. Very wide. I mean, crikey Moses, you could park a bus in that gap to the racing line between where they drove. Meanwhile, Aberdeen holding off Vermilion for now. A gap of 0.4 seconds between the two. Meanwhile, here comes Surrey on Glasgow, sweeping through on the inside. Can they make it stick is the question. They've got to cover them off and move over. They do indeed. At the last minute, if I was Glasgow, I would have put my foot down. That it was a wide open opportunity to try and make a return pass. Didn't quite make it though, and Surrey are up into third.
Surrey up into first. They could be another podium for Surrey. Of course, they had a second race one race two. They could be second race three if they could keep this up, or third race three if they could keep this up, but they got to chase it Glasgow. But Surrey's pulled away ever so slightly on Glasgow just then.
Yes, indeed, and that is Sussex ahead of Queen Mary and Hertfordshire's A-team. And Queen Mary need to be mounting a charge on Sussex next if they want to keep their championship hopes alive. Meanwhile, Vermilion are keeping their hopes alive of getting through on Aberdeen and getting up into the top 10, and they're going to do so now. They dive down the inside. It's a clean move. We've seen a lot of overtakes through here into the final couple of corners, and that's Vermilion looking spectacular as they take it in on Aberdeen, closing down the Scottish side, and Vermilion are up into the top 10. Away they go through turn one, pulling away from the team from Scotland, although then again, yet again, another team going very wide through turn two, if I'm being honest. Not quite sure about that, but there we are. Here, meanwhile, is Queen Mary. As I said, they needed to get through on Sussex, and Jess, they're about to try and do so. They're looking to the outside here. That's a bold position to be trying to overtake through. Can they get the switch back through here? Are they really going to try and send it round the outside? What an incredibly bold move from Queen Mary on Sussex. They sweep back to the inside. They've got the advantage. They force Sussex wide. And Hertfordshire A. Yeah, Hertfordshire's A thinking, yeah, you're too slow, bye-bye. I'm having a bit of that. I don't really think that was Sussex's fault. They got forced wide by a bold move there from Queen Mary in desperation to make up as many points as possible. And in doing so, they left the door open for Hertfordshire's A-team, who invited themselves through. I do feel for Sussex there. Bold driving for Queen Mary, and an opportunity seized by Hertfordshire's A-team.
Hertfordshire A, of course, another team that have done well in the sim racing final so far, looking to get one place higher by closing in on Queen Mary. But it's going to be a tall order with almost 5 minutes and 30 still to go. But with our defending champions of Queen Mary and Hertfordshire A team, another team that's improved in the sim racing series and getting much better results this season, I have to say as well. I remember the pole they got in Interlagos, which was a very good lap. Even Monty was quite shocked that they got pole that day, but they did, as Hertfordshire's A. That was all Hertfordshire's A, as I said that. Commentators curse, and they always hit the back of Sussex.
Oh, dearie me. They lost it for a moment, and Sussex did well to avoid that one. Hertfordshire regaining control in 6th position, but Sussex are right there with them, to say the least, and they will be determined to make up that place. As in they go. Meanwhile, here is Surrey trying to make a move on York's A team. Surrey up there in 3rd, a team that, as Jess was saying, have come into their own this season. Certainly wants to watch next year in the sim racing. They won't be challenging for the lead, unfortunately, this year, but they've done well enough to be in contention.
They could still be on the podium.
They could still be on the podium, indeed. They came into today in contention. It would have taken a miracle, but miracles do happen. And Surrey are right there, trying to make a charge on York's A team, with Glasgow waiting in the wings like a vulture, just hoping to pick the pair of them off if they have a coming together. Meanwhile, it's York versus York now. York alumni versus York B. It's Ella's worst nightmare. She said as long as they're not committing inter-team crimes, we might be about to see them. We know how aggressive York B team can be. And now comes the question of, is the alumni team slower, or are they going to have to duke it out? Meanwhile, Dylan Warren says if someone gets on your inside, it's actually impossible to do anything. You need to leave about 3 car widths not to get punted. Well, thank you for your insight there, Dylan. You heard it here first. As through goes Surrey on the switchback, trying to get through on none other than York's A team. They swap body panels. They're on the outside. York have the inside line and have the advantage. They're on the apex, but it could be that Surrey will get the switchback into this corner through the right-hander. Yes, they do. You can see Top Hat Tyler giving the camera a wave. He's leading by 6.3 seconds, completely untroubled. But York have been troubled by Surrey, and Surrey have gone through. And Surrey are now in 2nd place and pulling away from the front end of York, leaving them for dust as Glasgow make gains. And I wonder whether York are going to have to turn their attention to the Glaswegians sooner rather than later, Jess.
Yes, we've got the Glaswegians that are really closing in right now, and with York A, they got a lot of work to do. And there's quite a few people seem to be going around the outside and then cutting to the inside, and that's how the move is done, which was fair play to them. We're seeing lots of great moves, I think, around Hockenheim, let's just say. It's one of those tracks where I kind of wish I was back on the Formula 1 calendar, but it's not. We are on the penultimate lap of this race with 2 minutes and 30 still to go, with Hole A leading, and has set a very good competitive lap. The gap between them is 6.1 seconds. It's kind of like what we saw in the last heat, didn't we? The first race, the battle was close to the win. Then the second race, we had one person dominating.
I think what we've seen here is some of the most exciting clean racing that we've had for the most part. I know there have been some moments, but this has been rather clean, but still nonetheless thoroughly exciting. Here right now is your race leader. We've got Top Hat Tyler behind the wheel, cruising to what looks to be a victory. 2 minutes left on the clock, coming in to finish this lap. And suffice to say, he's feeling so confident. He was able to give the camera a wave earlier from his sim rig. And when you're that relaxed, it just goes to show how at ease you are, that you can drive a dominant race and give a wave to the camera. I mean, there aren't many people like Top Hat Tyler as he goes through some of the final corners to complete this lap. One more to go. Meanwhile, here is York A attempting to make a challenge on the back of Surrey, getting very, very close indeed. And they do touch, and there is the brake light on Surrey, holding off. No, in fact, I do apologise, I'm talking nonsense. This is Glasgow on York A. They did touch, though. York A holding off Glasgow. We did wonder whether Glasgow would be able to make a move on the Yorkshire side. They go into the final corner, and this then becomes a case of can Glasgow get to the inside for turn 1. We've been discussing with Dylan Warren how advantageous the inside line can be. They don't quite get it on this occasion, but York A are thoroughly under pressure from Glasgow now.
Yep, York A have got a lot of work to do once more, but Glasgow has been in this position before many seasons, but of course the last few seasons they've had new drivers join their team because a lot of their other drivers have since graduated. But I have to say, Glasgow is doing a great job. Watch out for them next year, because even though they didn't win the engineering challenge, they came in second, and that is still top 2 in engineering challenges over the last 3 or 4 seasons, which I have to say is remarkable with Glasgow at the moment. But Glasgow's got many corners to go before they could try and charge on York A.
I know York are on the edge of their seats here. The comments are filling up with cheers for Matty, who is currently driving for York. And Dylan has requested, Matty, if he dives you, I beg you, let him go. No crash, por favor. Says a very concerned Dylan Warren, as Glasgow are all over the chuff of York A. Meanwhile, Queen Mary are all over the rear end. Hertfordshire's A-team all over the rear end of Queen Mary. Meanwhile, someone who's had to deal with none of that is Top Hat Tyler for Hull's A-team as he goes through the final corner. The checkered flag beckons. It's a dominant victory for a stalwart of the Formula Student Sim Racing Series as he crosses the line and takes a well-earned victory. Meanwhile, York A clinging on for dear life. The challenge from Glasgow just wasn't strong enough, and that is second place for second place for Surrey, third place for York, Glasgow finishing in fourth, and Hertfordshire's A-team finishing in fifth. Queen Mary in sixth, seventh was Sussex, eighth was York's Alumni, and York's B finishing in ninth, with the top 10 rounded out by Vermilion.
Vermilion in the top 10 in every race so far, it looks like. So again, they're having another good event, climbing their way through, and we've still got one more heat to go, and there's plenty of teams that need a good final race in order to score the points they need to get into finals A, because the positions, they average in positions to get into finals A, of course. But Top Hat Tyler, well, Whole has been inconsistent in some races. That's the race they needed to do what they needed to do.
Absolutely, and you can always rely on Top Hat Tyler to be both exciting and nonetheless rather clean, I tend to find. I've also been overtaken by him a lot in a go-kart, and he can be quite brutal with his overtakes. Meanwhile, York are thoroughly pleased with that third place. Surrey should also be very pleased with that second place for them. Meanwhile, Chris crying emoji. Hey, a big shout out to University of Hertfordshire's A-team, B-team, and everybody else from Hertfordshire as someone else comes in behind them with a T-shirt. I mean, it's almost like you're trying to plug your team or something, guys.
Monty would love that, to be fair, because he used to be from Hertfordshire.
Monty indeed is alumni of Hertfordshire. Meanwhile, well done to Surrey for that second place. Very good race there for them. Nice one. Coming through past us, KCL as well. Everybody's coming through now. Give us a wave, everybody. Say hi.
And we also have people getting ready for
the final heat, the first race of the final heat, which will be the Norris Ring with the Mercedes 190E Evo 2s. So
I can't wait.
Try saying that 5 times fast. Jess, I'm just going to fast over to you for a second whilst I have a drink. But what do you reckon of that race?
Well, the Norris Ring. Remember what happened in the last few races in my first ever season at Formula Student in the sim racing finals. There was quite a bit of chaos going on, but a few drivers had a bit more experience since then. So hopefully turn one, they will break a bit earlier, and hopefully they would have watched that race and think, I don't want to send it into turn one this year, because the tyres are going to be cold in the first corner. So you don't want to go and send it straight away, because they would have had a bit of practice to begin with. But with quite a few teams, this could be make or break for them. And this is a race I've been looking forward to all day because of the chaos.
We've already seen a win and a P2 for Southampton, and Zenith Racing has just commented Southampton time, fire emoji. I think we could well be watching our Formula Student Sim Racing champions in this team, Southampton. I know Vigo are still in with a shout going into Heat 4. Heat 4 is all important then for Vigo, according to them. They need to make this work, and they need to get a very positive result and a big haul of points in order to keep their hopes alive. Queen Mary, I didn't think Queen Mary did too badly out of that last race.
They actually did pretty good.
I think it was they were around the like about 5th or 6th, weren't they? Something along those lines.
Which will be, I think, would be enough to get their average position up.
In fact, can you see the positions on your screen there?
No, it's gone. Like it's all I could get the result. Aha!
The results. We might be able to recap for you where Queen Mary finished, because that will be of somewhat importance.
Queen Mary 6th.
Queen Mary were 6th. There we go. I got it in one. Nice.
We can go through I found the results. So the results were the last race. Hull A, then Surrey. Yes, Surrey. Then it was York A, Glasgow, Hertfordshire A, Queen Mary, Sussex, York Alumni, York B, Vermilion, Aberdeen, College Dublin, Leicester. They didn't have a good one. King's College London and Cambridge.
Sorry, Leicester. can't really help that. Meanwhile, Ella's found a friend. Ella has found a friend. She's no longer sat alone.
Yes,
It's good news.
yes, that is great news.
Meanwhile, Ella said, yes, and we've noticed, she says, not alone anymore either. York again, come on. Do please comment who you're supporting and where you're watching from. And if you're sat by yourself, we'll find you a friend, or at least we'll attempt to. Elsewhere, here comes Callum. Hi, Callum. Callum looking rock and roll as ever.
He's ready to go.
Plenty more teams heading into the sim rigs as we go racing around the Norris ring in those Mercedes. It's ought to be rather good fun, I suspect.
Yep, it's going to be a lot of fun if you still got a wide variety of your day still to go. Make sure you continue watching this while you're doing in the background. I know some people are still working.
Yep.
Have this on in the background, and there'll be plenty of people in a few hours' time that'll be finishing work. Make sure you share the stream and tell the people that you know that are working to watch the sim racing series.
If you're doing the washing and the ironing, this is the perfect soundtrack and the perfect visual accompaniment.
Yes.
Meanwhile, Henry has reminded us there's only one Adam Shamsel, which I believe there is. In fact, he's walking along, singing a song, driving in a Shamsel Wonderland. And Zenith Racing has said, is McGowan fast? He looks fast. Yes, probably. Meanwhile, then, not a million miles away from going racing once more. Practice underway for the teams ahead of this first race in Heat 4. And the Mercedes 190E Evo 2s. I suspect we're going to see some rather exciting racing once more again. Let us know where you're watching from and who you're supporting. We'd love to hear from you. Meanwhile, I'm just seeing if I can scope out who's here with us right now. Monty's on his way past. Say hello to Monty. Not that he can see me because he's busy. Meanwhile, here's Leicester. Leicester have got their bucket hats on and are all in attention. And meanwhile, on your screens there, now who's that? Is that MTU I can see there?
Oh, we got Hull as
Hull,
well.
Hull are there.
Is it Hull B or Hull A though?
Who knows? I think that's MTU, Hull. And then, unfortunately, I can't tell who the others are from here, unfortunately. But you'll be able to find us out from the practice server
there we go.
Talk us through the grid. Who are we seeing in this race, then?
We got MCME, we got Hull B. Oh, they keep changing. Oh, my God. MTU A, York Alumni, Exeter's B, York A, Southampton, Cambridge, Vermilion, UE, UCLM. Oh, they keep moving all over the show. And they got Strathclyde B as well, Exeter's B too. Yeah, it's all over the place, but crucially, one of our championship contenders, Southampton.
Southampton are here, and all eyes go to them. Vigo are racing alongside them, Jess, in this race.
Doesn't look like
so
it.
They'll be out in the second race of this heat.
Same with Queen Mary, it looks like it.
So the outside hopes, Queen Mary, current champions, and hoping to retain it, but may lose it to Southampton. And then, of course, Vigo could have done with a better result, hoping that this heat will yield that result. You can see Cambridge are racing here, Vermilion, York, and then, of course, as we said earlier,
I think the rigs are in the order where they're starting as well, because I know Biscaya was on the first rig and they started on pole a few races ago.
Possibly.
Yeah, it might just be a coincidence. We don't know. So we are starting to see the times come through.
And who's looking fast, Jess, to your mind?
Well, MCME has just set a lap 1:17.311.
Excellent stuff.
So yeah, but we don't know who else. We're seeing more times. York, Southampton will probably set a fast time. Oh, they're in fourth right now at the moment. But don't forget, it's just warm up laps to make sure they get used to rigs. Because like you were saying earlier, they may be in a completely different ring to what they were in race 1. And they've got to learn to adapt. I've been in a LAN event before, and
you might want to explain what that means as well.
A LAN event, basically, is they're all in one network in one room. And they're not connected to a network where everyone else can see. They're connected to a network that is just in this
it means
facility.
there's no latency, and it's all happening exactly at the same time.
Yeah, there could be some lag with the multiple things going on, but that's part and parcel of life. But that's what they do, and they could hear their teammates around. There have been times at the last LAN event I did where I heard the commentators, And there were times where I got distracted because I could hear the commentators talking about me in my ear. And it takes a while to adapt to the rigs, which is why they got the warm-ups now, because they got to get used to the rig that they're getting accustomed to. They got 45 seconds of this warm-up still to go. And you can see a glimpse of what corners they find difficult. You can see one driver's found the barrier, almost found the barrier there, but
that's Cambridge, I suspect.
Yeah, actually, they're doing all right. They're doing all right at the moment. These guys, but we still got plenty more races still to come. And if you haven't done so already, make sure you subscribe to the Formula Student UK YouTube channel ahead. Obviously, the finals coming up later on, and we're Silverstone on Saturday, where we got acceleration and we got sprint and we got endurance
and skid pad.
Although
that won't be live streamed.
We don't get cover skid pad, but we go through the results of skid pad.
Yeah. Basically, if you are interested in motorsport and the future of motorsport and the future brains behind motorsport, maybe not necessarily the drivers, but those that design the cars, design the technology that puts those drivers in those positions to win, to vie for championships, to go wheel to wheel with the very best, the people behind that technology, this is where it starts, right here for Formula Student. And it kicks off with...
the next stage in Nui.
Precisely. It kicks off with this, the sim racing, and then, of course, on Saturday and Sunday, after a week of preparation, we'll be live from Silverstone as the dynamic events of Formula Student 2026 get underway. That's sprint, skid pad, endurance, acceleration. It all happens across the weekend. Make sure you join us, whether that's here on YouTube or whether that's in person at Silverstone. It will be a great weekend. We can absolutely promise you that. So make sure you're there. And suffice to say,
we'll be there.
We're going to be there. We'll be commentating. And it's not only will we be there, but a who's who of huge success stories in Formula Student will be there as well. We'll have none other than last year's winners, Bizkaya. The year before that, the winners, ECU, Edith Cowan University.
Champion of champions.
The year before that, we've also had Modena. And then, of course, those teams that came close but didn't quite win. Vermilion, Oxford Brookes, Staffordshire. They're all going to be in the mix. It's going to be a really, really closely fought competition.
And the atmosphere is always great. I can always hear at Cops Corner people cheering on their teams.
Usually it's Oxford Brookes, but not always.
I know Staffordshire last year were brilliant. And one of my favourites, the sprint, Coventry. When they won the sprint, the cheers.
At one point, we've got the hot seat going again this year, which is where the fastest team get to occupy a fancy seat, and then they have to watch as someone tries to beat their time and kick them out of the hot seat. And last year, Birmingham won endurance, and then, of course, Coventry won sprint. And I can't remember whether it was Coventry or Birmingham, but the team just enveloped the chair, and in the process, Cheryl and Monty, and we lost them for a while.
It was
that Coventry? That was Coventry. Fair enough.
That was Coventry. I remember that, and Cheryl got absolutely shocked. And if you're wondering who Cheryl is, Miyuki Panda, absolutely lovely. She's going to be our host for the Formula Student, so she's going to be introing the VTs as well, and interviewing some of the drivers.
She'll be there in vision. Whereas we'll just be voices in the ether. This is the most you're going to see of us over the course of the week, I suspect.
Yeah, so Shell, you'll be able to see her, but the most you'll see of us is today. You won't see much of us.
And of course, with the Dan Jones Says Read the Rules shirt, which you can buy at Silverstone.
Hopefully people would read the rules. Well, let's show it. Let's do a modelling here at Formula Student. Read the rules. And you can get it on the iMechie store while stocks last. So if you haven't got it already, please do, because it might sell out, and you can collect it from Silverstone.
I suspect stocks will sell out, but I also do have a vision that in the event that they don't, and I sincerely doubt that they won't sell out. But if they don't, there will just be a box of shirts with Dan Jones's face on somewhere in the iMechie building, which I do find amusing as a thought, but I suspect these will sell out.
That would be. I'm buying it, definitely.
I've been wearing it all day. It's really comfy. So do make sure you grab one, because I suspect they're going to be in hot demand. Jess wants one. Why wouldn't you? Meanwhile, Ella says, do a catwalk for us. Only if you join me, Ella. Only if you join me.
We haven't got long.
You can model your York shirt.
Giles, we got 20 seconds.
20 seconds.
So we got to get it going for the racing.
More fashion later. And Ella can come back on and we'll do what not to wear Formula Student style later. Trini and Susanna, eat your heart out. Anyway, moments away from going racing at the Norris Ring very, very soon. Here we are then with those Mercedes. The lights are up, the revs are up, and away we go. And that is an absolutely cracking start for Cambridge off the line. Vermilion starting in second, but they're swamped out by Surrey and University of Strathclyde B team. Meanwhile, Surrey coming through on the inside of Cambridge, and Cambridge really struggling now into turn one. A brilliant result there for several teams, but Surrey have not come out well from that.
Not good at all from Surrey because they've been the most consistent so far. As Vermilion still leading the way with UCLM in P2. It's been a clean start.
A clean start for the most part, although one does have to question what on earth happened to Surrey going out of turn one. That was not the result they will have wanted. Vermilion then dominating off the line, put themselves up into a strong position, and unlike Surrey, they stayed there. 0.5 seconds is the gap. It's opening ever more so. Bit of big contact there. Cambridge trying to recover. A big smash into the side of them, I think, from NCME. And they've managed to shake that off. But suffice to say, well done to Cambridge for holding on in there. Meanwhile, Vermilion are being challenged now by the Italians of UCLM as they head now into the hairpin that saw Surrey come a cropper, and UCLM struggling to get out of there, and that allows Southampton to go through. Jess, Southampton are up into third. That's been retaken by UCLM, but there's also been some significant contact towards the back, and the car's facing sideways. UCLM, though, have conceded the place finally to Southampton, and that is Southampton up to second position. You're on board with York's A team. They can see the Italians of UCLM ahead of them, but Southampton are the ones to watch in this race. They've already come second once. They've already won a race this afternoon, and they'll be hoping to do so again. And this hairpin really does. It's a very tight course here at the Norris Ring, and suffice to say, it always does invite excellent racing. Brilliant stuff there for the teams. Vermilion leading, several of the teams posting fastest laps. Here they go then into the hairpin that kicks things off. Who's going to break latest? Who's going to handle this? And that almost felt inevitable between UCLM and Vermilion, Jess.
Yeah, and I think we just saw one of the other cars make contact as well. I think it was inevitable for them too. And Southampton almost got themselves into trouble, but they're just about stayed out of it, which is great, which they need to do. They can afford to take some risks, but they don't want to make too many mistakes to allow the likes of Vigo and Queen Mary just to close in a little bit. Southampton overtakes Vermilion for second place, but I wonder how much they're going to hold it for the rest of this lap. It's a very short lap around the Norris Ring as they both make contact, and that's going to allow UCLM to say thank you very much. I'm going to try and increase the gap, thank you very much. And York A doing exactly the same thing in second place.
Southampton will not take kindly to that, I can tell you that right now.
They will not. They definitely won't. They still got plenty of laps to go, but they want to try and redeem themselves here, especially at this hairpin. They want to make sure they're early on the brakes with that one. As Vermilion almost got went on the sausage cab. The sausage cab I don't like in motorsport because there's a recipe of disaster, but UCLM is avoiding the chaos, and because of that, it's 1.4 seconds back gap. We saw that was this car in Southampton close up rapidly towards the end. You can see the same here. Someone just went off. Who was that? Southampton! Southampton, as I just said it, down to 6th, now down into 7th.
Cambridge were quite pleased with that.
Leaders.
I think Cambridge were pleased to see that. They fist bumped into the air as they went through on Southampton, and you would do. The championship leaders relegated down into 6th. Well, they were momentarily down in 7th. They've passed Cambridge, and they're up into 6th. They've got a recovery to do then, Jess, as they are 10 minutes 52 on the clock, and side by side now are Vermilion and NCME. NCME diving down the inside. Vermilion getting the switch back on them. Well handled there, and that's put them side by side yet again with NCME. Meanwhile, according to Zenith Racing, a recovery drive is coming for Southampton. I mean, I don't doubt it, but is 10 minutes 30 seconds enough to recover to the front of the pack? There lies the
Wait
question.
and see. Well, and strange things have happened. We've seen miracles where we saw people come from, like Queen Mary in the endurance, came from in the back to in the front. So
absolutely.
it's still possible.
Here
with
comes
10 minutes to
NCME
go.
on the inside of Vermilion. Can they get through? Vermilion having to go wide as they've got the outer line, but they do maintain their lead. They're a nose ahead, and they close down NCME. Vermilion have made the journey to be here, and they're making it worthwhile. They're making their impact here, and I've got a funny feeling they'll make their impact at Silverstone as well. Side by side now, though, is Cambridge and I believe Exeter's B team. Cambridge just ahead of them. Here they come into the hairpin. Sweeping through and going round is NCME. Vermilion have got well through on them. It looks to me like there was something that went wrong for NCME. Cambridge struggling with that hairpin. It's not very kind. It's in fact very difficult, and that wasn't particularly kind from Cambridge into the back of Surrey either, I won't lie to you. I'm not quite sure whether it's bumper cars we're doing here, but it certainly looks like it at that moment. Meanwhile, here's Southampton having to try and get past MTU. Munster in the way for them as they look to the wider line, trying to find a way through, find the clear tarmac, and trying to be unique with their line in the hopes of making up positions, but it just seems to me that they're going to struggle to get through on several cars to get back to where they were with only 9 minutes to go.
And so going to the start-finish straight now. Munster versus MCME Racing for fourth place right now as they go around the outside, dives it in, and that wasn't a move that they didn't make stick as MCME
spin it out.
They spun it, and someone made contact with them, and they got to join safely. MCME.
Southampton bumped into a spinning NCME. I don't think Southampton really had anywhere to go in that moment.
They had nowhere to go, for goodness sake. So,
well, this is it. And here, meanwhile, in the pits is MTU, which is unusual for a race of this length. Not quite sure what the thinking behind that is. Potentially damage to MTU then. Zenith Racing saying stewards working overtime surely this race. You have to ask them. Southampton will not be happy with fifth when they were lapping in second moments ago. But between them and that second place, we've got MTU and Vermilion and several seconds of a gap as well. In fact, the gap between Southampton and the gap between Southampton and MTU is 1 second. So they really do have to close that up and soon with 7 minutes 40 on the clock thereabouts. Meanwhile, here comes Cambridge into a hairpin that they really don't like. It's a brutal hairpin, but they are managing to hold off a charging NCME who are desperate to get past. And in doing so, the traffic is building up behind them. University College Dublin and York alumni right there with them. Cambridge elbows out, making their car almost double its width as they attempt to defend from NCME.
They're trying to do the best they can. MCME is going to be on the charge once more, but they're going to be... I'm not going to say my defending phrase because I know a few people in the chat say they want a T-shirt made out of it.
What, defending like a book, Jess?
Yeah, defending like a book. I don't know. I was meant to say defending like a lion, but for some reason, defending like a book came out, and that's probably going to be I might just say it for the fun of it later on. Watch this space.
Oh, dear.
Vermilion's had a moment. It's turn one.
Vermilion are off in a big way. I think they were helped on their way by MTU. I can't guarantee that, but it looked like that to me from the brief moment I caught. That's allowed Southampton to make up yet another place. Southampton getting scouted by Royal Mail since they are sending it, says Zenith Racing. If someone would like to comment anything positively about any other teams, we're not just shouting out Southampton, that would be welcome. Meanwhile then, here is Cambridge, and they have had to concede the place to NCME. NCME pulling away now from Cambridge, who are holding them up. Cambridge are now holding up the rest of the pack. Here is the view from the front of Southampton. You can see the back end of MTU. That's the next car they've got to get through. 6 minutes and 5 seconds remaining on the clock here at Norris Ring. Surrey being held up no longer by Cambridge. They've got through on them now, and it leaves York alumni to try and pass Cambridge as they head towards the start-finish straight. Defending like a book is in defence so perfect, it's by the book. In fairness, you've just created your new catchphrase, Jess. Congratulations.
There we go. For next year, can we have a T-shirt saying defending like a book with my face on it?
You'd have to talk to the IMEC.
Yeah, I'm going to speak to them tomorrow.
Lovely stuff. Oh, and that's York alumni gone, and I can hear Ella groaning from here. She's not happy about that, and why would she be? That's one of the York teams losing position. They're down into 11th. They've overcooked it and they lost it and they spun out. Meanwhile, Surrey are holding their own against Cambridge. Cambridge managing to stick with them in a way that they couldn't keep up with NCME.
Their best result of the finals so far, because they were down near the bottom in quite a lot of the races. So they're doing a good job. It's Cambridge. It's their first season back at the Sim Racing Series this season.
Ella says RIP Bob. And Zenith Racing says purple lap, we still in it. Yeah, Southampton. There we go. The Exeter B have just posted the fastest lap, 58.010.
Southampton is back up into third place on the podium.
Excellent stuff there.
Even after that trouble earlier on as well.
Yeah,
so.
The thing is though, Jess, they've got 4 minutes 44, and can they close up that 1 minute 0.5 between themselves and York A? Meanwhile, you're on board with University of Strathclyde B team as they try and get through on UE. Oh, there's a lot of twitching on the steering wheel. They're using up every inch of tarmac and driving on the ragged edge of what these cars are capable of. They look to the outside, look to the inside. Both of them going through on Strathclyde there. Was that? Yeah, no. Is that? Who was that they were going past?
I have no idea.
Not quite sure there. Who's that in the background of this shot? Hang on, wait a second. Strathclyde. Yeah, okay. So that's Strathclyde. Exeter's
Strathclyde's a lap down, as well as MTUB.
That would be why. That would be why. Strathclyde's B team and they're a lap down, unfortunately for them. Oh, let's go UCD. Back into the top 10, says
they're doing a lot better than the previous races, so great job for them.
Spook 6mm wants to start a petition for your T-shirt, Jess. Meanwhile, Exeter closing in on Vermilion. Exeter's B team attempting to get through on the team from Denmark. They actually posted the fastest lap moments ago, did Exeter's B team, so definitely don't count them out. Currently lapping in the lead is UCLM, 2.9 seconds ahead of York's A team.
Southampton set the fastest lap of the race, I think, about a few laps ago.
Okie dokie, so that is Southampton with a gap of 1.0. Oh, hang on, doing the masses. Oh, York A. York A. What's happened to UCLM? Something's happened to UCLM in a big way. They've gone down 4 positions. Something happened. I don't know. The Italians were leading, and it was a substantial lead. And then all of a sudden, Southampton went.
They must have broke too late into maybe one of the hairpins or something. I don't know because we couldn't see it.
Disaster for the Italians.
But I think Eddie will like it for York A because they're currently leading. And look at the gap between Southampton. It's come down to 8 tenths. Oh my God! I had a feeling we saw that in race 1. A few races ago. Southampton's doing it again. They could be on course to take another victory in the finals.
And this is it, because York are already celebrating a victory that they see coming. Ella shouting, "Come on, Matty," and Dylan saying, "Let's go." I wouldn't count your chickens before they've hatched, because Southampton are on the charge. That gap is down to 0.5, 0.8 seconds. It's fluctuating. You're on board with them now. Here are Southampton mounting the charge on York A, who inherited the lead after a disaster for UCLM saw them go off. Both MTU, Southampton and York A all went through on them. And here now comes Southampton charging down the inside of York's A, carrying a lot more speed, but they don't have the inside line here. And it's the inside line that's going to make all the difference unless they can get the switch back, which they do. And that is Southampton. It's a crash. And they've crashed in a big way. And that is disastrous for Southampton, who were making a go of the lead. They were into the lead for a moment, and then York A touched them. And that is a disaster. They'd worked so hard to get themselves back into that position, and Southampton will now have to deal with third place at best, and UCLM are right there with them in the hopes of closing out the podium to Southampton. That, oh dear, people are not going to be happy about that in Southampton, I can tell you now.
And there's people in the chat that weren't happy either as well. And here Williams.
As far as I could tell, that was a clean move for Southampton. That was their lead, and I'm not quite sure what caused York A to make the contact there, but they did, and that's cost Southampton dramatically. They've been relegated not down from second, but to third. They were in the lead for a moment. And unfortunately, as Zenith Racing is pointing out, with less than a minute on the clock, and this is the last lap, the gap is too strong. And Southampton will have to defend against UCLM rather than doing what they like to do and attacking. That is going to put the cat amongst the pigeons, to say the least.
Yes, we're not that long to go until this one. And for a lot of them, that's them done before the finals. And there's quite a lot of things going on. And we got a replay coming up as to
what happened
just
there.
now.
Yeah.
So Giles, talk us through it.
So here we go. York A have got the inside line there, but there we go. Southampton have the switch back. York A just lose it, toe punt into the back of Southampton, and then one of the back markers was trying to avoid it all and then drove into the back of Southampton for good measure. Unfortunately, I do find the fault there to be York A. They lost the back of it and didn't ease off enough in an attempt to defend the position they'd already lost.
Got out for the lead as they've
This
got
is it.
10, and that's MTU that takes the lead because York A went too deep. They went too late on the break, and that's allowed MTU to potentially take their first win in the sim racing final.
I think MTU are about to take that win, Jess, because that was overcooked, to say the least. In fact, that wasn't just overcooked, that was burnt black toast from York A into that hairpin. And across the line then, it's beckoning them. The checker flag is waiting for MTU. They managed to keep their nose clean in a race that has been anything but, and that's been absolutely spectacular for MTU. They've done very, very well, and they deserve this victory. Ella commenting, this is why we can't have nice things. I mean, hey, talk amongst yourselves. Over the moon, clearly, are MTU as they come across the line to claim victory at the Norris Ring in the Mercedes. Excellent stuff there. York A coming over the line in second. Southampton having to make do with third. UCLM in fourth. Vermilion in fifth. Exeter's B team in a noble sixth. In seventh, it's NCME. Everyone's punting into each other because, of course, they are, because they're children. And Surrey will be in ninth. What even are the brakes on the cars? Why have 5 people done that? I don't really know. Zenith Racing saying, nice things not had today, with a sad face. I think Southampton were hoping for better than that. Maybe they would have done better where they were here and had the better equipment with these £15,000 test sim rigs. But you can't have everything. That was impressive, Jess.
I think it was a lot cleaner than I was expecting in the first couple of laps. But I think
it went downhill. The quality of driving did seem to drop off a bit.
But that's the Norris thing for you. What can you expect?
Well, I didn't. What I didn't expect was that from York A. That felt almost kamikaze in a way, in a sense of, if I can't have the lead, you can't either. And it did feel a little bit beyond the pale, if I'm being completely honest with you. And I noticed that York have scarpered since that moment, so I can't even ask Ella for any comment on that one. But suffice to say, we saw the replay. Ella, do you want to comment on that or no? That punt there from York A, that wasn't your position, I'm afraid. No, but for Matty, it was beautiful. I mean, I'm not quite sure Southampton would feel the same way, but thank you for the comment nonetheless. Yeah, quite some quite controversial moments. Vermilion, pretty happy with that. Nice to see them. Whoops, says Matty from York. I'm not quite sure that's going to suffice for Southampton in the comments, but I'll let you argue that one out yourselves. We're gearing up for them race 2 of Heat 4. Will it be as dramatic? I don't know, Jess, but
well, we'll have to wait and see. But
the controversy is real, the drama is real, and the racing as exciting as ever.
And I wonder the people that were watching that, getting ready to race this, will now understand what they're about to put themselves through.
Yeah, it's just the hairpins. They are brutal, and
I can't even manage it.
No, I don't. Well, I didn't even try it. I'm not even going to bother. I just know exactly where I'm going to end up, in the wall. Those that can do, and those that can't talk about it.
Yeah, and we'll find out soon who's still to race. Of course, I think we got both Hertfordshire teams racing in this one. I believe.
Suspect so.
And of course we've got Queen Mary and Vigo.
Yes. Meanwhile, C Mackerel, who I suspect was Matty from York, has just commented, whoops, lol. Meanwhile, Ben Robertson says, blowing the brakes into turn 1 on my teammate's account because Steam wouldn't send me the verification code wasn't the ideal start, if I'm honest. I'm going to be honest with you, Ben, it wasn't the ideal start. We'll be real with you. But anyway.
Have Steam on your mobile phone so you can scan the QR code. So much easier.
You heard it here first. I'm going to sneeze now. Do excuse me.
So moments away from the last warm-up of the day for the final heat at the Norris Ring. Of course, we've got quite a few teams making their way to the rigs. Of course, this is make or break for some of these teams that want to get into Finals A, because Finals A is where the majority of the points are going to be rewarded, of course. But in Finals B, you can still get into Finals A, but you will have to start at the back of the grid. Zenith Racing saying we're back on the Domino's pepperoni pizza for tyres. I think that's where a lot of people are going to be going tonight and maybe tomorrow for the World Cup potentially as well. Who knows? But make sure you join us until about 6 o'clock-ish for the grand finals of the Formula Student Sim Racing Series. We've got one more race of the heats to go, and then we've got finals B and finals A, and by then we will know who are the winners of the Sim Racing Series. Of course, we know who the winners of the Engineering Challenge. That was Queen University Belfast, as we had Southampton also that won round number 7, which put them into P4 in the Engineering Challenge standings, which meant they got one hand on the trophy, did pretty decent all day. I'm almost certain they're going to be in finals A. That is no question about it. But for Queen Mary and Vigo, we'll have to wait and see in this race.
We really will. The comments coming through, I don't think Southampton are completely over what just happened to them. Saying justice for Conor McGowan. Meanwhile, Matty saying if you're not first, you're last. Crying emoji. Some strong emotions coming through there.
Yeah. That's.
Rather you than me is all I can say on that front.
Yeah. Because I've never been in a well, I have been in a position, but I've never been in a position where I made contact with someone as someone had to shout at me in a LAN event, because I've never had to deal with that.
I mean, hey, it's not like Southampton can shout at York because they're not here. You see, Southampton, this is why you should have come, because you could have had a word with them.
But most of the time, I've had battles in a LAN event. I had someone next to me, and they won the race. I came second or third, and we were just like doing high fives. Yeah, it's good fun. It was good fun, and we saw that with quite a few teams as well.
I think a lot of this is tongue in cheek, Jess. It's all good.
Yeah, none of them are taking it personally, because they're all having a bit of fun. The sim racing is one of the only things that we put on for Formula Student, when they could just pretty much banter all year round. They didn't have to wait until Silverstone to do it.
Well, the banter usually occurs in our comment section, and we're there caught in the crossfire. I mean, I know the old phrase "don't shoot the messenger." If we were shooting, I'd be a human colander by now. Anyway, another comment coming in now from Nicholas Papa Cristofori saying, "Free my Ginger King." Who? What? Are you okay? Do you need some help? Do we need to send someone to you? Ginger King? What are you on about?
No idea.
Not a clue. It's getting to that time of day, isn't it?
It's 4 o'clock.
Is it?
Yes.
Lovely. We've got one more race at the Norris Ring, and then we're into the 2 final races of the day. So do please stay with us. Zenith Racing saying, most certainly not tongue-in-cheek, proper fuming, might have a Domino's to calm my nerves. Stop making me hungry. I don't, because we can't eat whilst we're doing this. Here comes Monty. There goes Monty. Say bye-bye, Monty.
He's waving. Honestly, most of these things couldn't happen without Monty, because he's organised quite a lot of things today.
Well, people are pointing out, they're saying clearly you don't know Conor like I do, and you might need to check McGowan's hair colour. But if this is Southampton talking and Conor was robbed, we can hardly tell what colour Conor's hair is, because you're not here. So, you know.
Practice is going on at the moment. We're a reminder of which teams are going to be competing in this Heat B. We've got Vigo, Hole A, X18, Glasgow.
Sorry, I've got to interrupt you, Jess. Matty's just commented, I apologise to the Southamptoners because that was a bit diabolical.
I knew when you were laughing at that. So,
excellent. Who else is in the server?
Right, so let me do it again, because I got interrupted. So we've got Vigo, Hole A, Exeter's A team, Glasgow, King's College London, Strathclyde A, Aberdeen, Hertfordshire's A team, Sussex, Hertfordshire's B team, Biscaya, IUT, York B, Queen Mary, and Leicester.
And Leicester. Oh, hi, Leicester.
And we could tell Leicester.
Where's your bucket hat? You can't be Leicester without your bucket hat. That's like a minion without dungarees. There we go. That's better.
Hey.
She found that funny. She really found that funny. I'm wasted here. I should be a stand-up comedian, apparently. Zenith Racing says, I'm 10 hours away. Southampton is not 10 hours away from Silverstone, so I'm presuming Zenith is somewhere else.
Yes.
Where you are is up to you. Meanwhile, you can see their Hull getting ready. You can see the bucket hat over in the back of your screens there. Leicester behind the wheel. Top hat Tyler.
I want to buy a bucket hat.
I'm sure they could. Can you gift us a bucket hat? each. Probably, they say. Excellent. Otherwise, that, or I'll just have to find Leicester's team at Silverstone and recreate the "Tonight We Steal the Moon" meme because I'm bold. Meanwhile, you can actually see on the right of your screens there, Top Hat Tyler living up to his name with his top hat. So he's not the, Leicester are not the only ones that have got famous headwear here at the Formula Student Sim Racing Series. Henry Carter once again reminding us that there is indeed only one Adam Shamsel. Has Adam driven yet, is the question. I don't believe we've seen him drive yet. I've been looking at the York drivers' names and I haven't seen Sham come up yet. So do let us know when Adam's driving. Meanwhile, I'm living in Connor's heart and he is in mine, says Zenith Racing, whilst Henry says Adam Shamsel would never have left hand down someone after being switched to Rude. I mean, hey, you might say that. I couldn't possibly comment. I wouldn't know because I don't know Adam Shamsel that well. All we know is that there's only one of him. How long have we got left of this practice server, Jess?
Let me just check that to scroll up to see the times. 45 seconds.
Excellent.
You can tell we're filling for time here.
No, yeah, we are just a little bit. Also, is it what Leicester? Just give us a wave there on the right and come back. He's gone. Come and give us a wave with a bucket hat. Come and show us your bucket hats that everyone loves.
Woo!
Somebody come over, please. There we go. Someone's coming over from Leicester. These are the bucket hats that we've been talking about. Every single team member from Leicester wears one of these. Hey, look at that! Look at that! I mean, other Formula Student teams are available, but this happens to be this happens to be one from Leicester. You're wearing, what are you? One of those little Chinese dolls with your hats? You consider putting all 5 on for the final. Would you like another one? Because I thought that you have to have that back then, because I can hardly wear that whilst I'm commentating. But thank you very much indeed. Are they available for sale for fans of your team? They are not.
Oh.
You could be persuaded to make another order. Comment below if you want a Leicester bucket hat.
Me? I want any merchandise from any team.
Ella's commenting yet again. Come on, Giles. Might as well do the catwalk now. I've told you, Ella. I'm not doing it unless you come up here and do it with me. So there we are. That's that one paid to. Unless you're willing to come up here and model your York merchandise. But anyway, I'm referring to the York team kit. Nothing else. Boo, our kit is for sale. Well, come and model it then. Meanwhile, Zenith Racing saying, after that wipeout, I can positively say that my disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined.
Ella said she'll do it.
Hey, look, Ella, you, in between this race and Final B, you can come up here and model, and I will model, and we will do a catwalk.
And I'll film it for
there
social.
you go. We'll do it up on here. We'll do it on the live stream. It's fine. But you come up here, Ella, and we'll do it. Meanwhile, never mind who is Southampton. Can I get a bucket hat? Says Zenith. See, there's a Southampton supporter wants a Leicester bucket hat. So there you go. You might have to start selling those things. They seem rather popular. Are they reversible as well? You missed it. You've missed a trick there to make them reversible, because I appreciate you may not be able to see this right now, but around the rim it's a checkered. It's like an orange and black checkered motif. If they made that the whole thing on the inside, you can make it reversible. I'll be there, Giles. I'll bring guest stars. Look forward to it, Ella. Yeah. So meanwhile, here comes Monty. Monty's bringing snacks. Oh, Monty, you lovely man. Thank you.
It's a shame I don't like chocolate. And whilst Giles is eating chocolate, we've got 2 minutes and 10 seconds until we go racing for the final heat, Heat B, 4B, sorry, in the Mercedes-Benz 190 E-Roads at the Norris Ring in Germany. And if the last race was anything to go by, this is going to be interesting, and a lot of these teams cannot afford to make too many mistakes. Of course, Vigo and Queen Mary, the 2 teams that are also here to compete for the title alongside Southampton, and if they don't have a good one this time, it's going to make their chances in Finals A or even Finals B even harder right now at the moment as they're getting warmed up for one final time, and for some drivers this could be their final time racing in these rigs.
Yes, it might even be their final time racing for their teams if they're graduating as well.
Exactly. It's quite a lot from MCME had their graduation yesterday, actually, a day before Williams. So dedication for them for going to Williams, even though they graduated yesterday. So
I know Cardiff had their graduation yesterday as well. So big up to those graduating from Cardiff yesterday. I'd love to say big up to the Cardiff team here today, but they're not here. So that's a great look for me, being a Cardiff alumni. What are you playing at Cardiff? Hertfordshire are here. Monty's alumni team are here. You went to university, didn't you?
I went to university for a bit and dropped out.
Oh, fair enough. There we are.
But I was at Plymouth University.
Ah, hello Plymouth.
Well, University of Plymouth, they're now called. They used to be Plymouth University, now they're called University of Plymouth, which they are setting a team to still Silverstone, believe it or not. But they're just there to learn for the experience, really.
You'll have to go and visit their paddock at some point.
Yeah, I definitely want to, because they recently built a campus in Babbage, which looks absolutely beautiful. But anyway, let's talk about the real life Formula
Babbage. There's a place called Babbage. Why does Babbage sound like a character from Wind in the Willows?
And anyway, let's talk about the real life Formula Student. We got a race to commentate.
Here we go then. And in pole, it is York's B team. Hull A are in second. University of Strathclyde in third. Up come the Revs. Up come the Likes. The Likes are out and away we go. York B get a cracking start, as do Hull A. They are side by side down towards turn one. York B maybe have got a better start, in fact, than Hull A, who are left having to contend with Strathclyde behind them. So Aberdeen and Glasgow are behind them. But here comes York's B team, just managing to hold it. Unfortunately, Hull don't hold it. It is a huge pile-up. It's a monumental pile-up into turn one. How many teams have been caught up in that? There are cars upside down, cars on their sides. That's not gone well for many people.
Cars go bang, cars go flying.
Oh dear. University of Leicester have been respawned back into the pits. Meanwhile, you're on board with Hull, who are at the back end of all of that drama. So let's run you through the top teams now. York B got away with that very cleanly, as did Glasgow. They got out of the way. Vigo have capitalised on that in third. Queen Mary in fourth. You can see on your screens there, they've got IUT behind them and Hertfordshire's A-team. Hertfordshire's A-team have in fact just punted IUT out of the way. IUT coming all the way from Bangladesh and not having much luck here, I'm afraid, which is really rather sad to see.
I'm absolutely gutted because of them having to sort out so much stuff to get here, but they're learning so much from the experience, having a bit of fun doing it, even though they're having the bad luck as...
Oh, here we go. This is Glasgow. Glasgow back to their old ways. We've seen less of that this season than we have in previous years. Glasgow towards the front, but it's great to see them back there. Meanwhile, here's King's College London right in the mix, trying to get through on Strathclyde. Strathclyde elbows out and preventing them from getting anywhere. And that is Hull A in the background there. Hull A were the ones that went off and caused that pile-up. Less than ideal. As Spooky Tofu says, oh no, why everyone trying to be Ayrton Senna? Dunno.
Well, that's lap one, Hull tyres, hairpin.
But there it is. I think couldn't put it better myself, Jess. Meanwhile, there is Strathclyde conceding the place to King's College London. Behind them, of course, you've got Hull A and Aberdeen. Meanwhile, get in there, Chris, says Amara, who's over the moon. Meanwhile, Glasgow are leading then as York B went wide, and that's Vigo through York B making back up the place on Vigo. Those two side by side. Glasgow getting the hell out of splodge, thinking, right, thank you very much and goodbye. Meanwhile, Vigo are having to concede the position to York's B team. But they are still right there with them, are Vigo, and Vigo will need the points here. We've established this earlier, but Queen Mary and Vigo in third and fourth currently could do with capitalising and getting further up there. Meanwhile, Aberdeen going through on Hull A. Both of them going through on King's College London, and the Scots will be rather pleased with that. An 8th position might be one of their better ones today. They've not had much luck. Meanwhile, on board with Vigo now, hunting down that second place. York B in there at the moment. Had a very good start off the line at York B, but came a cropper on one of the hairpins, and that was Glasgow through. Glasgow, a very tight line through that hairpin, and York going very wide. Glasgow showing you how to do it, York showing you how not to do it, and that's Vigo up into second. Queen Mary getting a little bit squiffy underfoot, a bit of torque steer they've just managed to iron out, as away go Glasgow, and joining them, Vigo pulling away from York's B team, and Queen Mary will be hoping to do the same. But the pressure is still there on Vigo. Meanwhile, here's Aberdeen with a plenty of pressure behind them as King's College London punt their back end. They don't quite lose it, just a bit of paint swap between them, but nonetheless, King's College London getting more than close for comfort there with Aberdeen as Hull A goes slightly wide on the exit of that hairpin. Jess, these hairpins are playing havoc with the field.
I was expecting with the tyres warmer, it'd be difficult, but look at the track temperature. It's a bit cloudy, which means the tyres take a little bit of while to heat up. So they've got to manage it effectively. They've got to brake earlier than when you think. Do not try and send it into turn one, because that's probably where mistakes happen. But we're going to see King's College London fighting with it looks like Aberdeen. Aberdeen fends off to the left-hand side, and this is how you take turn one quite nicely from King's College London and Aberdeen. That is how you do it. We've also got Hull in the mix as well. And look at the gap between Glasgow and Vigo, 0.3 of a second and closing.
Vigo on the charge then. They'll be determined to make up the points and the positions as they try and keep their championship hopes alive. They said as much to us in the live chat earlier on. York's B team have caught right up, and Queen Mary are there too, side by side with York B. Meanwhile, you're on board with Vigo as they head towards the back end of Glasgow. The gap has opened up ever so slightly to 0.4 seconds. But they're still maintaining their challenge. And who else are maintaining their challenge? It's Queen Mary as they attempt to go side by side with York's B team. Can they get the switch back as we saw earlier on in the previous race? Yes, they can. They're side by side now. Are Queen Mary and York B. York B a nose ahead, and that was odd. What happened there? That was a weird moment. It almost felt like Vigo glitched and punted into the back of Glasgow without intending to. I'm very confused by that.
Yeah, that was a moment I was a bit confused as to what happened, because 1 minute they were on the track, the next minute they were
sideways.
Like almost sideways. Yeah.
It didn't look to me like that was a problem. That wasn't driver input from Vigo, I don't think. It looked like there was some sort of glitch there. Queen Mary into the back of York's B team, and that's allowed Hertfordshire up into the mix. Glasgow being swamped, York B back into the lead, Hertfordshire's A team up there, Glasgow down into third. You're on board with Vigo, who have unfortunately Queen Mary have gone through on them after what we think here in the commentary box was a glitch. We're not sure, but it didn't look natural.
No, it didn't look like it, but they're still in 5th place, and there's still a long way to go, and Vigo are going to try and go on the attack. Someone has gone way too deep of York B. Not very good there, with 8 minutes and 42 seconds to go on the clock. Vigo's now dropped down into 5th place, but
they're still there with them, but it's just not enough.
This is a fight for the win, for goodness sake.
Yeah, this is 5 cars, a 5-car battle for the win with 8.5 minutes on the clock as Vigo put their foot down. Here are your race leaders now, capitalising on a real scrum of cars. There is Hertfordshire A lead on Glasgow, on Queen Mary, on York B and Vigo. And Queen Mary are going sideways. That's not what they will have wanted. A disaster there as Exeter's A team collide with them. And that's allowed Glasgow and Hertfordshire's A team to pull away, leaving Queen Mary to nurse their wounds, and Vigo are up into third, but still nonetheless not the result that Queen Mary would have wanted in the hopes of keeping their championship alive. A 1 second gap now between Hertfordshire A and Glasgow, as alongside Hull A go King's College London. They've got the inside line, do King's College, and they're through, sweeping away, surely. No. Hull put their foot down and say, no, I'm having that back, thank you. But they go wide at the hairpin, and that's King's College through over the sausage curve, getting a bit of a kick there. That slowed them down enough to allow Hull A to be right back there with them. And now Hull, it's a case of who's got the heaviest right foot. At the moment, it looks like it's Hull, as they break later into this corner, and they get through on King's College London. And King's College London have to concede the place as IUT eye up a bit of a move behind them. All the way from Bangladesh, they'll be hoping for a stronger finish than they've seen so far today. They've not had the best of luck, unfortunately. And there's a punt there from King's College London into the back of Hull, and that's cost Hull dearly, and they will not be happy about that. That was King's College London getting too confident, I'm afraid to say. And Hull will be shaking their heads in frustration, no doubt.
Yes.
That's just uncalled for, really.
They not be consistent.
No, unfortunately not. This track really does bring out the worst in our drivers. 6 minutes 30 on the clock. 1 second, 0.8 between Hertfordshire A and Glasgow. And that is 1.6 or 1.8 between Vigo and Glasgow. I don't know whether Vigo have got it in them to be able to mount a challenge for second. 6 minutes 20 now on the clock as Hertfordshire A lead. Here then is Glasgow coming up behind them, and in the back of your screens there you can just about see Vigo and York B. So the gap's opening up, Jess. Hertfordshire have clearly found a groove and they're very happy with it.
I think with Hertfordshire A, where they are, because don't forget they won one of the races earlier. I think I'm almost certain Finals A is important for Hertfordshire A, which will be well deserving for them, not going to lie. I think this result, if they get the win, that will cement their place in Finals A later on in Silverstone.
You can see the rear end of the University of Leicester as Bizkaia, no, sorry, I stand mistaken, Bizkaia are ahead. Strathclyde are behind Leicester, trying to find a way through. Leicester, the Bucket Hat Brigade themselves, all eyes on the screen as away go Leicester. I think they managed to shake off Bizkaia. Things seem to have calmed down now, which is something of a miracle.
But it gives
He
us
says,
you spoke too soon, Mr. Cosgrove.
Whoops-a-daisy, as King's College London elbow their way past IUT, and Hertfordshire, University of Hertfordshire's B team is having an absolute nightmare.
Yeah, they are lapped down, unfortunately. We've got one Hertfordshire team in the lead and one in P15.
Talk about two different extremes, leading and in last, but there we are. Meanwhile, what you're seeing on your screens right now is the result of elbows out driving as King's College London barge their way through on IUT and open up a gap. As No Shinyara Promoti says, Mariz Hossein rooting for you, go team IUT. Hossein holding his own against some very aggressive driving and still managing to keep up with King's College London nonetheless. So fair play to him. Meanwhile, on board with Vigo, I did wonder whether we'd see this, and Glasgow go well wide into the wall, and they front end straight into the wall, and that's allowed Vigo to go through, and York B, and Queen Mary. Glasgow just gifting positions to everybody after a dramatic off at that hairpin, punting straight into the wall. And they are in, yes, Jess, down into 6th. Exeter Racing going through as well. Hang on, that wheel movement didn't look natural. I do wonder whether there was a glitch there on their end as well, but I couldn't possibly say. But we know that Vigo seemed to struggle with something weird happening to them.
But they're still in second place. It is amazing.
Yes.
We said they need this race to get maybe into Finals A, and they're showing it in second place at the moment.
They needed to do it. They need to get themselves into Finals A, and it looks like they may have just about managed it as the gap stays steady at about 4.4, 4.3 seconds between Hertfordshire A, currently in the lead, and Vigo. York B in third, Queen Mary in fourth, just exiting your screen there. On your screen right now is Exeter Racing, who have been gifted an extra position thanks to a dramatic off from Glasgow, who significantly overcooked it coming out of that hairpin, just piled on straight into the wall, to the point it reminded me of the Wuhan Institute of Technology last year at Silverstone when they drove off and into the wall.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Here then is Exeter, and they'll be just looking around at themselves. I don't think they can believe their luck. This will be one of the highest finishes that we've seen for Exeter, and it looks relatively clean. They've got no significant traffic to contend with. But, I mean, Glasgow seemed. I looked in the rear-view mirror of Exeter's car there at the top of your screen, and Glasgow seemed to come out of that hairpin on two wheels.
They nearly hit the wall, Exeter.
Certainly, it looked like the suspension had collapsed on Glasgow's car. I wonder whether Glasgow sustained damage.
They might have done.
Meanwhile,
they're closing in though, just a little bit.
My advice to Exeter, if they're listening, is just roll with it. Don't overcook it and don't try too hard. Just bring it home. You've got 2 minutes 20 on the clock. Just get the points and have done with it if I were you. Don't try any funny business trying to get through on Queen Mary. Just bring it home would be my advice. I know that's boring, but equally points are more important than style.
No, positions are more important.
Yes. Meanwhile, King's College London are trying to get through on Aberdeen. They're side by side now, are the pair of them, and King's College London have the inside line and the heavier right foot, and that has done them very well, and that's King's College London up into 7th. Ella saying Matt and Matty holding this team together, whilst Dylan Warren says Vamos, Vigo and Matt. So plenty of cross-team support there, which is always nice to see. And Aberdeen getting the switch back on King's College London, and then King's College London switching back on them. Very nice overtaking between the pair of them, and that is very clean driving, I must say.
A good switch back into turn 1 as well, and that's how you can make the switch back work around the Norris ring, which I can't even do. So they're already better than me at this point, and we've got, I think, 2 or 3 laps to go of this race. It's a very short lap around.
It is an incredibly short lap. It's about 58 seconds. I suspect we're on the penultimate lap now. If not, the penultimate lap will be coming up. So keep your eyes peeled. Here comes a dive down the inside, trying and failing to get through I've almost felt desperate there from Aberdeen as they went side by side, through on Kingston or King's College London, or attempted to try to do so, and it just did not work off in the slightest.
No, this did not work at all for these guys as well. And with so little time left to go of this race, they can't afford to make mistakes like this. We'll give you a quick rundown. Hertfordshire's A team is leading 5.7 seconds. Closest battle is not Queen Mary. Exeter's A team on Glasgow, and then we got King's College London on Aberdeen, as you can see on your screen. Bizkaya is fighting with Sussex. We're in P11 right now as well. Bizkaya not having the best of races, but good job to them early on for winning one of the races. Very, very great to see, and with a few more sections of the track to go for a lot of these guys. Well, on the final lap, as Hertfordshire A team make their way through the pit at turn 1 for the final time.
Spectacular driving from Hertfordshire. They've kept it clean throughout. The clock is beginning to run down now, so we're in the final lap. The clock has indeed run out. Sussex go wide. Can Bizkaya capitalise? No, they can't. Sussex, by the skin of their teeth, managed to hold on to that position, but I've got a funny feeling Bizkaya aren't done just yet. They look to the outside, look to the inside, trying to find a way through. And talking of finding a way through, they've found a way through a dramatic opening lap, and they have succeeded where so many others have failed. Here comes Hertfordshire's A team to claim victory in the final race of Heat 4 at the Norris Ring. Congratulations to them, an excellent drive, and that will be Vigo coming across the line to take second place 8.5 seconds later, and York's B coming over the line in third, with Queen Mary taking fourth, and Exeter Racing taking fifth. Glasgow, a rather disappointing sixth for what was a strong drive until, unfortunately, an awkward moment.
And Exeter sends it, because why not? It's the end of the race.
Into a lorry. Meanwhile, then, over the line comes KCL. Very aggressive driving for them to get to that position. Aberdeen taking 8th and IUT taking 9th, with Hull in 10th. USM, Strathclyde, of course, and Hertfordshire's B team have already been declared as 14th and 15th, with Sussex in 12th and 13th was somebody else.
I'll get the results. 12. They're gone. Right, I'll need to wait until the results for officially confirmed.
They'll be with us in just a moment. So there it is. That is the end of the heats. We'll be announcing who is in each final as soon as we know. Final 1 will be Long Beach in California, virtually, of course, with the Formula 4 cars. And then, of course, Final A will be at Silverstone with the IERs. So plenty of action to come as the drivers walk their way past us here in the commentary box. Plenty of excitement there for all the teams. And right now, whilst we wait for the finals, we've got a VT for you. So, roll VT. Oh, not that VT.
No! Hi, I'm George. I'm the head of race engineering at SUFST.
I'm Liam. I'm head of PR and sponsorships.
This is Steve. He's our team's mascot.
And we're here to tell you about the teams we've been getting up to lately.
Recently, we finished our design phase and have begun building Stag 12, our new car for former student UK and Germany competitions.
We've even had our team of over 400 members working hard to ensure our success this season.
Let's see what they've been getting up to.
The ASCS for Formula Student Germany and doing some tear-out calculations for our bolts.
Currently making all of the drawings for the TSAC panels so that they can be released soon to be all welded.
Hello, we are designing a PCB to help debug the VCU.
We've been working on sims for the differential.
I've been working on the tyre model.
Been logging driver kit for this year for ready.
Sure it's all legal.
Yeah, making sure it's all legal and ready for competition.
We've just been fixing our quarter car model tonight.
I plotted graphs for sprocket ratios.
I've been working on engineering drawings for the steering wheel.
Hello, so recently I've been working on the bomb and yeah.
So lately I've been working on our bolt preload calculator.
We are both doing a drawing for
the power chain systems, and it's the eccentric.
Yeah, so I was drawing the test fixture in 20 degrees, 30 degrees, 45 degrees flat, which and also which hole that it fits.
Been doing some safety, sending off some runs on some area studies.
So I've been working on cleaning up the tyre wick behind the front tyre and improving the efficiency of the side wing. More downforce, less drag.
Been doing drawings. I did a cockpit loose tool.
I've been designing a headrest.
I've been filming videos for PR.
And I've been writing a script for PR.
To support our return to Germany this summer, we recently dropped our crowdfunding campaign, which has so far been a great success. Check this out.
SUFT is a student-led society at the university, open to all disciplines and year groups.
We build an electric Formula-style race car and compete against other universities every year.
The team has over 400 members covering a range of departments, from engineering to operational areas.
Established in 2012, the team has developed its technical capabilities, switching to an electric vehicle concept and a carbon monocoque in 2021.
Last year, we achieved a significant milestone as we completed the endurance event for the first time as an EV.
We have also won awards, including efficiency last year, and it's our aim to get back on stage and celebrate our success.
Building on last year's drag performance, the team aims to complete all dynamic events and secure a spot in statics finals.
These goals reflect our commitment to innovation and ambition to achieve the best possible result at FS UK.
But on top of this, there is one more goal we wish to achieve.
Since 2019, we have not been to a European competition, but we will change this.
Proud to say that SUFT has successfully registered into Formula Student Germany, making our return to European competition.
However, getting there and competing at the level that we know that we are capable of is only possible with your support.
By donating to SUFT, you will directly support the team's registration fees and consumables such as tyres.
Your donation will help us achieve our goals.
Please donate today.
Please donate today.
Please donate today.
Our sim drivers have also been preparing hard for this weekend's races. Thanks for watching, everyone.
If you want to find out more, check out our social media. We'll keep you updated on there.
We'll see you all at Silverstone.
Hi there, my name is Rory Ireland and I'm Team Principal of UG Racing, and today I'd like to just give you an introduction to the team. We have about 140 members and this is broken down into our 4 branches, which is EV, driverless, concept and operations, and today I'd like to tell you a lot about our sim team, which we're really proud of. By competing in Formula Student, our members are given the opportunity to compete in the Sim Racing Challenge. So we have a really driven and hard-working team, and over the past 2 years we've managed to win the whole series and we've won 10 engineering challenges in a row. We're really hoping that this year our team can continue that success and get 3 trophies in a row. So currently I'm studying aerospace systems and I've been in the team for 2 years, started out in concept and now taking on more of a management role. And really it's just providing an excellent experience. I've got so much time, hands-on experience with the car, experience organising, and really it's just added so much to my time at university. Really proud of the progress we've made in 2024 and I can't wait for everything that we're going to be doing in 2025. Really excited for the rest of the season to play out.
Hello, my name is Lucy McCocking. I'm part of Vehicle Dynamics and this is my second year in the team. I'm also part of the Sim Racing series. I'm the head of Sim Racing and I'm a race engineer. As head of Sim Racing, I manage the team. I'm in charge of strategy. I distribute the roles between all of our drivers and strategists. It's been very exciting. It's brand new to me. It's been absolutely fantastic working with the new members of the team. Our team's brand new, as Terry said. We've had so many new recruits. They're all a big part of it. We've only maybe got, as I said, 1 or 2 people in the team who've actually had experience with this before. It's a very exciting new challenge.
My name is Terry and I'm in second year in the UG Racing team as a Vehicle Dynamics member in FS class, and I am in the A team for the UG Racing Sim Racing series. As an A-team driver, it was quite a tough thing to adjust to because we are, as a sim racing team, we're quite new. Everyone except for like 1 or 2 members are quite new to the team. So it was quite a nice surprise to win the non-championship round before the round started, and then also we won the first engineering challenge, which was quite a nice surprise too.
Hi, I'm Lewis. I'm in my first year of the team in vehicle dynamics, and I do fuel management for the sim racing team. My favourite part of the team is watching Noah race and taking part in the engineering challenges.
Hi, I'm Finlay. I'm head of vehicle dynamics and I've been a part of UG Racing for 3 years. I help out with fuel strategy and the engineering challenge. My favourite part of the sim racing series is probably the engineering challenge, just helping develop that and the data analysis side of it.
Hi, my name's Dominic. I've been in UGR for over a year now. I'm in aerodynamics, so designing wings on the car, body parts. In sim racing, I'm in the B team. I'm a driver with Noah. Driven in 2 rounds now, coming up to the 3rd one. Ready, feeling prepared, feeling excited.
I'm Noah. I'm on high voltage power train concept. On the sim racing side, I'm a driver and I work in pit stops, like gaps. One of my accomplishments from the sim racing is my first sim race, which was the first sim race I've ever done. Qualified pretty well. We don't talk about the race, but the qualifying was pretty good.
Hi, my name is Ziru. It's my first year in the UG Racing. I'm doing the sim racing driver for the A team. My driving number is 1B. I'm part of the vehicle dynamics in the UG Racing team. I'm doing the mechanical engineering.
If I was to describe UG Racing in 1 word, it would be teams.
Chaos.
Awesome.
Eventful.
Tires.
Downforce.
Speed.
Fascinating.
Hi, I'm Tyrion. This is my sim setup.
Hello, sim racing people. Welcome to the Verbillion Racing workshop. And today we have our work Wednesday with the team. So let's see what they're doing. Hi, Philip. What are you working on? Nice, thank you. Let's go to the electrical department. Hi, guys. What are you guys working on? Very nice, thank you. All right, let's see what the other team is doing. Hi, business team. What are you guys working on? Ooh, we're working on nose stuff. Do not touch. Ooh, cool. Very nice. It's gonna replace that nose. We have in the workshop gotten a little trophy cabinet. Very nice. We have Line. Line, what are you doing?
I'm working on the Kahoot for today. So we're gonna
quiz in the rules.
quiz the rules.
Quiz the rules. Very nice. All right, let's check out what the powertrains department is doing. Hey guys, what are you guys doing?
I'm working on the test setup for the cooling system.
Oh, very cool. How about you, Alicia? What are you guys working on?
We are working on the cell testing.
Ooh, very cool. And then over here we can see Matthias, who is currently prepping the top box for... They need the box for manufacturing. Bye-bye, guys.
My name is Gustav, and I'm the sim racing leader.
What do you do at Vermilion Racing other than sim racing?
I'm also the leader of the mechanical department.
And how's it been going with the sim racing so far?
We're finished in... Yeah, I know.
We finished.
We have managed to finish. I think we could improve over time, definitely. But I think the first couple of races have been quite good for us.
What do you do for the sim racing team?
I'm selecting drivers and trying to support them I'm also one of the drivers, so yeah.
Thank you very much, Gustav. Din hånd sådan for. Okay. Stop. What's your name?
My name is Marcus.
And what is your role in the sim racing team?
I'm one of the drivers.
Yes. And what is your role in the normal Mammalian team?
I'm the deputy head of mechanical.
And how many races have you driven in so far?
2, I think.
How many races has there been?
2, 3, with the intro.
How has it been so far racing?
Fun.
Great. And are you happy with your placements so far?
Yeah, I think we did quite well.
Yeah. And are you looking forward to the rest of the season?
Absolutely.
Perfect. Oh shit, man! And then we practice egress quite a... Hvad fan?
Hello everyone, we are UH Racing, and today I'm going to show you around the lab and what it takes to build a Formula Student race car.
What's the best part of being a Formula Student?
I mean, the friends you make, the late nights, the aha moments, all those times to see a race car come together, it's fantastic.
What do you think is the toughest part?
Time. Trying to manage that and being able to do everything, it's tricky.
What's on your right?
This is our simulation suite. This is where our team practices and gets ready for our Formula Student race series.
What do you think makes your team unique?
We have a team with such a wide background, people from all over the world, and the friendships we've made from it and the experience we've had, it's amazing.
Is your team only with engineers?
No, we've got people from all backgrounds. I mean, we're people in graphics design, law, business. We need people from all places of the uni to make this team function.
What's the next stop?
Next stop, the Automotive Lab. Okay, so welcome to the Automotive Lab, everyone. Over here on my right, we've got the Automotive Center, which includes some cater rooms, our old car UH22. There's UH28. Hey Becca, what's happening in the electronics department?
We're trying to achieve a car that runs without any fault. That entails us with PCB design, HV work, and programming.
Hope to see the car running. I'm sure we're going to do some great things. What's happening on behind us? So, Cedric, how's it going? Race car. What's going on currently? What are you guys trying to do?
We are trying to constrain the TSAC. There's been some new rules for this year that we're trying to work around. So, extended the chassis, and now we're trying to figure out how to stop our lump of battery from moving around pretty much.
That's a fair statement. I mean, and you're a team lead this year. How's it been so far?
It's been good. Hectic. But we've inherited, I think, a really strong team, a strong car. So, just have to execute.
Jan, what's going on? On our right, we have Jan. He's our technical director for the year. He doesn't like cameras, as you can tell. But he's an absolute laugh in the lab and a great personality. No comment? Oh gosh, look who's here. Neban! So what's your role for this year and what are you trying to do?
I'm the head of vehicle performance this year. My role is more managing the VD department together with Aero, make sure everything comes together, generating test plans like I'm doing now, which I'm working on. Hopefully we should be out testing very soon. Everyone's looking forward to that. So yeah.
You can see the lab's very busy. UH28 still standing strong, and we're confident that we can achieve some great things with it. On to the next room. Okay, so here we are, the machine shop. Come check it out. As you can see, we're still moving into the new building, so there's a few things that we're trying to do, but we have a lot of new fancy tools on our right and on our left. Hi Mike, how are you?
I'm okay.
Just want to know how much we actually bother you.
You don't at all. We like FS Racing to be pride of the university, so we enjoy watching you do your thing.
I mean, I'm looking around and we've got some lovely equipment, but we also have some lovely things made on my right here. What do we have here?
Here we have the upright for the front of the car, which is a CNC part. We also have the clevis for the suspension on the car, and we have one of these, which I have absolutely no idea what that does, but we do make it for you.
In most cases, Snoozy, what we do is we come in with our technical drawings. We say, hey, we need to make this, and you're the guys that say if we can do it or not.
We say whether it's possible. If it's possible, we'll make it.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much for your time.
No
Thank you.
worries.
So, to the next room. Let's see what else we do in manufacturing. Hi, Fernanda.
Hello.
What you up to?
I just need to drop these RS components in the Fab Lab. Want to join?
Yeah, sure. Let's
No
go.
worries.
So, welcome to one of the fabrication rooms. Here we've got a whole bunch of other tools that we have utilized for our project. This is more of an open space for all students, but one of the perks of being a former student is we can also use it. So we've got a water jet cutter in the one corner there, alongside some lathes, and of course, some RS components. This year's management structure really focuses around the people. You know, we've got over 40 members and it's a lot to manage.
So what's the team's priority this year?
Definitely knowledge transfer. We need to make sure that future members know what they're doing and can approach any engineering task to be their best self for the future of UH racing. But we hope you have a good picture of who we are, what we're doing. Thank you for watching our video, and we can't wait to see you at FSUK 2026.
Thank you ever so much to all the teams that have submitted VTs over the course of this year's championship. It's been a real pleasure watching them, showing them, talking about them, and it's made the whole series feel way more interactive. So thank you ever so much to everybody who has been a part of it this year. And also, whilst you've been watching those, we now have who is in each final. Jess, take us through it.
Well, of course, we got to talk about Finals B because that's a race coming up next in Long Beach. So the ones who just missed out in Finals for Finals A, but have a shot to get through into Finals A soon with being the top 5 are Vizcaya, Leicester, Uri, Sussex, Strathclyde. I didn't say what, but both Strathclyde teams, I can say that. Aberdeen, UCD, which is University College Dublin, RUT, so that's the team from Bangladesh, Balmond, Cambridge, which is Full Blue Racing, Hull B team, MTUB, Queen's Formula Racing, HW Racing, Hull Unks Racing Team, KOU Racing, KCR Racing, Apex Racing Team, Hertfordshire B team, and MTU Formula Student A. They'll be fighting to get into Finals A by being in the top 5. So the ones who have successfully made it, we got our 3 championship protagonists. We got Southampton, we got Vigo, and we got Queen Mary. Queen Mary just got through into Finals A by the skin of their teeth. They were 20th in terms of being qualified. Well, they were the last to be qualified, so they just made it. So having a good result in the race they just been got them for them. So we just had the 3 champion protagonists. Elsewhere, we've got Surrey, Mr. Consistent team. Of course, they have to be there. York A, Bolton, UCLM, Vermilion. Been very impressed with them, considering their team that been in struggling a bit in some races, but seem to be fitting into the rigs really well here at Williams. We've also got both Exeter teams, so A and B. They made it through. Hull's A team. We've got Glasgow as well. We've got York Alumni. We've got Hertfordshire A team. And we also we talked about our 3 champion protagonists. So there you go. So those are the ones I'll be racing at Silverstone, but we still got 5 more places to decide, and that it goes to top 5 of Finals B, which we're about to do right now.
So our championship protagonists, Monty, they've got a fair bit to do. Oh, hang on. He's going to go and find something. What's he going to go and find? He's got his notes. Do you want your microphone as well? Have that.
There we are.
We've got
That
3
should
championship
work.
protagonists
Thank you,
coming
Callum.
into things. Thank you, Callum. We've got Queen Mary, we've got Vigo, and, well, you know it, we've got Southampton. What do each of those need out of Finals A in order to take the championship, Monty?
Right, well, it's really, really close, Giles and Jess. I cannot actually believe how much closer it's made it because of the engineering challenge results. I've been updating the points, so hopefully there's a graphic which we can bring up, the one we were looking at earlier, which has a breakdown of everyone's points. Brilliant, there we are. So here are the updated standings. So we can confirm from 4th downwards, they are now mathematically out of this championship. So commiserations to them. Nice try. Hopefully see you again soon. But yes, this is a 3-way fight. Southampton, 762 points. Vigo up to 2nd now on 737 points. And Queen Mary now down to 3rd on 734.2 points. The reason for the 0.2 is because they had a 1-driver penalty early in the season, and so they could only score 95% of whatever they earned in that round.
Which was the final round, the endurance.
Nope. Oh, yes, it was. Beg your pardon. Yes, it was round 6, so that's correct. We watched them come from the back of the grid twice
that's why they
to
got
win in one of them.
Well, now
Yes.
actually, whilst we're on the subject of Queen Mary,
Yes.
George has just asked a question on the live stream.
Mhm.
Are Queen Mary not also mathematically out due to the points reduction for being a 1-driver entry?
There is no 1-1 driver entry because we do have Dan racing in Finals A later on.
I was going to say that our understanding was that Queen Mary are not a 1-driver entry, unless
I don't believe they are. They're split over locations. They're both here and in London, I believe.
Let's just go and double check that one. Hey, Callum! Yes, we're doing this a bit grassroots, but it's a bit old school. Right. Callum! Yes, I'm trying to call our race director. Hello. Queen Mary University, are they a 1-driver entry or not? They are a 1-driver entry. I did not take that one into consideration.
We thought that Dan was driving for them remotely.
Okay, percentage then. What are they capped to for this event? Because this is their third time of doing it.
Oh, bear with.
Okay, right.
George
Developments
has just
on
become
this one
the
here.
absolute enemy of Queen Mary by pointing this out.
Very. George is reckoning it's 75% that they're capped to points wise. Is that correct? Callum is nodding his head in the background.
George
so
just read the rules. Well
George,
done, George.
well done. Dan Jones will be proud with you. Right, Giles, Jess, I'm going to ask you to keep speaking for 2 minutes so I can just run these counts through my laptop again, and we can run through this once more.
I didn't know this. I thought.
We'll be right back with more from Monty very soon as a viewer, George, has put the cat amongst the pigeons. And as it transpires,
we thought Dan will be racing, but I forgot.
Yeah,
I forgot that he'll still be working.
We thought that Dan would get home from work and then would drive remotely connecting to the server in order to make sure that the Queen Mary weren't a 1-driver entry and split the drivers between here and wherever Dan is. That may not be the case, as George has pointed out. Callum was under the impression, our race director, that Queen Mary were competing as a 1-driver entry. So this may well be that the Queen Mary are no longer in contention. The points have to be recalculated. They are literally doing this to the right of us as we speak.
Thanks to George for pointing it out. Don't be sorry. That was crucial.
I imagine the thanks to George depends on whether you're a Queen Mary fan or not. But suffice to say, Dan, George has read the rules and things are being calculated. We'll be
Dan
able to
will be proud of you.
We'll be updating you on that. Hey, look, you can get a T-shirt with it on and everything. Anyway. We'll get back to you on that. Of course, Vigo and Southampton both in contention still as well, and none of them are 1-driver entries. So we'll be able to do that. Monty, are you back with us? You are back with us. There's a shake of the head there. This isn't looking particularly promising for Queen Mary. Here, have some cable. That's my head.
Sorry, mate. Right, okay, we do have an update on this one. So, yes, breaking news. Queen Mary are mathematically out of this. I did not realise that they were only a one-driver entry. So, yes, they are capped to 75% points earning for this round, which means, unfortunately, Queen Mary are now also out of this championship
So we will
round.
we won't have a defending champion.
Correct. So whatever happens, we will have well, I was going to say a new champion. That's not necessarily the case. So what we have set ourselves up for here then, guys, is a straight two-way fight where, put simply, winner takes all. Let's get that graphic back on and I'll explain all to you, okay? So, ignore Queen Mary University. They're out of this now. This is Vigo versus Southampton. Now, on the screen, this may look like a big gap. Remember, it's 120 points for the winner. Vigo are 25 points behind currently, but remember... Thank you. Yes, Jess, it's the drop score. So, Southampton have 72 points to drop. Vigo only have 60-odd points to drop. So, instantly, that closes the gap. The way that we look at this, guys, 120 points for the win. Southampton have to take away 72. So 120 minus 72, that means they can only earn 50 points, give or take. Vigo, on the other hand, have about 60-odd points, which they can potentially score. So that instantly closes the gap. This is very much a winner-takes-all situation. Southampton basically have to finish second or higher to be guaranteed the title.
No matter what happens.
Exactly. But remember, Vigo, they have less points to drop, which means they will earn more points whatever happens, wherever they finish in this round. That means, basically, if Vigo win this one, then Southampton have to finish second to be the champion. If Vigo win and Southampton are third or below, this is Vigo's.
If Vigo comes second or below, is it Southampton's?
Yes.
Yes.
Right. There you go.
Because Monty just said the top two.
Oh, well, actually, no, that's a valid point. Hang on. Do you know what? Let me just do one final check. Yeah.
I'll hold your mic. You're all good, mate. Right. Okay. So, as it happens, Southampton need to finish second or higher in order to win. If we're trying to work out...
guaranteed
yes, we're trying to work out if what the gap is in terms of how far ahead Vigo... can Vigo finish behind Southampton? And if so, how far behind to still win? Because they get more points because of the drop round. Are you keeping up with this? Did you pass your GCSE maths? I hope so.
I got a C.
Well, there we go. And you're keeping up with it, Jess. You're doing very well. So there we are. In fact, you're keeping up with it better than most of us, in all honesty. So I suspect that...
Well, I commentate quite a few races in racing leagues, and I have to do this every time we get to finals, and I have to go through the permutations myself because I'm usually the lead commentator.
Well, there we are. Anyway, they're currently having a conflab as to where the positions need to be. Okay, so George has done the maths. Thank you, George. He says Vigo first, Soton second to win, Southampton second to win, Vigo second, Southampton fifth or better, Vigo third, Southampton sixth or better. Monty's just confirmed that to us.
George.
Quick, I mean, quick maths. He's coming through with this. Vigo fifth, Southampton sixth or better, and then Vigo fifth or lower. Then Southampton are guaranteed champions. So Vigo have got to finish.
George is saying Vigo's got to finish fourth or higher.
Yeah, pretty much.
Which could be possible, and don't forget, maybe the driver might have put in the practicing. But
this is really rather dramatic. We are gearing up for something rather interesting. Monty's coming back in. Monty, hello, sir. How are you?
Hello. Yes. Sorry, that was very exciting. Thank you, George, for reminding me about the 75%. I was actually unaware that Queen Mary were a one-driver entry. That has just changed it entirely. I thought this was going to be a three-way fight. It must be a George thing about just reading the rules. We see this a lot with George Russell, don't we? So, yeah. But yeah, no, that is basically it, guys. As I say, we're going to be treating this as winner takes all because Vigo have to win it and Southampton have to be second. Or, as George has basically said, other way around. So, which one is going to win? Who is your money on? Southampton have been so competitive so far today, guys. It's been unbelievable to see. But anything can happen in the finals.
Has someone actually pointed this out to Vigo? Because I can't help but think that they're.
I think they probably don't want that much pressure.
Well, no, but I'm of the opinion that it kind of puts the bit between their teeth and gives them extra incentive to really put the foot down. So if someone tell Vigo you've got to finish high and finish ahead of Southampton, you might still win this.
I'm not going to lie, Giles. If they've been told coming into here today that you're one of the championship protagonists,
They would have practiced.
Exactly.
Especially since the current plan is still open setup for the finals A.
Yeah.
So setup might make a difference.
Yeah, Vigo haven't really been what you would call a team that just turn up and kind of do a jolly. They've been really competitive.
They've just not had a lot of luck today.
But what has helped them stay in this championship, Engineering Challenge, they're the highest out of our championship contenders in the Engineering Challenge. They're third overall in the Engineering Challenge.
That has helped them for sure. The other thing to consider with Vigo as well, guys, is that so they are a split team entry. So some of their guys are here physically. Some of them are remotely connected as well. I think it's safe to say that those who have been competing from home, they've seem to be a bit more competitive because they're using their controls, whereas those who are here are doing a good job, but it's taking them a while to get up to speed. So they're kind of having to play the come up from the back of the grid each race we've seen so far as they're getting up to speed with, let's be fair, it is foreign controls for everyone here. These aren't their controls, these aren't their rigs. I know it sounds like driver excuses, but if they're playing hours and hours and hours, you get used to it. It's like... Put it a simple way, if someone goes and drives your car and moves the seat forward or backwards, it takes you weeks to find that adjustment again, doesn't it?
It's like that with a rig, isn't it?
Exactly, it's the same with rig. This is what is home, and if someone moves it around, you hate it. We're asking them to do this on someone else's rig, so of course they're going to find it a bit difficult, because at the end of the day, we're talking about hundredths, tenths of a second here. It's such minimal gaps between them all that, every little difference like that really does make a huge impact. Welcome to eSports, guys.
Zenith Racing saying, commentators doing literally everything to secure the downfall of Southampton, shaking my head. I would argue what we're doing here is actually enhancing the drama and pointing out the various possibilities. It ain't over until the fat lady has sung.
It's not over until the end of Finals A.
And also, if I can just challenge Zenith Racing on this one as well. So, Southampton, let's have a bit of a history lesson here. You've already seen in the video earlier on today, Southampton won the first ever sim racing series we have done since then.
Amazing.
Ever since then, they have never finished lower than second. Yes, we can also say they're forever the bridesmaid because they've never been higher than that either. But for me, that is 5 years of consistently finishing first or second. They are statistically our most successful team. We aren't here to say, they're going to lose today at all. That's just stats. We're giving you stats. If you want to take offense to it, well, I'll find the glass shoe for you to fit. As far as I'm concerned, we've got a great championship about a battle about to unfold here.
It's going to be a good, great story no matter who wins.
Exactly. Because we have an opportunity here where one team who has been trying so hard for the last 4 years to
regain
that crown, and they're going to finally do it because they've never been lower than second anyway. And
after
whatever
4
happens,
seasons.
Yep. Or we're going to have a new champion. This is exciting, so I hope you guys enjoy it. Go and grab your popcorn, go and grab your coffee. We are very nearly done. I can see you've been seeing us.
Who was the team who's reclaiming their crown after 4 years or whatever?
Southampton.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
Yes. No worries. No worries.
Welcome to live eSports coverage.
Welcome to live esports coverage.
Who needs to comment on the live stream when you can just come up and ask us?
And
exactly. Much easier.
And another story maybe about Vigo. If Vigo win, it will be the first non-British champion of the sim racing series, because all of them have been British.
That is a very good point, Jess. Yes.
Season 1, Southampton. Season 2, Glasgow. Season 3, Glasgow. Season 4, Remary.
Whilst we've got you, Monty, Charlie's asked this. Did at-home competitors get to pick their force feedback for locked setup heats?
Short answer is no. Long answer is it's very difficult to police that because everyone's using different types of rigs. I'm aware, as you've seen with some of the videos earlier on this season, some people are using high-end equipment similar to what you're seeing here today. NCME, they've got a converted LMP2 rig, which they go and sit in instead. We've also seen other teams sitting on a piece of MDF with a Logitech G29.
Like Biscaya.
Entry level, yes, like Biscaya. Entry level kind of equipment and still making great success and making a massive mark and impression on it as well.
And they won today by using the Fanatec for the first time. They won one race.
Exactly, absolutely. Now, I can see, I'm just having a look in the background here, so I can see all the drivers are just sitting in. So hopefully we're going to start getting some images of them soon as they get comfy, because, yeah, we're on to Finals B in a moment. Now, as Jess has said, what we've got going on here, this is basically the 4 heats that we've just done have determined the grid.
By average position.
Thank you, by average position. What you're now about to see are all the students in the lower half of those qualifiers. The top 5 will progress through to Finals A and join at the back of the grid. And this will basically be the top 20 universities going out to take overall victory in today's event.
They won't be at the back of the grid because we'll have 3 1-driver entries.
With the exception of them. Thank you for correcting me, Jess.
The 3 driver entries are York Alumni, Hertfordshire A and Queen Mary. That's why they're in yellow. So, and we also got 4 1-driver entries in Finals B that will be starting at the back as well. That'll be KCL, Apex, Hertfordshire Racing B and MTUA. So.
Okay, where are Vigo in there and where are Southampton have to be on pole, surely?
Southampton have been the best so far today, so yeah, they'll be starting on pole. Vigo is going to be starting 9th in Finals A.
Okay, so this is Southampton's to lose then. Oh, how exciting!
8 positions between them. Vigo have got it all to play for. Southampton have got it all to lose. It's all coming up, and it's right here.
We haven't asked you, who's your pick for the championship now that we've got 2 remaining?
I would also say, whilst Monty's thinking on that one, yes, in response to Zenith Racing, earlier on, you and I both called it, and we both called Southampton, so there we are.
Yeah, we both called Southampton, and Southampton had a very good battle earlier on, which I really enjoyed in Hungary.
Monty.
I'll be completely honest with you, I would be over the moon if either of them won.
I'll be the same.
Because they have both done a cracking job this season. Southampton put a lot of effort into this. They upped their game. They arguably lost last season because of that disqualification in the engineering challenges.
They've improved on that.
Yes, exactly. They've really upped their game this year on that, and that has made the difference to get them back at the top again, I would say.
They won the final round as well.
Yes, they have taken on board the feedback. They have got their heads down and really just got stuck into it. Vigo have also done exactly the same. They've upped their game with their racing quality and with their submissions, evidently by them finishing, what was it, 3rd in the challenges?
Yeah, 3rd in the challenge, the highest out of them and Southampton. Southampton was 4th.
Exactly. If I had to give you an answer, I would say as it stands right now, this should be Southampton's to win because they're starting from pole and Vigo are 9th.
But we've seen miracles in Silverstone.
Yep, we saw Queen Mary win from the back of the grid last time out. Anything can happen, and as we usually say here, it ain't over until the fat lady sings. So, with
Get
that,
down the t-shirt.
Exactly. So, with that, guys, I am going to disappear. I'm going to check, make sure we're all good to go. Best of luck to all of the competitors. This is Finals B, and then it will be on to the Finals 20. I'll see if I can catch up with you guys before Finals A kicks off again. Have fun with the commentating, guys. See you later.
Cheers, Monty.
See you, Monty.
Here we go then, as the teams get settled in for what could be for some of them the last time for the Formula Student Sim Racing Series 2025-2026. Here we go then, heading into the final of the B. The final of the B, that's a new phrase. The B final.
B.
Finals B, the Formula 4 cars around Long Beach.
Which I had a go in yesterday, which was a lot of fun. This is a circuit which the Indy cars race in quite a lot.
Yes.
F4s, not as much, but there's quite a few corners where you can attack the curves quite well and send it if you have to. And make sure you do brake early into turn 1 in lap 1 again, because otherwise you'll get cold tyres. I was seeing people putting times in the practice server, and don't forget it's a top 5 that will progress through into Finals A, and Final A is where the points for round 7 are rewarded. The heat basically it's reset at this point. It all starts now with Finals B. If they don't make it into Finals A, they're going to be near the bottom.
Unless they can, they can top 5 of Final B.
Yeah, that's what I mean. If they don't get through to Finals A, they'll be near the bottom, and they won't be scoring that much points. But if you get through to Finals A, you'll score some decent points and guarantee yourselves top 15, top 20.
Comments coming through. Zenith Racing saying Southampton dominance could bore fans, and Kuipers saying McGowan dominance resembles Verstappen in 2023. whilst McScottish says, hopefully Aberdeen don't run out of fuel this year. That would be preferable for Aberdeen.
Please don't run out of
We
fuel.
were gutted about that last year. It was heartbreaking. I remember the disappointment on McScottish's face, and I really, really felt for him because that was like less
They were
than...
on course to win.
Yeah, there were corners left, not even a whole lap, just corners left, and yeah, it was gutting to see that.
And Monty told us about it because they were dangerously low on fuel at the time.
Just awful.
And it's going to be longer races coming up, so pit stops
Yes.
could be involved in this.
We could actually see some pit stops. So Long Beach in California is an excellent circuit, and obviously we're not doing Indy cars, but the Formula 4 cars are also single-seat races. So it's not a million miles away, and we could be on for something that's quite exciting. And I can just begin to see the palm trees lining the start-finish line as the drivers get ready behind the wheel. They've got 2 minutes to go, counting down. There's the drivers
2 minutes
prepare.
20.
It's not long to go then as the teams wave to the camera. I suspect someone is on his phone and is being told, "You're on camera, mate." Ian Farron saying Dublin underdog. Matty C saying you can't say I didn't try to stop Southampton dominance. No, Matty, we can't. I mean, you did try to kill them, but there we are. Meanwhile, Zenith Racing saying the camera operator is cooking.
I have to say, everyone at High Viz is cooking. Without them, there wouldn't be a broadcast. So massive shout out to everybody at High Viz who are in the gallery right now that are doing a splendid job.
Absolutely.
Making this happen. So we look wonderful. We sound wonderful. And
but the camera quality is excellent. Whether we look wonderful or not is a bit of a genetic lottery.
They really stepped it up this year. They really stepped it up this year. Really have. They always step it up every year, but yeah. We got to thank them and also thank obviously our title sponsors, Atlassian Williams F1 team, and of course Empress Servers that have created the set. We'll thank everyone properly later, but whilst everyone is watching and people, most people would have finished work by now. So if you're finished work, hello, you just came at a perfect time to watch racing after work.
Put your feet up and crack a window open. It's quite hot out there, and relax as we bring you the A and B final of the Formula Student Sim Racing Series 2025-2026. If you have just joined us, it's a perfect moment. It's 5:15. If you've just got home, if you've just joined us, I'm Giles, she's Jess, and we're bringing you live coverage from Atlassian Williams F1 HQ, brought to you by the IMEC Formula Student alongside High Viz Media. Thank you ever so much to them, as Jess was just saying. Plenty of comments coming in, but we've only got 20 seconds until it's lights out. So let's get that on your screens now as we head to a virtual Long Beach in California for the B final. It's Formula 4 cars. Here we go then. The lights are on your screen. Bizkaia on pole. Leicester in second. Yui in third. In fourth, it's Sussex. Here come the lights. Here come the revs. 25 minutes of racing, it's lights out, and we are away at Long Beach, and that is a brilliant start for Bizkaia. Yui are right up there as well, slotting underneath the University of Leicester's wing, and that's piling on the pressure for the Northerners, sweeping to the side. There's a big crash at the back, a huge pile-up at the back. Who's caught up in that? Shall we have a look? I think Cambridge are caught up in that. Munster are in there as well. UCD, I think, didn't come off particularly well from that either. But that's MTUB and Munster, of course, and Cambridge really, really down there. Bizkaia going away with it. University of Leicester getting through, holding their own against, getting through on Yui. Yui were right there with them at University of Leicester, have managed to hold the position. You're on board then with the University of Leicester, who are right there duking it out with both Bizkaia and Yui. It's three-way battle for the lead here at a virtual Long Beach. And you've got the view there from the front of Yui's car. You can see how close these top three are. 0.5 seconds between the trio, as the top five will qualify for the A final. And they're closing them down. Aggressive driving from the off, Jess. This is excellent stuff.
This is a race length that we're accustomed in the Formula Student Sim Racing Series. So this is kind of like their own backyard, except most of them are running in rigs that they're probably not used to at the moment. As Bizkaia still leading at the moment with Leicester. Of course, Leicester did win a race today, but of course there was a few races where they've been inconsistent. Why they're in finals B, not in finals A, but they've still got a chance to get into finals A a little bit later on. We've got Leicester on the back of Bizkaia in towards turn one, where you could really ride the curve very well through the hairpin. Recommended gear second or first gear, again riding that curve well as well. Absolutely brilliant in these cars as well. You can tell who likes these type of cars. A lot of the people that do sim racing drive a lot of single seaters, so this is probably their own backyard at the moment. The Leicester's right on the back of Bizkaya.
Here they
into
go.
the braking zone, and they both
Not quite close enough. Not quite close enough to make a move.
They
And
can't take risks though.
no, exactly. Bizkaya leading 0.3 seconds on Leicester. Leicester staying with them. UE have dropped away. The gap between University of Leicester and UE now up to 2.2 seconds. You'll notice on the bottom of your screens, the driver cam has actually got your top three all there together. You can see them. Bizkaya at the front of your screen. Next to them in the orange is Leicester. And then the black and red is UE. And duking it out between one another. 0.3 seconds now between Leicester and Bizkaya. That's closing up dramatically. Leicester not quite close enough to make a move just yet. Can we watch onboard KCL is what we want to see. Well, KCL are right back in the mix of things. And not a lot of drama going on there at the moment. Meanwhile, up front though, both posting fastest laps, including the UE. UCD are in the pits, oddly enough, but Bizkaya are there in the lead, and they've got a rear end full of Leicester. Leicester looked to be almost trying to make a move there. He weren't close enough. Dylan Warren very much in approval of this car and track combo, as Bizkaya lead on Leicester, opening the gap up to nearly 0.5 seconds. Have they found their groove? It certainly looks like it. UE have been left in the dust and have left to contend with the final podium position. That will still get them into the A final. Here we are, though, with Leicester hunting down Bizkaya. Bizkaya in a league of their own. Meanwhile, here is Sussex being punted just a little bit there by what looks to me to be Munster. Munster side by side then with Sussex with a bit of aggression through there. They did touch, and that's Munster through on Sussex. Sussex will be less than happy with that. King's College London staying right there with them as well. And as King's College London, in fact, go through on Sussex as well. And Sussex are relegated down into 7th as a result.
Yes, and don't forget, the undercut could be powerful around here, so they've got to think about pit stops too coming up. But this is the danger with these cars. They could get stuck in the dirty air, and you don't want to be stuck behind a car for too long, because otherwise you're going to lose so much straight line speed on the straight, because you're not going to be able to get past pretty much, as we're seeing more fast laps from UE. So UE is closing in ever so slightly. So if Leicester and Bizkaya get into some contact, then UE could be up there. But to be honest, Bizkaya and UE are doing a great job anyway. Still 8/10 separating each other. And if I was them, don't take any risks, because if you are in the top two, you'll get through to the finals anyway.
And this is what we're talking about. 4th place will get you into the A final. BAL currently in 4th. In 5th, it's Munster. Munster are right there with them. KCL will be determined to make up that place. Chris Kahn behind the wheel for King's College London. And going away then are Munster. They lose it. The car slides out from underneath them, and that gifts KCL the place, and that's KCL up into 5th. They will be over the moon with that. That puts them into the A final. They just need to stay consistent. Sussex capitalising on that mistake from Munster as well. That puts them into 6th, and that's Munster down into 7th. You're on board with Leicester, as they have got a 0.6 gap between themselves and Bizkaya. It was 0.8. It's closing down again. The comments are going mad with love for King's College London, but right now it's the battle for the lead. As Jess was saying, neither driver can afford to make a mistake here, because they do not want to risk falling out of that top 5. But equally, the urge to race is strong between these two competitors. Bizkaya, winners of Formula Student UK 2025. Leicester have been consistently here with us in the sim racing and out on track at Silverstone over the last few years. We know that the urge to compete will be very difficult to resist between these two drivers. The gap, though, opening up to nearly 0.9 seconds for a moment, closing back up to 0.6, 0.7 seconds. Have Bizkaya got a handle on this, Jess?
Well, you never know. I think they're just trying to shut the door on Leicester. Leicester is probably playing it safe in some elements, but sometimes I'm a racer at heart. I want to go for it. But if you know there's a finals to contend with, and the gap is just a little bit too out of reach for the other drivers, maybe this could mean anything, as we've got a move going on right now. We've got lapped cars already, Giles.
We do indeed. Cambridge were holding things up. They're a lap down, and that did allow University of Leicester to close that gap just a bit. The gap dropping from 0.6 to 0.5 as a result of that traffic. As soon as Cambridge realised what was up, they did get out of the way, but it does mean now that Bizkaia have got it all to do again to pull away from Leicester, who are staying right there with them. An incredibly exciting race here at a virtual Long Beach. The top 5 will get into that all-important A final. So at the moment, as things stand, that's Bizkaia, University of Leicester, UE, BAL, and King's College London. Are you on board there with, right now, University College Dublin, who are less clean than we've seen elsewhere, having a battle with Bangladesh's IUT, our University College Dublin. This will not get them up into the final, but it does mean the difference in overall position in the sim racing series, so all points matter. University College Dublin staying right there with the team from Bangladesh, 0.2 seconds between them. It's very close indeed. Very, 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 almost a touch between the front wing on IUT and University College Dublin. They get through, and there's damage. There is damage on the front wing of IUT, and that's not going to help them at all. University College Dublin sweeping on by as a result. Hertfordshire's B team there holding up Strathclyde's B team. Strathclyde's B team may think about trying to get through, and yet they're going to, because that's a disaster there, and they've only just held on to that because of how thin the track is. That's not ideal. And Strathclyde's B team is saying, get out of the way because you are just slower than me, and swiping at the rear wing, and that's caused damage on the front wing.
I've just noticed that as well, and that could be costly. And someone's asked a question in the chat, do you get points in both finals? Well, the answer to that is, if you finish in the top 10 of Finals B, you're guaranteed points. Anything outside of that in Finals B, unfortunately, you do not get points. But if you're in the top 5 in Finals A, you get wherever you finish in Finals A. But if you finish 6th and 10th, you get points. So there you go, that answers Charlie's question. We got a battle, Giles, I'll let you cover that.
Strathclyde A team going past Strathclyde's B team. Look at the front wing damage on the B team here. That car is going to be a lot to handle. It's not perfect on the A team's car either, and you can see that. That car is unsettled there through the left-hander, but the A team, I think, have better downforce. And I think that might just be because Strathclyde's B team have been just a bit too aggressive, toe punting at the back of other cars, and they've come a cropper with that front wing. But who's this going very slowly? Hertfordshire's B team, very, very slow indeed. The two Strathclyde teams swinging on past, and that's not gone well then for Hertfordshire's B team. Not sure what's gone wrong for them, but the gap's opened up to 6 seconds, 7 seconds between themselves and the two Strathclyde teams. No team orders then between Strathclyde, University College Dublin being the next team to take advantage of whatever's gone wrong for Hertfordshire's B team. Are pulling over to the side of the track. They don't seem to be able to get out of first, Jess. It looks to me to be stuck in. Is that stuck in first?
Yeah, they're stuck in first gear. They can't seem to go in second or third. They're trying. There's only a certain element in a set of Corsa, like there's a beat, which means you can't shift anymore. The game won't let you shift down too much in these cars. You have to wait until the revs are a perfect amount before you can downshift. It looks like KCL isn't in the right gears though. A lot of support in the comments for KCL right now that are chasing down Balvmont for P4 right now. At the moment, as it stands, they will make it through.
Front right of KCL's wing. Keep an eye on that. It does look to be running closer to the ground than the left side. Here they go, and that's going to really damage their front wing. That's really going to damage their front wing. They didn't brake. They did not brake enough. As they went into that right-hander, they were right there with BAL. I wonder whether they should have just settled for 5th. It would have been enough to get them into the top 5, and therefore
MTUA, they're right on this now.
This is it. I just wonder whether dicing it out for a 4th position where you've done enough to get into 5th was a good idea. King's College then, potential damage as they piled into the back momentarily of BAL. Both drivers continuing on, but I've got to say, I'm not quite sure about this. I do wonder whether that's going to affect KCL's chances, because as you say, Jess, MTU are closing in now. They've got damage and sweeping through on the inside. Go King's College London on BAL. They've been desperate to do that. And into the pits go BAL. MTU capitalise on that and go through. I wonder.
B's out. That's them done for the day.
They've clearly had issues with their gearbox. Meanwhile, Munster then have capitalised on BAL heading into the pits. Can they capitalise on that contact that KCA made with the rear end of BAL? I'm not sure, but suffice to say, KCL may have a bit of a fight on their hands with 13 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. They need to stay in the top 5. Munster overtaking them would put them back into 5th, and they'd have no buffer. So they've really got it all to do here. Meanwhile, you're on board with your race leaders, Bizkaya, 1.6 seconds ahead of University of Leicester. That gap has well and truly opened up into a commanding lead for the team from the Basque Country. They won at Silverstone last year. Can they take a race win here at the Formula Student Sim Racing Series? A bit awkward on the brakes through that final corner onto the start-finish straight. Not 100% sure about that, but there we are.
It is hard from speaking from experience.
There we are. That's why Jess is here. She's an experienced sim racer. I've just got the ability to talk. Bizkaya leading then as they start their 10th lap. 9 completed, 12 minutes 35 on the clock. 1.72 seconds between themselves and Leicester. Leicester then have got a commanding position over Uwe. It's 8 seconds between Leicester and Uwe, so Leicester can just relax and get on with it. It's not going to be the win that they want perhaps, but nonetheless, they are safe. KCL, however, maybe not safe. Munster on the charge. KCL went into the back of BAL earlier. That forced BAL into the pits, and KCL may have damage that may be slowing them down and allowing Munster to reel them in. King's College London fighting to maintain position. If they fall to 5th, they are at risk of dropping out altogether if Sussex can mount a charge. 4.3 seconds between Munster and Sussex, so there's still a gap to contend with, but it's not the buffer that KCL will be hoping for. KCL currently lapping in 4th position, but Munster just closing on them.
And for some people, they've not made it to Finals A ever in the sim racing finals. So if they get to do it this time around, this will be a huge achievement for them, just making it into Finals A. They just don't care where they finish in Finals A. They want to make it there for some teams. So Munster is definitely one of them. But there's will their cars make it to the end without making a pit stop, or will some teams have to pit? I think College Dublin pitted earlier. It might have been to damage, but we don't know. It's hard to tell here. But a lot of people have pitted due to damage, to be fair. As we're seeing, I think, behind Strathclyde, I think they're about to be lapped by Bizkaya, and they almost hit each other.
Well, that was a bit dicey, to say the least. The two teams from Strathclyde duking it out. No team orders, clearly, but backing up the traffic, getting out of the way of the two front runners as Bizkaya and Leicester come piling on through. Has that slowed them up enough? Oh, locking up to get out of the way is Strathclyde's A team, no, B team, I think that was. Yes, B team are ahead of the A team, ironically enough.
Aberdeen's in the pit, so is Cambridge.
Meanwhile, then, you're on board with Leicester. Behind them is Strathclyde's A team, and somewhere in the mix will also be Uwe.
I think the difference between the battle for the lead and the battle for Uwe's not fighting. Uwe's not fighting anything, and they didn't need to. They didn't get involved in the carnage, and they put themselves in the right position. So they're just there at the moment. What Uwe could do is just play it safe. Sometimes they could drive a bit slower, but just about enough to make it through and have the gap where they're comfortable to stay in. But so they don't get damaged. So at the moment, I would say, touch wood, the top 3, I think confirmed. But the final 2 spots, anyone's game.
Oh, precisely. You're on board with King's College London, a 0.8 second gap between themselves and Munster, lapping in 5th. You can see them there, the black car on your screens there, the white and red of King's College London currently in 4th. It will be enough to get them into the A final, but several teams have pitted, and King's College London, we suspect, may have damage from a impact into the back end of BAL. Look at the front wing on the King's College car when you next see it. Meanwhile, BAL, who have pitted, have gone through on Strathclyde's A team and are now hunting down University College Dublin, and going sideways are University of Strathclyde, and they're going the wrong way, which is less than ideal, to say the least, and that's not a happy car, Jess.
That's looked like their front wing's completely
and their B team,
gone, and their B team's not having any good.
Oh, there's going to be some harsh words between those two in the garage, I suspect.
Oh!
For precisely that reason, because Strathclyde's B team have, as a result, had a coming together with Munster, who are lapping in 5th. That's going to have delayed them, and they've lost all the
Sussex.
ground.
Look at Sussex. They're right behind them now.
Oh, I got a funny feeling Munster won't be happy about that. And in fairness,
And
it
they've
wasn't
got
even...
damage. Oh no, KCL still got a bit of damage there.
That's what I was saying. It wasn't even Strathclyde B team's fault. They were trying to avoid their own compatriots in the A team. Therefore, Munster have had a bit of a collision as a result.
I think it's just everyone one place, one time. It was nobody's fault.
1.3 seconds now separating Sussex and Munster. KCL have been given a reprieve from the potential of a Munster move as 8 minutes on the clock to go. KCL holding on to that position. Munster still in 5th, but several seconds down as a result of that collision with the B team from Strathclyde. Here are King's College London as they approach now. I suspect one of the back markers. There, meanwhile, is Sussex closing in on Munster, and could this be the difference between Sussex and Munster being in the A final, Jess?
We'll have to wait and see. Of course, they won't be starting at the back because they've got some one-driver entries, but if they can make it through, they'll be starting in a decent position at Silverstone, which is an iconic circuit in itself, and it's a good warm-up, of course, when we go there, well, where the teams start going there tomorrow. Of course, they won't be doing the entire circuit, but they'll have a rough idea of where some of it is. Whole B's in the pits,
Indeed. I must say, Charlie has just said he thinks that BAL have been done badly, done a bit hard here. I can't help but agree, in all honesty. I do feel a bit bad for BAL. They had to pit after damage caused by a collision that wasn't their fault, and suffice to say that has proven the end of their competitivity within the top 5. Meanwhile, Scottish, all I'm going to say to that is watch what you say about the Glaswegians. My dad's Glaswegian, thank you. Glaswegians can drive, as evidenced by Glasgow winning several times over the course of this series in the last few years. Bizkaya, meanwhile, leading with a 3-second gap on University of Leicester. You're on board with them now as they try and manoeuvre their way through past some more back markers. A 3-second gap, though, is not really going to be harmed by a back marker refusing to get out of the way. Going wide, then, are this back marker.
If I was Bizkaya, play it safe. Play it safe, because if you suddenly get caught up with the traffic, then that could cost you your place. They're in a comfortable position right now. If I was Bizkaya, just wait for the perfect opportunity, and I think the lapped car is going to get out of the way anyway. There's no blue flags in the sim racing series. It's the responsibility of the one who's about to lap them to overtake them safely.
Yes, indeed. Although one does have to wonder whether them trying is just causing more frustration than necessary. They're way back, and it's not going to make much of a difference as through go Bizkaya to continue their charge in the lead, but that has lost them nearly a second on the University of Leicester. Leicester will have to navigate through the same traffic, mind you, but that will frustrate Bizkaya nonetheless. 5 minutes 30 on the clock now here at a virtual Long Beach. The Formula 4 cars in the B final for the Formula Student Sim Racing Series 2025-2026. Giles and Jess in the commentary box with you. You can see the driver cam in the bottom right of your screens. Here's Leicester. They've closed the gap now thanks to that traffic holding up Bizkaya. It stands at 2 seconds. Have they got the opportunity and have they got the pace here, Jess, do you think, to make a move in the next 5 minutes for the race win?
They want glory points. They want one race here in the sim racing finals. Of course, they've won a few races this season, and I would imagine that the crowd would erupt if they go and win this one. But I think their main goal is to get through into the finals. I think that's how they're driving. Saying that, they gained 3 tenths in the last lap alone. So, yeah, I probably said they were going to take it easy, but they just set the fastest lap of the race.
Yes, indeed.
1:20.086 they just set.
They need to be doing, from my calculations, if they're closing in 0.3 seconds per lap, they need 6 laps in order to get up to and make a move. Can you get 6 laps done in 4.2 seconds? I don't think so. I don't think that's going to be doable for Leicester, but they're certainly going to try. And we can see the bucket hat brigade on the edge of their seats as they watch, and that's a disaster for Leicester. Traffic getting well in the way, a collision there. How much damage?
I think they got away with that.
Has that done any damage to the Leicester car, though, is the question.
It doesn't look like it. I think
not on the rear, it would be on the front, I suspect, if anything. 3 minutes 50 on the clock. Here's the rear view. Here's Yui. who now have to contend with that traffic. The two teams from Strathclyde not making life easy for the front runners, to say the least. Here, meanwhile, is King's College London in 4th. They'll be heaving a sigh of relief. There was a challenge for them from Munster potentially shaping up, but Munster got caught up in some other drama, and as a result, King's College London have been given breathing room.
Yes, and it looks like, with the lie of the KCL fans, they could make it through into the finals.
KCL will be going mad on the group
Pit
chat.
stops,
certainly.
late pit stops for Biscaya and Leicester.
Struth. Did not expect that then. This could be proving very interesting. 3 minutes to go on the clock as the front runners both dive into the pits, as do Yui. I suspect this is a splash and dash fuel stop. KCL will need to stop as well in order to maintain competitivity. Otherwise, they'll end up doing the same as Aberdeen did last year. So all eyes then on King's College London. Will they pit as well as the top 3? Yui, UOL.
They don't have to. It's not mandatory in this
Of course,
series.
it's not mandatory, but it would be advisable. I don't think they have, Jess.
They won't come out. They won't come out in the lead anyway.
No, but I wonder whether they're going to be running on fumes, because that was clearly a splash and dash for both Biscaya, Leicester and Yui. And now I wonder, oh dear, that's going to be interesting.
Sussex still needs to pit, and so does MTU. Everyone else has done at least one stop.
Yeah, oh dear. Munster and King's College London choosing not to pit. Yui chose to pit and have come off worse from that, as they're outside of the top 5 now. They've been lapping so consistently within the top 5. They've just got to hope one of these teams up ahead has to lift and coast to make it to the end, and then they can overtake. But oh dearie me, this is proving rather exciting. Sussex then have managed to clinch inside the top 5, and Yui have definitely got something to say about it. 2 minutes on the clock. Yui have got to get past Sussex in order to get back inside the top 5 and get into the A final. And they've got less than 2 minutes to do it, Jess.
KCL is definitely not going at their normal pace. Their fastest lap just then was 2 seconds slower than their best.
Yeah, they're lifting and coasting.
They're definitely lifting and coasting. Whereas Sussex, they're not far off, so they could just about get away with it. But with King's College London, I'm feeling a bit
jittery. Yeah. If you're watching from London right now, I would suggest getting closer to the edge of your seat, because the next 1 minute and 20 seconds is going to tell you the difference.
Nervous of your life.
It's going to tell you the difference between finishing now and getting into the A final. They took a chance, they were bold, and they decided to stay out rather than pit. And can they hold their own?
They're going even slower.
Yui are now into the top 5. They've got through on Sussex. They're on the charge. They don't need to be as frugal with their fuel as KCL and Munster. Both KCL and Munster did not pit, so both are in the same position. Yui, not the case, and they can afford to put their foot down. They need the pair of them to get out of the way. 42 seconds on the clock. Diving to the inside are Yui on Munster. It's a bold move. Can they make it work? Munster abort and let them through.
Munster's run out of fuel.
Munster has indeed run out of fuel, and that's a disaster for them. The question is, will it happen to King's College London?
Yeah, they have. They're slowing down as well. King's College London have run out of fuel.
An absolute disaster for the two teams who made a bold move not to pit, and it has not paid off, and that's Sussex through on King's College London. Munster and KCL are both out of the running. I can hear the moans of disappointment from here. Munster are a DNF. It's only a moment of time before KCL are registered as the same. He takes his headset off, does the driver from KCL. He's gutted. We can tell that from here. It was a bold move, and it did not pay off. As McScottish says, they've done a me. We saw it happen last year with Aberdeen, and we even said it as we started this race. Make sure they pit and don't run out of fuel. But two teams have made the same mistake as Aberdeen, and that has allowed Sussex through. And Aberdeen will now make up for last year. They will finish inside the top 5. What a dramatic race, Jess.
Yes, indeed. But there's two teams that have performed very well in this race, and that was Biscaya and Leicester. They did not put a foot wrong. They couldn't afford to take any risks. Yes, Leicester could have gone for the move, but they would rather qualify at this point rather than go for risky moves and put themselves out of contention. These two are about to secure themselves a place in Finals A. Biscaya take another win in the sim racing finals today, and they're going to be competing at Silverstone very, very soon. And the three other teams that will be joining him will be Yui, who is coming across the line, and I can't believe I'm going to be saying this. We've got one team that I would not expect to be qualifying. It's going to be qualifying. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Yui will be the next one to cross the line. They will be qualifying as well. And Aberdeen, well, I'll let you cover this because this is redemption.
It really is a redemption arc for the ages for Aberdeen. Last year, they ran out of fuel in the final moments, and McScottish was heartbroken, and now his team have brought things home. They've learnt their lessons, and they will now get into the A final with a 4th place finish. An absolutely well-run race for the team from Scotland. Into the final corner they go. Here comes the checkered flag. Aberdeen into P4. I must be Aberdeening, says Reldon. You're not. They have indeed finished in 4th. And BAL, Jess. BAL! Get into the A final.
They've got to come across the line first, and they've had bad luck all today. And, well, the luck is, well, they put the right fuel in the car. They pitted at the right time, and they're through to finals A. Wow.
Brilliant. Absolutely monumental as Formula Student Racing goes. What a result. Yui can't believe it. Leicester are having a conversation there with Yui. Bizkaya, cool, calm and collected. Job done. Getting out of the sim. Just absolutely spectacular. We're coming back to us here in the commentary box. I'm going to bring Monty in as well, if I can. Monty, what did you reckon of that one?
Yeah. I think I'm still trying to process it myself. If there's one guarantee with the finals, year in, year out, it's always finals B is just unpredictable. Fuel always comes in somewhere to screw around when you think the result.
Teams got screwed by fuel.
Exactly. Just when you think the results are set in place, fuel screws you around, and of course all the calamities as well going on there. BAU getting after the collision earlier on in the race, and they had to come to the pits. I was like, oh, well, that's game over for them. But perseverance is key, and they've got themselves into finals A as a result now. Wow.
Commiserations to Munster and King's College London, who didn't manage to get in as a result of, well, doing a McScottish, as we're now calling it, apparently. But yeah, commiserations to them. We could see on the live stream how much love there was for KCL, and it just didn't come to pass on this occasion. But there are some teams up there who are over the moon to be into the A final. Zenith Racing summing it up. Never give up. C Mackerel saying, yeah, that was me causing the lap 1 pileup. Well, I'm glad someone owned up. While Sean Martin says, congrats Aberdeen. And Spooky Tofu would request the casters to show a replay of the lap 1 carnage. Who caused it on the straight? Well, we know that was
I'm just going to get out of the way. Look at this atmosphere behind us, guys. Look at the celebration.
Look at Bizkaya. I don't think they were expected to get through to finals A, and here they are.
I don't think they were. How much of a gap have we got between finals A and finals B?
So we probably got about a 10-15 minute gap. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to leave you guys just to chat for a little bit. What I'm going to do is see what's happening, because I know the admin teams need to go and get the grids ready for the finals. We need to see what else is going on with the other students. And yeah, give me 5 minutes. I'll come back with an update for you guys, and I'll let you know exactly what the plan's going to be. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Cheers, Monty. Literally, England says, my physical wheel shifter broke. Will be suing. Oh, no. That would explain why there was no gear shift on the Hertfordshire car. That would explain that one.
That's why they were going in first gear.
There we are. Gear shift broke. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. Justice for University of Hertfordshire's B team. I can't turn back time. I'm not Cher, unfortunately. Oh dear, Jess. It all happens, doesn't it? It's like buses.
Finals B always delivers every year.
Absolutely.
Every year.
Brilliant stuff. So get your predictions in then. We're heading into the final. And it's going to be Southampton versus Vigo. Who's your money on? Do let us know. Where are you watching from? And who are you picking? Southampton won the inaugural Formula Student Sim Racing Series all the way back in 2021. This is the closest they've gotten to taking it again in the time since. And Vigo will be first-time winners and would also be the first international winners of the Sim Racing Series, as you said earlier, Jess.
Yes.
So do let us know who you're supporting, who you think is going to win, who your money's on, and where you're watching from. It's all
And,
happening
and
very
if you're
soon.
not in here and you're not competing in the finals, or if you have people competing in the finals, go in here. Come in here. We want the atmosphere. So
Absolutely.
if you're not in here already, come. If you're here, obviously. Well, yeah, you know what I mean. But yeah,
I know what you mean.
Go in here. We want this atmosphere, and we will ask. I think some audience reaction on who we think is going to win the title between Vigo and Southampton.
Billy Sturdy, you are a child. You are not funny, and I'm not falling for it. Meanwhile, Miss Mayor Pumpkin says, you guys must be knackered after all these hours. Flagging a little bit at this point, but we'll stick around. Ella saying, the real winners, York B, A, and alumni. I mean,
they're competing in finals, eh?
I mean, with all due respect, Ella, just mathematically they're not, but they've done rather well. They've certainly been key protagonists of the sim racing series. Adam says, I've been supporting Aberdeen from the beginning. Zenith says, can't decide whom to support. I mean, we know, Zenith, that you're supporting Southampton. KCL says, we still love you, Chris. You won in our hearts. I mean, gutted for Chris from KCL, and I know he'll be gutted as well. Meanwhile, Monty, have we got you again? I think we can... Monty's going to go for a wander, and we're going to have a break, so over to him.
Fantastic. Yes, they've given me a nice little fluffy mic. Walk around now so we can go and annoy some of the students. Hey, hang on. Come back here, guys. Come back here. Now, we've been talking about you guys all day. Guys, this is IUT. This is the team who have travelled, except you. You can come out for a minute. However, I have to say, I am so sorry. That race was exciting, but...
We'll talk about it after.
We'll talk about it after. That's fine. We'll talk about it after. No worries. So, guys, as I say, this has been an international contest today. We've had, of course, a huge amount of British universities turn up. Had a good number from Spain turn up, Denmark, and the furthest travelled IUT, who have come all the way from Bangladesh to take part in today. Guys, thank you so much for the efforts and for coming over here. We really hope you've had a lot of fun today. Who's kind of team captain? Who's probably best to come do quick Q&As with? You're going to go for it? Fantastic. In that case, I'm going to give that to you so you can speak and respond back. I'm just curious to know then, so a quick introduction, perhaps for the whole team. Why did you guys want to come here rather than just doing it online?
Okay, so the main thing was when we started the competition, the back home in our country, we had a very little chances to do this type of races. There's back in Bangladesh, there's no sort of like enough tracks to do that sort of thing. So whenever we had that sort of competitions, like before 8 months, we planned that if we get a good result, we will go and attend the competition just so that we get the experience and to build the team culture so that later on we can win the event and also in the 18th and 19th there is the physical event of FSC UK.
Yes.
So we have a longer plan to participate on that as well. So this is a sort of starting event to experience, to soak in like the level of competition here, and then build the team around and then compete for the glory.
That's fantastic to hear. So there's really nothing like this in Bangladesh at all. So you guys are kind of like stalwarts. You're going to start a trend over in your country.
We're the first team from Bangladesh to compete in this competition.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much for coming over here to take part in this one. We were looking forward to. I can't wait to hear what you guys think about Silverstone over the weekend as well. So I'm really glad that you're going to be around for that as well. That should be absolutely amazing opportunity. And then just tell us about that race then. So of course, unfortunately, that's you guys out from finals B there, but you raced so well throughout the heats and today. Was it kind of what you guys were expecting, or did you have any expectations at all going into today?
I think expected a bit better result because we prepared for this a lot. I think our driver Tamim, he actually started the race very good, but due to some collision and he had some damage in the car. So.
Were you caught up in that start right at the beginning, the crash there?
Yeah, beginning of the crash. So we had to drive the whole car.
On the straight, yes. That's right.
We had to drive the whole race by tilting the steering wheel like that.
So it was a compromised race, just sort of like that. Oh goodness, right.
I think we wanted to qualify for the finals A, but I think we're proud of this journey.
Absolutely. No, you guys have come here and done such an amazing effort. So I'm, as I say, we're over the moon that you guys were able to join us today. So thank you so much. I'm glad you were able to have fun today. Commiserations didn't quite get into the finals A though, but you've driven impeccably, and hopefully we'll see you again out here soon. But in the meantime, we'll see you at Silverstone later on the week, yeah?
Sure.
Fantastic, awesome. Right, I'll let you guys go and relax. We're going to be doing finals in about 10 minutes time, so go and grab yourself some coffees, teas, relax. Let's go and have a wander around and see who else is in here today. Ah, I was picking on you before, wasn't I? Right, go on, you can have the mic now. Right, got to tell us what happened.
Well, we're starting, I think, 14th, because I'm a single driver entry. I've done the single driver entry the whole season.
Yes.
We didn't do every round, and already quite pleased to get to where we got today, and managed to avoid actually getting stuck in the pile up at the start. I had damage everywhere. I think every piece of car was at full damage, pretty much.
Yes, yes.
So it was pretty difficult. I was lapping 3 seconds slower than my best at home, and still managing to overtake others. So pleased with that. And then I miscalculated the fuel at the beginning. I thought I was going to have to do a stop, and then I was in 5th, then 4th, then 3rd. I was like, I'm not stopping.
Not stopping.
And so I started doing aggressive lift and coast, and it just ran short. And I realised on the before last lap that I was going to run short, and I was like, I'll make it back. And then just on that last straight, died, and that's heartbreaking because I made
That is so heartbreaking.
It's
so
a shame.
close.
I mean, but today has been sort of up and down. I think we finished 7th, 9th, 14th, and 7th, and then that could have been a pretty close.
That would have been a fantastic way
That would
to
have been
finish
really
off.
good. So it's a shame, but still positive. And next year we'll come back with a 2-person team, I think. Try and actually do the engineering challenges and get some points, because I think we have lots of potential at Kings to get higher up in the championship.
There's some really good paces in some of the races that we've seen you do, so it'd be great to see you do a full season.
Well, no, I was enjoying driving more the classic cars.
Yes,
I race in manual cars, and so I was enjoying racing manual cars here on the sim. But yeah, I think we'll try again next year.
That's fair. That's entirely fair. Well, commiserations, so close.
Thank you.
But thank you for coming today. Really appreciate this. Did you have fun?
Yeah, I did.
Good.
It was good fun.
Good. Amazing.
Great event.
Amazing facilities as well from Williams, right?
Yep. Amazing.
Something different to what you drive at home, or?
Yeah, I have a Logitech on my desk, so.
What, G29?
Yeah.
Right, you give me that. High five.
So.
Man of style.
The fact I made it this far, pretty proud.
Brilliant. Well, congratulations. I'm glad that you had fun. Commiserations again, but we'll see you again soon. See you at Silverstone?
Yes.
Brilliant.
2 days.
We'll see you at Silverstone then. Right, enjoy the rest of the event. Thanks. Take care. Well done, well done. He's brought his own cheer team on along as well. We want you guys in the rigs as well next year, okay?
Don't trust me in a car.
It's not a car, it's a rig. Right, okay, let's have a nose. Let's see what else we've got going on here. Well, I think we need to go and pester some of the people in these seats here. Mr. Surrey, should we come and have a chat with you guys? You came in as championship protagonist. He's on his phone at the moment, but he's your marketing rep, isn't he? You're not involved? Oh, you're just business? And marketing. Marketing's good enough. You can come for a quick interview. Okay, so I'm going to hand you that. We're just going to have a quick chat. I appreciate you haven't done the driving per se of such, but you have been here all day and you've been a staple of the team throughout the whole year. You guys came in today as being one of the championship contenders. Commiserations weren't able to make it right to the end there, but this has been Surtees' first full season. We've always seen flashes of speed in the past, but never a full season. You guys have finally been able to get it all together this year. How's it like? Well, what's it like getting the whole team together? Because it's gelling this year.
It's quite nice because for the first year we've actually all actively pushed for the sim tournament. We put a lot of time and effort into it. The sim team's actually quite dedicated. We've worked in collaboration with the karting society.
Oh, nice.
So we've had a nice little link between experience from karting, which is about to be able to apply to the sim.
I did note some of your drivers. I've seen them in the BUKC and stuff like that.
Ben,
so
does BUKC along with Lewis.
That's right.
Which has been quite nice for them, obviously matching with the engineering challenge they've given their engineering knowledge to be able to go as well, which has been quite beneficial.
Fantastic. Well, I'm glad you guys were able to actually come here as well properly this season as well, and come and enjoy Williams as well. Plans for next year? Or
Carry on and win, hopefully.
Carry on and win. We like that one. Brilliant.
Not miss any rounds.
That's
Really
fair.
good start.
Yeah, no, I get that. That would be fair. That would be fair. And then moving on to Silverstone itself then, I've seen a lot of clips of the car testing at Goodwood. That must have been fun, getting to drive around there. How's it looking for the weekend then?
Successful. I'd say it's been going quite well through testing. We've been using the university car park a lot, so we've got a lot more
Nice.
support from them. I think we're fairly competitive for once.
Amazing.
So I think we'll be decent this year. We'll have to wait and see.
We've got our fingers crossed for you. You guys have pretty much become like people's champion this year because of just the shenanigans and just the atmosphere you guys bring. It's always been, for us, it's great to see teams who start off there and watch them build the momentum over the last few years.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we'll I know there's been a lot of cheers for you guys in the chats, and yeah, fingers crossed it can go again next year. Fantastic, well done. Right, I appreciate I've put you right on the spot there, so I can see the feet dancing, so I'll get away before I scare you any further. But awesome. Best of luck for the weekend, and hopefully see you at Silverstone.
Thank you very much.
Awesome, fantastic. Yay! Right, let's have a nose. I can see, whilst we've been chatting away, we've had drivers turning up into the rig, starting to get seated. So I think we should go for a quick walk there. Everyone up? Yeah. How long until we start Finals A? Is this us just going into warm-up now?
We're going to start warm-up now.
Start warm-up now.
We'll get everyone up here.
In a minute. I'm kind of hosting, can't you see, Callum? Sorry, Callum's kind of forgetting that I'm presenting at the moment. So, right, this man right here, he kind of forgets that, yes, we're live, Callum, we're live. Let's go and follow him in here, guys. Let's go and see the shenanigans happening with all the drivers. So, welcome to the, well, Finals A. We have the students. Server is live. That's them starting to get connected. Time for their 10 minutes of warm-up and practice before the race gets going. Let's go and have a nose and see what the drivers are up to, how they are preparing, if any of them are sweating, and we can kind of go from there. So, now, it looks like, so we've got UH Racing right at the beginning there, but they're getting their setups done, so we won't disturb them just now. That's fine. We have Hull alumni.
York alumni.
Why did I just say Hull? I knew it was York, but my brain went for something else. I'm so sorry.
Just me.
I know it's just been you. So York alumni, another of the People's Champion. York, well, used to take part as part of York back in the day. They loved it so much that they set up an alumni team to the point that he's been doing this all by himself today. No one else of the alumni team. He's come and enjoyed Williams himself.
I'm the only unemployed one.
Yeah, he says he's the only unemployed one, so okay, fair enough. Aberdeen, we've just seen that they've got through into Finals A, so fantastic. Redemption for McScottish, there we go. What else have we got going on here? We've got Leicester, we've got, I can't see your logo down there. Oh, it is, it's Yui. Once upon a time championship protagonist, and the whole team disappeared, and they've come back this season, so it's great to see Yui representation again.
Right, guys.
Right.
Can everyone do me a favour? Leave the server and rejoin it. We need you to leave the server and rejoin it.
Apologies, we were just having an announcement there from the lead admins there, so they're just asking everyone to disconnect and reconnect, so we'll wait and see what happens there. Who else have we got? So we've got Leicester. We saw that they qualified into Finals A. They're going to be at the back of the grid, as will be Biscaya, as will York. There we are. So we've got York back here as well, so that's all good. Biscaya, where's my shirt? I hope my shirt's coming back at Silverstone. I hope my shirt's coming back at Silverstone. You guys will remember the Excel shirt from last year, which got stolen off me. Right, so who else have we got here? We've got Vigo over here. We've got Exeter representation over here as well for the Finals A. Oh, I recognise this top hat. Ding dong. Hello, sir. Got 30 seconds free?
Yeah, of course, good.
Mr. Top Hat Tyler, I'm going to give you that just to hold on like that. Top Hat Tyler, another one of our People's Champion. We've watched him win many races so far this year. Unfortunately, the team's performances have been a little bit hit and miss, so unfortunately not championship protagonist, but very much still coming into this round as a potential candidate of winning the final round. Top Hat, what's your chances? What are you feeling?
I felt better going into races. Look, it's always difficult when you've got like teams racing from home and stuff like that. So I'm not expecting anything great, but I'm just going to go in, send it, see what comes of it, really.
That sounds like a perfect plan to me. Fingers crossed, sir. I can see you're getting your setup done, so I'll stop disturbing you. Best of luck, sir. Boink. Right, who else we've got? We've got Exeter there, we've got Vermilion here as well, so our friends from Denmark have come over. Runners-up of Formula Student overall last year, so it's been fantastic to have the Danish team joining us for the season this year. Had some flashes of speed, certainly some good results, so really hope they've been able to enjoy what's going on. You can see they're just hitting the track now and getting going, so I won't disturb them because I can see they're on the track now. Should never cool whilst driving, you know, so yes. UCLM, Castelamanca, so another Spanish university who have joined us. So just as a shout out to Southampton, I appreciate that you guys found it difficult to travel here, but we've been speaking to people from Bangladesh and Spain so far, so what's your excuse? Especially as I've come from there as well. I'm joking, I appreciate you guys have got exams and you've actually got a Formula Student card to do, so I'm just teasing. Hope to see you again soon though, and can't wait to see you at Silverstone. NCME Racing, of course, you guys would have seen that I went up to Bolton earlier this year as well to check out their facilities. A refurbished LMP2 car, which they've been using as their rig this year. Honestly, top class. Hopefully you guys saw it in the VT earlier on as well today. It really is some stonking equipment which they run there. And then we have got Surtees again, so we've just been speaking to them before, so here we are. Here is their champion, ready to make an impact later on. So, it's a very good question, who's going to win? We are going to find out soon enough. So what we're looking at here, guys, is warm-up. We're at Silverstone, we're in LMP2 cars. We have 6 minutes of warm-up to go before the grid forms, and it's time for the final race. We can see the admins working around, just making sure the machines are behaving as expected. As I say, these are high-end rigs. We've got direct drive, we've got not spring-loaded at all. What's the other word I'm looking for? We've got hydraulic brake pedals. These really are some absolute beasts to work with, but very high-end quality going on here. Let's see what else is going on. I've just seen Mr. Dangerfield walking here. Have you got 2 minutes for a quick chat? I will hand you that mic, sir, isn't it?
This feels very weird being on the other side of it. I'm normally that side.
No, you're quite. No, that's fair. That's fair. Oh, hello, Mr. Dangerfield.
What an amazing little final, eh?
I know, right?
I was the tension in there when everyone was running out of
fuel.
fuel.
You could feel it.
They were going crazy.
And then 3 out on the last lap. It was deja vu of last year all over again.
This is so good, right? And you know what? You don't get enough credit for this. The amount of work that Monty does and his team to get this to where it is over the 5 years. There's nothing like this in the world, and he really needs way more credit than he gets. So thank you for doing it, because
pleasure, John.
On behalf of all these guys, it's such a great tool, and it's the right way to kick off a Formula Student weekend as well.
Thank you, John. I really appreciate your kind words there. As I say, I've always just done this for the students, and to be honest, I'm just honouring Dan Jones's vision, because this was his vision just brought to life. But to be completely honest with you, and let's just scope around so you can see all around you. All the guys that you see standing around you right now, walking around the rigs, getting everything prepared, they are the guys who make this happen. They are the guys who make this happen in the background. I'm just kind of like the front face to bring everything together. These are the ones running the servers and making sure it all works perfectly. Now, I can see there's a couple of tech things going on in here, so we're going to clear out for a couple of minutes just so they can get the final preparations done. Let's head back to the other room. I think we've got the commentators there. You going to join with us, John? Or,
no, I'll come along as well.
Brilliant, fantastic. Let's have a nose. Let's see who else we've got going on in here. So here we are, let's break some fourth wall. So this is where Giles and Jess have been sitting all day. So this is their wonderful commentator's desk. You can see we've got some spare rigs as well in the background there. Touch wood, we've not had to use them yet. So hopefully we can carry on with the main 20 from there. And then if you look over to your left-hand side, we've got this nice lounge area where we have been inviting all of the universities to come up here, get everyone from downstairs up here now, and actually come and enjoy Finals A together. I don't think we have all the students here yet, though. I can see some people waving. Say yes, wave to your colleagues, and anyone who's downstairs, get your backsides up here. We want to see as many students in here for the last round. However, Giles, Jess, I'm going to hand it back to you. I need to go and check what's going on with our tech, just to make sure that we're all ready for Finals A. Best of luck to all the competitors, and we'll see you on the other side. Giles, Jess, back to you.
Cheers, Monty. Feels weird throwing back to us when he's literally just right there. But welcome to the world of the Formula Student Sim Racing Series. I mean, there's fourth wall breaking, and then there's whatever this chaos is. But anyway, welcome back to the commentary box, and everybody give a cheer. Woo! That was really, really lame. I hope you all know that. Just let me down. Try again. 1, 2, 3.
It's the best they could do.
It's the best we're going to get. Anyway. One final race then for the Formula Student Series 2025-2026. We go to, of course, a virtual Silverstone with some absolutely sublime models. And we really need to talk about this. It's been kindly provided by IER Simulations. They've developed what's called the P13B model of the LMP2. Now, this is one of the best physics models available in Assetto Corsa, and it's been provided by IER completely free for us, and it's been used in this final and in the Engineering Challenge final as well. So thank you ever so much to IER. I cannot wait to see this. This is going to be the most accurate physics model that we have raced in the Sim Racing Series on track. Because bear in mind, all of this that you're seeing is all maths, it's all numbers, and this is the best approximation that we have got available to us of a real-world car on one of the most iconic circuits in the world. This, Monaco, Monza, these are literally my favourite circuits ever. So this is going to be great. There's your phone back for you. Thank you for that information.
No worries.
And we are moments away from going racing. Now, bear in mind, if you've just joined us, if you've just sat down, you've got in from work, here is the final race of the year. And it comes down for two teams, Southampton and Vigo. Southampton won in 2021. They have not been able to recapture that glory since. This is the closest that they have come in 5 years to that first series. Meanwhile, Vigo will win if they finish ahead of Southampton, and Southampton finish several positions below them. If you scroll back on the chat, George kindly did some maths for us and has actually pointed out exactly what needs to happen in order for all the different outcomes. So thank you very much to him. But regardless, your eyes and ears need to be on Southampton and Vigo. The chances are that Southampton will have qualified in a very high position. In fact, I believe Southampton are starting in pole and Vigo are starting down in 9th or 8th along those lines. So Vigo have got it all to do. Southampton just need to defend and finish in first, and this is theirs for the first time since 2021. So do stay with us, because let's be honest with you, Vigo aren't going to leave anything behind. They're going to throw it all out there on track. We could be on for a really exciting final race.
And for the first time as well, the drivers have been told, well, they got open setup, so they could tweak a few things they wanted to, tweak a bit of the aero package as well, the suspension. The setup could make the difference for some teams on whether they do well in this final or do not do well at this finals. And we also got the grid for the finals A. Now we know all the teams, basically. Do you want me to go through it?
I will do in a second. Monty's back and he's got his mic. Hello.
Hello, guys. So, got an update for all of you guys. So, we have got a technical issue going on in the sim room at the moment, which is taking the admin's attention. We need another 15 minutes to resolve the issues going on here. So, we are miking up John Dangerfield to go and have a chat with some of the students for a while, just so we can talk about Formula Student.
Whilst we're doing that, actually, can we get hold of someone from Leicester to model a bucket hat, and Ella from York to model the York gear, and I will model this, and we could do an impromptu fashion show to kill some time. How's that?
I mean, if we can get that done in 15 minutes,
Ella's
fantastic.
over in that corner. I swear Ella from York is over in that corner, and she's been pestering me to get on the cameras. Great day to be a business member and not a driver. Ella, where are you? We want to come over
There
here.
she is.
You
Come
can
on,
model
Ella.
your gear for us.
There we are.
Does someone
Lovely.
from Leicester want to come over and model a bucket hat for us as well? We're going to do a fashion show.
Amelia as well. Hello.
Here we are. What's your
Beautiful.
name?
Amelia.
You're Amelia.
Yes.
Amelia, you're from Leicester.
Yes.
Have you had a nice day?
Yeah.
Have you enjoyed yourself?
Yeah.
Will you be coming back again?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Can you say anything else but yeah?
No.
And how much are the bucket hats?
Do you want me to be honest with you?
Yes.
I think they were about 25 quid.
Each?
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Is it?
No.
Maybe in
Well,
Plymouth, not
it
about the rest
it
of
was
the
tough
world.
because last year we got them through sponsorship, but this year we had to pay for them ourselves. But it's fine, it's worth it because
If you can afford
everyone loves them.
£25 on a bucket hat, you have a different class of problem to me. Anyway, they are available. Are they available?
I don't think Harlequin
I
sell
feel
them
like
on
you
the
could actually reduce the cost for your members if you were to put them on general sale because more people would buy them.
Genuinely, we could. That's the sad thing.
And has every team member got a bucket hat?
Yeah.
I'm coming to your paddock later in the week and I'm
we've-
doing minions
We've
to like
literally
steal
just
the
been
moon.
talking to our team principal and we're saying as long as everyone's got a hat, if we have any spares, we are like wanting to give them out. But we want to make sure
I
everyone
want
in
to
the
come
team
around
has
your
one
paddock.
first.
I've got a leather jacket
Yeah.
and a bald head. I'm just going to recreate
It's not like
that
we're
scene
difficult
from
to find,
Despicable
is
Me.
it?
We're going to steal the moon later in the week. That's going to be great fun.
We are minions, aren't we?
Well, there we are. Of who remains to be seen. But anyway, how's your car looking? Because I've always admired Leicester's simplistic design. It's the space frame tubular chassis.
Yeah.
It's the rear mounted IC engine. You're not messing about with anything too fancy. There's no aero or any of that. And yet you've done consistently well over the last few years and it's paid off. How's it
Yeah.
looking this year?
Well, so this year was, it's the first time we've done a car build in a year. So we're actually really proud of ourselves. Every single other car we've built has been a 2-year cycle. So this is the first time we've done it in a year.
Wow.
And the car is built, it's alive, it runs. So we're hopeful it will get through Scroot, but have to see how it goes.
You can
yeah.
never tell. You really can't. It's been really nice talking to you. Very best of luck.
Lovely to see you. See you in Silverstone.
Ella, your shirt. Let's have a look. Here we go then.
Hang on, Giles. But before we carry on, I'm going to disappear so we can use John's mic.
Right.
Just because I need to go and help out the admin guys. Okay, so I'm going to disappear. Let me go and remove the mic. John, you okay to take over?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
I think we are. Are we? Can the gallery confirm that we're going off the little mini mics?
Are we all good?
We can confirm that. Excellent.
Fantastic.
Okay, and we're going to put those mics on, and then we're going to throw to Ella. Ella, here she is. Here she is. Ella, would you like to show off the? I like the flowers. The flowers are nice. You want to come around here so that you can
That's
be
actually
seen on the camera?
quite avant-garde, isn't it? I haven't seen teams do flowers before.
Yeah, I've not seen a flower pattern. You want to bring the mic a bit closer to you, bless your heart.
So, what?
Bring the mic closer to your mouth.
Yeah, no, our team principal loves golf and he wanted the shirts to be wearable on a golf course because he lives in our kit. I mean, lives in it. So he made them into golf appropriate shirts. We've got the flowers, we've got the arms, collar.
White Rose of Yorkshire.
Yep, White Rose, it's all going on.
So if you are a golfer and you like the county of Yorkshire, then have we got a shirt for you? And is this available to the general public?
It is on Harlequin Teamwear.
Harlequin
How many have you
Teamwear.
sold?
You can purchase a York shirt. If you too want to punt Southampton off for no good reason, you can buy this shirt.
Don't encourage that, please.
Excellent stuff. And how will York be bringing a car to Silverstone?
Yeah.
That didn't seem a confident. Yeah. Well.
Where I'm at, from what I am personally witnessing, it's better than it was last year. It's brand new.
Well, it does have to be.
We
by
got it in the back
rules.
of a van. On the drive down last night at about 1 a.m. there were a lot of bangs. I'm hoping it's still in one piece.
So, okay, so your car is looking questionable for running, but how's your prep going for the statics? Because you still score points.
Yeah, we think we've finished off our prep for the cost event.
Right, okay.
Design event, I fear, I know nothing about.
Okay.
Business plan presentation, we're more prepped than last year. Last year we stayed up until 4 a.m. the night before business plan presentation, just me and the previous head of business. And we got the whole thing done, but we did the best we've ever done. This year we're more prepared, but I think I still need to stay up and...
Okay. So you cost then, because this is my bag, you see, this is the old the
It's
old
almost like
world.
you used to be the chief
It
design-
is, I mean, it's,
chief-
you
chief
know,
cost
it's like I've been doing it for a quarter of a century.
You wouldn't know to look at you.
So we got our stump speech ready, because we know we're going to be asked some certain questions. We know we're going to be asked, how do you think make things cheaper, how do you make them quicker, how do you make them better?
So our deputy team principal was kind of leading this one.
Yeah.
He was here, I think he's gone home now. They've gone to do our shopping for campsite. He has prepared many documents.
We've got them all printed out,
All
ready to
printed
go.
out, all ready,
Do
gloves.
the team that are going to be in the bay all know how to use the documents?
I do believe so.
Because that's a big thing, because one of the things that I used to do is turn around and go, right, show me where it is, to a team member that wasn't taking part.
Yeah.
Because I want to see that it's not just a couple of people.
But our deputy team principal, he's a very entrepreneurial kind of guy. He's lovely. He has everything prepped and ready. He's got everyone. It's running a bit like a military camp.
Well, this is all sounding very promising.
Yeah.
Very promising indeed. Etla, thank you so much.
That's no
Really
problem.
do appreciate you popping by. And as we've established, these shirts are available. I think Monty wanted to break the fourth wall. I was reliably informed. And also, yes, Dan Jones merch is also available. Thank you, Ella. Bye-bye.
Shall we bring in our Italian friends?
Monty wants to break the fourth wall first.
Not quite. Not quite. As we're on the theme of clothing, I've just been handed this by our friends from IUT. Apparently they come with gifts for you two.
What, me?
What?
Yes,
What?
for you two.
No.
Guys, do you want to,
Guys?
would you guys like to explain what these are? Who would like to explain?
Oh, no way. This is,
Okay.
what is this?
So, whilst we show them, they're just going to explain what these actually are, okay? So tell us, what are these? They look fantastic.
Oh my God.
So these colorful dressings, the clothings are called fotua in Bangla. It's a traditional clothing from Bangladesh.
Oh, that's
you
right,
wear
your
it
street
in
Monty.
summer because of the excessive heat. It is light, as you can see. It's very beautiful. And this one is fotua as well, and this one is called kurti. Yeah.
Oh, I love
Genuinely,
it.
I'm going to shake all of your hands. That's so
I was
kind of
not
you.
expecting
Thank you
that.
so much. That's wonderful. I've really
I've
just
enjoyed your
absolutely love that.
presence, Tim. Thank you so much
That's
for coming as well.
Wow, was not expecting that. And
I could wear this
guys.
one. I'm wearing one of this.
Did you
one of the
guys
days
see
from the
last year's
student
broadcast?
house.
I think
of
we've
my
all got to
shirts
wear
or
this.
something?
Wear this on Saturday or Sunday.
Giles, I think they've seen the broadcast last year of my shirts.
I was going to say,
this is why.
you shouldn't have grown up in Jersey. You would have fit right into Bangladesh. That's the way you would have fit in.
They didn't want us to be
Guys,
left out, you see, Giles.
Thank you so much. I so appreciate this.
So more importantly, I want to know how the car's looking. Yeah. So
he's got
so
one as well.
I want to know. So your car's good? It's arrived?
No, actually, can I explain?
Yeah, sure.
So basically, we're preparing for Formula Street in China, to be honest, because
okay.
the logistics, we have to figure out the logistics from our country back in Bangladesh to UK. So
you just come for the sim event then?
yeah, semi
Wow!
and,
Oh, thank you.
And to just to see the level of competition in Formula Street UK as well, because we have plans to participate in this competition in future.
Fantastic. Well, look, we had the delegation from FS China over last year to the UK event, telling us about some of the things that they're doing there, especially like their energy monitors have telemetry and TV feeds and things. It's a massive event out there. I'd love to get out to the China event, to be honest. So,
sure, we'll be attending.
Fingers crossed. So, how far are you with your car now? Is it ready to go?
Yeah, no, not quite yet. The event is on 3rd November. So,
Yep.
we're actually preparing our chassis right now. So,
Right.
I think every component we actually gathered it. And once the chassis is done, we'll just assemble it within a month, I guess.
Fantastic. But you're going to come and see us at Silverstone over the next few days. Well, fantastic. Thank you so much for coming. And these guys are going to look amazing in those outfits. So.
We'll love to see you guys.
I'm going to wear that over the weekend. I know we're supposed to wear official iMechie stuff, and you can get hold of your Dan Jones T-shirt, which I'm currently modelling for you.
And I'm buying.
I'll show you the back in a second, but I will be wearing those because that's so kind of you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm definitely wearing this at the weekend.
As Cal McScottish has just said, IUT goated, and I couldn't agree more. Thank you very much indeed, guys.
Well done, guys. Right, who should we chat to next?
I actually do need to show off the back of this shirt because the front isn't all of it.
Well, I'll tell you what, while you're doing that, shall I see if we can get our Italian friends over?
Yes. Okay, so Dan says, and then, of course,
read the rules.
Come and join us.
And do you know, George did, and as a result, Queen Mary are no longer in contention.
Yeah, George read the rules.
George really did read the rules, much to Queen Mary's annoyance, I should think. But there we are. Meanwhile, here come Bizkaya.
Spanish friends.
Yes, well, I didn't wish to correct you, but I'm usually the one that gets the geography wrong, as these will vouch from every live stream that we've done. So it's nice to see someone else getting it wrong for a change.
So we've got last year's champions. So we're all out for defending it this year then, aren't we? But I think you've got some really tough competition now. So you've got Edith Cowan that are coming over, and they're coming off the back of doing their event in December, so a really well-developed car. And I think Brooks are going to be good as well. And they've got, some pretty neat powertrain thing going on there as well. So tell me, what are you going to do to beat these guys this year? What have you got? What tricks have you got up your sleeve?
I mean, at the beginning of the season, we started by analyzing the predicted performance that they would have at this competition. And then we started developing our main limiting areas, the energy management and the regeneration, as well as drivability. And then we started with the potential components such as electronic aids.
Yeah.
And we also gave some importance to lowering the center of gravity by changing some little mechanical components.
The main goal is to defend the title and win again here at Silverstone. And you said about Edith Cowan, Oxford Brooks. Also, Oxford has a very good facilities, and they are going to be there. And we don't want to forget about Modena that is coming this year, and we think that is going to be a very good competition this year with them.
Yeah.
And we're making a lot of effort making this good improvement of the car to be there in the battle.
So I've got a question for you because we're here at the Sim Finals. Do you see any crossover between what you learn at the Sim Final, the Sim racing through the year, and what you put into your car? I mean, from driver training or literally just being able to get the team together. Do you feel that there's a synergy there? There's benefit?
Well, this Sim racing discovered us the Motec software, and with that we've been using it for our car now, and we've been doing a lot of data analysis, and it's been very helpful for us to keep improving our car.
Yeah.
And you want to say something?
No.
And are you guys all ready for the statics as well? Because we know you've got a good car. So in terms of actually getting ready for design and cost and business, is that all ready for you now as well? Yeah. Ready to go?
We have been, for the last around 3 seasons, really close to goal to win the overall statics.
Yeah.
Last year, for example, we were 1 point apart from winning it. So this year we've been really focused on business plan, cost, design, and also lap time simulation.
Yeah.
And yeah, we hope we can get to the finals and afterwards get the overall.
So you sound pretty confident. Yeah?
Yeah, we have a lot of work behind, so...
Well, congratulations. Good luck for being here as well. Well done for being here, and good luck for the event that's coming in a few days.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks a lot. Excellent.
Thank you very much, John. Thank you very much indeed for that.
So how are we looking?
We are looking like we're about to go racing for the final time for the Formula Student Sim Racing
I think
Series
it's going to be really
25-26.
exciting. Wasn't that
was
small
fascinating.
final?
I genuinely think we're on for an absolute corker of a Formula Student event over the weekend.
The atmosphere in here when people were watching, when people started running out of fuel, was crazy.
Yeah, we heard.
It was. They were going.
As soon as I said the people ran out of fuel, people went, oh, no!
And I know we said this. I know we said this last year, but isn't it amazing being here at Williams?
It is incredible. We do have a change of plan for final.
Yeah, I've got to announce this before we actually get underway, and we're moments away from getting underway. But because of technical difficulties, we're no longer using the LMP2 cars. Instead, we're reverting to the Porsche RSR 2017 cars. Same track though, Silverstone, and it's a locked setup other than fuel and tyres. And that's everybody has to use the exact same setup. They can do whatever they want with fuel and tyres. They can do softs, hards, mediums. They can use whatever fuel load they want. Everything else is locked.
Yeah, that's due to not everyone's used a combo before, so we want to put everyone on an even playing field.
Precisely. We're moments away then from going racing for the final time for the Formula Student Sim Racing Series 2025-2026, live from Atlassian Williams Formula One team. I'm Giles Cosgrove. She's Jess Ball. He's James Monty Montgomery. And very, very shortly, we will have a contest for the ages. Keep your eyes on Southampton and Vigo. Those are the two teams in with a shout of Formula Student simulated glory here today. It is Southampton's to lose. They start on pole position. Vigo are all the way down in 9th position. They've got to make up 8 places in order to win. And in order for them to win, they actually need to finish ahead of Southampton. If Southampton are starting in first, well, they've got to win. And it's going to go very, very, very dramatically. So let's just talk this through, courtesy of George Berry. Thank you very much to him for his maths. If Vigo finished first, Southampton have to finish second to win. If Vigo finished second, Southampton have to finish 5th or better. If Vigo finished third, Southampton have to finish 6th or better. If Vigo finished 4th, Southampton have to finish 6th or better. And if Vigo finished 5th or lower, then Southampton are guaranteed champions. With their current standing on the grid, Vigo will not win. They have got to make up 4 places at least, And even then, that won't be enough because Southampton would have to finish behind them. And currently, they're starting in pole position. So it really is all hotting up here for the grand finale of the Formula Student Sim Racing Series 2025-2026. Please comment. Who are you supporting? Where are you watching from? Do please let us know. We'd love to hear from you as we hot up for the final. Miss Mayor Pumpkin says, thank you for all the years of entertainment. Have fun and good luck. Here we go then. Jess, it's got to be Southampton, surely.
Yeah, it's got to be. And because everyone's on an even playing field, nobody has had much time to practice on this. It's gonna be game on. It's gonna be really game on. It's Southampton's to lose. I still think Southampton can win this because they've had the most experience out of anybody. They have learned to adapt to lots of consequences over the past over the past few years.
Well, they've always had a bit of rotten luck, and I think Southampton right now are just hoping that they finally put that in their rearview mirror. They haven't won this championship since 2021, the first year in which it was contested. So therefore, it's been 4 years since they've actually won anything. So
it will be amazing if they can.
It would be, but equally, Vigo, worthy champions were they to win as well. Let's not forget, of course, that on that grid, they may not be contesting for the championship win, but contesting for the race win will be some incredible drivers. NCME, York, Surrey, of course, UCLM, Vermilion, Exeter have been having really good form of late. Not to mention, of course, we've got Hull here as well. Top Hat Tyler behind the wheel for them. It's all to come, Jess, and it's not over until the fat lady has sung.
And it's a shame that Queen Mary are one driver entry because without that, they would have been in the running as well. And that would have been even more exciting. But
they really, really would. James, is it worth possibly turning the lights up so people can see the screens in here? Just a shout there. As we look ahead to the final race, Jess, it's been a pleasure commentating alongside you over the course of the series this year, as ever. So thank you very much to you. Thank you to you at home for watching. Thank you to High Vis Media, who've been absolute stalwarts, particularly Georgia, who's had to put up with us in our ear for the past day. So thank you very much for that.
And thanks to Monty.
Of course, thanks to Monty, yes. And thanks you to all the volunteers, Callum and the team who put this on in the background. Thank you to Atlassian Williams. Thank you to everybody else who has sponsored the Sim Racing Series. And we're about to get underway for the final race. And I've got a feeling, Jess, we're on for some proper excitement.
We had to wait a while for this, but I think it's definitely going to be worth it. But so your support in the chat. Who do you think's going to win the race, first of all? And who do you think is going to win the championship? Is it going to be Southampton? Is it going to be Vigo? Well, we'll run for your grid very quickly whilst they set up. So, like we said, on pole is going to be Southampton. Then it's going to be Surrey in P2, York A in P3, MCME Racing in P4, UCLM P5, Vermilion P6, Exeter's A team in P7, Hull's A team in P8, Vigo in P9, Exeter's B team in P10. Then we got York's B team in P11. Then we got our final B top 5 here. So we got Biscaya in P13. And we got Leicester in P14. We got UE in 15th. Aberdeen in P16. Let's hope they could climb through the field. Wouldn't that be amazing? And we got Balmont. I saw someone in the chat earlier. Don't give up. They did not give up. They were lapped down at one point. They would hit the right time, and there you go. That is your order. There we got the one driver entries at the back, which is York Alumni in 18th. Hull's A team in 19th. We've got Glasgow in
Hertfordshire's A team in 18th. In 19th, it's Glasgow's A team in Queen Mary.
It's confusing because of the one driver entries.
Queen Mary rounding out the top 20. They start last in, last place, oddly enough. We have seen them come through the pack, though, so don't write them off. In fact, I wouldn't write anybody off for the race win, certainly. These are the best of the best, and we are going to get some absolutely cracking racing as lights go out. Minutes away. Then grab your popcorn, grab your snacks, grab your drinks, close the curtains, open the windows, stay cool, and then crank up that volume. We're about to go racing for the final time for the Formula Student Sim Racing Series 2025-2026.
Thanks for bearing with us whilst we were sorting out the stuff. And a massive shout out to the volunteers for coming up with a backup just in case.
Massive shout out to IUT for our shirts. That was not expected. It was lovely. I'm very, very fond of those already.
We surprised some Scottish last year with the kilt.
Yes.
I think the broadcast was due for a surprise, but we weren't expecting to get the surprise.
We don't do it for that.
Yeah.
It's nice regardless. So thank you very much.
And massive shout out to IUT.
Can
for
you
doing
bring
so
up
well.
the lap times at all?
The lap times for Silverstone?
For Silverstone.
That's why you were asking me. I got a bit
Yes, there we go.
confused. Oh, the countdown. Oh, we're not going to.
10 seconds
Right,
then.
okay, we're about to get
Here we
going.
go. Southampton on pole, Surrey in second, York A in third. Up come the lights, up come the revs for the final time of the Formula Student Sim Racing Series this year. Porsches around Silverstone and away we go. Southampton in the lead, piling on to the first corner, and that looks like Surrey have got an inside line there, but Southampton have closed them off. And York A, it looks to me, to be ahead of Surrey. Yes, they are. York A making a jump on Surrey and making up a position. Southampton leading, though, and leading in confident style off the line. You're on board there with Vigo. They've been swamped off the line. They started in 9th. They're now down in 12th. They need to be making up significant positions. They need to be up in 5th in order to even be able to contest this championship. This is not the start that Vigo would have been hoping for. They've been swamped out by the 2 Exeter teams. Exeter's B team getting an absolutely cracking start there. York A holding it against Surrey, but they are duking it out nonetheless. Meanwhile, back here with Vigo up into 10th now. Ahead of them, Vermilion and X-Racing B team. But Vigo really do have to put the power down. Going down the inside of Vermilion and swapping paint. It's aggressive. They know they need to do this, and Vermilion are having absolutely none of it. Meanwhile, it's a big battle for the lead now. You're on board with York A as they've got Surrey behind them and a concertina of cars waiting in the wings, including NCME and Top Hat Tyler for Hull A up into 5th, Jess.
What a start from some of our teams, and Vigo's dropped down in other places. That's not what they want for their championship hopes, but Southampton, what a start from them. They're already putting up the gap. This is just what they need for their championship hopes, and this is the main for them. York B is past UCLM, and the York teams are doing very well with 2 of them in the top 6, which is great to see. Exeter's B team is doing quite well as well, and everyone in this race will get points if they finish. So the higher that they finish, the better it will be.
Disaster
for MCME Racing.
They've gone wide, and that's let a whole swathe of cars through. York B, UCLM, and Exeter's B team all going through on NCME, who ran wide, and that's really going to damage their race here. Meanwhile, here's Surrey duking out for second place with York A, and that is Hull. Top Hat Tyler forced off into the wall. A disaster then for one of the key drivers in the Sim Racing Series. Top Hat Tyler punted on the start-finish straight into the wall. He will not be pleased about that, suffice to say, I can tell you. And there is Surrey holding off York B. York A with Dylan Warren going away with it and chasing down Southampton. Meanwhile then, where's Vigo? They're down in 10th. Surrey down into 5th now as UCLM go through. On board with York B. UCLM on the charge. Top Hat no, says Miss Mayor Pumpkin in the comments. Ella shouting out for York. Let us know who you're supporting, please. On track right now, it's York's B team ahead of UCLM and, of course, Exeter's B team and NCME up there ahead of Leicester. They've just passed through them. So let's go through the grid. Southampton in pole in P1. In P2, it's York A. In York B are in 3rd. In 4th, it's UCLM. Surrey are in 5th. Exeter's B team in 6th. Leicester have just passed NCME to take back 7th, putting NCME down into 8th. Top Hat Tyler for Hull having a disaster, punted into the wall. That's 9th for Hull. And Vigo have got it all to do in 10th. You're on board with Top Hat Tyler now, watching the battle for 7th between Leicester and NCME.
We've got Miss Mary Pumpkin saying that nobody gets hurt. Well, in a direct drive will possibly, as Leicester spun into the gravel as we head towards the hangar straight after Chapel, which is not ideal at all. And considering they got through to Finals A by finishing 2nd, as we've got Vigo, that's capitalised them. They moved up to 8th, but that's still not enough because Southampton are still winning. If they're in the top 2, Southampton, no matter what Vigo do, Southampton will be champions. So Southampton are doing what they need to do right now. They're pulling up a 2-second gap, and they set the fastest lap again of this race so far. They are absolutely flying is Southampton. It'll be a great story if they could do it, but there's plenty of teams that could change things quite a bit, but with Southampton...
I'm going to contradict you there, Jess. I don't think Southampton are stoppable at this point. I think with 20 minutes and 25 seconds to go, I think this is almost a victory.
20 minutes.
20 minutes and 25 seconds, 20 seconds to go. I think this is actually Southampton's victory lap. I don't see how Vigo in 20 minutes can get through 7 cars and someone else can pass Southampton in the process, because that's what it's going to take right now with the way the grid stands for Vigo to actually take the championship. So they've got it all to do and not enough time to do it in, by my mark. Vigo currently lapping in 8th position as through on NCME Go Hertfordshire's A-team. And up to head of them now is, of course, Bizkaya, the winners of Formula Student 2025. And they'll be back to fight the championship again later on in the week, so make sure you tune in for that one.
It was lovely to speak to them
Yes.
earlier on whilst we were waiting. It was great to see what they were going to do with their car, so I wish them the best of luck.
Track limits seem to be being abused by my reckoning, but there we are. Vigo, 0.8 seconds ahead of their closest rivals behind them, Bizkaya, but they've got another second to make up on the team in 7th place. That's Top Hat Tyler for Hull, and we know he's not going to make it easy for them. Southampton, meanwhile, a 1.4 second gap between themselves and Dylan Warren for York. Both the top 2 drivers driving from home, which just goes to show that the home setup does have its advantages, but whether it's sporting or not is a different matter entirely. Leading then are Southampton, determined to finally put right the wrongs of the past several years. They've always been in the top 2, top 3. They've only won once, and that was a long time ago now. NCME falling well down the running order. They've had a big coming together. They've had a real disaster, and they are now down in 17th position, Jess.
17th position. That's not what they wanted after a consistent run of form over the sim racing finals and during the season as well. Of course, they were doing quite well in the engineering challenge towards the start of the season as well. So a bit of a shame for them, but still a long race. We've seen in finals B how things could change at a drop of a hat. We saw that with Beaumont, who are in this finals B, and they're just having a lot of fun here. So if I were them, do not give up, because you can still score some valuable points, which could change where you are in the championship. By the way, York 8 is closing up in Southampton as we speak.
1.2 seconds. The gap is closing, Jess. Talking of closing gaps, York B. Oh, that's a very... Surrey are closing the gap on the back end of the Italians from UCLM, and that's going to be quite hair-raising for UCLM. They are currently in 4th place, but Surrey are right there. Not only are Surrey right there, so are Exeter and Hull, as Hull try and make a move on through Copse Corner on Exeter. Does Top Hat Tyler? He's not quite close enough to make the lunge work here, but he's staying right with them. Team from Devon holding off. One of the key drivers of this sim racing series over the years, a firm favourite of those watching along. And I wouldn't want to be UCLM right now, Jess, because if they make a mistake, they've got to deal with Surrey, Exeter and Hull.
Yes, and the more they keep battling like this, it's going to invite more and more cars into this fight, because we've got, I think, like 6 or 7 cars in the same train, which is incredible, and that just shows that some of these drivers are adapting very well to the change. Of course, we've raced these cars before, but not this combo before, so they have a rough idea of how it handles. We know when we raced with these cars before, it was absolutely fantastic, but it seems to be doing so well here, and the gap now's come down massively. Dylan Warren just at the fastest lap of the race so far, 2 minute 2.761. The gap's now 8/10, Giles. We could see them in the same camera shot. Southampton are going to be winning the championship as it stands, but glory for the overall round win is at stake between York and Southampton.
This could be really, really exciting then, because we know that Dylan Warren is competitive to an inch and to a fault, and Southampton need to win in order to completely disregard Vigo. I mean, Vigo are up in 8th at the moment, and if Vigo were to suddenly sail on through into 1st with Southampton in 2nd, then they would lose out. But every track position counts. Southampton want the win. They want not only to win the championship, they want to win the race, to have done with it, to say thank you and good night. And unfortunately, they've got one of the most competitive drivers in the sim racing series right behind them and closing in. But is it me, Jess, or is that gap just beginning to widen a little bit? It's up to 0.7 seconds now.
Yeah. I think we did it. We know him. He wants to race. He wants to race fairly in these finals, and we know he wants to try and leave as much space as he can to and try and go for the race win. But if these two have a bit of a squabble, that's going to invite York B. That are also going to be also on their tail very soon with UCLM, Surrey, Exeter B. So you know they can't afford to make too many mistakes. There's about 6 attempts now as Glasgow's A has been passed by MCME and Vermilion's been passed by Leicester, so that's a bit of a shame. But York A had a bit of correction as they enter Stoke Corner.
Really pushing every ounce of drive out of the car here as Dylan Warren lines up to try and take the race victory out of Southampton. Exeter going through on Surrey and UCLM go through on York. There's a real battle behind the top 2 front runners, but do bear in mind, oh dear, that's not gone well. I think that's Surrey. That's Surrey who've been punted out of the way.
That's Vigo to 7th, that's crucial.
Vigo up to 7th now. They need to be in 5th at least, and Southampton need to be behind them, but who knows? I mean, let's be honest with you. Oh dear, that's not gone well. That's not gone well. Vigo up to 6th for a moment. They're up to 7th now. It's really getting feisty here. York B relegated down to 11th. They won't be happy about that, but who will be happy is Top Hat Tyler, who is up into 4th as a result of the melee between the various drivers there. It's a real bunch of cars from 3rd down to about 8th here. And that's Surrey side by side with Vigo. And they're wide there. That's a bit elbows out from Surrey, and that pushes Vigo down into 8th as Vigo are watching their championship hopes ebb away. I wouldn't call it a disaster, but it's the slow erosion of hopes and dreams we're watching right now.
To be fair, they are confirmed 2nd, even if they don't do well, because obviously Queen Mary, they're going to be finishing behind them, so.
Vigo back on the charge then, ahead of them, 0.58 seconds between Southampton and York. Dylan closing in back it once more. Here though is Vigo trying to get back ahead of Surrey, and right now you can see, here's a great view. This is a great view from the back of Exeter because you can see everybody who's involved in this semi-train of cars building up from 3rd downwards. Hull A in behind Exeter with Top Hat Tyler. Hertfordshire's A team, followed by UCLM, Surrey, Vigo, Bizkaia, and X Racing's A team. The B team from Exeter actually doing better than their A team. Who would have thought it? And they're side by side are Surrey and Vigo. Can Vigo get the switch back there? No, they're not close enough. And yes, they can. I do surprise myself. They're through. Vigo, that was excellent. You caught me by surprise, let alone Surrey. Vigo diving down and taking 7th from Surrey. And now it's a case of who's got the hardest right foot. Right now, you're on board with York A, and closing up very close indeed on the race leaders. And they go through past one of the back markers. That is York's A team all over the rear end of Southampton.
York B has had a bit of enough, so that
they have.
Yeah.
And I do wonder now then how long it will be before Southampton yield to the power that is Dylan Warren behind the wheel of this Porsche RSR.
Hertfordshire's A team has passed Hull Lane. Hull Lane's had a bit of a moment. I wonder if they're going into the pits, because I wonder, after seeing what we saw in Finals B, when are they going to think about doing the stop? I think it's non-negotiable at this point, but here is York A, who I think is going to try. There could be a move into Cops Corner, but I wouldn't advise it.
Well, we've seen how that goes a few years ago. You'll remember, we don't need to go there.
2021.
Thank you. York A then, 0.2 seconds off of Southampton. Here comes the chicane, and surely a move on the exit of this is going to be forthcoming. The gap is opening up, mind you, Jess. It's up to 0.4 seconds. It's doubled, and very well saved there by Dylan Warren as they head under the bridge. Closing in now, looking to the inside. They're side by side. Dylan Warren planting his foot firmly into the bottom of that Porsche, closing off, and that's just perfect. An absolutely spellbinding move down the Wellington straight. and there's nothing, Hanger Straight, sorry, and there's nothing that Southampton can say about it. Dylan Warren taking the lead, the 7th lap in progress. The front view then from Southampton's car, there's nothing they can say or do. It's 0.6 seconds immediately. Dylan Warren flying away with the lead and possibly the win, Jess.
I think Southampton's done the right thing there. They're thinking of the long game. They've had wins already so far today, and they know that if they're finishing second where they are, they'll be champions. They're thinking the long game here. They don't want to get involved in too much drama, so I think they're playing it safe.
An update from York's B team. That's Chris saying, I am York B. The PC just turned off mid-corner. Nothing I could do. Meanwhile, people suggesting that, in fact, Southampton may have lifted and let York through.
Yeah, I told you they're playing it safe. They don't want to be in too much carnage, which cost them the win. They're in a much better position than Vigo. They can afford to lose out on the win to secure the championship. They don't need to win to secure the championship.
You can see how much this means to Southampton in that they would sacrifice a race win and wouldn't go racing with York in order to hold position to take the championship overall. That's how much it means to them.
And that's how it's about the experience as well. That the experience is helping to get where they are, and that's an example of someone that plays the long game in the final round.
That's a bit much. And squeezing on through past Exeter, that's Hull's top hat Tyler, barging his way through with Hertfordshire's A team tucked in under, getting the slipstream. And UCLM going through on Exeter as well. And Exeter will be left wondering what they did wrong. I don't think they did anything particularly wrong. They just weren't as aggressive. Talking of aggressive, a very aggressive move there from Hertfordshire, not giving Hull an inch. They are side by side here, Jets. This is absolutely fantastic. Swapping paintwork between the two as they go down the hanger straight in toward the S's. UCLM tucked up behind them as well. They split off, but it's Hull in the lead into the S's, Jess.
They're in the final podium positions, but no, Hertfordshire's like, nope, I'm having another. I want that podium position. Thank you very much, because I could gain on you in the championship. But we also got Vigo that's going to try and play it smart. I think Vigo knows that let's just have some fun at this point, but they don't want to get involved in drama, which could cost them. If I was them, play it safe at this point, because you never know what can happen out front with 8 minutes to go at this one. Yes, we've got to climb positions, but they don't want to drop down to like 18th or 19th.
Exeter had a bit of a look around the side of UCLM there for a moment, and they did exactly what Vigo have just done here on Exeter, and that's forced Exeter wide. That's an incredibly aggressive move, and they've punted each other. And could this mean the end of Vigo's championship hopes? No, they've come out well from it. They're up into 6th. I'm not quite sure of the legality of it, but regardless, they are up, and that's left Exeter having to contend with both Surrey and Bizkaia. That's forced them wide. Exeter's A team is now right there with their B team, rounding out the top 10. It's all happening, Jess.
They need to gain 2 more places in order to stand a chance at the championship. They need to be 4.
Well, they do indeed, but equally, though, Southampton would have to be behind them, and that's just not going to happen.
I think Southampton know.
This is why they
the risk versus reward.
It's why they conceded the place to Dylan Warren. I mean, I wouldn't want to race Dylan Warren at the best of times. I've got a funny feeling it's like racing Senna or Verstappen. If you really want to go wheel to wheel with them, you'll come off badly from it. And in much the same way, Southampton made the decision, get out of the way, let them through. Doesn't make a difference to our championship, and fair play. Exeter Racing, meanwhile, their A team is now ahead of their B team and opening up the gap. The B team has been clobbered by the rest of the field. There's been a lot of elbows out driving here in this final race, Jess.
And that is Silverstone. That is a track that everybody loves. It's a classic. It first was introduced into racing back in the 1950s. Everyone knows and loves it. They've had the most experience around here, and they want to try and go for moves in ridiculous places sometimes, but Stowe is a place where sometimes they could do it. In towards the final few corners now, into Vale and Club Corner. I don't think we could potentially go and see a move there at the moment. I think the moves we're going to see here is in this midfield, because that could change quite a few positions lower down in the championship. They want to get their highest ever position here. So we got Surrey and we got Bizkaia. Don't forget they won Finals B and they're in P7.
Fair play. fair play to Bizkaia. That's a brilliant result for them. Less than 6 minutes now on the clock. 9 laps complete, 10th in progress. The gap opening up. Dylan Warren going away with it. It's nearly a second now as Bizkaia have to contend with Surrey. They move on through past them like a knife through butter. No harm there. But Surrey are still right there with them. Vigo in 6th. They do need to make up the positions again in order to keep any hope alive. Surrey tapping on the back end there of Bizkaia. Bizkaia confident about their challenge, and through go Surrey on Bizkaia, but can Bizkaia get the switch back? No, they can't. Bizkaia confident about their challenge to retain the title of Formula Student 2025. They're hoping to do it again in just under a couple of days now. Meanwhile then, on track we've got the gap's well and truly opened up between York and Southampton.
Yeah,
Southampton.
I think Southampton have done the right thing here. As long as they stay where they are now, they will be champions. That's just permutations there, folks. All we need to concentrate on is the battles going down through the grid. We've got Hull A versus Hertfordshire A for the final spot on the podium, and that could be a royal disaster if that's the case. Score many points, but Bizkaia has gained a bit on Surrey now in towards the hangar straight. Are they going to get a move into Stowe? Probably not. Maybe next lap, Giles.
Possibly. Here we go then. The last 4.5 minutes on the clock for the Formula Student Sim Racing Series 2025-2026. Southampton almost guaranteed the victory. There is the team that could have upset the apple cart for them. Vigo ahead there of Surrey. You're seeing Surrey now. They've got challenging in behind them from Bizkaia. Just off your screens there, that black car there was the only thing that stood between Southampton and the championship, and they are just not doing what they need to do. It was a tall order starting from down in 9th. You're on board with Hull A as they try and take back that podium position, that final podium position, to take away from Hertfordshire's A team. And through they go. To those commenting about the abbreviations, we've been using them for donkey's years. If you've been watching the series, you'd know them by now. Hull A then, chasing down Hertfordshire's A team for that final podium position. Top Hat Tyler, a determined driver to say the least. Looking to the inside, not enough room there. Biding his time, waiting for an opportunity. 3 minutes and 25 seconds to go. 2 seconds between Southampton and York A, but 8 seconds between Southampton and Hertfordshire. You've got in front of Hull right now, and you can see this is empty tarmac. This is Southampton. They've just got to bring it home, Jess.
Yep, they got to bring it home, and we could be on course for them to win their first championship since the inaugural one back during COVID, which is an incredible feat in itself. But they still got a few more laps to go. Not many people have pitted. We could have a fuel drama right at the end of the race.
No.
It is still.
I suspect if no one's pitted at this point, there is likely no need to pit. Would be my assessment of that.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna look, because these Porsches could last, I think, a bit longer than the F4 cars. No one has pitted, who I think will be fine.
So race to the line then. Southampton in second. It's what they need to do to take the championship for the first time since 2021. Meanwhile, we've got Surrey here dealing with Bizkaia on the approach to them, as they have been for the past few minutes and the past few laps. And being behind them are the two teams from Exeter. But Surrey, they've done so well. 7th might be just a little bit disappointing for them. They could have done better, I suspect, had luck gone their way, but there was a lot of drama early in the race. 2 minutes and just over now left to go. Great comeback from the H train, says Jaden. Parked on the Apex, says Hazelwood Mania. Zenith Racing saying Southampton the GOAT. And here we have another GOAT, Top Hat Tyler, trying with all his might to get through on Hull A, who are defending in Hertfordshire A, I should say, who are defending incredibly well in the final throws of this race, Jess. And I just can't see Tyler finding a way through.
I don't think so, but strange things have happened with 1 minute and 30 to go. I think if I was Top Hat Tyler, I would wait until the final lap. They're going to probably send something special for Hull A, so watch this space, fasten your seatbelts. We're going to see some battles towards the end of this. We've got Vigo chasing down UCLM, so things can happen there. We've got two of the Exeter teams that are going to be fighting for pretty much home glory at this point. Like, who's going to be the best of the Exeter teams right now? Leicester, I think, could have climbed up a little bit, but unfortunately, they lost it a little bit as well. And if Surrey lose it, then Biscay could be up this. We're about to start the final lap, and we're about to see a champion that hasn't won in 4 seasons get their second title.
Yes, a title they've been hunting for years. They've been coming second overall consistently ever since that win, and they've never been able to repeat it until now. Can we have a look at where York are? Are we going to see one more?
They're about to start the final lap.
They're about to start their final lap. One more lap then. Here we are on board with Southampton. You can see ahead of them, 2.5, in fact 3 seconds ahead of them, is York Air, your race leaders. All Southampton need to do is bring it over the line as they start their final lap, Jess. No fastest laps necessary, just need to keep it on the tarmac and keep it consistent. And this is currently, as things stand, your championship winners. Southampton have got one more lap to complete and they will have taken it. It's been a long time coming for Southampton, to say the least. And in fact, it meant so much to them, they decided not to go racing with Dylan Warren, instead pulled over and let him through. Was that a wise choice? Possibly. Was it less dramatic? Again, possibly. But
I think it was a smart choice. I think what would have happened if they did
Well,
battle
this is
and lost time, and other teams would have gone through. Vigo would have taken the opportunity. So I think other teams will learn from this if they're in exactly the same position, to not fight if they got a good gap towards the title. But
Here we go then.
What a story from Southampton.
What a story indeed for a team that have been hunting a victory in the Sim Racing Series Championship for so long, and they haven't been able to match their first success outright back in 2021. The final corners now. Here come the S's. You can see that blue dot at the top of your screen as they wish their way through this lap. It's all that stands between them and the championship, and they are going to take it. Dylan Warren will take the victory in the race, but the championship will go to Southampton. Here comes York then. He wasn't having any of it. He was going to fight his way through, and Southampton decided, you know what, I don't fancy that. And they've gifted York the win in this race. But as it comes down to it, all eyes are on Southampton, the team that won in 2021, the team that have come second ever since, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. The final corners beckon. The number 2 car will be riding with a number 1 in the next season as through Southampton go through the final corner, and it is Southampton's to take. The championship goes to the South Coast, and it is Southampton that are your winners of the Formula Student Sim Racing Series 2025-2026. There it is.
There we go. To be honest, we both predicted it. It was theirs to lose at the start, and they came and they conquered. They did well all of today. It was theirs to lose. They didn't let the pressure get to them, and they're champions. Finally, they're not the bridesmaid anymore. They're now the brides.
As Zenith Racing puts it, we're getting married. Congrats Southampton, says Call of Jules. Congrats Southampton, says Cal McScottish. They are doing donuts to celebrate. They are over the moon with that one. I'd love to show you them, but they chose to race from home. So has the home advantage paid off a little bit there? Possibly, but equally, they came into this proceedings today already your leaders in the championship.
They probably would have been champions regardless.
So I think indeed it would have been nice to have them here. They could have made the trip over. They could have got a lift with Monty. Meanwhile, Ronaldez says wheelbase broke. Good game, Queen Mary Formula Student. Gutted for them. But meanwhile, Racing a Thom says parked on the Apex, or Racing a Thorn. I don't know what that means.
Racing at home, Giles.
Oh, racing at home. Oh, well done, Giles. Can you tell it's been a long day? Meanwhile, Ella says, yay for a York race win and yay for Southampton. GP Alessio says home advantage. All title contenders were racing from home. Not Vigo. Vigo were here.
And not Queen Mary.
And going into that last race, only Vigo could have taken it. So no, in terms of the championship contenders, no, only Southampton weren't here. Whatever the result is, we're proud of IUT because this is the first time we're participating. Proud of you guys. Rightfully so.
Thanks for the shirts.
That too, but rightfully so. To be out here and to be making a name for yourself in your first season with teams that have got 5 years worth of experience is to be commended. So congratulations there. Take a shot every time Giles says, meanwhile, you'd be drunk, I'm afraid.
You'll be saying that a lot on Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah. Elsewhere, anyway. Meanwhile, they're all my crutch phrases when I'm commentating, and I've said meanwhile far too many times today.
I've said meanwhile as well today.
I do genuinely wish someone had started the meanwhile drinking game a lot earlier, because meanwhile you would be a bit inebriated at this point. I should also point out on behalf of the IMECI, we do not condone binge drinking. Please drink responsibly. Congratulations to Southampton. Daniel Solom saying long time coming. Indeed, a long time coming. And they have finally done it. You come to us in the gloom of the darkened theatre where we're commentating from. They put the lights up now, or just there's some light somewhere. You can see us is the point, and it's shining off my head, which is disconcerting. Meanwhile, Bucket Hat Mania says Kyoki. My goat Connor says Call of Jewel says there's only one Adam Shamsel. Yes, indeed. We've established that over the past 12 months. Horizon 40 saying thank you for the stream and comms. It's been great. Thank you for watching. Hello. No, we're adults here. We do not get out of it. The pair of you. What is this? Good God.
I still don't understand that mean.
Putting student in Formula Student sim racing, dear Lord. Miss Mayor Pumpkin saying, it's over, boo. Yeah, sad it's over, but at least we had a good time doing it. And usually, I think we would do trophy presentations, and it's going to be a bit difficult to do with Southampton. I think we're going to do a virtual interview. Or at least we're hoping to.
We did that with Glasgow a few years ago, if I remember.
Yes, there's nods of the head that there's going to be, I think, a virtual interview with Southampton. So Southampton, if you're possibly able to facilitate that, let us know.
And I think they will be at Silverstone with a few people to collect the trophy anyway.
Yes.
So.
Miss Mayor Pumpkin, meanwhile, I'd just like to say, please no 6-7.
Oh, you said it, Giles.
We've made it so long in this series without bringing that nonsense up. Dear Lord. Anyway, Le Frenchman says, my goat Luke. I don't know what Luke is in French, or what goat is in French for that matter. But actually, my name means goat in some way, shape, or form.
Does it?
Yeah, goat skin shield is one meaning of Giles. The French is obviously Gilles. Meanwhile, we love you, Nathan. We do. We love you, Nathan. We do. We love you, Nathan. We do. Oh, Nathan, we love you. Says parked on the Apex. Thank you for that. I know they were behind us, Miss Mayor Pumpkin. I told them off. We're mature adults now. We're not in secondary school. Anyway, hopefully. Hey, look, I didn't say meanwhile. Anyway, hoping.
You said that word.
Anyway, we're hoping to be able to bring you a comment, an interview, something with Southampton. But at the moment, we know as much as you do. We'll be able to bring it to you as soon as we know more. So stand by. Your favourite moments from the race, let us know. And let us know if your favourites won, if you were supporting Southampton.
Who's been your good surprise?
My surprise?
The ones that we weren't expecting to do well today. But
tell you what, Exeter have come through today, and I wasn't expecting them to come through and be as strong as they were. They weren't podium finishers.
Both teams.
Yeah, but both teams were right up there in the mix. No, they weren't. They weren't mature. They weren't, you know.
And can we give a shout out to Bizkaya for doing so well in Finals A as well, and generally throughout the whole day getting used to the rig, because they had their rig on a desk in a sim racing series, and now they had to get used to these high fancy rigs, and did, in my opinion, very well.
I would concur with that. Meanwhile, Miss Mayor Pumpkin says, if you lot are mature, explain Monty then. I think people have been trying to explain Monty for the past 30 years, and they failed. I don't think we're going to be able to do anything different. Meanwhile, a lot of people's favourites were the Dylan Warren dominance in that race. One might suggest that the win was gifted without a true fight, but then again, this being Dylan Warren, we're fairly certain he would have got through anyway. And Southampton wanted to preserve as much on-track ability as they could without going off. Aberdeen are the people's champions, says Le Frenchman. I mean, up to you, Le Frenchman. They're your champions, maybe. Wouldn't like to say who the people's champions are. The people's princess, though, or the people's Formula Student princess is about to arrive because Monty's on his way. So stand by for that one. You know, here he is, our Monty. Hello. Oh, hello. Goodbye. He's
Perfect.
off.
Hello, guys. Sorry, everyone's trying to get hold of me now. Well, wasn't that a fun last race?
Brilliant.
Amazing.
We've lost your mic apparently, so what we're going to do is I'm going to pass you that one. And
Right, we'll try that one as my mic's not working. Hopefully you guys can hear me now. Basically, I was saying what a race that was, guys, because, well, I was wondering if Southampton were actually running out of fuel, and that's why they were letting York by. But I think actually they just wanted zero risk at all, didn't they? So, yeah, no, that was really well executed drive from them. Huge congratulations, Southampton. Well done. After so many years as a bridesmaid, I'm so happy to see you guys win. Commiserations to Vigo as well. Stonking drive as always, and good recovery after that first lap as well. Hope, fingers crossed, just each year they get better and better and better. I am aware that we are trying to get the race winner, Dylan Warren, in for an interview remotely, and also our champion. So hopefully we'll be able to have a chat with them in a couple minutes' time. But beforehand, we just wanted to go through the championship standings one last time and also give out a award here to the students before they head off and enjoy their evenings. So let's go and have a look at the final standings of this season, see how it all ranks up from there.
That's
So here we are.
No, this is the end of championship round. So we know that York won and Southampton were the champions. By how much? 39 points. They won it from Vigo. Their most successful season ever with 743 points. Queen Mary University, the reigning champions, they've lost their throne, but still in third position. And given there's a decimal point there, that shows how much they were reliant on one driver. So actually, we should just rename that Daniel Sloan. No, I'm joking. Well done. It wasn't Dan today. It wasn't Dan today, though. But well done, guys, for yet again another top 3 finish. York got up to 4th after that win from Dylan Warren, so well done. NTME down to 5th. Glasgow in 6th. Surrey in 7th, Leicester in 8th, Hertfordshire in 9th, and Exeter, their best ever season, rounding out with a top 10 finish. And of course, we saw how well they did in the engineering challenges as well.
They won a few, didn't they?
They did indeed. So that's our top 20. We'll have a look at the rest of the standings and get those published for you guys afterwards. For now, however, it is time for us to go for a little wander. Apparently, I'm going to move to this camera. There we are. As smooth as peanut butter crunchy there, but never mind, that's me to learn how to practice. What we are going to do now, guys, is this microphone working or am I stuck on this one, guys? Can you let me know? This one, can you hear me? Yay, nay, yay, nay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yay, nay, yay, nay. Fantastic. Right, you can have that microphone back. I'm going to take this one. Are both microphones working now then in that case, or is it just one? Testing, 1, 2. Testing, both are working. Right, let's go on an interview then in that case. Where are UH Racing? A team or B team? You were just driving? Come, sir. Right, I want you to take that.
Hello.
Firstly, well done.
Thank you.
We've got a little award we want to give to you.
Oh?
Because whilst our top 2 weren't physically here to enjoy the racing, you were our highest placed finisher of all the people to physically be here today. So,
okay.
Top hat, if you hadn't have crashed, that could have been yours, but never mind.
Always next race.
Best entertainment, but no crying, So, our race director, Mr. Callum, has got an award he would like to give to you. Guys, our best place finisher physically at Williams. Let's give it up to UH Racing. Congratulations. Well
Thank you very
done.
much.
How was that drive?
I was sending everyone.
You were sending. We could see that. But you made it work and you got a podium finish out of it, and you were the best placed person here today.
Yeah, well, I got damage like early on. Someone just completely brake checked.
If I give you a microphone, I expect you to hold it near your mouth.
I'm not used to it, sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, someone completely brake checked going into turn 1, which is not flat out in these cars, but almost. So I got damaged straight on from there. So I just thought, well, I can't get more damaged. So I just started sending everything. And it kind of worked.
It worked. It worked. You got third and you got a trophy. What more can you ask for?
Yeah, I have to run out the building before someone tries to kill me, probably.
That's fair. That's fine. Run away in peace. You at Silverstone this weekend?
I will be, yes. So we're going tomorrow. So
what's the prognosis for UH Racing? Are we hoping to get through scrutineering this year?
Hopefully, yeah. Of course. I mean, yes, we will. Yeah.
There we are.
Of course we will.
Good. Very good.
Of course we will, guys, won't we?
Well, from a UH alumni, best of luck to you guys. Hopefully, see some magic on the circuit in there. But once again, well done for your third position. I'll let you go and celebrate with your team.
Thank you very much.
Well done, well done. And a handshake. Can I have my mic back?
You can do if you want.
Thank you. Right, a quick. Oh, I know. They're expensive. No, you can have the trophy, not the mic. Right, okay, guys, everyone else in the room, just a quick message before we hand back to Giles and Jess. I just want to say a huge, huge thank you to every single one of you for making the effort to come here today. We really hope that you've enjoyed, and I have to say, impeccable behaviour. You really are true ambassadors for your university. Give yourself a round of applause. I'm so proud of you all. Well done. I really hope you all enjoyed. Yeah, sorry. Did you guys have fun today? Yes. Is that all? Is that all the fun you had? Did you guys have a lot of fun today? Yes. Much better. I need to work my rizzing up people. Never mind. Guys, thank you so much for being a part of this. Also, can we give a huge round of applause to Williams for allowing us to come here once again? Thank you so much for all the hospitality. Thank you so much for entrusting 120 students for coming here and taking over your facility. We have had so much fun here today. But that wraps up everything in the facility. We're going to go and wrap up the broadcast in a second. But guys, I just want to say thank you so much once again. Safe travels back to Silverstone. We'll carry on with the main FS event in a couple of days' time. We'll see you all there. If you want to catch up with us all, we're going to be there as well. So hopefully we'll see your faces there. And hopefully see your cars on the track as well. So until then, have fun, stay safe. See you all at Silverstone, yes? Awesome. See you all there. Have fun, stay safe, guys. Williams will help guide you out of here. Just make sure you've not left anything here, okay? Because they're going to be locking up soon. Take care. Right, back to the stream. After all of that, and hopefully with a bit of time wasting there, we are hoping, Giles and Jess, that there's going to be a Dylan Warren somewhere in the abyss for you guys to go and interview to. How are we looking, guys? Are you seeing anything on your side? Are we seeing a Dylan there?
Dylan Warren, are you there? No. Apparently we can have him. Apparently we can have Dylan. Hello, drum roll. Get your drum rolls out wherever you are. On your head, on your chest, on your knees. Here we go. Dylan Warren, 1, 2, 3. Hey!
Oh, on screen.
Hello, Dylan.
Hello.
How are you?
They can't hear me.
We can hear you. We can.
Oh, you can hear me. Oh,
Yeah.
hello.
Hello.
I didn't get dragged. Oh, good day. Hold on.
We haven't dragged you just yet. Hey, at least you're using a Fanatec wheel, so it's not a million miles away from the setup we've got here. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. How are you?
I'm not too bad. And whereabouts in the world are you?
I'm in Northamptonshire.
You're in where?
Northamptonshire.
Northampton.
Yeah, near it.
You could have made the drive over. It's not a million miles. I'm about to drive to a hotel in Northampton.
Same here.
Nah, I couldn't. I had to look after a family.
Oh, of course you
I don't
did.
really have
Sorry. Yes, I do
Yeah,
apologise.
exactly.
I completely forgot you mentioned that earlier. How are you?
I'm pretty good. I'm really warm. But
Yeah, I can
besides that,
imagine
I'm
it is
pretty
quite
good.
warm. And we've been lucky enough to have AC here. I imagine you've got the windows wide open.
I've got a fan right there. So
Fair
I'm still
enough.
warm.
How was that race for you? Did you enjoy it?
Knowing that we changed the cars, yes. I just had a nice conversation with the whole Southampton team, and I just found out in the other cars we would have been like 3 seconds off. So yeah, definitely a saviour. It was a car that we liked. It was the car from race 1. So yeah, I was happy. I can't lie. Good fight at the start, and then I was just glad to keep it on track for the first few laps. Then
What is the
managed to
secret
caught
to a
up. Then
good
I got-
start? Because your starts are always impeccable. There's always drama elsewhere on track, and yet you manage to sift through it like a needle through a haystack. How do you manage to do that?
It's a lot of like you have to pay attention on how to do this. I do a lot of practice starts before the race. That's the main like thing. If I don't do it, I drop like a stone. But this time I did it. I think I did one in the Porsche before I joined the lobby, and I was able to figure it out. And obviously we knew everything from race 1 anyway, so I just knew how the car would handle.
And also, what is the secret to your driving style? Because of course it's known for being quite aggressive, but equally it doesn't often cause actual contact. It's just right on the line, and as a result, it's very, very dominant. How do you manage to stay between aggressive without contact?
Is this wheel to wheel?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Well, thankfully we got the radar. The radar's quite helpful. But I think generally it's sort of just hoping the other car will know what you're intending to do. Because if they just refuse to do it, then if they refuse to like cooperate with you, you're gonna crash. But thankfully, the people at the front seem to be a bit more cooperative, especially when you're wheel to wheel. If you're on the outside, inside, there was a bit of contact on the move on the outside, but I couldn't really do much about that. But yeah, I suppose it's just trusting and make sure you actually leave room, like at least a little bit. If you're like far enough ahead, then okay. But
Southampton seem
yeah.
to be anticipating it, and we do wonder whether they lifted and let you through. I mean, you said you've been talking to Southampton. Do you know whether that was the case?
Yeah, he lifted on the straight. He lifted like halfway down the straight as well. He gave me a lot of breathing room. He said he wanted to fight. I think he said it in the chat as well. He also got told not to fight. I don't blame him either. I think if I was in this situation, I also would have done the same. I think a lot of people would have done the same. You got to think about the championship, and they had a small gap, so a crash. I don't know where Vigo finished, but a crash just ends it. So yeah, smart thing to do, I think. But
That's
yeah, I got let
entirely
through.
fair enough.
So.
And you must be over the moon with a race win in the final race of the season.
Yes, my first race in a while, first win in a while, so I don't really mind. I was sort of surprised by the fact we're racing today, but besides that, with the car change, we ended up quite well prepared. So
excellent. And I know the rest of your team here are really proud of you. They're over the moon, in fact.
There they are.
There they are. And all the love to your family. I hope they're doing well, and look after yourself, Dylan. It's been really nice talking to you. Congratulations on the win.
Okay, thank you very much. Have a good day.
Dylan Warren there, live from somewhere in Northampton. Big up to him. Congratulations. And I can't.
Oh my god.
Do you see what we have to put up with? Anyway, I hopefully we'll be able to also go to a Southampton. A couple of seconds time, we'll be able to go to Southampton and interview your championship winners. We're just waiting on the link to be set up, so do bear with us. But we'll be able to go to them, and that'll be the last bit for us of the year. I can't believe that. Where's that time gone, Jess?
Well, it's crazy, hasn't it? But this is not the last time we're going to be commentating together this weekend.
No, of course not. Make sure you tune in for Formula Student live from Silverstone on the iMechie Formula Student YouTube channel. It'll be right there. For Saturday and Sunday, myself and Jess commentating, presented by Monty and Cheryl. So make sure you're there.
Miyuki Panda.
And Miyuki Panda, if you are familiar with her on her streams. And yeah, make sure you're there for it. It's going to be absolutely cracker. Some huge teams back on track at Silverstone competing against one another for the first time. Several previous winners of Formula Student who've never competed against each other will be going up against one another. And I, for one, cannot wait. And I know Jazz feels the same.
Yeah, I'm just dying to get back into the commentary box again.
Just minus the Wasps from last year.
Yeah, but it's meant to be hot, so we're going to take lots of sunscreen and hydration. And at the moment, touch wood, no rain for acceleration for the first time, because every time I've done acceleration, it's been raining.
It has been raining.
So it'd be my first acceleration in the dry. So I touch wood. I can't wait.
Cross your fingers and toes for us. It should be a good one, so make sure you're there. Don't forget, of course, if you fancy the trip up to Silverstone or the trip down to Silverstone, depending on where you are, tickets are incredibly reasonably priced, and they are available for spectators. So do please join us if you fancy it in person. We're just waiting on that link to Southampton. Goodbye, York.
See you, York.
Monty's got conversations in progress. We're just waiting on final confirmation for that interview with Southampton. You can see them already dismantling things behind us. We're getting ready to go here. So, Jess, your highlight of the year?
Oh, I don't know. I think Goodwood.
I was going to say Goodwood.
Yeah, Goodwood was my favourite. Plus the first race in the endurance in Sepang.
That was really good as well. Really good.
That was my favourite. And Thruxton earlier on.
I can understand that. I mean, you can't go wrong with the Mustangs, is it?
Yeah, and they were able to go side by side for so long.
Precisely.
That was incredible, and it was great to see the amount of teams, like the global amount of teams that we've had, and some huge surprises that we've had as well. And I really hope a lot of them do race next year. And I know there's some teams that are graduating that are not going to take part in the Sim Racing Series next year. Quite a lot of MTME racing are moving on, so we'll be seeing new drivers next year. So I can't wait to see how they do and how they adapt to the team.
And that's what this series is all about: adaptability and engineering skill. It's not just a case of rocking up and playing video games. There is learning to be done here, and I think we've done rather well over the last 5 years, Monty especially, to get a lot of the alumni into places that they are in because of this sim racing series, as evidenced by that interview with Daniel Solon earlier on in the day.
Shame he couldn't race, but it was a good reason.
Great reason.
Yeah,
Cracking reason.
Yeah, and Dan, if you're watching, 'cause I know you were in the chat. How was your first few days? Hope you had a good first few days at your placement. I would love to hear more about it at Silverstone if you're going to be at Silverstone. So
yes, indeed.
yeah, so I will try and find you and have a chat. It'll be good to see how you finding it.
Just wondering on. Yeah, we're just waiting on that interview with Southampton. So do please bear with us, your champions for Formula Student Sim Racing 2025-2026. They'll be with us as soon as we iron out the gremlins in the system. So just give us a moment. But moments away then. Daniel Solon saying my placement has been great so far.
Hey!
Very, very glad to hear that, Daniel. Very
Great.
glad to hear that. Hopefully, we'll be able to bring you Southampton in just a second. Monty's currently having a conversation as things stand. We're hoping that he may be able to assist with the interview with Southampton. Daniel's going to be at Silverstone from Friday afternoon.
Lovely stuff.
Lovely to see him.
Yeah, it'll be lovely to see him as well, and the rest of Queen Mary as well.
Absolutely, another stalwart team of the sim racing series and Formula Student in general.
And the fact that they've had one driver entry for the last few rounds and for them to still finish third is a remarkable feat in itself. So I think they weren't expecting it. So shame they couldn't defend the title, but circumstances out of their control.
Damn sight better than I could do. Put it that way.
Yeah. I probably would have been lower down, but there you go. And of course, it was nice to see Vigo in person as well. Absolutely lovely people. They were nervous, bless them, but they did all they could, in my opinion, to try and take it to Southampton. And of course, Southampton, they can finally breathe happy now, and hopefully that this could translate to their car at Silverstone, because we've seen the launch video that Monty did for the Formula Student podcast. It looks promising. Let's hope they make it through Screw.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Scrutineering, always the biggest hurdle for these teams. As soon as they get onto the dynamic events, then they've already conquered half the event. Getting through scrutineering is the be-all and end-all for anything. Anything afterwards is a bonus at this point for Formula Student UK. And fingers crossed for all the teams trying to get through scrutineering. Just trying to wait on that interview with Southampton. Do let us know what your favourite moments of the series this year have been, and also let us know where you've been watching from. It's been a real pleasure to have your company. Thank you ever so much indeed. George says, James in the background, one of my teammates in sim racing. I'm being really nosy by finding this live stream from his Instagram story. Hello, George. I mean, hey, welcome. Curiosity may have killed the cat, but it hasn't killed George, clearly. Elsewhere, we've got everybody else has gone very quickly. Everyone else is departing now.
Yeah, so after this, we'll be checking into our hotels.
Well, once we can get to the hotels.
Yeah, well, once we could get to the hotels, yeah.
I've still got to contend with trying to get one of these chairs into the back of my car.
Oh, yeah. More about that.
We'll work it out. It'll be fine. Square peg, round hole. Seat Leon, and trying to get a gaming chair into it.
Have you decided which one you're taking yet?
At this point, I think it's going to be.
Just take anyone.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a case of whichever one comes easiest to hand, Jess.
Yeah, good idea.
Just momentarily waiting then for that connection with Southampton. Hopefully, we'll be able to bring that to you very, very, very soon. So do stay with us. Thank you for your patience. And you can see in the background the team packing up. And thank you very much to Alassi and Williams for hosting us. They've been absolutely fantastic over the past 4 years. And we're ready now to go to Southampton. Hello, Southampton.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hey!
Congratulations. What a victory. Long time coming.
Thank you, thank you. It's absolutely incredible. I love it. It's great.
A big congratulations.
Very happy to finally win.
I'm sure you are. I'm sure you are. So going into today, you knew you had it all to lose. It was yours to lose. What was the strategy behind the racecraft?
It was a lot of just being very, very safe. In the heats, there were a few moments where we wanted to qualify quite high, so there were a few sems in there. But for the actual race, it was very, very safe. As Dylan Warren said, when he was closing up, I ended up lifting on the straight because, again, I was thinking about the championship and didn't want to didn't want to put that in jeopardy by just trying to go for like a race win. So it was very much just chilled and relaxed, seeing what Vigo are doing, where they are, and that was basically the whole race.
Fantastic stuff. And what was the strategy over the course of the year? What's changed between this year and the last few years where it's always been the runner-up for yourselves? What has changed in the ethos and the strategy in the team?
I mean, this is my first year with Southampton sim racing. This is my first year at uni, so I couldn't say for the years before that I'd be someone else to interview. But for this year, it was a lot of just getting good results. I mean, it's pretty funny, but we've won the championship without winning a single round. But I think that kind of sums it up, where it's just like trying to be consistently good and not overdriving too much.
Well, Arca, correct. You won a round. You won the engineering challenge. That's technically a round, isn't it, Giles?
I guess so.
Yeah. So you won something.
that is something. At the end of the day, we won was obviously the most
And this is
important
it.
thing.
This is it.
You won when it counts as well.
A huge congratulations for that. And hopefully we'll see you at Silverstone.
100% will be there.
Wonderful stuff. I imagine the pressure's just been building up and building up all day as you've edged closer to this. So the catharsis must be real.
It has. It's incredible, especially going into the server with the initial combination, having the lag and everything. I was very, very worried, very stressed. But after it got changed, I was also quite relieved, because then I knew then it comes down more to just driving, and that's something that it's okay. So.
You had a good start. You held it. You pulled out when you needed to, and you kept it consistent. That's what you had to do. That's what the team's done all year. That's what your driving style in that last race reminded me rather much of the team's approach to the whole championship.
Yeah, that's kind of what effectively it was. It was just looking at what the team wants. It's not, again, at the end of the day, as much as it's nice to say win a race and win the first race, it's more for the championship. So that's what we're aiming to win. So. That's what
You have done it. Finally, it's paid off. A huge congratulations. Go and celebrate. Looking forward to seeing you at Silverstone. Have a great day.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it so much.
And all that leaves us to say is thank you to you at home for watching. Thank you to this man right here, Monty, for everything that he's done over the course of the year and the 5 years in the making of this series. I mean, you must be over the moon with this. 5 years and we're still going. It keeps getting better and better.
It does. Every year, something new has come onto it. Every year, more teams take part. Thank you for the compliments, but I can't take them because, honestly, it's the people that you see in the background, all those guys doing the fun race. Callum, James, other Callum. There's a thing going on here. The prerequisite, people think it's discrimination. It's not. It's just OCD. I need people to work in pairs, So it's.
Yeah, true. Very true.
But yeah, no.
That's names to remember that way.
Exactly. No, the whole team as well, and every year we get more people joining as well. Darren and Alejandro, they were students last year, and they joined in. So to have them come onto the other side, organise, of course, Emperor servers. Without them, we just wouldn't have the servers to be able to do these races throughout the year, let alone today. Of course, Williams, Atlassian Williams Racing, and allowing us to come here. It's just such a wonderful way to finish off each season, isn't it, guys? And as I say, this year it really was international. 73 universities taking part in the full season. More than 30 of them turning up here to have a Bangladeshi team as well turn up. It's amazing, isn't it?
I'm still amazed that they gave a shirt.
Exactly. Just what a way to kickstart the whole Formula Student Week as well. It's just been an absolute pleasure, and the students get so much out of this. And as you would have saw from the video as well at lunchtime, what students are able to do with this experience and going to get careers. We really are turning gamers into engineers now. This is engineering for a new generation, and it's just enabling them in ways that just wasn't possible 20 years ago. And my personal anecdote to it was 10 years ago, my thesis was all on simulations for testing for cars, drive and loop simulators. They thought it was fascinating, but never thought it was actually going to materialize because engineers wanted to carry on doing proper testing. It was all about what you could actually do on the track. COVID happened. It forced everyone to do simulations and computers, and industries never really looked back. We're now giving students an opportunity to prove their worth from their bedroom and then go and do magic like we've seen today.
Absolutely spectacular.
And a huge thank you to you two, finally, for bringing everything to life as well and for capturing everyone's imagination.
That's very
kind. It's been fun. It's been my trying to think full season in the sim racing series, and Thank you for keeping inviting me and bring on next season.
The pleasure's all yours, Jess. And Giles.
Bring on next season. It's been a real pleasure working with you, working with High-Vis, working with the Formula Student.
Of course, High-Vis. Sorry, guys, I've completely forgot about you guys for putting this whole broadcast on today.
Love you, Georgia. Georgia's been in our ear all day in the gallery, keeping us on time and looking slicker than we really are. So thank you to her. Thank you to the whole team at High-Vis for the hardware, the software, and the expertise. Thank you to them. Thank you to you for watching. As Monty's been saying, thank you to everybody else who's been involved in putting this on. And all it remains for us to say is we'll see you in a few days at Silverstone. Thank you and good night.
Bye.